Chapter 1. Let's go play basketball. On the evening of July 12, 2004, in a small village located in a county under Yongzhou City, Hunan Province, Quan Xiao lay in bed, unable to find solace in sleep. Indeed, just moments ago he had been in the year 2016, and now, inexplicably, he found himself transported back to the same day over a decade prior. Anyone faced with such an extraordinary occurrence would be hard-pressed to fathom it, inevitably leading to a myriad of thoughts. Quan Xiao meticulously recalled the events of the day. On this fateful July 12th in 2016, he had intended to hike up a mountain to clear his mind. Feeling fatigued, he sought respite in a cave he had stumbled upon years earlier with his two cousins. In that cave, he had caught a few fish to eat before succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered he had traversed time and returned to the present day remarkably, the very day his trio had first uncovered the cave. Contemplating this, Quan Xiao felt a nagging suspicion that the cave was the epicenter of the anomaly. Something must have transpired during his slumber, and the cave undoubtedly held secrets. Resolved to uncover the truth, he decided to return to the cave the following day, accompanied by his cousins, to search for any clues. When he shared his plan with them, they readily agreed, recalling the delectable fish they had grilled the previous day, their mouths watering at the thought of more culinary delights. However, upon their return, they were met with an unsettling reality. The cave was nowhere to be found, as if it had never existed at all. It left them with an eerie sense of dread. The situation was undeniably peculiar. Yet, being a man of 27 or 28 years, Quan Xiao quickly regained his composure and cautioned his cousins against discussing the matter with anyone, for few would believe such a tale. Strangely, over the years, no one had ever mentioned the existence of such a cave. Their ancestors had traversed these mountains countless times. Why had they never spoken of it? In the month that followed, the three brothers underwent remarkable transformations. Their appetites surged, and they frequently experienced muscle cramps in their calves. At times, it seemed as though the sounds of popping beans emanated from their bodies. Moreover, their heights soared dramatically. Quan Xiao shot up from 165 centimeters to 188 centimeters, having barely surpassed 175 centimeters in his previous life. His younger cousin, Quan Lei, grew from 170 centimeters to an impressive 195 centimeters, while the youngest, Quan Jun, only 13, ascended from 155 centimeters to 185 centimeters, having previously been shorter than both his brothers. Aside from their remarkable growth in stature, their strength and overall physical capabilities improved significantly. This sudden transformation in just a month raised concerns among their parents and piqued the curiosity of the villagers. Fortunately, after a medical examination, no issues were found. The doctors attributed their rapid growth to a normal developmental phase, albeit accelerated. Such occurrences were not unheard of, and there was no cause for alarm. Once assured that there were no issues, all three families felt a sense of relief. As Quan Xiao adapted to his upgraded body, he promptly made a resolute decision to play basketball and pursue a career as a professional athlete. In his previous life, Quan Xiao harbored a profound passion for basketball. He not only enjoyed watching matches, but also played frequently. Although his physical condition precluded him from competing professionally, his skills were exceptional among amateur enthusiasts. His fundamental techniques were solid, and he excelled in shooting and driving, possessing a soft touch with his shots. Now, with a physical condition far superior to his past, and by combining the skills from his former life with renewed training, he believed that becoming a professional player was not an unreachable dream. Even if he could not enter the NBA, playing in the CBA would still fulfill his aspirations. After testing his current abilities on the court, Quan Xiao felt even more confident about breaking into the professional league. Not to mention, he could sense just how extraordinary his physical attributes and shooting talent had become. However, Quan Xiao was acutely aware that to become a professional basketball player, one needs not only excellent physical attributes but also the guidance of skilled coaches for systematic and scientific training. That it requires a significant investment of time and energy to refine and hone one's skills. This journey also entails considerable financial expenditure, something he currently lacked. In Chinese high schools, there are no specialized basketball coaches to provide training. Typically, physical education teachers offer only basic instruction during classes, and often there's little to no instruction at all. After all, these physical education teachers are not professional basketball coaches and lack both theoretical knowledge and coaching experience. Perhaps attending a sports school would provide relatively professional guidance, but Quan Xiao's family would undoubtedly disapprove, and he himself did not wish to pursue that path. Thus, he could only rely on the foundational skills and experiences from his past life, supplemented by methods gleaned from watching games, reading novels, and browsing forums for training improvement, that he aimed to complete his high school education before studying abroad in the United States to receive professional coaching and systematic training. Moreover, during this era, the prevailing belief in China was that academic achievement and university admission were the most reliable means to succeed, particularly in relatively closed and underdeveloped regions where this notion was deeply ingrained. Consequently, it would be utterly futile for Quan Xiao to persuade his parents to allow him to abandon his studies to devote himself entirely to training and the family's financial situation did not permit such a choice. Quan Xiao himself did not desire that path either, so he committed to training his basketball skills during his study hours while actively seeking potential income opportunities. Eventually, he devised several feasible plans. However, these could not be implemented immediately, as they required time. His current focus was on diligently improving his basketball skills and enhancing his English proficiency. Relearning in this new life proved significantly easier, and Quan Xiao discovered that not only had his physical form changed, but his memory also surpassed that of his past self, which served as a tremendous advantage for him. Earning money is not an insurmountable task, however. Quan Xiao has not overstepped his bounds. He merely appropriated a few creative concepts from his previous life and sold them to a provincial television station for $5 million. Subsequently, during the 2006 World Cup, he made a modest profit of $200,000 by betting on match outcomes. This sum was sufficient to cover his expenses over the next 2 years, including his impending studies in the United States. Regarding his parents, Quan Xiao enlisted the help of his uncle to persuade them. As the sole university graduate of his generation, his uncle's words carried considerable weight. Initially, he thought Quan Xiao was jesting, but after witnessing Quan Xiao's abilities firsthand, his uncle readily agreed to assist in the discussion. In truth, his parents were merely concerned about Quan Xiao's future. Their limited exposure led them to believe that basketball was merely a pastime and not a viable career. They were entirely unaware of the existence of the NBA, let alone the domestic CBA league. Their only knowledge of basketball might have been that China had a towering athlete named Yao Ming. Upon learning from his uncle about the NBA and CBA leagues, they finally understood that pursuing basketball could indeed be a promising and lucrative endeavor. Even if competing in the American leagues was unattainable, a salary in the Chinese league could easily exceed several $100,000 a year, which certainly warranted consideration. Thus, after his uncle's persuasion, Quan Xiao's parents simply stated, "Then go ahead and play basketball." Chapter 2. Want to earn big money? Learn to play ball from me. With his parents' concerns settled, Quan Xiao felt a sense of relief and was ready to embark on his next plan. He not only resolved to pursue a career as a professional player, but also intended to guide his 2 younger cousins down the same path. After all, it would be a waste to squander their exceptional physical abilities. If heaven bestowed such talents, to squander them would surely invite divine retribution. However, Quan Xiao was uncertain about his cousin's aspirations. He recalled that in his previous life, Quan Jun had a penchant for basketball and frequently watched NBA games, so he should be open to the idea of playing. As for Quan Lei, he had never seen him engage with basketball, nor did he recall him watching any basketball matches. Regardless, he was determined to find a way to lead these two down this path. Thus, during the winter break of his first year in high school, Quan Xiao returned to his village to initiate his plan. "Xiao Lei, Xiao Jun, I have a question for you. Do you enjoy playing basketball?" he inquired while warming up on the school playground. "Brother, I quite like playing basketball. I find it to be rather enjoyable," Quan Jun eagerly responded. "That's good. Xiao Jun still has the same fondness for basketball as in my previous life. I wonder if Xiao Lei shares that same disinterest in sports as before?" Quan Xiao mused. "Brother, I'm not sure how to express it. Although I've played a few times during physical education classes at school, I don't find it particularly exciting," Quan Lei replied after some contemplation. "Well, that's all right. Perhaps you have yet to experience the true joy of basketball. Once you do, I'm confident you will fall in love with the game." After completing his warm-up exercises, Quan Xiao picked up a basketball and took a few practice swings. Suddenly, he accelerated, leaping 2 steps beyond the three-point line, and with a single-handed motion, he slammed the ball into the hoop. "That if you learn to play basketball like I do, you will certainly attract the attention of many girls." At this age, Quan Xiao was well aware of the psychology of boys after all. He was once their age, and it was precisely the time of youthful blossoming, and garnering the attention of the opposite sex was undoubtedly an enticing prospect. "Really? That sounds great. Brother, teach me how to dunk." "Guanzun etkalim etsikali in du, Xiao Lei. Do you want to learn how to dunk and attract girls as well?" "Brother, do you think playing basketball can make money?" Quan Lei suddenly posed his question. Why do you ask?" Quan Xiao was intrigued by Quan Lei's inquiry, but chose not to answer directly, instead opting for a rhetorical question. "Because I want to earn a lot of money. If I make big bucks, Mom and Dad won't have to work so hard. Observing Quan Lei, who was dreaming of making a fortune, Quan Xiao felt a mix of sadness and consolation. Quan Lei was the son of his uncle, with two older sisters above him. In a previous life, Quan Lei had left school after junior high to work, as did his sisters in this relatively impoverished mountain village. Supporting three children was already a daunting challenge, let alone facilitating their education. However, Quan Xiao found an opportunity in Quan Lei's words. If he desired to earn money, it was simple. He could learn basketball from his brother. Of course, if you excel at basketball, you could earn tens of millions a year. Is it really possible to earn tens of millions a year? Quan Lei and Quan Jun were skeptical. Absolutely. In the NBA in America, which is a league dedicated to basketball, the highest salaries can exceed $20 million a year. Converted to our currency, that amounts to over 140 million yuan in addition to salaries. There are endorsement deals, so one could potentially earn around 2 to 300 million yuan annually. The two boys were left speechless by Quan Xiao's words. In their minds, 100 yuan seemed like a great deal of money, let alone tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, which was unfathomable to them at this stage. Of course, not everyone can earn such vast sums. Only the most skilled players make that much. On average, a player might earn a few $1,000,000 a year, which equates to tens of millions in yuan. The lowest earners might make just over $1 million. In our country's CBA league, the figures are somewhat lower, with the top players earning only a few million a year, similar to the lower-end salaries in the NBA. That's still a lot. Brother, I want to play basketball. I want to make a fortune. Teach me how to play. Quan Lei was completely ecstatic. I can certainly teach you basketball. But let's make one thing clear. Mastering the sport requires enduring a great deal of hardship. Are you prepared for that? No problem, brother. I am determined to make a fortune. What's a little hardship compared to that? And you, Xiao Jun, do you aspire to earn big through basketball? Quan Xiao Dun Totem Quan Jun. Of course. Was there to ponder? He replied with utmost decisiveness. Very well. Today I shall teach you the fundamentals of basketball. You must remember and practice diligently. To excel in basketball and to achieve financial success, one must start from the basics. Only by solidifying your foundation can you hope for greater development. Do you understand? Got it, brother. Let's get started. Observing the eager enthusiasm of the two, Quan Xiao smiled. As long as there is motivation, with their newly enhanced physical capabilities, he firmly believed that with dedicated training, they would surely achieve remarkable feats. The subsequent training seemed to confirm the basketball talent of the two youngsters. With just a brief explanation and demonstration from Quan Xiao, they quickly grasped the essential skills. After he taught them how to dunk, their passion for basketball soared even higher. In their spare time, Quan Xiao would lead them to watch NBA training footage. This not only deepened their interest in basketball, but also served as a means to learn various techniques. Once they had a solid grasp of the basics, Quan Xiao introduced competitive training, allowing them to defend against him to see if they could maintain their shooting accuracy. Amidst physical confrontation, initially, Quan Xiao was significantly affected, causing his movements to become distorted. However, as he grew accustomed to the physicality, his shooting accuracy gradually returned to its original state. This was achieved while consciously allowing them to employ unconventional defensive tactics. Upon completing their foundational drills, Quan Xiao would set up unannounced matches, recording the sessions with a DV camera for them to review and identify areas for improvement. Before long, a month of winter break had passed, leading to a substantial enhancement in the basketball skills of the trio. Simultaneously, thanks to the scientific training facilitated by the equipment Quan Xiao had purchased and the improved living conditions, their physiques became increasingly robust, and their heights increased slightly. As of now, Quan Xiao stands at 190 centimeters, Quan Lei at 198 centimeters, and Quan Jun at 187 centimeters. Notably, Quan Lei has surpassed Quan Xiao by 8 centimeters, suggesting that he may ultimately exceed 210 centimeters in height. Every holiday, the three brothers would practice together. Although Quan Xiao is not a professional athlete or trainer and cannot provide expert training, he consistently ensures that they engage in fundamental drills such as dribbling and passing every day. As time goes by, their basketball instincts have sharpened and their foundational skills have become more solidified. Leveraging the advantages of his rebirth, Quan Xiao completed his high school education within 2 years and passed the TOEFL exam, successfully securing the opportunity to study abroad in the United States. Chapter 3. Studying abroad in the United States, a new journey as spring yields to autumn and the chill of winter gives way to the warmth of summer. Time flows incessantly, and Quan Xiao's basketball skills continue to evolve and refine. Naturally, the training of his two younger cousins has not faltered either. After earning his first pot of gold through creative programming, he purchased a spacious 4-bedroom house in the county, facilitating his studies and training endeavors. Given his height, residing in the school dormitory proved quite uncomfortable, and he recognized the need for a diet conducive to enhancing his physical fitness. With the assistance of his uncle, he successfully persuaded his parents to support his basketball pursuits, presenting it as an avenue that would also benefit his education, and thus he brought his two younger cousins to the county as well. Over the span of 2 years, Quan Xiao completed the entirety of his high school curriculum, successfully passed the college entrance examination, excelled in the TOEFL, and gained admission to the University of Texas. Receiving his acceptance letter, he is set to embark on his collegiate journey in the United States at the end of this month. In his previous life, Quan Xiao merely gained admission to a second-tier university, yet in this lifetime, he has consistently achieved the highest academic standing in his school. This remarkable improvement can be attributed, on one hand, to his prior experience with the material, which has rendered subsequent learning significantly more accessible. On the other hand, Quan Xiao has discovered that his memory has also enhanced, allowing him to engage with his studies with greater ease. Despite dedicating nearly all his extracurricular time to basketball training, he has still managed to maintain his position at the top of the academic rankings. It is precisely because of this academic assurance that he has been able to persuade the school to permit him to engage in basketball training during his free time. In his second year of high school, he took the college entrance examination, and upon receiving his scores, he found that they were sufficient for admission to China's premier university. However, Quan Xiao harbors no intention of pursuing his studies domestically. He has long harbored aspirations to attend university in the United States, where he seeks a more scientific and systematic approach to basketball training, which is evidently lacking in his home country. At this juncture, what Quan Xiao requires is a more rigorous regimen of training and competition to refine his skills. After 2 years of dedicated practice, he has established a solid foundation. Although his practice matches with his two cousins have not provided the comprehensive experience of an entire game to identify his weaknesses. Thus, he is in need of a superior platform to showcase and enhance his abilities, and the NCAA in America presents itself as the most fitting stage. On August 20th, all necessary arrangements were finally completed, and in just a couple of days, he would embark on his journey to the United States to commence his new chapter. On the 21st, his family hosted a grand celebration in honor of his academic advancement, with all relatives in attendance to offer their congratulations. His uncle and aunt even took time off to bring his cousin along for the occasion, whereupon he received yet more encouragement and well wishes. On the 27th, Quan Xiao would depart from his home to Guangzhou, from where he would fly to America. Early that morning, his mother rose to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. As her son prepared to venture thousands of miles away, she felt a deep sense of reluctance, yet she understood that her child must explore the world beyond. As one cannot tether a child to one's side for a lifetime, you must take good care of yourself over there, she advised. Remember to call home, though. Given the expense of international calls, a message will suffice. If the food does not suit your taste, you should find a way to cook for yourself, after all. You know how to prepare meals. Remember to adjust your clothing according to the weather. Your health is paramount. Be cautious and avoid fights, and refrain from wandering off. I've heard that things can be quite chaotic in America, so safety is of utmost importance. As she watched Quan Xiao eat breakfast, her stream of reminders continued. Okay. Mom, I'll remember everything. I will take good care of myself, so don't worry. He reassured her. You and Dad should focus on your health at home. Let us not concern ourselves with farming anymore. Soon, I'll be earning a good income, and you can look forward to enjoying life. The land still needs to be farmed. What will we eat if we don't? It would be shameful for farmers not to cultivate their fields. She replied. Just take care of yourself. We'll manage. All right, sis, I entrust Mom and Dad to you. Please take care of yourself as well, and when you have the chance, come visit me in America. I'll be your guide. Rest assured, dear brother, I am well aware. And you too must not neglect your foundational training even for a single day. To earn substantial wealth, one must be willing to endure hardship. Do you understand, brother? We are fully cognizant of this as we engage in our foundational training daily, responded Quan Lei and Quan Jun in unison. Very well. As long as you are keeping up, once I have settled down and established stability, I shall find a way to bring you both over. Sister, please keep a close watch on their academic courses and English proficiency. Do not focus solely on basketball, for a language barrier presents a significant obstacle. No problem, dear sister. I will keep a vigilant eye on them both, so you need not worry. All right, I have nothing further to say, so I shall take my leave. Father, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, please take care of your health. Xiao Lei, Xiao Jun, please accompany your brother to the station. I have a few words to share with you. After bidding farewell to his family, Quan Xiao, accompanied by his two cousins, made his way to the station, embarking on an unknown journey into his future. He was uncertain of the events that would unfold during his trip to America, the teammates he would encounter, or the achievements he would ultimately attain. All of these remained variables, yet Quan Xiao was acutely aware of his own needs. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances he faced, nothing could deter his resolve to grow stronger or impede his forward momentum. After imparting some precautions to his two brothers, Quan Xiao boarded the bus to Guangzhou, officially commencing his new journey. 2 days later, after a long trek, Quan Xiao finally arrived at his ultimate destination, the University of Texas at Austin, on September 1st. After successfully completing his enrollment procedures, he let out a long sigh of relief, finally having dealt with these trifles. Now, the next step was to discover how to join the basketball team. Generally, some members of college teams are established talents who gained fame during high school, often securing full scholarships due to their exceptional abilities, making it common for freshmen to become key players or even core members. There is also a portion who join through selection after enrollment. These individuals possess a certain level of skill and typically harbor a deep love for basketball. They understand that the chances of entering the NBA are slim, and they seek to relish the joy of basketball during their college years. If, through their efforts, they can shine on the NCAA stage and perhaps even fortuitously enter the NBA, that would be a welcome bonus. Quan Xiao believes that given his physical attributes, even though his foundational skills may currently be lacking, most basketball coaches would readily grant him an opportunity. Moreover, considering his present level of basketball proficiency, joining the school team should pose no significant challenge. However, Quan Xiao aspires to test whether his skills might earn him a scholarship, even if it only alleviates some of his financial burdens. Furthermore, a scholarship signifies acknowledgement of a player's capabilities. Having adapted to life in the United States over the past few weeks, Quan Xiao still finds himself at a loss regarding how to join the basketball team, which leaves him feeling somewhat anxious and helpless. Should he proactively seek out team members for one-on-one matches or wait for tryouts? It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Ultimately, he decides to visit the gym, prioritizing the search for a suitable place to train. Thus, Quan Xiao heads toward the basketball arena, eagerly yearning for professional training and the chance to participate in formal competitions, despite not yet being a member of the school team. He wonders whom he might encounter in the team. Could there be future NBA stars among them? The anticipation is palpable. With a hopeful heart, Quan Xiao moves toward the gym where the school team practices, unaware that a future NBA superstar is already training within. Chapter 4. The initial encounter with Durant. Quan Xiao is not well versed in the NCAA, although he was a basketball enthusiast in his past life. His focus was primarily on the NBA, CBA, and other professional leagues. He has only heard scattered information about the NCAA, primarily concerning powerhouse teams like Duke and North Carolina, and remains oblivious to the broader context. He does not even know the name of his current school's team or its league affiliations. Furthermore, he is unaware that this year, under the leadership of LaMarcus Aldridge and P.J. Tucker, they reached the Final 8 in the NCAA tournament. His choice of this school was solely because it bears the name University of Texas, conveniently located in the same state as the Houston Rockets, allowing him to attend their games in person. In reflecting upon this, Quan Xiao should consider himself fortunate. At least his school belongs to a top-tier league. Had he chosen Harvard University, the outcome might have been less favorable. After a 15-minute walk, he arrives at the gym where the school team practices. As the regular season does not commence until late November, the team has yet to organize formal training sessions. Nonetheless, some players are engaged in voluntary training. Inside the gym, Quan Xiao hears the jarring sound of sneakers squeaking against the floor and the rhythmic thumping of basketballs being dribbled. The presence of players training at such an early hour suggests that this team possesses a commendable work ethic. He wonders what achievements they will attain this year. Although he has not yet joined the team, Quan Xiao has already begun to regard himself as a member, contemplating the implications of performance. Upon entering the gymnasium, he noticed that there was only one player of African descent practicing. The athlete appeared to be over 2 meters tall, towering nearly half a head above him. Quan Xiao currently stands at 198 centimeters, while this player seemed to measure approximately 205 centimeters. His physique appeared somewhat slender, resembling a tall reed. At that moment, he was engaged in solo drills, executing layups with the basketball. It was evident from his swift ball handling and agile movements that his skills were highly refined, showcasing a solid foundation in basketball fundamentals. However, as he was facing away from Quan Xiao, his facial features remained obscured. "What a fantastic play!" Quan Xiao exclaimed. unable to contain his applause as he witnessed the player leap from just inside the free throw line and deliver a magnificent dunk with a powerful swing of his arm. After the cheers of Quan Xiao, the player swiftly turned around upon landing, eager to discern the identity of the person who had applauded him. As he pivoted, Quan Xiao finally caught sight of the individual's visage. To his astonishment, it was none other than him. The possession of such a talented player indicated that this team was indeed formidable. With my imminent addition to the squad, it was certain that we would achieve remarkable feats this year. Once he recognized the other's appearance, Quan Xiao began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Hey, buddy, I'm Kevin Durant. Are you also a member of our basketball team? Upon realizing that the individual stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a well-proportioned physique and yellow skin, Durant inquired. Hello, Kevin. My name is Quan Xiao. I hail from China and I am a freshman who just enrolled this year. I am not yet part of the basketball team, but I aspire to be soon. The entire school? Oh, your name is quite challenging to pronounce. You mentioned you were from China? Is it the same China as Yao? Indeed, it is the same China as Yao, Quan Xiao replied. Why are you the only one training? Where are the others? The training camp has not yet commenced, my friend. I am also a freshman this year, and since I had some free time today, I thought I would come and practice a bit to maintain my form. You must be quite exceptional, Kevin. With your dedication, you are destined to become a superstar in the future. Quan Xiao foresaw the remarkable prowess that Durant would eventually exhibit, and thus, he intentionally expressed admiration in hopes of winning Durant's favor. After all, he was a potential ally of significant caliber, deserving of a heartfelt embrace. Naturally, Durant responded with confidence. I am the second-ranked high school player in the nation. Wow, that's truly impressive. With a teammate of your caliber, we are bound to achieve remarkable results next year. However, you mentioned being ranked second. Who holds the first position? Are they even more formidable than you? Quan Xiao inquired, puzzled. He was aware that Durant, who would declare for the draft the following year, was selected second overall by the Supersonics, while the first pick was Greg Oden. Could there have been a player in high school more exceptional than Durant, yet failed to shine in college? Quan Xiao refrained from considering Oden, believing him to be older and mistaking him for a college senior. It's Greg Oden, although I hesitate to admit it. He is indeed a player of great talent and strength. However, I am determined to surpass him in the future. Just wait and see. Observing Durant's defiant yet determined demeanor, Quan Xiao found it amusing. If I told you that in the future you would be overshadowed by that very player and fail to secure the top pick, would you find that even more disheartening? Of course, ultimately your achievements will far exceed those of the current emperor who surpasses you, for misfortune befell him, shattering the potential of a prodigy. By the way, you mentioned you would soon be joining our team? Which high school did you graduate from? I don't recall hearing about you before. Are you planning to participate in our selection? I previously attended high school in China, so it's understandable that you haven't heard of me. If I choose not to try out, is there an alternative way to join the team? Without a tryout, the team must extend an invitation to you. If your skills are commendable, you might even receive a scholarship like I did. Durant's expression was one of pride as he spoke of the scholarship. All right, what must I do to prompt the team to invite me? They don't even know who I am. Quan Xiao asked, exasperated. That's simple. I can introduce you to the coach. If your skills are genuinely impressive, I believe the coach would grant you that opportunity. After all, what school wouldn't he want to triumph in the madness of March? Really? Hearing that Durant is willing to introduce him to the head coach filled Quan Xiao with excitement. Thank you so much, Kevin. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Well then, since you're also a basketball player, why not join me for a game? Let me show you my prowess. All right, just give me a moment to change and warm up. Do you know where the locker room is? With the challenge issued by Durant, Quan Xiao felt a surge of competitive spirit, eager to take the court with him. I'll show you the way. Hurry up. I can't wait for you to witness my skills. Durant, with a hint of arrogance, escorted the young player to the locker room. An exhilarating clash was about to commence between two future titans. Chapter 5, One-on-One with Durant. Once Xiao had donned his attire and completed his warm-up exercises, the two stepped onto the court, poised for their one-on-one battle. As the newcomer, I shall grant you the honor of the first possession, Durant proclaimed with an air of confidence, relinquishing the ball to Xiao. Quan Xiao did not refuse. He was uncertain about the extent of the gap between his current abilities and those of these elite players. Thus, gaining an initial advantage was crucial for him. After passing the ball to Quan Xiao, Durant retreated to the three-point line, preparing to defend against Quan Xiao's assault. Since neither of them was familiar with the other's playing habits or techniques, they could only test the waters with the most conventional defensive approach. Therefore, Durant opted for this method to prevent Quan Xiao from breaking through. After all, it was the first play. He would observe his opponent's strategy before implementing countermeasures. Seeing Durant merely a meter away, Quan Xiao suddenly smiled. It seemed that Durant was intent on thwarting his drive. Indeed, generally speaking, breaking through to the basket in a one-on-one situation is a more straightforward method to score. However, for Quan Xiao, it was not merely so. An open shot was a formidable weapon as well. Kevin, defending from such a distance could lead to your downfall, he remarked playfully. With that, Quan Xiao leaped and launched the basketball into the air. Durant was taken aback as Quan Xiao jumped, for he was still a step away from the three-point line. Little did he know, Quan Xiao often practiced shooting from long distances. While this range might seem far to others, it was a comfortable shooting zone for Quan Xiao, especially when unguarded. With a swish, Quan Xiao's three-pointer found its mark, granting him the early lead. Oh, I forgot to mention, Kevin, my open shots are quite accurate. After the basket, Quan Xiao teasingly taunted Durant. I feared you might lose too badly, so I let you have that one, to avoid you ending up with a goose egg. Thus, the proud Durant was born. Huh, is that so? Well, I thank you for your generosity. Enough chatter, let us continue. This time, when Quan Xiao received the ball, Durant refrained from moving inside the three-point line. Instead, he maintained an appropriate distance, one that could defend against both drives and three-point attempts. Observing Durant slightly bending his knees and extending his arms, Quan Xiao suddenly sprang into action, choosing to break through from Durant's right side. As Quan Xiao made his move, Durant also shifted. He correctly anticipated Quan Xiao's path but underestimated his speed. Before Durant could fully close off the driving lane, Quan Xiao had already squeezed past him and concluded the attack with a one-handed slam dunk. Kevin, I forgot to mention, my speed is no slouch. Quan Xiao flaunted in front of Durant, his boastful demeanor making Durant long to give him a good thrashing. Humph, that was merely luck. You won't be so fortunate next time, he retorted, for Kevin was now determined to defend earnestly. As he gazed at the serious and resolute Durant across from him, Quan Xiao felt an unprecedented sense of pressure. He understood that his earlier success in catching his opponent off guard and scoring 2 swift points was merely a fleeting advantage, not a testament to his ability to triumph over Durant. Moreover, he recognized that the defending party was perpetually at a disadvantage. Indeed, as the match progressed, Quan Xiao found it increasingly arduous to score, while Durant seized the opportunity presented by Quan Xiao's missed attempt, deftly turning the score in his favor to 8-5. However, what astonished Durant was the observable improvement in Quan Xiao's defensive capabilities as the game unfolded. Initially riddled with gaps, Quan Xiao's defense evolved to a level bordering on collegiate elite standards. Little did Durant realize that Quan Xiao was merely adjusting to the intensity of the competition. As the game progressed, he acclimated to the rhythm and challenges, leveraging his remarkable physical attributes and defensive awareness to exert mounting pressure on Durant. Finally, as Durant aimed to seal the match with 2 more points, Quan Xiao, now well adapted, managed to disrupt his shot, causing Durant to miss what should have been a certain basket, thereby regaining possession. Subsequently, faced with Durant's tight defense, Quan Xiao found himself unable to penetrate. In desperation, he resorted to backing down. Although he had practiced this technique before, it had not yet become a reliable weapon due to its inconsistency. Now, with no viable options to breach Durant's defense head-on and lacking confidence in a direct shot, given Durant's superior height, wingspan, and vertical leap, he had no choice but to attempt backing down. Fortunately, in terms of weight and strength, he held an advantage over Durant, allowing him to press against him and gradually maneuver into the paint. Upon reaching the basket, he executed a graceful spin, leaning slightly back as he released the ball. Durant, despite his leap to contest the shot, was unable to thwart it, though Quan Xiao felt the pressure from his opponent, which slightly disrupted his rhythm. Thankfully, the ball ricocheted off the rim and ultimately fell through the net, allowing Quan Xiao to score again. Continuing with his strategy, Quan Xiao successfully executed another backdown to score once more. But his attempt at a third shot went awry. Ultimately, Durant seized the opportunity to score 2 consecutive points, clinching victory in this one-on-one duel. Well done, my friend. You truly excelled. You emerged victorious. Despite ultimately losing, Quan Xiao did not harbor any feelings of resentment or defeat. Instead, he sincerely congratulated Durant. After all, he had not initially approached the match with the mindset of winning, but rather sought to assess his current skill level through this one-on-one challenge. Overall, he was quite satisfied with the outcome. Brother, you are formidable as well. I believe Coach Barnes would be eager for you to join our team. Following this match, Durant acknowledged both Quan Xiao's character and his basketball prowess. He also expressed a desire for Quan Xiao to join the team, as he perceived that Quan Xiao was fully capable of being a starting player, particularly noting the evident improvement he displayed during the game. Indeed, throughout the contest, Quan Xiao demonstrated almost palpable progress in both offense and defense. Moreover, Durant learned that this was achieved without any formal guidance, as Quan Xiao had been training independently. He pondered how much further Quan Xiao could develop with professional coaching. This notion filled Durant with anticipation. All right, Kevin, I must head back now. I'll leave that matter in your hands. The one-on-one had consumed over half an hour, and given that mealtime was approaching, Quan Xiao prepared to return for a refreshing shower and a hearty meal to replenish the energy expended. Okay, I'll take care of it. I eagerly await the day when I see you donning our Team-S jersey, and I look forward to fighting alongside you. I share your excitement. See you tomorrow. I'll be here waiting for you. Durant agreed to this arrangement. Chapter 6. Coach Rick Barnes. Kevin, is that guy truly as exceptional as you claim? Coach Rick Barnes inquired, uncertainty evident in his tone. After all, if Durant's assertions were accurate regarding their one-on-one match, that would imply the player possessed at least star-level collegiate talent. How could such a person remain obscure? Coach, you've asked the question no less than 10 times. If you truly wish to know, you'll see for yourself soon. I assure you, you'll want him on your team. Trust me. Kevin Durant replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall pay close attention. Seeing Durant's certainty filled Coach Barnes with eager anticipation. Since assuming the role of head coach in 1998, succeeding Tom Penders, he had led the team to the quarterfinals 3 times and reached the Final Four in 2003. Yet he had not managed to advance further and etch a new chapter in the team's history. This year, having reached the quarterfinals with the original core players while adding exceptional newcomers like Durant, they were poised to make further progress. However, the core members, LaMarcus Aldridge and P.J. Tucker, opted to pursue careers in the NBA, resulting in a fragmented roster. Although the addition of the strong newcomer Durant was promising, the overall strength of the team inevitably experienced a decline. Here, the consideration is underway to see if a few promising players can be selected for the campus trials. Just then, a call from Durant arrived, recommending a basketball prodigy. To be honest, initially, Barnes was skeptical about this so-called basketball genius that Durant spoke of. It is well known that players of such caliber are usually secured by various universities early on. How could one possibly fall into the hands of his team? When Durant mentioned that the individual in question had attended high school in China, Barnes's doubts only deepened. Although Yao Ming had already made a mark in the NBA and was subtly establishing himself as the premier center, Barnes remained unconvinced that a young player from China could possess significant prowess, especially not a guard rather than a towering center. Had China ever produced a renowned and capable guard? So far, Barnes had not heard of any such player emerging from China. However, seeing Durant's unwavering conviction instilled a flicker of hope and anticipation within Coach Barnes. Kevin, what time did you agree to meet yesterday? He is not bailing out on us, is he? With time swiftly approaching 10 o'clock, Coach Barnes couldn't help but inquire again. Hey, Rick, don't worry. We agreed to meet here today. That guy is definitely coming. He might just be preoccupied at the moment, considering he has only recently arrived from China, Durant responded while practicing his shots. Hi, Kevin. Are you ready to face my challenge? Just as Durant finished speaking, a voice resonated from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Coach Barnes turned his gaze toward the entrance of the gymnasium, where a young man of Asian descent, clad in jeans, a white t-shirt, and a pair of Nike sneakers, stood at approximately 2 meters tall, with a backpack slung over his shoulders. Upon entering, he surveyed the surroundings, smiled, and nodded in acknowledgement upon noticing Barnes's gaze, before walking over to embrace Durant, indicating their familiarity. Bro, you actually made it. If you hadn't shown up, I would have come to fetch you myself. Come. Let me introduce you. This is Coach Rick Barnes from our Longhorns team. Mr. Barnes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Quan Xiao from China, and I look forward to receiving your guidance, Quan Xiao said as he extended his hand, well aware that shaking hands is customary in the West upon first meeting. Hello. Welcome to our school. I too eagerly anticipate seeing you don our team jersey, Barnes replied as he grasped Quan Xiao's outstretched hand. Upon shaking hands, Barnes realized that Quan Xiao's palms dwarfed his, akin to those of an infant. Such hands seemed naturally crafted for the sport of basketball. This realization heightened Barnes's expectations for Quan Xiao even further. I heard you have arranged to train with Kevin today. May I observe from the sidelines? After exchanging greetings, Coach Barnes inquired. Of course, I would greatly appreciate your guidance, Coach. Quan Xiao promptly replied. Very well, Go change into your gear and warm up shortly. I shall serve as the referee for both of you." Once Quan Xiao had donned his attire and completed his warm-up, the two players approached the center of the court, poised to resume their one-on-one match. As before, Durant permitted Quan Xiao to initiate the play. Upon receiving the ball, Quan Xiao opted for a drive, while Durant maintained a tight defense, denying him any space to penetrate. In response to Durant's close guarding, Quan Xiao executed a feint to the right, and as Durant shifted, he swiftly pulled the ball back to the left, maneuvering past him to score with a low layup. His dribbling was solid, his speed remarkable, his agility commendable, and his power impressive. Coach Barnes, observing from the sidelines, offered the aforementioned praise for the impressive drive. Although Quan Xiao had just executed a feint, Durant ultimately did not entirely lose his footing. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao managed to leverage his strength to push past the unsteady Durant and penetrated the paint. Subsequently, with a prayer-like gesture, Quan Xiao once again breached Durant's defense, scoring another point. As with yesterday, Durant rallied back, ultimately securing victory with a score of 10-8. "You have triumphed again, Kevin, but I shall persist in my practice. In the near future, I will surely defeat you," Quan Xiao remarked, panting yet smiling. "Very well, I shall await your challenge." Durant responded with a smile. Though Durant appeared relaxed and cheerful, he was acutely aware that today, Quan Xiao seemed to pose a greater challenge than he did the day before. This was evident in the score, and having faced Quan Xiao in the previous match, Durant had gained a deeper understanding of his skills. Yet today, Quan Xiao managed to score one more point than yesterday. Meanwhile, Coach Barnes, observing from the sidelines, was secretly elated. He had not anticipated that Durant's words were entirely true. This young man from China was indeed a basketball prodigy. Not only did he possess solid fundamental skills, but his offensive repertoire was also remarkably diverse, featuring drives, mid-range shots, three-pointers, backdowns, and even a fadeaway jumper, which, although it did not find its mark, was executed with commendable form. With time, he would undoubtedly refine these skills. It was essential to bring this young talent into the team. With these two players, he believed this year's performance would not falter, although the interior strength was lacking. With these two on the perimeter, they could vanquish most opponents. With a stroke of luck, advancing to the Final Four was within reach. And perhaps even securing a championship with one or two additional competent players was a realistic aspiration. "Welcome to our Longhorns. Please arrive here promptly at 10 tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to secure a scholarship for you. The other benefits will be substantial as well. All you need to do is train diligently and focus on your game." "It is my honor, sir," Quan Xiao replied with a smile. "NCAA, here I come. Dear opponents, are you ready?" Chapter 7. The thrilling physical test the following day. Before 10 o'clock, Quan Xiao arrived at the gym by 9:30, illustrating his eagerness. As anticipated, upon his arrival, he spotted Durant practicing, just as he had on the previous 2 days. This left Quan Xiao deeply impressed. Becoming a superstar is not solely reliant on talent, but rather demands an extraordinary amount of effort and dedication beyond that of the average individual. With such a capable and diligent teammate, this year must yield commendable results, laying a solid foundation for his entry into the NBA. Unbeknownst to Quan Xiao, the Longhorns in his previous life reached the national championships this season, only to be eliminated in the second round. Notably, some players from the team eventually made it to the NBA, including DJ Augustine, the point guard clad in the number 14 jersey, who was a freshman joining this year and was selected 9th overall by the Bobcats in 2008. Additionally, there was Damian Dotson, who was chosen by the Hawks with the 24th pick in 2010, and a center who seemed to have been selected in the second round by the Heat. However, Quan Xiao was oblivious to their fates, as they were not considered star players in the NBA and likely did not achieve significant success. Aside from Durant, another player was engaged in training, focusing on ball handling drills. Judging by his height, which was slightly above 180 centimeters, he was likely playing as a point guard. No other players were present, as the regular season had yet to commence, preventing the team from initiating group training until November. Nevertheless, individual training was permissible, and the coach's responsibilities began in advance. Coach Barnes had invited Quan Xiao today primarily to conduct a comprehensive physical assessment, evaluating his fitness level to facilitate the design of a targeted training regimen for improvement. "Good morning, Kevin. You're here so early again," Quan Xiao greeted Durant as he entered the gym. "Good morning, Quan. Of course, I remember you saying you wanted to defeat me, so I have to work hard," Durant replied with a smile. Upon hearing their exchange, the other player practicing ball handling paused and approached them, curiously examining Quan Xiao before addressing Durant. Hey, Kevin, do you know this guy? Oh, DJ, let me introduce you. This is Quan Xiao, a basketball prodigy from China, who will be joining us soon. Quan, this is DJ Augustine, our point guard. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance. Quan Xiao smiled as he extended his right hand toward Augustine. Hi, DJ Augustine here, but you can call me DJ. I'm pleased to meet you as well, Augustine said, shaking Quan Xiao's hand in return. All right. Now that you two are acquainted, Quan, hurry and change into your training gear. We're continuing our one-on-one. Durant seemed to relish the prospect of competing against Quan Xiao, enjoying the thrill of overcoming an opponent. Okay, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Without unnecessary chatter, Quan Xiao swiftly donned his training attire. After warming up, he commenced a one-on-one match with Durant. As in the previous days, Quan Xiao initiated the game, yet ultimately Durant emerged victorious once more, with a narrow score of 10-9. Clinching the win thanks to a last-minute mistake from Quan Xiao. Off the court, Augustine watched in astonishment, deeply impressed by Durant's prowess, considering him the second-best high school player in the nation. However, he was taken aback by how closely this young man from China could contend with Durant, which certainly exceeded his expectations. All right, Kevin, Quan, take a moment to rest. We will conduct a physical assessment shortly, Coach Barnes announced as the match concluded. While Quan Xiao and Durant were engaged in their spirited contest, Coach Barnes and several of his assistants stood at the sidelines, attentively observing the game. Apart from Barnes, the other assistant coaches were greatly astonished by the abilities displayed by Quan Xiao, given that his opponent was none other than Durant. Yet, observing Barnes's calm demeanor, it was evident that he was already well aware of the Chinese prodigy's capabilities. Understood, Coach. Quan Xiao and Durant replied in unison before taking a seat on the sidelines to recuperate. Rose, McGee, please prepare the necessary equipment for the physical assessments for Kevin and Quan. Barnes instructed his assistants. The two assistant coaches swiftly assembled the equipment, and once Quan Xiao and Durant had sufficiently rested, they commenced the physical evaluations. Following a series of tests, the results were unveiled. Durant's measurements revealed barefoot height of 205 centimeters, weight of 95 kilograms, wingspan of 224 centimeters, standing reach of 279 centimeters, vertical leap of 66 centimeters, running jump of 83 centimeters, a shuttle run time of 11.73 seconds, a 34-meter sprint time of 3.45 seconds, a bench press of 84 kilograms for 10 repetitions, and a body fat percentage of 6. Quan Xiao, barefoot height 198.5 centimeters, weight 98 kilograms, arm span 221 centimeters, standing reach 272 centimeters, vertical leap 91 centimeters. Shuttle run in the key area 11.5 seconds, 34 sprints in 3.7 seconds. Bench press of 120 kilograms for 14 repetitions, body fat percentage 5.8. When Coach Barnes first observed the physical assessment results of both players, particularly those of Quan Xiao, his initial reaction was to question whether the equipment was faulty, followed by a concern over potential errors in the data. After repeated verification, he was left astounded, circling around Quan Xiao to scrutinize him further. To be candid, not only him, but also the two assistant coaches administering the assessment were equally astonished. The data revealed that Quan Xiao's physical attributes were remarkably exceptional, surpassing even the gifted Durant. Frankly, given such extraordinary athletic prowess, it is likely that numerous NBA general managers would be inclined to gamble a first-round pick on him. Indeed, Quan Xiao's physical capabilities, when compared to individuals of Asian descent, even stand out among the African-American elite. Let us consider the approximate statistics of the basketball legend Michael Jordan. Barefoot height 195 centimeters, arm span 217 centimeters, weight 83 kilograms, standing reach approximately 270 centimeters, vertical leap around 97 centimeters, running jump approximately 120 centimeters, 100-meter dash in 10.5 seconds, 34 sprints in 3.6 seconds, air time around 1 second, body fat percentage 3, and a legendary bench press of 200 kilograms. Thus, from the perspective of physical attributes alone, Quan Xiao is indeed a prodigy. Moreover, he possesses unparalleled shooting talent. With scientific, systematic training and the rigors of competition, his future appears exceedingly bright. Now, with Durant and Quan Xiao on his roster, Coach Barnes is filled with confidence for the upcoming season. Chapter 8. Coach Barnes' ambition. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Quan Xiao has spent 2 months in the United States. Throughout this period, under the meticulous guidance of the coaching staff, he has made significant strides in various aspects. His physique has become stronger and more agile, his speed has improved, and most importantly, he has learned to better utilize his body, achieving a higher and more stable success rate in post-up plays. This stands as the best testament to his progress. Now, in one-on-one matchups with Durant, the outcomes are evenly matched, unlike before when he would invariably lose. Regarding Quan Xiao's advancements, Coach Barnes is both gratified and astonished. He feels a sense of satisfaction witnessing Quan Xiao's daily improvements and growing strength. However, he is equally taken aback by Quan Xiao's remarkable learning ability and the extent of his progress, which has far exceeded his expectations. Initially, he believed that by the end of the season, Quan Xiao might reach the level of a collegiate star player. Yet, to his surprise, within just 2 months, Quan Xiao has already begun to hold his own against Durant, which is nothing short of astonishing. What delights him even further is that Durant, spurred on by Quan Xiao's presence, has become more diligent in his training, resulting in a natural enhancement of his own abilities. Based on the arrival of these two formidable players, despite the departure of last season's core member, there remains a steadfast belief that under their leadership, this year may yield even more favorable results than the previous one. The unforeseen addition of Quan Xiao to the team, showcasing his remarkable prowess, has prompted Coach Barnes to continuously recalibrate his ambitions. The initial objective was to reach the national championships and strive to surpass the second round, aiming for the top 16. One should not underestimate this achievement. Given the team's composition, this accomplishment is commendable. Although the inclusion of Durant, the second-ranked high school player in the nation, bolsters the team's strength, the competition is equally formidable. After witnessing the prowess displayed by Quan Xiao and Durant in their one-on-one encounters, the prospect of reaching the top 8 began to seem attainable. However, now 2 months later, observing the progress of both Durant and Quan Xiao, Coach Barnes finds his aspirations stirring. He now believes that at the very least, reaching the Final Four is a necessity, with the ultimate goal being the championship trophy. As the NCAA regular season is set to commence in mid-November, the team is finally able to organize training camps. Prior to this, Quan Xiao had gradually acquainted himself with the other team members. Besides Durant, he was unfamiliar with the rest, including the later NBA recruits, Augustine and Dwayne James. Durant entered the league as a super rookie and subsequently ascended to superstardom. As for the others, they left little impression even as fans, indicating their lack of prominence. After nearly 2 weeks of intensive training, Coach Barnes solidified the team's starting lineup. PG, DJ Augustine, 14, 183 centimeters, 84 kilograms. SG, Quan Xiao 10, 199 centimeters, 99 kilograms. SF, Kevin Durant, 35, 205 centimeters, 95 kilograms. PF, Dwayne James, 5, 203 centimeters, 103 kilograms. C, Dexter Pittman, 34, 211 centimeters, 129 kilograms. Additionally, several key rotation players include guard Jim, swingman Williams, forward Ollie, and forward Powell. The remaining players will have limited opportunities to play unless injuries or suspensions occur among this select group, or if the score margin becomes exceedingly large. After all, the disparity in skill is evident, and Coach Barnes, with his championship aspirations, cannot afford to risk the integrity of the team. Given the team's lack of strength in the paint, Barnes has determined a strategy focusing on perimeter play, emphasizing defensive positioning and screens to create opportunities for outside shooting, thereby capitalizing on their shooting advantages. The synergy between Quan Xiao and Durant allows for seamless pick-and-roll collaborations, given their impressive height and court vision. Whether taking a shot themselves or passing to a teammate in a better position, they can execute with remarkable ease. Once this duo establishes their rhythm, it is likely that most opponents will find themselves at a loss. Furthermore, with Durant's current stature and speed, he can create mismatches against the majority of adversaries. Rarely will opponents be both taller and faster than him, thus guaranteeing his supremacy in most matchups. Should defenses opt for double teaming, Quan Xiao is poised to showcase his shooting prowess, leaving defenders with a sense of regret. Although DJ Augustine, the point guard, lacks height, he compensates with exceptional speed, precise passing, and impressive shooting abilities, along with above-average penetration skills. Most importantly, as a point guard, he possesses a calm demeanor and unwavering confidence. As a shooting guard, Quan Xiao's physical attributes ensure that he maintains an advantage over most opponents. After all, many collegiate power forwards may not match his height and weight, allowing him to overpower most adversaries. Moreover, he boasts a remarkably accurate three-point shot, having once stunned coaches and teammates alike by sinking 187 consecutive shots during a training session. At times, he can even assume the role of a power forward in the paint, not to mention his adeptness in back-to-the-basket moves. Under the guidance of the coaching staff, Quan Xiao has mastered the correct techniques, ensuring a high success rate and consistency in his post plays. It is precisely due to the extraordinary capabilities of this twin-star duo that Coach Barnes dares to set lofty championship aspirations, believing that at the very least, they can secure a place in the Final Four. However, Barnes has also identified a perplexing dilemma. It seems that no tactical approach can fully unleash Durant's potential. Rather, they may inadvertently constrain his innate talents. Consequently, he is contemplating whether to grant Durant greater freedom within the game. As for Quan Xiao, perhaps due to his limited prior game experience, his understanding of the game appears somewhat shallow during practice matches, relying more on individual efforts rather than cohesive teamwork. Defensively, he excels in one-on-one situations but exhibits a lack of awareness in help defense. While these shortcomings may not be apparent against weaker opponents, they become critical flaws when facing formidable adversaries. Fortunately, as he gains more game experience, his improvement in this area becomes increasingly evident. Recent practices have shown him beginning to consciously switch defenses and provide help. Although not yet meeting expectations, it is a significant improvement from his initial performance. With continued exposure to competitive play, it is believed this issue will soon be resolved. As the regular season approaches, the most formidable opponent in the Big 12 Conference for Quan Xiao and his team will be Kansas. The paramount objective of this season is to emerge from the league with a commendable performance, aspiring to enter the national championship with a higher seed, thereby enhancing the team's prospects for advancement. Chapter 9. The Ferocious Longhorns. The inaugural game of the University of Texas attracted considerable attention, particularly because it featured the prodigious talent of Kevin Durant. The progression and outcome of the match unequivocally validated the attention bestowed upon Durant. In his debut, he scored over 30 points, leading his team to a decisive victory against their opponents. Initially, Coach Barnes devised several strategies tailored for Durant. However, as the game unfolded, he chose to grant Durant the freedom to express his prowess. He realized that rigid tactics impeded Durant's potential, so he relinquished control, allowing Durant maximum latitude. Durant did not disappoint the coach's trust, showcasing why he is heralded as a superlative talent. Despite his seemingly slender physique, Durant exhibited a fearless demeanor in the face of physicality. Spectators often witnessed him penetrating the paint, overpowering defenders for emphatic dunks. Such innate talent is undeniably formidable. With Durant's extraordinary presence on the court, his teammate Quan Xiao opted for a more reserved approach. Aside from a few open shots, he concentrated his efforts on the defensive end, resulting in a less flamboyant performance. Nevertheless, a closer examination of the post-game statistics reveals that his overall contribution was commendable: 17 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with merely 2 turnovers, all within 23 minutes of playtime. Notably, he achieved an impressive 5 out of 6 from beyond the arc and converted both of his free throw attempts, without registering any 2-point field goals. This was not due to a lack of capability or an overly stringent defense from opponents, but rather because there was no necessity for Quan Xiao to dominate the ball. Durant and Augustine's ability to penetrate and distribute allowed Quan Xiao ample opportunities from the perimeter, enabling him to effortlessly shoot three-pointers. More often than not, he focused on defending the opposing team's sharpshooters and honing his skills in help defense. As the season progressed, the Longhorns displayed increasing maturity in their performance. With an ever-growing synergy among teammates, Durant's play remained consistently explosive, highlighted by a remarkable streak of 5 consecutive games scoring over 30 points. On January 31, 2007, in a match against Texas Tech University, before an audience of over 13,500, Durant delivered an astounding performance, amassing 37 points alongside 18 rebounds, showcasing a remarkable double-double. In the second half, his individual scoring surpassed that of the entire opposing team, single-handedly dismantling their defense and even convincing the rival coach, Bob Knight, of his prowess. "Durant is truly exceptional," Knight remarked. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches, he possesses such agility, speed, and shooting finesse. "I dare say Durant could indulge in other activities before a game, such as enjoying a drink, and still excel." It is noteworthy that eliciting such praise from Knight for an opposing player is no small feat. Who, indeed, is Knight? He is a seasoned individual well acquainted with the grand stage, having achieved a remarkable 902 victories while coaching in the NCAA. ultimately ranking first in history before being surpassed by Coach K. As a player, Nate secured an NCAA championship once, and later, as a coach, he led his teams to 3 additional titles. He also served as the head coach of the United States men's basketball team, clinching the gold medal at the 1984 Los Angeles Olympics. Following this match, Durant's fame soared as he firmly established himself as the most sought-after player in the NCAA, garnering increasing attention from NBA owners and executives. In fact, the owner of the Bobcats, the legendary Michael Jordan, was fined $15,000 for violating NBA regulations after expressing his admiration for Durant during an interview. Prior to Jordan, Celtics general manager Ainge had already been fined $30,000 for sitting next to Durant's mother during a college game and commenting on Durant's performance, which similarly breached the rules. As the games progressed, Quan Xiao's performance improved significantly. Although his offensive opportunities were limited due to Durant's prowess, his defensive skills saw tremendous growth. Initially proficient in one-on-one defense, his experience deepened with each match, allowing him to rely less on physicality and more on strategic anticipation. This evolution rendered his defense more stable and increasingly troublesome for opponents. His ability to assist in defensive coverage also advanced considerably, placing him among the elite defenders in the league. Thanks to Durant's explosive performance and the collective efforts of his teammates, the Texas Longhorns achieved an impressive 12 consecutive victories, remaining undefeated since the season's outset. This success not only amplified the attention on the Longhorns due to Durant, but also endeared them to an ever-growing fan base, with 2 of their games receiving national television broadcasts. Consequently, Quan Xiao, demonstrating commendable performances, garnered a degree of recognition, particularly within Texas, where he became somewhat of a local celebrity. Throughout these 12 games, Durant averaged an astounding 8 points and 2 rebounds, embodying the essence of a superstar. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao recorded averages of 5 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. His shooting percentage was particularly impressive, standing at 67.5, with a 3-point shooting rate of 61.4, having made 43 of 70 attempts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency with an average of 6 successful three-pointers per game. Furthermore, his free throw shooting was impeccable, achieving a perfect 100 with 37 successful attempts. Had it not been for Durant's dazzling performances, Quan Xiao would undoubtedly have attracted even greater attention. However, at present, Quan Xiao remains largely indifferent to these matters. He aspires to develop his skills discreetly under Durant's protection. It is important to note that his prior experience in competitive matches has been rather limited, and his comprehension of the game is still not sufficiently profound. Now is the crucial time for him to gain experience through gameplay, as excessive attention may not serve him well. Furthermore, he is primarily focused on honing his defensive abilities. Of course, should the need arise, he would not hesitate to take charge of the game and become the team's offensive spearhead. Indeed, Quan Xiao possesses the requisite capabilities. Coach Barnes and his teammates are well aware of his formidable offensive prowess, as he is comparable to Durant himself. However, in pursuit of better results, Coach Barnes has chosen to conceal his strengths at this stage, opting not to allow Quan Xiao to showcase the full extent of his offensive skills, instead revealing only his 3-point shooting and defensive capabilities. Thus far, all of Quan Xiao's points have been derived from 3-pointers and dunks following assists from his teammates, as well as jump shots within the paint and free throws, without ever demonstrating his ball-handling offensive game. This has crafted an image of him as an exceptional 3D player. It must be said that Coach Barnes' strategy is highly deceptive. After all, the threat posed by a player capable of creating their own offense is incomparable to that of one who is not. Consequently, the defensive treatment they receive is vastly different, thereby affording Quan Xiao greater room for improvement. Scoring against less stringent defenses is undoubtedly easier, fostering the development of his confidence. Under the explosive leadership of Durant, the Texas Longhorns have surged ahead with remarkable ferocity, steadily advancing on the path to victory. Chapter 10, the first encounter with Yao this year. The Texas Longhorns have stood out in the Big 12 Conference. Throughout the regular season, only the Kansas University team, led by Chalmers and Brandon Rush, managed to narrowly defeat the Longhorns once by a single point. No other team posed any threat to them. Additionally, they suffered 2 losses in matches against teams from other conferences, while maintaining a perfect record in all other games. In the playoffs, the Longhorns swept through their opponents with ease, securing the title of Big 12 champions and advancing to the national championships with an impressive record of 32 wins and 3 losses. earning them the second seed in the South region. The top seed in the South region was held by Ohio State University, featuring another highly touted prospect, Greg Oden. As other seed teams from across the nation were established, the madness of March in the NCAA finally arrived. As the second seed in the South region, the Longhorns' first opponent is New Mexico State University. Much like other opponents in the regular season, New Mexico State posed no threat to the Texas Longhorns, who effortlessly secured victory and advanced to the second round. Their next adversary is the University of Southern California, a formidable opponent under the leadership of Ty Gibson. Gibson, the star power forward for USC, showcases an explosive playing style, characterized by remarkable agility and prowess in both offense and defense. Having played 3 seasons in college, he is a player of considerable experience, and should he declare for this year's draft, it is likely that a team will select him within the lottery picks. In a previous encounter, the Longhorns fell to USC in the second round, ultimately missing out on the coveted Sweet 16. However, with the addition of Quan Xiao, there is a belief that this match will ignite a different spark. On March 24, 2007, at the home of the Phoenix Suns in the West Conference Arena, the exact location remains unverified, an NCAA men's basketball tournament game will unfold, featuring a showdown between the Texas Longhorns, led by Durant, and the USC Trojans, guided by Ty Gibson. This highly anticipated match has drawn significant attention, with local television stations broadcasting the event, alongside numerous NBA executives and scouts in attendance, as well as several current NBA stars. Esteemed sports media, including Sports Illustrated, have also dispatched reporters to cover this encounter. This atmosphere has invigorated the players on both sides, as they recognize that an outstanding performance could greatly enhance their prospects for the draft. Eager to showcase their talents, each player is poised to make an impression and capture the attention of NBA teams. The sidelines are adorned with prominent NBA stars, team managers, and scouts, as the Suns' home court attracts a host of attendees, including Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady from the Rockets, last year's second overall pick LaMarcus Aldridge, and PJ Tucker, who was selected in the second round. While Quan Xiao understands the presence of Aldridge and Tucker as they represent the team, he is pleasantly surprised by the attendance of Yao and McGrady. Nash and Stoudemire are present due to the convenience of being at their home court. But the journey from Houston for Yao and McGrady raises questions, yet it is conceivable that Quan Xiao's compatriot might have spurred their visit to support their fellow countrymen. Before the game commences, during the warm-up interval, Quan Xiao approaches the sidelines to greet Yao Ming, a revered predecessor and pillar of his nation, who may one day be his teammate on the national team. Moreover, Yao is one of Quan Xiao's favorite basketball players from his previous life. "Hello, Brother Yao. I am Quan Xiao, and I am truly delighted that you could attend my match today. I had an ardent desire to witness your game at the Toyota Center, but alas, I have yet to fulfill that wish. Young man, I have seen your performances, and you have done remarkably well. Today, give it your all and strive to overcome your opponents and advance further," Yao Ming said as he patted Quan Xiao on the shoulder. "I will. Thank you for the encouragement, Brother Yao. Allow me to introduce you to my teammate, Tracy McGrady. You may call him T-Mac." "Hi, T-Mac. This is Quan Xiao from China." Yao Ming casually introduced Quan Xiao to McGrady. "Hi, T-Mac. I have actually known of you for some time. I am your fan. I particularly admire your jump shot, though I have yet to master that elegant style of yours. Hey, brother, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. Like Yo, I have watched your games. Your three-point shooting is impressive. Keep up the great work, and perhaps we shall compete in the NBA someday." McGrady extended his hand and shook Quan Xiao's. "Well then, Brother Yao, T-Mac, I must go warm up. This match will be quite challenging, as the opposing team is formidable." "All right, go ahead. Let us have a meal together after the game," Yao Ming said in Chinese. Qian Xiao re-entered the arena to warm up with his teammates, preparing for the day's match. Meanwhile, McGrady curiously inquired of Yao Ming about what he had said to Qian Xiao. With a smile, Yao Ming responded that he had invited Qian Xiao to dinner after the game, a gesture steeped in Chinese tradition, and asked McGrady if he would like to join. McGrady chuckled, declining the invitation, expressing his concern about potential fines from the NBA. The league enforces stringent regulations prohibiting personnel from interacting privately with NCAA players to prevent any scandalous dealings that could disrupt the equilibrium among NBA teams. However, Yao Ming remained unperturbed. His sole desire was to share a meal with the young player, fostering a deeper camaraderie. After all, if Qian Xiao were to successfully enter the NBA, it would significantly benefit the development of basketball in China. Yao Ming did not dwell on the possibility of incurring fines, even if it were to happen. It mattered little to him. What he truly cared about was Quan Xiao's performance, and he sincerely hoped for his eventual entry into the NBA, willingly seizing this opportunity to impart some valuable insights. Upon Quan Xiao's return, some teammates were curious about his conversation with Yao Ming. With a smile, Quan Xiao revealed that it was merely a greeting, a simple introduction. He then reminded everyone to perform admirably in today's match, emphasizing the importance of defeating their opponents to secure the championship. Kevin, you may be closely guarded by the opposition today, so I suggest you focus on passing the ball more often. Collaborate with the other two, particularly with Quan, Coach Barnes instructed as he outlined the day's primary strategy. Quan, if necessary, you are permitted to take charge of the ball and drive the offense. We need you to break through quickly. This will significantly alleviate the defensive pressure on Kevin. Do you understand? Understood, sir. Quan Xiao and Durant replied in unison. Augustine, you will be our main offensive focal point at the start of the game. The opponents will certainly not anticipate that we will rely on you, so you must unleash your full power right from the beginning while Kevin draws the defender's attention away. Can you manage that? No problem, sir. Augustine responded loudly. Damai Dexter, your primary tasks today are to secure rebounds and maintain tight defense, particularly against Ty Gibson. Aim to keep him outside the paint. Do you understand? Understood, sir. We will ensure the tasks are completed. Good, go forth. Let us conquer our opponents and advance to the next round. Longhorns go. 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 Victory. 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 The Longhorns players formed a circle, hands joined, chanting in unison. Meanwhile, the USC Trojans were equally fierce, and an exhilarating battle was about to unfold. Chapter 11. A gamble during the jump ball. Pittman exerted all his strength but was unable to win the tussle against Gibson. It was an inevitable outcome. Despite his height of 211 centimeters, Gibson's nearly 130 kilograms weight severely hampered his jumping ability, whereas Gibson was renowned for his explosive playing style and superior leaping ability. Thus, the loss of the jump ball was hardly surprising. However, the Longhorns did not dwell on the setback. They positioned themselves in their defensive formation. Coach Barnes opted for a man-to-man defensive strategy today, as the starting players all possessed above-average individual defensive capabilities, a rarity indeed. It is noteworthy that many renowned players may shine offensively but become liabilities on the defensive end. Some are hindered by physical limitations, turning their defense into a gaping hole, while others simply lack defensive awareness or the willingness to engage in defense. After all, defense is a laborious and thankless task, and given that statistics do not reflect its value, many prefer to channel their energy into offense, seeking to score more points. Durant's offensive prowess is unquestionable, and due to his exceptional physical attributes, his individual defensive skills are commendable as well. After all, attempting to pass the ball under the shadow of his long arms is no easy feat. Quan Xiao has begun his defensive journey, and through rigorous training over this period, he has transformed his previous reliance on sheer physicality into a harmonious blend of body and awareness, employing predictive insights about his opponents to enhance his defense. This evolution is largely attributed to the wealth of experience accumulated from numerous games. The point guard for Southern California stands at approximately 190 centimeters and is a Caucasian player. From prior matches, it is evident that he is a remarkably steady point guard, possessing a commendable mid-range shot and decent organizational skills, facilitating a smooth offensive flow for Southern California. Indeed, the opening play unfolded under his orchestration, following a series of screens set by the two big men. Ty Gibson drew the defensive attention of the Longhorns' interior players and passed the ball to the cutting center, who executed a resounding dunk. The Longhorns promptly initiated a counterattack the moment their opponents scored. Pittman swiftly retrieved the ball and dispatched it to Durant, who advanced with the ball, while Quan Xiao and Augustine raced down either flank. Upon entering the opponent's half, Quan Xiao continuously maneuvered beyond the three-point line, creating space for his teammates. The opponents dared not leave Quan Xiao unguarded, likely aware of his three-point threat. Meanwhile, both teams' big men engaged in a duel, each keeping a watchful eye on the other. Although the Longhorns' two interior players struggled offensively, they could not be left unattended. After all, it was unlikely they would miss an open layup or dunk. Durant adeptly drew the attention of two defenders, inadvertently leaving Augustine open. Seizing the moment, Durant swiftly passed the ball to the point guard, who did not disappoint, sinking a three-pointer with precision. On the subsequent play, Southern California capitalized on a series of screens and movement, ultimately creating a one-on-one opportunity for Gibson, who successfully scored against Damay James' defense. Conversely, the Longhorns adhered strictly to Coach Barnes' tactical philosophy, primarily targeting Augustine at the outset. Durant effectively became a decoy, diverting Southern California's defensive focus and granting Augustine the opportunity to showcase his shooting prowess. In truth, Quan Xiao is currently the most proficient shooter on the Longhorns. Yet the opponents have evidently studied previous matches and are acutely aware of his shooting capabilities. They have also discerned that Quan Xiao seemingly lacks the capacity for ball-dominant offensive play. Consequently, Southern California's shooting guard, known for his movement, has been tasked with shadowing Quan Xiao, preventing him from easily receiving passes from teammates. With his connections to his teammates severed, Quan Xiao poses little threat. However, Coach Barnes has yet to signal for Quan Xiao to take on ball-handling duties, as he has successfully entangled one of the opposing defenders. Furthermore, Quan Xiao's active and agile movement sometimes necessitates the Southern California point guard to assist defensively, thereby providing some support for Augustine. As the game reached the 5th minute of the first half, Southern California's head coach called for a timeout. He has discerned that Barnes is primarily focusing his offensive strategy on Augustine. It must be acknowledged that this tactic is proving quite effective, as reflected in the current score of 12-8, with Southern California trailing. Notably, apart from a dunk executed by the formidable center, the entirety of their 12 points has been sourced from the point guard Augustine, who has managed to score 2 3-pointers and 2 layups from merely 6 attempts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Perhaps Durant's brilliance has overshadowed his teammates, leading many to overlook Augustine's impressive shooting ability. This overshadowing is also attributable to the pervasive impression left by Durant's shooting prowess, which somewhat obscures the fact that Augustine possesses commendable shooting skills as well. During the timeout, the commentators are analyzing the preceding 5 minutes of gameplay. I must say, Barnes of the Longhorns is a coach full of innovative ideas. It is rather unexpected that, in such a pivotal match, he would utilize a lethal weapon like Kevin Durant as a decoy, allowing a 183 centimeters point guard to take the lead in offensive efforts. This strategy is undeniably bold and brimming with creativity. It is indeed surprising. One must recognize that Durant has already established himself as an unstoppable superstar in previous matches, making his role as the primary offensive player seem natural. However, Barnes dares to take a different approach, using him merely as a distraction for defensive attention, with impressive results. Another commentator concurred, stating that it is merely a surprising tactic, and he doubts Augustine can maintain such performance throughout the game. It is evident that Barnes will not continue to rely on Augustine as the main offensive focus, and Southern California will certainly respond accordingly. Yet, one commentator disagreed with the previous 2 opinions. So Charlie, how do you think Southern California will react next? The first commentator inquired. I believe they will undoubtedly exploit their strengths in the paint, as the Longhorns' interior strength pales in comparison to their perimeter capabilities, while Southern California excels in the interior. Charlie asserted, as long as Southern California continues to leverage their strengths, they will surely overtake the score, considering their overall superiority. The Longhorns rely solely on Durant, and if he is neutralized, they become significantly less threatening. Charlie, do not forget that Texas also has a formidable player from China, whose shooting skills are quite impressive. Southern California might face considerable challenges from him. Moreover, Augustine has been performing admirably today, his colleague interjected. Oh, Danny, Augustine is merely a shooter. A single shooter cannot determine the outcome of the game. Just assign someone to shadow him closely, and you'll see that Southern California has executed this strategy effectively, as that Chinese player has yet to score a single point thus far. Charlie, would you dare to wager on whether that Chinese player will score 20 points today? The colleague who reminded Charlie smirked and proposed a wager. All right, let us gamble. I, Charlie, have never feared anyone when it comes to betting. What shall be the stakes? You decide the wager. Very well, let it be akin to the bet made with Sir Charles. The loser shall kiss the donkey's rear. Clearly, Charlie was confident in his judgment. No problem, it's a deal. The loser shall kiss the donkey's rear during the next nationwide broadcast. Danny, you shall be the witness. Thus, under Danny's watchful eye, a wager was born. Chapter 12. Adjustments in Southern California. The all-out offensive after the timeout, as Charlie had predicted. The University of Southern California began to adjust their tactics. Their offense focused primarily on the interior, while defensively, they fortified the paint, pushing their opponents outside the key, and maintained a one-on-one defense against Quan Xiao, denying him any opportunities for an open shot. With these adjustments, Southern California seized the initiative. As they opened up their offense through the paint, their defensive prowess began to manifest, rendering Augustine's contributions ineffective. Fortunately, Barnes provided appropriate directives, prompting Augustine to pivot towards playmaking, shifting the primary focus to Durant. Consequently, Durant entered a scoring frenzy, continuously racking up points. However, Southern California remained steadfast, prioritizing their interior attack while stifling the outside threats from the University of Texas, allowing Durant to fend for himself. Gradually, Southern California managed to equalize the score and, at the 14-minute mark of the first half, even took the lead. During this period, Durant single-handedly scored 15 points through a combination of drives and jump shots, while Quan Xiao managed to sink 2 three-pointers, contributing to the Longhorns' total of 21 points. In contrast, Southern California, under Gibson's leadership, blossomed offensively, amassing 28 points and leading by 3 at 36-33. Just as I anticipated. Southern California has opened up their offense through the paint after adjustments and has taken the lead. Historically, dominance in the paint has been the key to victory. With Southern California's superiority in the interior, they should indeed commence their assault from there. Relying solely on outside shooting will not secure a championship. Watching Southern California gain momentum and surpass the score, Charlie began to boast once more. However, Charles interjected, but Southern California is only ahead by 3 points. And Durant has already scored 17. He is in fine form, with approximately 6 minutes remaining in the first half. This lead is hardly secure. His betting counterpart countered, indeed. Durant's performance is phenomenal, but relying solely on him cannot clinch the game. Basketball is fundamentally a team sport. A single player cannot carry the team too far. Not even someone as formidable as Michael was in his prime, who could not single-handedly lead his team out of the Eastern Conference. I must concede to Charlie on this matter. A championship cannot be won by one player alone. In terms of individual prowess, Durant is undoubtedly a frontrunner for the top draft pick. Even now, he would be a key player in the NBA, possibly even the centerpiece for some weaker teams. However, the Longhorns evidently could not offer him sufficient assistance. This match might very well be the final game of his collegiate career, Danny remarked. If the young Chinese player possessed the ability to initiate an offensive play, there might still be a chance in this contest. Yet, relying solely on Durant, this game appeared devoid of suspense. The only intrigue that remained was whether Durant could once again surpass his previous scoring record, breaking the 40-point barrier. Charlie interjected, "Let us not be so definitive. I actually believe that the young Chinese player may yet shine. While a sharpshooter might not dictate the entire course of the game, they could certainly alter the dynamics at critical moments." As they spoke, the game's trajectory shifted. USC had just seen Gibson score, widening their lead to 5 points. After bringing the ball past half-court, Augustine did not immediately pass to Durant as he had previously. Instead, he handed it to Quan Xiao. This decision bewildered both the USC players and the spectators, as Quan Xiao had never before initiated an offensive play, typically opting to move into open space before receiving the ball to shoot. However, it was now apparent that the Longhorns intended for Quan Xiao to lead the attack. Observing his teammates create space for him, including the star player Kevin Durant and the confident Barnes on the sidelines, the USC coach suddenly felt an unsettling premonition. Charlie in the commentary booth wore a perplexed expression. What was the Longhorns' strategy? Were they truly allowing the young Chinese player to handle the ball? Did he possess that capability? It was known that he had not previously shown such offensive prowess, presenting instead as a quintessential 3-and-D player. The disparity between a player who can create their own shot and one who cannot is vast. The threat posed by a ball handler far exceeds that of a non-ball handler. Perhaps it was not that he lacked the ability to create his own offense. Rather, the previous games had simply not necessitated it, speculated the uncertain commentator. This might be a cunning ploy by Coach Barnes, deliberately concealing the young man's talents for the national stage, such as this very moment, Danny added. On the other side, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady in the stands were equally astonished. Having observed prior games, they had assumed Quan Xiao would not initiate any offensive plays. But it appeared that their assumptions were misguided. On the court, receiving Augustine's pass, Quan Xiao surged forward, leaving the USC defender momentarily bewildered before he realized Quan Xiao had penetrated the paint. With a sudden stop and a jump shot, he effortlessly sent the ball through the hoop. This sequence of actions was fluid and graceful, clearly indicating that he had practiced this maneuver extensively, not merely relying on chance. In the ensuing minutes, Quan Xiao unequivocally demonstrated his prowess in offensive play, revealing himself to be quite adept. Under the impact of the opposing team, Southern California's advantage began to wane, the score gradually narrowing until they were overtaken. just as Southern California had caught the Longhorns off guard after their adjustments. The current performance of Quan Xiao evoked a similar sensation. The coach of the University of Southern California had indeed attempted to make adjustments, yet man-to-man defense proved ineffectual. And double-teaming was hindered by a lack of personnel. It is essential to recognize that even Durant is a challenge to contain alone. Moreover, Quan Xiao's passing ability is quite commendable. His previously low assist numbers stemmed from a lack of ball handling. Now, with the ball in his hands, his vision and passing prowess make it exceedingly simple to deliver the ball to open teammates when faced with a double team. With Quan Xiao's buzzer beater, the Longhorns ended the first half leading by 6 points at 49-43. Within those nearly 6 minutes, Quan Xiao had scored 2 3-pointers, including the final buzzer shot, alongside 2 mid-range jumpers and a layup, totaling 12 points, while also contributing 2 assists and a steal. His performance significantly altered the course of the game, much to the delight of one commentator, while Charlie appeared visibly embarrassed. In the second half, Southern California would undoubtedly seek ways to contain him, determined that this young man's fortuitous streak would not continue. After all, he was not Durant. It was unlikely he could maintain such a hot streak for long. Charlie could only harbor silent prayers of frustration. Yet, truthfully, he himself had little confidence in Southern California's ability to achieve this. For based on Quan Xiao's performance in those few minutes, it seemed virtually impossible to fully restrict him unless they disregarded the pursuit of victory and focused solely on containing him. But how could they forsake the desire to win? It appeared that today, the illustrious Charlie would fall to the hands of a Chinese player. I believe that after today, the draft prospects for the young Chinese player have improved significantly. I am now certain that he will not be overlooked for a top 10 position. I concur with your viewpoint. Chapter 13, A Battle of Offense. The Longhorns laugh last. During halftime, Southern California's head coach could not conceive a strategy to simultaneously contain both Durant and Quan Xiao. There was not a single player on his team capable of neutralizing either of them in one-on-one situations, and the prospect of double teaming was out of the question unless they could field 7 players. Thus, they could only hope that one of the two would take a breather and allow the other to score. Upon realizing the futility of their defensive strategies, they resolved to prioritize offense in the second half. By matching offense for offense, they sought to suppress their opponents through scoring, for in the end, basketball is a game where the highest score prevails. As for the Longhorns, they had never feared any opponent in terms of offense. Firstly, Durant's offensive prowess in the current NCAA landscape is nothing short of a game-changing anomaly, especially with an equally formidable Quan Xiao by his side. With these two present, even if the others were somewhat weaker offensively, it would not significantly impact the overall outcome. As the second half commenced, both teams launched into a fierce offensive battle. In Southern California, the strategy predominantly revolves around interior offensive plays, supplemented by exterior attempts. At this stage, any NCAA team finds itself at a disadvantage when facing the Longhorns beyond the arc. Conversely, the Longhorns' interior defense is notoriously weak, and if a coach fails to exploit the opponent's vulnerabilities, their tenure in the profession would be in jeopardy. Similarly, Coach Barnes capitalizes on the opponent's inferior perimeter strength, orchestrating plays centered around Durant and Quan Xiao, with Augustine providing support, relentlessly targeting the adversary's interior defense. Each of these players possesses formidable penetration abilities, which results in considerable difficulties for Southern California's interior defense. Many players accumulate at least 3 fouls, rendering them hesitant and cautious in their defensive efforts, ultimately diminishing their capacity to contain the offensive prowess of Durant and Quan Xiao. As the second half progressed to the 8-minute mark, the score stood at 71-59, with the Longhorns leading by 12 points. During these brief 8 minutes, both teams showcased an exhilarating offensive duel, scoring 22 and 16 points respectively, featuring spectacular dunks and mesmerizing 3-point shots that thrilled spectators both at the venue and at home. However, this intense exchange also exacted a significant toll on stamina, prompting Coach Barnes to call a timeout once the lead surpassed 10 points, signaling a need for rotation. His starters had been on the court for an extended duration with minimal rest. Failing to provide relief might compromise their performance in the latter stages of the match, rendering any potential victory less rewarding. Given the substantial lead, there was room for slight indulgence. Coach Barnes substituted all 4 starting players, save for Quan Xiao. Durant, having expended considerable energy during the first half, found little utility in his role as a defensive center amidst the relentless offensive skirmish. He had merely been running back and forth, wasting stamina. Thus, it was prudent to replace him with a quicker, more agile backup center, who might offer additional support on the offensive end. Simultaneously, after substituting Augustine, Quan Xiao was moved to the point guard position, allowing him to fully command the ball and strategically extend the offensive clock, aiming to consume more than 30 seconds per possession, noting that the NCAA enforces a 35-second shot clock, facilitating adherence to the coach's tactics. On the opposing side, Southern California was left with no choice but to go all in, retaining Gibson on the court despite his 3 fouls while substituting another frontcourt player for their primary center, who was burdened with 4 fouls. They also introduced their leading shooting guard, who had previously been a substitute, but was now deployed to shadow Quan Xiao throughout the game due to his superior defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, fatigue was evident as he struggled to keep pace with Quan Xiao, whose remarkable stamina was well acknowledged within the team, a quality that elicited envy from Durant. In terms of offensive skills, Durant humbly admits that he is not inferior to the likes of Quan Xiao, and perhaps even surpasses him slightly. However, when it comes to strength, speed, and physical endurance, Durant concedes that he falls short. This has led many to speculate about Quan Xiao's ethnicity, as they have seldom encountered an individual of Asian descent possessing such exceptional and almost superhuman physical attributes. The common perception of individuals from this background is that they cannot compete physically with their black counterparts, and even when compared to Caucasians, they often appear lacking. Yet, Quan Xiao stands as a remarkable exception. His physical prowess is unparalleled within his team and arguably among the entire NCAA. As the match resumed, both teams continued to exchange offensive blows. Durant's departure significantly affected the Longhorns, allowing Southern California to execute a relentless double-team strategy against Quan Xiao, which somewhat stifled the Longhorns' offensive momentum. Meanwhile, the newly substituted shooting guard for Southern California, brimming with energy and originally a starter, bolstered their offensive capabilities. This ebb and flow led to a gradual narrowing of the score gap between the two teams. Despite this, Southern California struggled to close the deficit to within 5 points, consistently hovering between 5 and 7 points behind. At this juncture, Coach Barnes decided to unleash Quan Xiao's full offensive potential. It was only then that spectators realized the Longhorns possessed another fierce competitor who, in terms of offensive prowess, was truly comparable to Durant. The frightening aspect was that this previously hidden strength of the Longhorns had already secured an impressive record of 32 wins and 3 losses. If they were to play without restraint, could they potentially achieve a perfect season? The unwavering effort of Quan Xiao rendered any attempt by Southern California to narrow the score futile. Each time the University of Southern California managed to close the gap to 5 points, Quan Xiao responded with a decisive shot. Whether it be a 3-pointer or a penetrating drive, he effectively kept Southern California from surmounting the 5-point threshold, leading to a psychological strain on the players as they faced repeated setbacks. Meanwhile, Durant enjoyed extended periods of rest to recuperate his stamina. As the second half reached the 15th minute, with Southern California again trailing by 5 points, Coach Barnes substituted back in Durant and Augustine, signaling his intent to battle for victory. On the opposite side, Southern California also deployed their strongest lineup in a last-ditch effort. At this stage of the game, there were no tricks left. It was a straightforward contest of strength. The final minutes were intensely competitive, with both teams exerting their utmost in offense and defense, the confrontation growing increasingly fierce. However, the Longhorns boasted superstar-caliber players who could decisively influence the outcome, 2 of them, in fact. Thus, despite Southern California's relentless efforts in the final 5 minutes, with each player giving their all, their lack of innate talent became apparent. The score ultimately widened to over 10 points in the last minute and a half, leading to a reluctant decision to concede, resulting in the substitution of all their starters. Observing this, Coach Barnes also replaced his starting players, allowing the reserves to finish the remaining 1.5 minutes of the game. The final score read 89-81, with the Texas Longhorns emerging victorious by an 8-point margin over the University of Southern California Trojans. Throughout the game, Kevin Durant amassed a double-double with 27 points and 11 rebounds, while Augustine contributed nearly a double-double with 17 points and 9 assists. Nonetheless, the standout performer was undoubtedly Quan Xiao, who unleashed his potential, achieving a remarkable 32 points, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 1 block, with only 2 turnovers. Following this game, Quan Xiao's reputation was sure to ascend to new heights. Chapter 14. Post-game reactions and rising fame after the match. Yao Ming indeed invited Quan Xiao to dine at a Chinese restaurant in Phoenix, during which he shared numerous insights and reflections about the game. He expressed his heartfelt hopes for Quan Xiao, encouraging him to strive for a place in the NBA, where the presence of Chinese athletes is regrettably sparse. And even among Asian players, they are few and far between. Quan Xiao harbored deep respect for Yao Ming. This is an individual who has wholeheartedly devoted himself to the advancement of Chinese basketball. In his previous life, Yao Ming rarely missed any national team matches, regardless of whether they were inconsequential warm-up games. However, these seemingly trivial matches only exacerbated his physical exhaustion, significantly increasing the likelihood of injury, ultimately leading to his premature retirement at what should have been the pinnacle of his career. This undeniably represents a profound regret, not only for Yao Ming himself, but also for the Chinese national team and the vast community of basketball enthusiasts. Quan Xiao initially contemplated discussing with Yao Ming the notion of participating less in inconsequential matches, yet ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Given his understanding of Yao Ming, he realized that unless Yao was genuinely incapacitated due to injury, it would be utterly impossible to deter him from serving his country. Rather than persuading Yao to reduce his participation in games, it would be more prudent for Quan Xiao to expedite his own growth and join the national team, thereby alleviating some of Yao's burdens and striving to extend his athletic career. This match showcased Quan Xiao's prowess and potential to a broader audience. Previously, he had garnered a certain level of recognition in Texas, but now he is beginning to establish a presence across the United States, largely owing to his remarkable performance in this game. Following the match, TNT Sports published a detailed report titled "Longhorns Twin Stars Shine as Southern California Battles to Elimination," which emphasized Quan Xiao's exceptional display. The article noted that the Longhorns were not initially considered contenders for the championship this year, despite possessing the highly touted Kevin Durant, as one individual alone could not propel the team too far. Earlier predictions for the Longhorns suggested they might reach the second round, with a stroke of luck perhaps allowing them to penetrate the top 16. However, TNT has since revised its expectations for the Longhorns, asserting that the team now possesses the capability to reach the Final Four. If they continue to perform well, the possibility of clinching the championship is not beyond reach. After all, the NCAA implements a single elimination format, which imbues the competition with an element of unpredictability and excitement. ESPN and Sports Illustrated have expressed similar sentiments, ultimately elevating expectations for the University of Texas. Previously, Quan Xiao's shooting and defensive prowess left a profound impression, leading many to believe that if he were to enter this year's draft, his selection would not fall below the 20th pick. Following this match, Quan Xiao's ball-handling skills were showcased, with the Dallas Morning News even suggesting that he is now sufficiently positioned to enter the lottery picks. Furthermore, the commercial value brought by Chinese players may entice a daring manager to consider him within the top 5, especially given that this year's top draft prospects are limited to just 2, with the remainder trailing behind. The Houston Chronicle has also shown interest in Quan Xiao, particularly due to his Chinese heritage. The Rockets possess a first-round pick this year, likely at the latter end of the round based on their current performance. Should Quan Xiao declare for the draft, the Rockets intend to use this late first-round pick to select him, forming a Chinese duo. However, following this match, the Houston Chronicle posits that selecting Quan Xiao at the end of the first round is now implausible. One would need a lottery pick to secure him. In the latest draft predictions released by Slam magazine, Quan Xiao is projected to be selected at the 9th position. The top 14 in this forecast include notable names such as Greg Oden, Kevin Durant, Joakim Noah, Mike Conley, Al Horford, Roy Hibbert, Corey Brewer, Jeff Green, Quan Xiao, Brandon Wright, Aaron Aflalo, Mike Roberts, Asic, and E. Jianlian. Alan Smith, the esteemed operator of the authoritative draft site BadDraft.net, remarked that if Quan Xiao enters this year's draft, he will undoubtedly be taken within the top 10. Prior to showcasing his ball-handling capabilities, this young man from China was already assured a late first-round selection solely based on his exceptional movement, shooting ability, and elite defensive skills. Following this match, his draft stock is certain to soar, a direct result of his enhanced defensive display. Another reputable draft website, Draft Express, shares Smith's perspective, asserting that should Quan Xiao declare for the draft, he would likely be chosen within the top 10. Quan Xiao represents a new hope for Chinese basketball. Although I have yet to witness him play live, I have seen numerous matches through televised broadcasts. His shooting has left an indelible mark on me. I have never encountered another player with such remarkable shooting talent. Yao Ming, who watched this match, remarked in an interview that he was pleasantly surprised by Quan Xiao's performance today, wishing his younger brother well. and hoping to meet him in the NBA soon. Perhaps we are still underestimating his potential. I believe he possesses the genes necessary to become an exceptional point guard. Perhaps his scoring ability has somewhat overshadowed his organizational skills. But trust me, this individual undoubtedly possesses the potential to become an exceptional point guard. Nash remarked during an interview with reporters. He has consistently been a remarkable player, and his most significant trait is his ability to elevate his performance in each game. His capacity for learning has astonished our coaching staff when he first joined the team. Although his one-on-one skills were commendable, he struggled to fully harness his prowess during games. However, through continuous learning and adaptation in practice matches and games, he has achieved the remarkable performance we witnessed today. After the game, Coach Barnes stated in an interview that while he initially exhibited offensive ball handling, our coaching staff believed it prudent for him to solidify his fundamentals first, prompting us to focus his efforts more on defense. Most importantly, Kevin can handle the majority of opponents on the offensive end by himself. He is fully capable of such feats. You must understand that I train with him every day. Honestly, I am grateful that this guy is my teammate. Otherwise, I would be troubled by how to contend with him. Now let the other teams worry. Our goal this year is the championship. Kevin Durant proclaimed his championship aspirations during an interview. These interviews have, to some extent, brought notoriety to the Longhorns, elevating their popularity. This game has prompted other opponents to regard the Longhorns with increasing seriousness. If they wish to advance further, the Longhorns must strive for even greater excellence. Chapter 15. The showdown between top draft prospects. After triumphing over Southern California, the Texas Longhorns advanced smoothly into the Sweet 16. In the subsequent round against the University of Memphis, both Durant and the Longhorns unleashed their full potential from the very beginning, holding nothing back. Under their leadership, the Longhorns seized the early advantage, gradually increasing their lead to 19 points by halftime. As the second half commenced, the duo continued to exert their influence, extending the lead to 30 points within just 5 minutes, effectively sealing the victory. With the outcome already determined, both teams substituted their starters, and ultimately, the Longhorns triumphed over their opponents with a score of 83-67, advancing robustly into the Elite Eight. Their next adversary is Ohio State University, home to another highly regarded draft prospect, Greg Oden. This year, Ohio State has made remarkable strides, bolstered by a cadre of talented players, concluding the regular season with an impressive record of 34 wins and 3 losses, including a 15-1 record within the Big Ten Conference, ultimately entering the tournament as the #1 seed from the Southern region. Prior to this, they had triumphed over Connecticut State, Xavier, and Tennessee to secure their place in the Elite Eight. The main lineup features the prodigious center Greg Oden, power forward Harris, and the backcourt duo of Lon Lewis and Butler, with the point guard being Oden's high school alumnus, Mike Conley. Ohio State University boasts a remarkably youthful team, with Butler being the most seasoned player as a junior, while Lewis and Harris are merely sophomores, and both Conley and Oden are freshmen this academic year. Yet, this young squad has brought considerable acclaim to Ohio State, and with one more step, they could advance to the Final Four. The regular season record shows the Longhorns at 32 wins and 3 losses, just 2 victories shy of their opponents, which has positioned them as the second seed. Now both teams have triumphed over their respective rivals and are set to clash in a match that promises to solidify their reputations. Faced with the immensely talented Greg Oden, the Longhorns' interior defense finds itself utterly incapable of posing any challenge to him. In a previous life, during the finals against the formidable Florida University, which boasted a frontcourt featuring Noah and Horford, Oden astonishingly dominated both players. Although the game ultimately ended in defeat, Oden's individual performance was undeniably epic, a testament to his status as the top draft pick. Had it not been for injuries, one can only speculate on the heights he might have reached. This match, featuring 2 top draft prospects alongside 2 other players likely to be selected in the lottery, has captured the attention of the entire nation. Networks such as TNT, ESPN, CBS, and Time Warner have opted for nationwide broadcasts, with media outlets predicting that the viewership could reach staggering numbers. On March 28, 2007, at the Key Arena in Seattle, a heavyweight NCAA matchup is about to unfold. Ohio State University, led by the coveted Greg Oden, faces the University of Texas, home to another top draft contender, Kevin Durant. The moment the matchup was confirmed, it drew the gaze of the entire nation, igniting questions about who would emerge victorious and what sparks might fly between these 2 titans. What explosive performances might we witness from their supporting cast? All of these prospects fuel anticipation. Kevin, are you nervous? Asked Alshad during warm-ups before the game. No. I feel incredibly excited. You know, I've been looking forward to this face-off with him. I want to show everyone that Kevin is second to none. As Quan Xiao heard Durant's response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been anxious about Durant's potential psychological fluctuations when facing Odin. For Durant was known to be an exceptionally proud individual, his pride firmly rooted in his prowess. Both players were prodigiously talented, yet the disparity in their evaluations was stark. A fact that irked the proud Durant. However, since they belonged to different leagues, the opportunity for confrontation had been elusive until now. Finally, they found themselves in a pivotal quarterfinal match, igniting within Durant a fervent desire to validate his capabilities. The disparity in public perception of the two athletes was not entirely unwarranted. Odin, as a center, embodied the quintessential cornerstone of any team, a coveted asset throughout basketball history. In contrast, Durant, a small forward, found that teams historically built around this position were far less common, with notable exceptions such as LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony in 2003. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Odin, excelling in the center position, garnered greater acclaim despite both players possessing remarkable talent. Odin, too, aimed to solidify his status as the top pick through this game. He had resolved to enter this year's draft, hoping to cap off his collegiate career with a championship. In the lead-up to the game, major media outlets had fervently stoked the flames of anticipation, for this matchup was indeed laden with intrigue. Both teams boasted impressive regular season records and featured a top draft prospect as their linchpin. With both squads showcasing formidable offensive prowess, the spectacle promised to be exhilarating. Consequently, the excitement surrounding the game was palpable. The event also drew the attention of team executives and scouts from franchises vying for high draft positions, particularly those hoping to secure the coveted first overall pick. Managers and scouts alike took their places courtside, eager to scrutinize the performances of the two premier prospects while also keeping an eye on the supporting players for any potential surprises. At 9:30 a.m. on March 28, 2007, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the game as he tossed the basketball into the arena. Without a doubt, Greg Oden of Ohio State won the tip-off, granting his team the opportunity to advance on offense. Ohio's point guard, Mike Conley, skillfully dribbled the ball forward while surveying the court. Following the tip-off, Oden immediately surged towards the opponent's paint, using his speed to outpace Texas's Pittman and charge in first. Observing this, Conley swiftly tossed the ball towards the hoop, and Oden, upon entering the key, leapt to catch Conley's pass and emphatically slammed the ball into the basket. This spectacular alley-oop at the outset of the game sent the fans on the sidelines into a frenzy, while commentators from various television networks marveled at the play. This moment vividly showcased Oden's physical prowess and highlighted Conley's attributes as a playmaker, particularly his timing, precision, and comfort in passing. On the other hand, Texas remained unfazed by this play, having prepared various strategies in advance, anticipating such scenarios. Following Oden's basket, they quickly launched a counterattack. Augustine received the inbound pass from Pittman and swiftly brought the ball across half-court, while his teammate, Harris, maneuvered outside the three-point line to create opportunities, thereby stretching Ohio's defense and preventing congestion in the paint. Augustine passed the ball to Durant, who simultaneously made a high-position run to draw the opponent's defense, allowing Durant to receive the ball, exploit his speed advantage, and drive past Lewis, his defender. Pittman, serving as a defensive shield, may not have excelled in offense or defense, but effectively blocked Oden behind him. Consequently, Ohio's power forward, Harris, had no choice but to step in for support. However, Durant had already made his move, leaping 2 steps beyond the free throw line, and, over the outstretched Harris, forcefully dunked the ball into the basket. In this inaugural exchange, the two top draft picks began the game with emphatic dunks, showcasing their extraordinary talent to the world. Thus, the encounter was imbued with a sense of grandeur from the very start. Chapter 16, a synthesis of offense and defense. Odin, unstoppable on offense. Durant, a force to reckon with. Durant's response with a thunderous dunk ignited the game, amplifying the intensity of the contest and demonstrating his tenacity. Odin recently concluded an offensive sequence with a thunderous dunk, to which Durant immediately responded in kind. The fierce rivalry between the two captivated the audience, drawing enthusiastic applause from numerous NBA team managers and stars seated courtside, as they marveled at the dueling prowess of these two athletes. In the ensuing match, Ohio adhered meticulously to the pre-game strategy devised by their coach, relentlessly exploiting the vulnerabilities of Texas's interior defense. Neither Pittman nor James could exert any influence over Oden, who dominated the offensive end with a repertoire of dunks, layups, mid-range shots, and delicate hooks. In the face of Texas's frail interior, Oden appeared to embody the very essence of a king in the paint, showcasing his multifaceted skills. Meanwhile, on the defensive end, Pittman and James were rendered ineffective, with both Augustine and Durant falling victim to emphatic blocks. Durant, on the other hand, displayed his offensive brilliance, executing an array of scoring techniques, including explosive dunks, jump shots, three-pointers, and second-chance points after rebounding. Aside from being thwarted by one of Oden's formidable blocks, Durant was virtually unstoppable, consistently racking up points. Each coach emphasized their respective team's strongest assets, with the two highly touted number 1 picks engaging in a riveting exchange of skills. The match was nothing short of electrifying, as Oden's relentless dunks dismantled Texas's interior, only for Durant to immediately retaliate with a powerful drive to the basket. A three-pointer from Durant was met with a swift counter from Oden's nimble hook shot beneath the rim. Both individuals possessed their own ambitions, naturally intertwined with a degree of rivalry, supported tactically by their respective coaches. At this juncture, neither party is willing to concede, as yielding would signify a loss of initiative in this contest. Overall, Oden requires the support of his teammates. As a center, he cannot solely traverse the court, but rather relies on the collaboration of his peers, positioning himself to receive passes for offensive opportunities. In contrast, Durant is capable of initiating attacks independently, rendering him seemingly more dynamic. As the game reached 12 minutes and 45 seconds, Oden scored again beneath the basket, bringing the score to 25-23. With Ohio momentarily leading by 2 points, a shift in momentum favoring Ohio State University. Durant's offensive prowess is indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing Oden's. However, Oden's own offensive capabilities are not to be underestimated, particularly against Texas's interior defense, which struggles to contain a player of Oden's caliber. While Pittman, as a defensive center, performs adequately against average players, he falls short against a top draft prospect like Oden. Beyond his offensive contributions, Oden's defensive impact is remarkable, and it could be argued that defense is his forte. Presently, Oden embodies a behemoth of both offense and defense. Conversely, Durant excels primarily in offense, with a less pronounced influence on defense. Although Durant appears to dominate the scoring against Oden, it is evident that Oden holds the strategic advantage in the game's trajectory. In nearly 13 minutes of play, Oden amassed 12 points, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks, one of which was against Durant. Durant, on the other hand, recorded 20 points, 2 rebounds, and 1 assist, with all his scoring, save for a three-pointer, stemming from his own efforts. This illustrates that while Ohio emphasizes Oden as a focal point, they have not neglected other scoring avenues, maintaining a relatively balanced distribution of points and utilizing Oden's presence to create opportunities for his teammates. In stark contrast, Texas has concentrated all their offensive firepower on Durant, allowing him full autonomy in shooting and passing. Although Durant's tenacious offense withstands Ohio's collective assault, it exacts a toll on his stamina, potentially leading to fatigue before the second half. Coach Barnes has bestowed upon Durant the utmost trust and freedom. Initially, he contemplated devising specific strategies for Durant, but soon recognized that any tactical constraints would stifle the young man's innate talents. Thus, he chose to allow Durant the liberty to play as he sees fit. Durant's prowess is indeed remarkable, as evidenced by his numerous 30-point games during the regular season. Yet this also reveals a concern. He appears to be struggling to embrace the role of a leader. He had grown accustomed to relying on his own prowess to vanquish adversaries, seldom contemplating how to inspire his teammates to unleash their full potential. This approach might yield results when confronting opponents of lesser or comparable skill. However, when faced with those whose abilities significantly surpassed his own, he often found himself tasting the bitter fruit of defeat. Such was the case with the Texas Longhorns of his previous life, where, despite Durant's impressive personal statistics and accolades, the ultimate team performance was rather lackluster. With a record of 25 wins and 10 losses, they could only secure a third-place finish in the Big 12 Conference. Their journey in the national championship was cut short in the second round, falling to Southern California and ending in the round of 32. Thus, following Oden's scoring, Coach Barnes called the first time out of the first half. Indeed, up to this point in the game, Coach Barnes had refrained from calling any timeouts, as previously mentioned. He had granted Durant considerable freedom on the court. Therefore, observing Durant play more independently than usual, he had not deemed it necessary to intervene. He believed Durant would eventually recalibrate, yet he had not anticipated that Durant seemed ensnared in a frenzy today. Fortunately, while this young man played with an individualistic style, his efficiency remained high, preventing significant deficits on the scoreboard. Nonetheless, such a playing style was undeniably taxing on stamina and could not be sustained for long. Furthermore, the excessive concentration of the ball would leave his teammates cold. After prolonged periods without involvement, they would struggle to contribute effectively. Quan Xiao can indeed empathize with Durant's sentiments. However, he may not fully endorse his methods. As a player who prioritizes victory above all else, he places less significance on personal achievements. Otherwise, with his current prowess, he could effortlessly forge a dual-core partnership with Durant, enhancing his statistics through increased attempts. Yet, he refrains from such actions, often adhering to a 3D player style, only occasionally resorting to core strategies when necessary, as demonstrated in the previous 2 playoff matches. He recognizes that Durant's current performance is influenced by the presence of Odin on the opposing team, who happens to be his rival for the top draft pick and has consistently garnered higher acclaim, which stirs a sense of discontent within Durant. He yearns to measure himself against Odin on the court, believing that outperforming Odin would validate his superiority. Nevertheless, should he triumph in statistics yet falter in the game, it might elevate Odin's standing even further. Thus, will Barnes' timeout awaken Durant to alter his approach? We shall await the outcome. Chapter 17, The Stubborn Durant. The commentators at the broadcasting booth are engaged in various analyses regarding the preceding minutes of the match. Most were left in awe of the performances exhibited by the 2 top prospects, Durant and Odin, during those 12 minutes, showering them with every conceivable compliment. Regarding Odin, the majority of commentators believe he will emerge as the first overall pick in this year's draft. While Durant has thus far displayed a remarkable prowess, Odin has also shone brightly, possessing a defensive intimidation factor that Durant lacks. Odin has the potential to help construct a formidable defensive framework for his team, a capability that is evidently absent in Durant. Consequently, many are inclined to favor Odin as this year's #1 pick. However, a minority supports Durant for the top spot, citing his superior health and Odin's injury concerns. Additionally, Durant's offensive prowess is more pronounced, showcasing a diverse array of attacking skills, and with a greater emphasis on defense. He too could evolve into an elite defender. Of course, the initial minutes of the game have led many to believe that Ohio will triumph today, as their play has been more coherent and their scoring options more diversified. In contrast, Texas has overly concentrated their ball distribution today. Although Durant's performance has been exceptionally dominant, such intensity cannot be sustained indefinitely. In the early stages, with ample energy, Durant's efficiency is assured. However, as the game progresses and fatigue sets in, if Texas continues to rely on Durant's style of play, the outcome will be all too predictable. During the timeout, Barnes refrained from saying much, hoping that Durant would come to realizations on his own. Often, a player's improvement stems not from exerting more effort in training, but from grasping certain insights, learning to leverage the strengths of teammates rather than falling into the trap of isolation play. For Durant at this juncture, learning to trust his teammates and harness their collective strength to secure victory would indeed signify a monumental advancement. As the game resumed, Augustine skillfully advanced the ball past the halfway line, adhering to his customary practice of delivering it into Durant's capable hands. As the team's nucleus and prime offensive weapon, Durant enjoyed such privileges. On the sidelines, Coach Barnes scrutinized every move made by Durant, eager to discern how he would navigate this play and whether he had regained his composure to opt for a more judicious approach. After receiving Augustine's pass, Durant once again leveraged his speed to breach Harris's defense, executing a feint that momentarily deceived the recovering Lewis. He chose to attempt a jump shot. However, the effort lacked adequate force and failed to find the net. Odin, asserting his presence, secured the defensive rebound against Peterman and promptly relayed the ball to Conley. Conley, with poise, maneuvered past the halfway line while orchestrating his teammates' movements. Odin positioned himself at the free throw line to set a screen, creating a momentary gap for Durant, who was closely guarded by Harris. Conley seized the opportunity, delivering a timely pass to an unguarded Harris, who effortlessly sank a mid-range shot, extending Ohio's lead to 4 points, the largest margin thus far. In the subsequent possession, Durant again opted for a solo effort, exhibiting unwavering confidence in his offensive prowess. Yet, due to considerable fatigue, his movements lacked the swiftness and agility seen at the game's outset. This allowed Odin ample time to respond, leading to another missed shot from Durant. This time hindered by Odin's defense. Fortunately, Quan managed to crash the boards, securing the offensive rebound and scoring, preventing a further widening of the score gap. Despite the successful basket, Coach Barnes remained visibly perturbed, his dissatisfaction with Durant's performance evident. He was still too insistent on going it alone. Durant's approach today starkly contrasted with his usual style. Although he had previously exhibited a tendency for individual play, he would at least pass the ball to Augustine or assist teammates in finding open shots. Earl Johnson remarked on the shift. However, today, Durant had scarcely passed, predominantly opting to pursue his own shot. Just moments ago, Quan had created an excellent opportunity with his movement, a chance Durant would have surely capitalized on in the past. Yet today he disregarded it, choosing instead to shoot against defensive pressure, an enigmatic decision indeed. It seemed that he was motivated by a desire to showcase his superiority over Odin, to assert his worthiness for the top draft position. Regrettably, he chose the wrong path, clinging to personal plays while inadvertently undermining the team's interests, Kenny Smith added. Meanwhile, the commentators from ESPN and CBS voiced their critiques of Durant's gameplay, acknowledging that such a style was defensible at the game's outset when energy levels were high. However, after nearly 15 minutes of play, the persistence of this approach warranted reconsideration. To be frank, Quan felt a sense of resignation towards Durant's obstinate actions. As the game paused, he initially expected Coach Barnes to remind Durant, yet to his surprise, the coach said nothing and chose to place his faith in Durant. The latter opted to persist in his approach, insisting on playing his way, leaving his teammates with little recourse. They could not refuse to pass him the ball. After all, Durant was the team's leader, and his demand for isolation could not be challenged, save for by the coach himself. In NCAA, coaches wield absolute authority, compelling all players to bow before them. Finally, after Ohio successfully executed a play leading to 2 points, and following Durant's 2 missed shots, Coach Barnes called for another timeout. He decided to temporarily bench Durant, allowing Quan Xiao to take the lead as the primary offensive option for the other players. He also replaced Pittman and Dame James with a versatile swingman, Williams, and another forward, Ollie. Kevin, take a breather. Your energy expenditure has been immense, and it's been a strenuous effort. We need you to lead us to victory in the second half, so please rest and recuperate your stamina, Coach Barnes gently advised. Durant remained silent, though internally he felt a surge of indignation, yearning to stay on the court. However, the truth was that his energy had indeed been depleted, which led to his previously assured shots straying from the basket. Ohio State, on the other hand, did not substitute their key players, as their performance had been relatively efficient, with less strain on their endurance. Clearly, their coach aimed to capitalize on Durant's absence to swiftly widen the score gap and conclude the match early. Preparing for the upcoming Final Four, how would Texas respond? Would Quan Xiao allow Ohio's scheme to succeed? Chapter 18. The fast-paced Texas Durant's departure would undeniably have a significant impact on Texas, for he was the undeniable core of the team, his offensive prowess often bearing the burden of their progress. With him on the bench, the substitutes could hardly fill the vast void left in his absence. Although Durant's recent playing style had its flaws, it was premature to pull him from the game. His presence on the court still posed a formidable threat, keeping Ohio wary. Now that he was sidelined, who would shoulder the offensive load for Texas? Augustine possessed some shooting and driving capabilities, yet he was clearly more suited for a role as a surprise asset rather than the focal point of attack. As for Powell, who replaced Durant, despite his commendable height and shooting ability, he could not assume the role of offensive centerpiece. Ollie and Williams, stepping in for Dame James and Pittman, showcased promising offensive skills, but their height was insufficient to contend with Ohio, further weakening their inside game. Ultimately, only Quan Xiao remained, but could he alone uphold Texas's offensive efforts? How would they defend against Ohio's onslaught? It is evident that Coach Barnes' decision to substitute Durant has left many perplexed. They believe that, although Durant has encountered some issues in his recent gameplay, he could still relinquish ball control to Augustine, using his offensive threat to create space for his teammates and draw defensive attention. However, now that Durant has been benched, what can Quan Xiao possibly achieve against the formidable defense of Ohio? Undoubtedly, others recognize that when Durant is absent from the court, Quan Xiao inevitably becomes the offensive linchpin for Texas, a fact that has been substantiated in previous matches. While they acknowledge Quan Xiao's capability to serve as the offensive focal point at certain intervals, They do not believe he can reach the heights of Durant's prowess. Others may harbor doubts, yet those from Texas are well aware of Quan Xiao's offensive capabilities. Even Durant must concede that Quan Xiao's current offensive skills are on par with his own. Their one-on-one duels and practice have attested to this. As Durant can no longer dominate Quan Xiao as he once did, they now often find themselves evenly matched. Following the encounters with USC and the University of Memphis, Durant has noticed what appears to be further progress from Quan Xiao, which has taken him by surprise, as the latter's improvement has been remarkably swift. At times, Durant even questions whether he can still outperform Quan Xiao. As the game resumes, Augustine takes control of the ball, and Quan Xiao does not immediately demand it. Instead, he continues his relentless movement beyond the three-point line, drawing the opponent's defense away. Quan Xiao's movement on the court is a source of great frustration for his opponents, as his elusive agility is truly remarkable. Moreover, his stamina is impressive, enabling him to maintain constant motion without pause. Once again, through his relentless running, he managed to shake off his defender, and in a swift manner, Augustine delivered the ball into Quan Xiao's hands. Observing this, two other players from Ohio swiftly rushed to provide support, for all teams in the NCAA are well aware of the extraordinary prowess of Quan Xiao's shooting skills as a guard. The entirety of the game was captivated by the performance of Quan Xiao, who drew the attention of two defenders from Ohio, along with another player originally assigned to guard him, thereby creating an opportunity for two Texas players, including Powell, who stepped in for Durant. Receiving a pass from Quan Xiao, Powell demonstrated his presence by sinking a three-pointer. This play showcased Texas's strategic brilliance as they orchestrated a beautiful collaboration centered around Quan Xiao. Initially, Quan Xiao utilized his movement to create space, subsequently drawing defenders before passing to the open Powell, who concluded the offensive sequence with a successful three-point shot. The pivotal element of this play lay in Quan Xiao's offensive threat. His shooting prowess compelled opponents to constantly monitor his positioning, while his elusive movement skills effortlessly generated shooting opportunities. This dynamic forced defenders to remain vigilant, thereby creating open shots for his teammates. Durant excelled in this regard as well. Yet the crucial factor remained the ability to deliver the ball into the hands of open players. The onus now rested on Ohio to respond. While Texas's capacity to thwart Ohio's offensive maneuvers was equally critical, if they failed to contain Ohio's attacks, victory would remain elusive, especially as they were currently trailing. Texas indeed struggled to defend against Ohio's offense, a realization evident to Coach Barnes and Quan Xiao alike, who recognized the impracticality of relying solely on defense with the current roster. His strategy was not to win through defense, but rather to engage in an offensive exchange, aiming to endure this phase until Durant's return for a decisive showdown in the second half. Consequently, Texas played with remarkable freedom each time Ohio scored. They quickly initiated a fast break, taking advantage of the fresh legs of three newly substituted players, opting for swift transitions rather than contesting in the paint, thereby increasing the game's tempo and exhausting their opponents. Under Quan Xiao's command, Texas embraced a small ball approach, ensuring that each offensive possession lasted no longer than 10 seconds. Striving to shoot within that time frame, they aggressively pursued rebounds, and if unsuccessful, they swiftly retreated on defense. Unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently dictated the rhythm of the game, leading to a lively exchange as both teams engaged vigorously. Texas thrived in this fast-paced rhythm, with Quan Xiao's presence enhancing their performance. As the tempo quickened, opportunities for both sides increased, allowing Quan Xiao's shooting ability to shine. Additionally, Augustine and Powell exhibited commendable shooting skills, while Williams was known for his speed, and Ollie possessed an exceptional talent for long passes. In a remarkable play, Ollie executed a long pass to the swiftly advancing Williams, who culminated the offensive with a resounding dunk. Ohio aimed to extend their lead decisively and bring the game to a swift conclusion. However, following Durant's exit, Texas, under the leadership of Quan Xiao, initiated a rapid offensive that proved to be both dynamic and effective, consistently narrowing the score gap. When Durant departed the game with 14:52 remaining in the first half, Ohio held a 6-point advantage at 31-25. Yet, by 18:35 of the first half, the score had tightened to 40-38, reducing the margin to a mere 2 points. Notably, Odin was exerting considerable energy with his relentless back-and-forth runs during these crucial minutes. During this span, Texas saw Quan Xiao score a three-pointer and convert 2 free throws, while Powell and Augustine each sank a three-pointer, and Williams contributed with a powerful dunk. Although Ollie did not register any points, assists, or rebounds, his long passes proved invaluable. Observing Odin's exhaustion, Ohio's coach was compelled to substitute him for a brief respite, simultaneously replacing all key players aside from point guard Conley, who would lead a lineup of substitutes through the final minutes. The coach also altered his strategy. Recognizing Texas's lack of height advantage, he opted to engage in a half-court offense, deliberately slowing the pace of the game. The objective was to maintain their slender lead by methodically scoring, rather than engaging in reckless running, saving the decisive strategy for the second half when the starters would return. After the adjustment, Ohio began to methodically grind down the clock under Conley's guidance, taking their shots only in the final seconds of the shot clock, and immediately transitioning back on defense to thwart any fast break opportunities for Texas. Despite being a freshman, Conley displayed remarkable maturity and composure on the court, demonstrating strong control over the game's tempo, which is why he had earned a spot as a pivotal player for the team. Ultimately, Ohio managed to preserve their precarious lead through a deliberate tempo-driven approach, concluding the first half with a narrow score of 42-40. Chapter 19. The transformation of Durant during halftime. Quan Xiao pulled Durant aside for a conversation, to which Durant nodded in agreement. In the minutes he spent on the bench, Durant reflected on his performance, recognizing that his approach had been flawed. The pressure of facing Odin had caused him to lose his usual composure, leaving him fixated solely on one thought: to conquer Odin through offense, to prove his worth through offensive prowess. However, it became evident that the results were far from satisfactory. Not only was he fatigued from playing, but the score and the overall dynamics were dominated by the opponents. Thus, while seated on the sidelines, observing Quan Xiao leading his teammates in a fast-paced offensive against their rivals, he finally grasped that winning the game was the true measure of overcoming an opponent. Otherwise, no matter how impressive the statistics, a loss would still label one a failure. In the second half of the match, Texas opted to rest Augustine, allowing Quan Xiao to assume the position of point guard while Durant transitioned to shooting guard. Durant, having altered his approach from the first half, began to leverage his influence to create opportunities for his teammates. His initial play involved drawing Ohio's defense with his offensive threat before passing the ball to Powell, who then executed a three-pointer to take the lead. Subsequently, Durant's play became increasingly judicious. He shot decisively when the opportunity arose and promptly delivered the ball to teammates in open positions. This shift not only made his game feel more effortless, but scoring also became more attainable, leading to an improved performance from the team and a gradual widening of the score gap. Both teams initially aimed for a vigorous offensive start to quickly establish a lead. However, it became clear that with Quan Xiao at the point guard position and Durant adopting a more strategic style of play, Texas began to seize the advantage, successfully converting several opening attacks. Meanwhile, Ohio faced greater challenges. After Quan Xiao matched up against Conley, he applied significant pressure defensively. Despite Quan Xiao's height exceeding 2 meters, his speed and agility were remarkable, allowing for exceptional movement and quick reactions. Under Quan Xiao's tight defense, Conley found it increasingly difficult to make plays, and Ohio's offense momentarily stalled. Conley, as a freshman, had secured his role as Ohio's primary point guard due to his unique abilities. While he stood at only 185 centimeters, he possessed extraordinary athleticism, with remarkable speed and leaping ability. As a point guard, his sharp intellect and exceptional passing skills allowed him to orchestrate plays efficiently. Yet, when scoring opportunities arose, he seldom disappointed. It was precisely due to his presence that Ohio's offense operated smoothly, maximizing Odin's potential and allowing the team to achieve their current success. However, in this instance, confronted by Quan Xiao, who was taller, stronger, and equally swift, Conley felt as though he was ensnared, finding even basic movements arduous. He sought to organize an attack, but passing the ball became a strenuous endeavor. Quan Xiao's long arms instilled in him a fear that any hasty pass would likely be intercepted. Attempting to initiate an offensive play, he discovered that penetrating Quan Xiao's defense was nearly impossible, leaving him no choice but to call upon teammates for screens. Without Conley's facilitating passes, Odin's offensive threat diminished significantly. This underscored the primary distinction between him and Durant, the former's substantial reliance on his teammates. Lacking a capable guard to deliver the ball into his hands, it became exceedingly difficult for him to showcase his offensive prowess. Now, with Quan Xiao effectively neutralizing Conley, Ohio's overall offensive performance has noticeably declined. Gradually, the game began to shift in favor of Texas, not merely in terms of score but also in seizing the strategic advantage. In the position of point guard, Quan Xiao's height is considered tall even within the NBA, where the optimal height for point guards typically hovers around 190 centimeters. Insufficient height can limit one's field of vision, whereas excessive height often results in a higher center of gravity, making the player susceptible to ball theft. Moreover, excessive height can compromise agility. Although the broader perspective is beneficial, it may come at the cost of flexibility. Therefore, approximately 190 centimeters is regarded as the ideal height for a point guard. Nonetheless, there are exceptions, such as the legendary Magic Johnson, who stands at an impressive 2.06 meters and is celebrated as one of the greatest point guards in history. Though Quan Xiao may lack the organizational prowess of a magician, his towering height affords him an exceptional vantage point, enabling him to swiftly discern the positions of his teammates. His acumen in passing is commendable, complemented by adept technical skills, which has rendered him effective in the role of point guard. As opportunities for offensive breakthroughs dwindled, Odin shifted his focus, redirecting his energy towards defense. Consequently, the ensuing match transformed into a showcase of Odin's individual prowess. He relentlessly thwarted Texas's offensive maneuvers, executing impressive blocks, securing rebounds, and disrupting their plays. Thanks to his relentless efforts, Ohio managed to maintain the score gap, though advancing further proved to be a formidable challenge, as even Odin, despite his prowess, could not single-handedly counter all of the opponent's assaults. Nonetheless, the defensive strength Odin exhibited during this period was nothing short of astonishing. Reminiscent of the arrival of a historically significant center, Odin's remarkable performance ignited a competitive spark in Durant, prompting him to launch repeated drives towards the basket, clearly intent on drawing fouls to exploit Odin's limitations. Recognizing Durant's strategy, his teammates consistently delivered the ball into his hands, while Quan Xiao began to increase his own incursions into the paint, aiming to provoke defensive fouls from their adversaries. In the face of Odin, Durant's physicality was evidently at a disadvantage. Even the robust Quan Xiao found himself overmatched. However, they both exhibited a commendable bravery, unafraid of the physical confrontations. Under the relentless assaults from both players, Odin quickly accrued his third foul of the second half, marking the fourth of the game. With another infraction, he would be disqualified, prompting Odin to become cautious in his defensive approach, abandoning his previously aggressive demeanor and diminishing his intimidating presence on defense. In light of this predicament, Ohio opted to substitute Odin, temporarily safeguarding him from further fouls, as Texas's clearly targeted strategy risked his expulsion from the game. It is true that Odin is a beastly rebounder and a stalwart guardian of the paint. However, he grapples with a significant challenge in managing his foul count. Mitigating fouls is a critical issue that all powerful centers must address, and Odin is no exception. If he cannot resolve this issue, his future achievements may remain limited. Durant's refusal to rely solely on isolation plays renders him nearly unstoppable. His gameplay is increasingly adaptable, allowing for timely adjustments and response to the dynamics of the game. Much to the satisfaction of Coach Barnes on the sidelines, bolstering his confidence in securing victory in this match. What adjustments will Ohio implement to reverse the current situation? Chapter 20, Advancing to the Final Four. With Odin compelled to rest, Ohio's offensive and defensive levels plummeted. Despite the valiant efforts of the remaining players to compensate for Odin's absence, their endeavors yielded little success. If Odin were so easily replaceable, he would not have been a top contender for the first overall pick. Much like how Texas would falter without Durant, even with the presence of a full roster. One would hardly believe they could triumph over an Ohio State team boasting Odin. The Ohio coach finds himself in a state of helplessness. Despite instilling boundless motivation in his players, the absence of Odin profoundly impacts the team, a situation that cannot be remedied by mere pep talks. As for strategy, let us not jest. Even the most astute tactics require exceptional players to realize their full potential. Do you truly believe that a team of ordinary players can conquer all merely through strategy? Dream on. Disbelieve? Would you call the 2004 championship Pistons an ordinary team? Would you stake your credibility on that claim? The Pistons roster that year cannot be labeled as pedestrian. While they lacked superstars, they certainly had stars. Just look at their starting five, who among them has not graced an all-star game. Returning to this match, Texas seized the moment, exploiting Odin's absence. During the time he was sidelined, the Longhorns soared, primarily driven by Durant and the full roster, as there was no one on the court capable of challenging them. Consequently, these two players unleashed their full potential, engaging in a thrilling game of exchange. One would deliver a splendid assist for an alley-oop, while the other reciprocated with a dazzling three-pointer. Under their leadership, the remaining three Longhorns also shone brightly, enjoying their share of opportunities. Thus, with Odin off the court for just over 3 minutes, the score ballooned to a 13-point lead, with only a little over 8 minutes remaining in the game. What was expected to be a thrilling second half devolved into a one-sided affair. Many may not have anticipated such a turn of events, yet reality unfolded as such. As the second half progressed, the reactions of the fans on both sides became starkly contrasting. Ohio fans transitioned from fervent enthusiasm in the first half to palpable anxiety and frustration, while Texas supporters experienced a complete reversal, shifting from intense agitation to unrestrained jubilation, an unmistakable dichotomy. Regardless of the sentiments resonating from the stands, the players on the court remained intensely focused on the game. Despite the widening score gap and the main players facing foul troubles, the Ohio team continued to strive for excellence in every offensive and defensive effort, showing no signs of surrender. Perhaps they still believed in their ability to mount a comeback, waiting for the final minutes and the return of their key player, anticipating the moment of true resolution. On the Texas side, despite the appearance of relaxation, there was no hint of complacency. At this juncture, everyone is eager to clinch victory and advance further. Thus, even with a 13-point lead and the opposing core player sidelined, they maintained their intensity. They understood that true relaxation would only come when the referee's final whistle sounded, marking the end of the contest. As long as the final whistle of the match has yet to be heard, one must exert every effort. Both sides are pouring their all into this contest. One is gritting its teeth to endure, while the other seeks to expand its lead. The court is akin to a battlefield, devoid of compassion. The words of the great ancestor resonate well. One should pursue the retreating enemy with the remaining valor, rather than seek fame by imitating the tyrant. At this moment, these sentiments align unexpectedly well. With merely 5 minutes left in the game, Ohio resolved to take a final gamble, bringing in Odin, who was already burdened with 4 fouls. There was no turning back. They trailed by 15 points, and with nothing to lose, they decided to treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Odin's entry alleviated some pressure for his team and elevated their morale. However, the impact on the game was not as significant as anticipated. Durant had transcended to a new level, possessing a deeper understanding and mastery of the game. Thus, even though Odin's presence fortified Ohio's offensive and defensive capabilities, the effect on Texas was not as pronounced. Under Durant's leadership, Texas withstood the onslaught following Odin's introduction, maintaining a firm grip on the flow of the game. Even if Odin wreaked havoc in the paint and the referees adjusted their leniency and Ohio's other players played with relentless fervor, Durant and Quan Xiao were still able to utilize various methods to score against their opponents. There exists a type of player who, when in the throes of a frenzy, cannot be thwarted by any means. There is also a type who may appear understated yet remains consistently stable, quietly accumulating points. Additionally, there are players who, while sufficiently steady, can erupt when necessary, matching their opponent's fervor and enduring their counterattacks. Clearly, whether it is Durant or Quan Xiao, both possess a diverse array of scoring techniques, exceptional stability, and unparalleled explosiveness. Therefore, despite Ohio's waves of counterattacks following Odin's entry, they were consistently met with ruthless suppression from these two. Indeed, even if I cannot stifle your offense, I can still respond with my own scoring, and that suffices. Regardless of the Ohio players' inner reluctance, the harsh reality remains, and they find themselves unable to bridge the gap. Fully aware that the tide of this match has turned against them, the Texas players, on the other hand, are unable to conceal their overwhelming elation. With merely 1 minute left in the game, a 10-point lead, and possession still in their favor, it appears victory is assured. Indeed, they harbor no fears of a late-game reversal, as their opponents seem devoid of the spirit to mount such a comeback. And their leader would never permit such a scenario to unfold. All the players on the bench, including the coaches, have risen to their feet, poised to rush onto the court the moment the final whistle is blown to celebrate their hard-earned triumph. Meanwhile, Texas supporters outside the arena are singing and dancing, exulting in the impending victory and the team's return to the Final Four. In the final minute, both sides tacitly refrain from calling a timeout, smoothly and efficiently running down the clock. When the head referee sounds the final buzzer, the Texas bench erupts into the court, celebrating their well-deserved victory with unrestrained fervor. Witnessing the jubilant celebration of teammates and coaches, the fans in the stands, who have steadfastly supported their team, are filled with genuine joy. This is the ecstasy that basketball brings. Now, only 2 more victories stand between them and ultimate glory. Chapter 21, a one-sided semifinal on April 1, 2007. At the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, the NCAA men's basketball semifinals for 2007 are set to unfold. Featuring Texas University, South Region, against Georgetown University, East Region, and the defending champions, Florida University, Midwest, facing UCLA, West Region. For days prior, after triumphing over Ohio to reach the Final Four, Coach Barnes boldly declared their championship aspirations, a sentiment that his players no longer found peculiar. Having been tempered by the crucible of national competition, they have gained a renewed appreciation for their capabilities, particularly Durant, whose understanding of the game has deepened following this battle, naturally enhancing his prowess. As for today's adversary, Georgetown University, its structure bears a striking resemblance to Ohio's. Moreover, Georgetown's overall strength is not superior to that of Ohio State, yet their experience is their greatest asset. Among the 5 starters, only one is a freshman. One is a sophomore, while the remaining 3 are juniors, with 2 of the team's core players being in their 3rd year. Last year, Georgetown fell to the eventual champions, Florida, in the regional semifinals, holding strong until the final moments before succumbing to Brewers' decisive 3-pointer. This year, Georgetown has learned from the lessons of the past and has once again seized their weapons to charge into the Final Four. In truth, their presence in the semifinals largely stems from their composure. In the regional semifinals against Vanderbilt, Georgetown trailed by a point with just 3 seconds remaining. Yet Green managed to sink the decisive shot. 2 days later, despite falling behind North Carolina by 11 points, they ultimately emerged victorious. As the team's cornerstone and defensive anchor, the junior Hibbert contributes an impressive average of 12, 7 points, 6, 9 rebounds, and 2.5 blocks per game, clearly outmatching Texas's interior presence. However, in comparison to Odin, Hibbert still falls short, and Texas, having surpassed Odin, is unlikely to fear him. In addition to Hibbert, Jeff Green stands out as another player of interest. As the Big East Conference Player of the Year, Green averages 15.8 points during the tournament, making him the team's leading scorer and a force to be reckoned with. On April 1, 2007, at 6:07 p.m. Beijing time, this highly anticipated semifinal commenced punctually. Unsurprisingly, Texas lost the tip-off, but it seemed no one took note. Georgetown initiated the offense, handing the ball to their center. Facing Pittman's defense, the 7 feet 2 inches Hibbert executed a deft hook shot to secure the first 2 points. The team was somewhat familiar with Hibbert, who was once dubbed the Black Yao Ming. After joining the NBA's Pacers, he had posed considerable challenges for the Heat's formidable trio, exploiting their frail interior defense and marking one of the highlights of his career. Possessing commendable skills in the post, he plays with diligence and poise, also showcasing a degree of passing ability. However, Hibbert's shortcomings are evident. Most notably, he often finds himself ensnared by foul troubles. Furthermore, his mid-range shooting lacks consistency, and his athleticism is limited, leaving him susceptible to taller, more agile centers. This deficiency affects the team's pace during transitions. To exploit these weaknesses, the coach devised a strategy involving aggressive incursions into the paint to draw fouls, coordinating with Durant and Augustine. Within the first 5 minutes of the game, they successfully forced Hibbert into 3 fouls, necessitating Georgetown to temporarily bench their star center. With Hibbert's departure, Georgetown's interior strength visibly diminished. Thus, Texas altered its strategy, with Durant and the entire team continuously scoring through shooting, complemented by Augustine's breakthroughs, quickly extending the score difference between the two teams to over 10 points within just 5 minutes. As the game reached 11 minutes and 35 seconds into the first half, the score stood at 33-21, with Texas leading by 12 points. Initially, it appeared that both teams possessed comparable strength, with Texas slightly stronger, albeit marginally. However, as the match commenced, Texas demonstrated a level of prowess that surpassed Georgetown by at least 1 tier. This became particularly evident after Hibbert left the court. Georgetown's strength lay in its overall balance. It had neither glaring strengths nor weaknesses. Both Hibbert in the paint and Jeff Green on the perimeter could be considered stars, yet neither qualified as a superstar. In stark contrast, Texas boasted Durant and the entire team, whose abilities were undoubtedly of superstar caliber at the collegiate level. One must ponder, when 2 players of such extraordinary talent join forces in a game, how many teams can truly withstand their onslaught? Consequently, as Durant and the team unleashed their capabilities, the game swiftly deviated from Georgetown's anticipated plan, spiraling out of control. Constrained by foul issues, Georgetown's core player was compelled to rest, leaving Jeff Green to bear the burden alone. Thus, it appeared that Georgetown was destined for defeat. Neither commentators on the sidelines nor the audience anticipated such a one-sided affair in this semifinal. Teams that reach the Final Four naturally possess formidable strength, leading one to expect a more evenly matched contest. Yet, why was the outcome so lopsided? In their previous match against Ohio, Texas had emerged victorious. Yet they had trailed in the first half. Moreover, Georgetown's capabilities were not vastly different from Ohio's, suggesting a more competitive showdown against Texas should have been expected. The disparity in this match can largely be attributed to the absence of Odin on the opposing team and the fact that Durant experienced a significant elevation in performance after the last game, enhancing his prowess further. This manifested in his ability to collaborate with his teammates, effectively dismantling their opponents. Even when Hibbert was substituted in later, he could not halt Texas's advance. With Durant and the team finding their rhythm, their barrage of three-pointers extinguished Georgetown's final flicker of hope. By halftime, Texas had established a commanding lead of 55-37, ahead by 18 points, rendering the match devoid of suspense. In the second half, Durant and the team played merely 5 minutes, and Texas ultimately triumphed over Georgetown with a score of 87-73, advancing to the finals. In the subsequent semifinal, defending champion Florida effortlessly defeated UCLA with a score of 76-66, setting the stage for a championship clash against Texas, continuing their quest for a repeat title. Will Texas achieve a historic championship victory, or will Florida succeed in defending their title? All suspense will be unveiled in 2 days. Chapter 22. The defending champion, Florida. At the onset of the season, no one could have anticipated that Texas would reach the final. In truth, despite the presence of the prodigious talent Kevin Durant, Texas's overall strength was not particularly remarkable. Historically, Texas had only advanced to the second round, which served as a testament to their limitations. However, with the addition of Quan Xiao, everything transformed. In contrast to previous timelines, Kevin Durant, spurred on by Quan Xiao, trained with unprecedented vigor, elevating his prowess. Particularly after facing off against the Ohio team led by Greg Oden, Durant gained a deeper understanding of the game, performing with greater finesse. As for Quan Xiao, with each game, his experience grew, and he became increasingly adept at utilizing every available asset to benefit the team. Moreover, the other teammates, having undergone the rigors of several matches, experienced a degree of enhancement in their abilities. Most crucially, their mindset evolved. Sometimes, the impact of confidence on a player cannot be overstated. It is essential to recognize that a player with a potential of 100, lacking confidence, may only manifest 80 of that potential, whereas a player with a mere 80 in potential, yet brimming with confidence, might unleash 120. Undoubtedly, the most celebrated figure in this narrative is Coach Barnes, for he has led the team to forge a new chapter in Texas history by reaching the finals for the first time. Should they ultimately claim the championship, they will have taken yet another step forward in their illustrious journey. At the onset of the season, their primary ambition was merely to reach the round of 16. Yet, who could have anticipated that the unexpected arrival of a particular player would elevate their team to such heights? Although Texas triumphed decisively over Georgetown, the fervor surrounding their potential championship victory still lags behind that of the defending champions, Florida. This is largely due to Florida's superior balance as a team, particularly highlighted by their formidable frontcourt trio of Noah, Horford, and Brewer, all of whom are coveted prospects in this year's draft lottery. It is perhaps difficult to ascertain who the true linchpin of this team is, for it is rare to find another squad nationally with such balanced talent. All 5 starters average double-digit scoring, and the top 3 scorers differ by a mere 0.1 points in their average. Each game witnesses a different player stepping up to the occasion. Nonetheless, a harmonious team dynamic does not negate the presence of a leader. Naturally, the most charismatic leader of the Gators is Noah, whose average statistics, ranking second on the team at 13, 2 points, 8, 5 rebounds, and 8 blocks, do not fully encapsulate his impact. His fervor on the court galvanizes his teammates, and he consistently vocally encourages them, transforming previously reserved players into exuberant celebrators, much like himself. In addition to his leadership qualities, his prowess in the paint poses significant challenges for opponents. He adeptly utilizes his physique to penetrate defenses and can defend positions 2 through 5. His foot speed is remarkable, and his athleticism is impressive, excelling in rebounding positioning and displaying an aggressive pursuit of boards. Rebounds and putbacks are among his essential scoring methods. Of course, his shortcomings are evident. His offensive repertoire remains limited, and he has yet to develop a mid-range shot over the past 3 years. Horford and Noah complement each other perfectly in the paint. While Horford may not possess Noah's swift foot speed, his robust physique has reached NBA caliber, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly during confrontations. Together, they have established Florida's renowned no-fly zone, leading the team in average blocks 1-9 and rebounds 9-2. In contrast to Noah's sparse offensive skill set, Horford has made significant strides this season on the offensive end, showcasing refined footwork in the post and a relatively stable mid-range jumper, which has earned him the team's highest average scoring 13-2. Another unforgettable player is the tenacious Brewer, whose presence on the perimeter was pivotal in last year's championship run. Standing at 6 feet 8 inches with an extraordinary wingspan and exceptional agility, his tireless perimeter defense has established him as one of the premier defenders at the collegiate level. His skill set closely resembles that of the Mavericks' Howard, and he may even surpass him in terms of passing vision. Throughout the season, the player has averaged 13.1 points, 4.7 rebounds, and 3.1 assists, the second highest on the team, alongside a remarkable 1.9 steals, the highest in the squad. The brilliance of the trio illuminated the entire American continent, even overshadowing the exceptional backcourt, where shooting guard Humphrey and Torian Green also played pivotal roles in last year's championship victory. Texas boasts remarkable talent, UCLA possesses invaluable experience. While Florida's prowess and talent is not inferior to that of Texas, the aptitude of the trio requires no further elaboration. What is even more formidable is that Florida possesses a wealth of experience surpassing that of UCLA, with 4 of the 5 starters being juniors, and shooting guard Humphrey being a senior. This is precisely why they have been formidable in the championship tournament. The reigning champions have continued their splendid form from last season, even achieving a remarkable 17-game winning streak, ultimately advancing to the top 64 with an impressive record of 33 wins and 5 losses, showcasing the essence of a defending champion. On the coaching front, Florida's head coach, Billy Donovan, boasts a wealth of coaching experience. Having served as an assistant coach at the University of Kentucky from 1989 to 1994, and as the head coach at Marshall University from 1994 to 1996. Since assuming the role of head coach at Florida in 1996, he has led the university to prominence, culminating in the NCAA championship victory in 2006, earning the title of a true champion coach. Texas faces a formidable opponent, a team under the guidance of such an accomplished coach, characterized by an overall excellent state and balanced individual player strengths. Nevertheless, Texas also has its own advantages, primarily represented by Durant and All-Star. The prowess of these two players serves as Texas's greatest asset, and how effectively their strengths are utilized will depend on Coach Barnes's tactical arrangements. It appears that Florida remains the most likely candidate for the championship this year, given their balanced strength, exceptional talent, and extensive experience. They have essentially retained the core lineup from last year's championship team, and after a year of growth, their capabilities have undoubtedly reached new heights, with a more harmonious synergy among the starters. These factors will undoubtedly influence the upcoming finals, potentially becoming decisive in determining the outcome of the match. In contrast, no one on the Texas side, including the head coach, possesses finals experience, which may explain why many favor Florida to defend their title successfully. Experience can indeed sway the outcome of a game. However, the unseasoned often fear not the seasoned, as the absence of experience does not guarantee defeat. After all, raw strength remains the paramount metric. As the epic confrontation looms, who will ultimately emerge victorious this year? Will it be the experienced and balanced reigning champions, Florida? Or the vibrant, star-studded Texas? Everything will be revealed tomorrow. Chapter 23. The Great Battle Approaches, the Atmosphere of Frenzy. On April 3, 2007, at the Georgia Dome in Atlanta, the NCAA Men's Basketball Championship is about to unfold, featuring a showdown between the reigning champions, the University of Florida, and the rising powerhouse, the University of Texas. This highly anticipated game has captured the attention of the entire nation, with the NBA deliberately scheduling no games today to pave the way for this ultimate clash. Though the match is yet to commence, the arena is already brimming with supporters from both sides, as fans ardently cheer and chant slogans in support of their respective teams. Among the audience are several renowned NBA stars and team executives, all seizing this prime opportunity to scout potential talents, particularly the much-coveted Kevin Durant, whose presence has attracted numerous general managers from teams vying for the first overall pick this year. Notable alumni from both universities have also gathered at the sidelines to rally for their alma maters. Representing the University of Florida is a distinguished group including White Chocolate Williams and Haslam, both currently with the Miami Heat, David Lee, the MVP of this year's All-Star Rookie Challenge and a member of the New York Knicks, and sharpshooter Mike Miller from the Memphis Grizzlies, all present to cheer on their school. On the Texas side, players such as LaMarcus Aldridge, selected second overall by the Trail Blazers last year, Daniel Gibson, chosen in the second round by the Cavaliers, P.J. Tucker, also a second-round pick by the Raptors, T.J. Ford, the eighth overall pick by the Bucks in 2003, and Chris Mihm, the seventh overall pick by the Bulls in 2000, have come to support their school. Additionally, the arena is graced by the presence of star players from 3 NBA teams based in Texas, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady from the Houston Rockets, Dirk Nowitzki and Jason Terry from the Dallas Mavericks, and Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and Manu Ginobili from the San Antonio Spurs. Surprisingly, Steve Nash, who once expressed high hopes for the Suns, has also made an appearance, albeit without his usual companion, Amare Stoudemire, opting instead to sit alongside Nowitzki, with whom he shares a long-standing friendship. Major television networks such as ESPN, and Time Warner Sports have chosen to broadcast this match live, sending their top commentary teams, resulting in an unprecedented surge of excitement surrounding the event, rivaling even the NBA Finals in fervor. Although the game has yet to begin, the atmosphere within the arena is electric, fueled by the passionate fans, while players remain in their locker rooms, engaged in pre-game preparations. The coaching staff is diligently strategizing various tactics and contingency plans for any unexpected developments. As Kevin Durant observed Quan Xiao spreading a sheet of rice paper on a bench in the changing room, alongside a brush and inkstone, curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Oh, what are you up to?" "I am preparing to write a piece of calligraphy. If you appreciate Chinese culture, I would be delighted to present it to you as a keepsake once it's completed," Quan Xiao replied, dipping the brush into the ink, contemplating the composition for a moment before gracefully beginning to write. "Wow, cool. Is that for real? You're actually going to give it to me later?" Durant exclaimed. "Of course. If you like it," Quan Xiao responded, continuing his strokes, undistracted by the conversation. Meanwhile, other teammates were drawn to Quan Xiao's activity. Witnessing the elegant Chinese characters taking form on the pristine rice paper, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Wow, that's really impressive. I didn't know you had such a talent. Although I can't quite decipher what you're writing, it looks amazing. I would love to have a piece as well. Could you possibly gift one to me?" "Yes, I agree. It's fascinating, and I too would love a piece. Could you write one for me? Is this the enchanting essence of Eastern culture? It truly is beautiful, even if I can't understand it." The murmurs of his teammates did not disrupt Quan Xiao's flow. He remained entirely focused. In his previous life, Quan Xiao had practiced calligraphy since elementary school for over a decade, developing a profound mastery of the art. Even after his rebirth, he maintained this cherished hobby. Frequently practicing in America, he discovered that calligraphy not only calmed his mind but also enhanced the dexterity of his wrist, significantly benefiting his shooting stability. "Certainly. If you all genuinely appreciate it, I will ensure each of you receives a piece. However, this one is promised to Kevin. The others will be given after our victory in this match," Quan Xiao stated as he completed the final stroke, signing his name and the date before setting down the brush. "All right, Kevin, once the ink dries, you can take it home." "Haha, sounds good, brother. I'll make sure to keep it safe once it's dry." "Thanks," Durant replied, visibly elated, clearly cherishing the calligraphy that Quan Xiao had bestowed upon him. "Kevin, would you like to know the meaning behind this piece?" Quan Xiao inquired. "Absolutely. Could you enlighten me?" Today, Quan Xiao penned a piece of calligraphy inspired by a renowned passage from the Mencius, which eloquently states, "When heaven is about to confer a great responsibility upon a person, it must first temper their mind and spirit, toil their muscles and bones, starve their bodies, and expose them to poverty. It disrupts their actions to strengthen their resolve and enhance their capabilities." He believes that this adage aptly characterizes every individual with aspirations and serves as a cautionary maxim for those determined to forge their names in the NBA. The essence of this statement conveys that to achieve success, one must first learn to endure hardship, fortify their physical being, cultivate their mental resilience, and develop talents they previously lacked. Only through such trials can one bear the significant responsibilities bestowed by the divine. After a brief pause, Quan Xiao continued, "The same holds true on the basketball court. Only through rigorous training can one become increasingly formidable and ultimately attain success, a notion vividly exemplified by Michael." "I understand. I will," Durant replied earnestly. embracing Quan Xiao and giving his shoulder 2 firm pats. Sensing Durant's resolve, Quan Xiao smiled, feeling an immense sense of relaxation, devoid of the pre-match jitters. This was precisely why he engaged in writing beforehand, to calm his spirit and prepare himself to face this pivotal match in optimal condition. All right, let us warm up. Today, we must bring the championship trophy back to Texas and create our own history. The team fervently echoed Coach Barnes' words as they exited the locker room to the court for warm-ups, gearing up for the impending battle. Chapter 24. The resounding Texas. As Durant led the Texas basketball team onto the court for warm-ups, the Texas supporters erupted in deafening cheers. Their excitement was understandable, as Texas had never before reached the finals, and now they stood on the brink of witnessing a new chapter in history. As for whether they might lose their voices in the process, who cared? The shouts came first. Conversely, the Florida supporters appeared considerably calmer. Bolstered by their status as defending champions, they couldn't afford to appear inexperienced. After all, they had claimed a championship. And it was unbecoming to engage with teams that had never touched the trophy. Once warm-ups concluded, both teams gathered by the bench as their coaches began to outline the strategies for the day. In truth, the tactics had largely been predetermined. They were merely making basic adjustments at this point. As the clock struck 9:20, the match was finally set to commence. Oh, today Texas has altered their lineup, substituting their starting center, Pittman, for the shooting adept Powell. While this enhances their offensive prowess, it leaves their already fragile interior defense vulnerable. Is Texas truly opting for an offensive strategy devoid of defense? The esteemed Earl Johnson of TNT was momentarily taken aback upon observing the starting lineup of Texas, subsequently offering his insights. In my humble opinion, the alteration in Texas's strategy lacks careful consideration. Their interior strength was already somewhat lacking, and with the departure of Pittman, it has become even more precarious. As a starting center, Pittman may not have been particularly outstanding, yet his height and weight provided a measure of security for Texas's interior defense, especially in terms of protecting the defensive rebounds, where he was at least adequate. In substituting him with Powell, although the team may gain offensive prowess, the overall height diminishes, thus compromising the assurance of rebounding. It is reasonable to believe that Florida will keenly exploit this vulnerability, which could potentially become the X factor in this contest. Kenny Smith concurred with Earl Johnson's assessment. No, I actually believe that replacing Pittman with Powell is a commendable strategy, he asserted. Coach Barnes undoubtedly understands that even with Pittman, his interior would still be inferior to that of their opponents, and the disparity is quite significant. Relying on him to thwart the opposing offense is unrealistic. Rather than that, it would be wiser to engage in an offensive battle. Moreover, considering Texas's current roster, offense is indeed the best option. Furthermore, at this juncture in the NCAA, is there anyone capable of containing the scoring of Kevin Durant? Is there anyone who can stifle the prowess of the Chinese player? Barkley expressed an entirely contrary viewpoint. Charles, weren't you previously skeptical of the Chinese player? Why are you suddenly advocating for him today? Oh, my friend, one cannot perpetually view matters through an antiquated lens. After watching several of these games, I have come to realize that the Chinese player is indeed a prodigy. I can assert that at this moment, his abilities are entirely on par with those of Kevin Durant. Given time, he may even reach heights surpassing those of his teammate, Kevin Durant. Are you serious, Charles? Undoubtedly. Barkley's remarks rendered Earl Johnson and Kenny Smith as mere jesters. Observing the bewildered expressions of his two colleagues, Barkley, in a rare moment of restraint, refrained from further argumentation, instead offering them an enigmatic smile that left them utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, the game was about to commence, with Florida selecting Joakim Noah as their jump ball representative, while Texas surprisingly opted for the diminutive Quan Xiao, astonishing both the spectators on the sidelines and those watching at home, familiar with Texas basketball. Noah, glancing at Quan Xiao across the court, evidently dismissed him, confident in his own leaping prowess, especially given that his opponent was significantly shorter. As the referee tossed the basketball into the air, both players leapt almost simultaneously. However, Quan Xiao's elevation and explosiveness were markedly superior to Noah's, allowing him to tap the ball to his teammate, Kevin Durant, before Noah could react. The unexpected agility of the Chinese player caught Noah off guard, as he realized that despite being shorter, Quan Xiao possessed remarkable jumping ability. On the Florida side, no one anticipated Noah would falter during the jump ball, but by the time they comprehended the situation, Durant had already penetrated the lane for a powerful dunk, securing 2 points for Texas. This season, Florida has grappled with a recurring issue, a tendency to start sluggishly. This flaw had manifested multiple times in prior tournaments, yet it appeared to go unnoticed, as they often managed to assert themselves in the second half, effectively masking their slow beginnings. Following Durant's score, Florida maintained a leisurely pace in preparing for the inbound pass. However, Noah's attempt to pass to Green was intercepted by Augustine, who swiftly transitioned the ball to Quan Xiao on the perimeter. Unchallenged, Quan Xiao sank a three-pointer, propelling Texas to an early 5-0 lead. Coach Donovan, observing Noah's lackadaisical demeanor, was incensed, his frustration palpable. Feeling remorseful for his glaring error, Noah refocused following Donovan's admonition. And the other players, too, heightened their concentration in response to their coach's urging. This time, Noah successfully delivered the ball to Green, executing the predetermined strategy with disciplined precision. After several passes, the ball ultimately found its way into Horford's hands, who fulfilled expectations by scoring the first basket for Florida. At the moment Horford made his shot, Durant had already begun a fast break. Powell swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Augustine, who then navigated the court with great speed before delivering a long pass to Durant, stationed beyond the three-point line. Although Corey Brewer initiated his pursuit of Durant the moment he started his fast break, he was still a step too late by the time he arrived. Durant had already received Augustine's pass and released his shot, logically, with no defenders in front of him. Durant should have opted for a layup or dunk to secure 2 points, yet he astonishingly chose to attempt a three-pointer and succeeded. This can only be described as audacious skill. In the subsequent possession, Florida's guard attempted a three-pointer from the perimeter but missed. Quan Xiao seized the defensive rebound and immediately propelled the ball down the court to initiate an offensive surge. The other teammates, witnessing Quan Xiao's rebound, also rushed forward. While Florida was evidently unprepared, with only 3 players returning on defense, by the time Noah and Horford crossed the midcourt line, Powell had already scored with a wide-open three-pointer for Texas. With just 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining, the reigning champions from Florida called their first timeout, trailing with a score of 11-2. Within a minute, Texas had netted 3 three-pointers and a dunk, amassing 11 points and leading the defending champions by 9. Making a remarkable statement right from the start and catching many by surprise. Chapter 25. Fearless in offense, it was evident that the reigning champions had not yet shed their sluggish start. Such a predicament was underscored by the elementary mistake of a turnover on an inbounds pass, which allowed the opponents to rack up double-digit points within a mere minute, an utter humiliation for the champions. Defense, we must bolster our defense, Coach Donovan asserted. I do not expect you to completely stifle the opposition, but at the very least, you cannot allow them to score so easily. Allowing the opponents to score 11 points in just 1 minute is an affront to our dignity. Do you find this acceptable? Moreover, the opponents might be thinking, the reigning champions are not as formidable as they seem, which is the impression you have given them in that minute. Do you relish this perception? Do you enjoy allowing your adversaries to believe that scoring against you is a simple endeavor? Observing the silent, downcast expressions of several starting players, Coach Donovan refrained from further provoking them. He knew their spirits had already been ignited by his words, so additional commentary would be futile. What mattered now was seizing the opportunity to reverse the score. Of course, while fortifying our defense, we must not neglect our offense. Throughout this journey, we have triumphed over a myriad of opponents, relying not solely on defense but also on our offensive capabilities. I firmly believe that when it comes to offense, we have never feared anyone. Tell me, have you ever feared anyone? Never, sir. Good. Then go out there and play with conviction. And show me that you truly fear no one. Under the invigorating influence of Coach Donovan, the 5 starters from Florida University brimmed with fervor, eager to transform into fierce crocodiles and tear apart their adversaries. On the other hand, Texas maintained its unwavering tactical philosophy, championing an offensive strategy, fully aware that their defense could not rival that of their opponents. Thus, they opted to embrace aggression as their primary form of defense, asserting that offense is indeed the best defense. When it comes to offense, Texas harbored no fears. As the game resumed, the 5 starters from Florida became intensely focused, their seamless cooperation yielding promising opportunities, culminating in a dunk by center Noah, who swiftly garnered 2 points. Following his successful basket, Noah immediately called for his teammates to transition back on defense. Although Florida lacked a definitive core player, Noah evidently emerged as the team's leader, his exuberance on the court effortlessly inspiring his teammates. Remarkably, his teammates instinctively fell back into position without further prompting from Noah. It seemed that Coach Donovan's timeout had borne fruit. Post-break, the players exhibited a heightened level of concentration, truly embodying the essence of a defending champion, rendering the preceding minute irrelevant, as noted by ESPN commentator Mike Breen. Breen, an advocate for Florida's successful title defense, acknowledged the prowess of top draft prospect Durant and the capabilities of the team as a whole, yet he firmly believed that Florida University exhibited a more balanced strength, enriched experience, and superior synergy. In contrast, 3 of Texas' starters were first-year freshmen, which naturally placed them at a disadvantage in terms of experience and cohesion. Thus, Breen remained optimistic about Florida's chances of claiming victory once more. Indeed, the reigning champions seemed to be in their optimal form, with the match truly commencing at this juncture, remarked Reggie Miller. The commentary team for ESPN Today included host Mike Breen, alongside legendary NBA sharpshooters Reggie Miller and Mark Jackson, a combination well-received by audiences. However, I personally favored Texas for today's victory, as both of their star players were in exceptional form, should they maintain this performance. I believe Texas held a greater likelihood of triumph, as Jackson clearly expressed his support for the Texas team. Florida's timely defensive transition effectively thwarted Texas's fast break, although the latter was not primarily reliant on this strategy. In essence, fast breaks served merely as an unexpected tactic, with only a handful of opportunities arising throughout the course of a game. Now that the opponent has fortified their defenses, it is time to engage in a true contest. Upon receiving the ball, Durant faced Brewers' defense, executed a feint, and swiftly maneuvered past him on the right. Simultaneously, Quan Xiao darted from the paint to the three-point line, drawing Horford out of the key. Dwayne James set a screen, momentarily obstructing Noah, which granted Durant ample space for his shot. Naturally, he seized this opportunity, successfully sinking the layup. The shooting guard from Florida finally netted his team's first three-pointer of the game, creating an opening thanks to Horford's screen. This moment showcased the synergy among Florida's players, as Brewers' crafty movement prior to Horford's screen had attracted another defender. And this chance was facilitated by Noah's quick outlet pass following an offensive rebound. Texas, not known for its defensive prowess, invested little energy into defense, often relying on their offense to outmaneuver opponents. Although Durant and Quan Xiao possessed commendable individual defensive skills due to their remarkable athleticism, it was their offensive talent that truly astounded, making their contributions on that end vital for Texas. Consequently, Coach Barnes did not emphasize defense for Durant and Quan Xiao, instructing them to merely maintain their positions while allowing more focus on offensive strategies to dismantle their adversaries. In response, Quan Xiao confronted Florida's scoring guard Humphrey and launched a retaliatory three-pointer. Despite Florida's defense being well-positioned, with Humphrey closely guarding Quan Xiao and Horford prepared to assist, it was unfortunate for them that Quan Xiao was in a rhythm, successfully firing over both defenders. Florida again displayed their cohesive teamwork, with Horford converting a mid-range shot for 2 points, continuing their response. At this juncture, it was evident that Florida was attacking with collective strength, lacking a singular focal point, as each player could serve as a primary scoring option. This balanced distribution of firepower made them particularly challenging to defend against. Thus, Texas's strategy of offense over defense was evidently sound, hinging on which team could maintain their shooting form and stability the longest. The back-and-forth nature of the game, where each team responded to the other's scoring, was undeniably captivating. So how would Texas respond? Could they indeed answer back? The answer is affirmative, for Texas boasted a formidable player capable of exploiting mismatches. Consequently, Durant utilized his height to his advantage, delivering a quick stop-and-pop jump shot as a retort. In this manner, the game progressed with tit-for-tat scoring. And by the 15th minute of the first half, the score stood at 37-30, with Texas in the lead. Both teams maintained remarkably high shooting percentages, with Florida relying on a cohesive team effort, while Texas capitalized on the exceptional individual prowess of Durant and Quan Xiao. The flow of the game seemed to confirm this notion. When it comes to offense, Texas truly feared no one. Chapter 26. Behold the deluge of three-pointers. This match held significant importance for both sides. One aspired to achieve a historic breakthrough, remedying the absence of a championship title in their history, while the other sought to defend their title and secure back-to-back victories. Consequently, the two teams began with fervor, igniting sparks on the court. Although Florida initially displayed a slight lack of focus, they swiftly regained their composure, showcasing the tenacity of a defending champion. With just 5 minutes remaining in the first half, these moments became crucial for both teams. Should Texas seize the opportunity to maintain or even extend their lead, they would inch closer to the coveted championship trophy. Conversely, If Florida could mount a surge in those final minutes, closing the gap, or even taking the lead, they would undoubtedly ride that momentum to secure their title defense. As Green dribbled past half-court, he found an open space with the aid of a teammate's screen and, without hesitation, launched a three-pointer from beyond the arc. Fortune favored him as the ball ricocheted off the rim and fell through the net, narrowing the deficit to 4 points. This stroke of luck invigorated Florida's spirit. A mere 4-point gap was not insurmountable, as they had previously demonstrated their ability to stage remarkable comebacks in the second half after trailing at halftime. With nearly 5 minutes still on the clock, they had ample time to further close the gap or even take the lead. The supporters of Florida, buoyed by the three-pointer, became increasingly vocal, unleashing their enthusiasm to rally behind their team, transforming the Georgia Dome into a veritable home court for Florida. However, Texas remained undeterred by the opposing momentum. After Augustine advanced the ball past half-court, he passed it to Durant, who immediately drew a double team. He then shifted the ball to Quan Xiao beyond the three-point line, where Quan Xiao, facing Humphrey's defense, successfully sank another three-pointer. Florida's offense faced a challenge as Green found himself entangled by Augustine and had no opportunity to shoot. The ball was eventually passed around until it reached Humphrey, who attempted a three-pointer, but was unable to connect due to Quan Xiao's interference. Fortunately, Horford secured the offensive rebound and quickly passed it back to Humphrey on the perimeter, with Quan Xiao unable to defend effectively after pursuing the rebound. Humphrey seized the opportunity and made the shot, yet Texas remained unfazed, promptly sending the ball down the court for a fast break. Augustine delivered the ball to Quan Xiao once more, who, once again facing Humphrey's defense, executed a pull-up three-pointer that found its mark. Despite Humphrey's tighter defense on this occasion, Quan Xiao still managed to score. There seems to be no way around it. He is outmatched in height, strength, and jumping ability. The opponent disregards his defense, leaving Humphrey feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Casting aside these thoughts, Humphrey immerses himself in the offense. Being a senior, he knows that a few baskets scored over him by an opponent will not affect his performance. He understands how to maintain his composure and recognizes that the best response to being scored on is to return the favor. Regrettably, before he could react, his own team committed an error, as Brewer's pass intended for Horford was intercepted by Quan Xiao. At the moment of the steal, Humphrey swiftly turned to transition down the court. He was aware of his opponent's speed and was fortunate to be positioned beyond the three-point line, allowing him to return to defense in time. Otherwise, he would have certainly been caught off guard by a fast break. Indeed, just as he stepped back inside the three-point line, Quan Xiao had already advanced to that very line. With the error-prone Brewer in pursuit, everyone anticipated that Quan Xiao would choose to bypass Humphrey in favor of a safer layup or dunk. However, to the astonishment of all present, he executed a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot beyond the arc. Yes, he opted for a three-pointer, and to make matters worse, he succeeded. Oh, what an impressive individual. This young man's shooting touch is blistering, and the defending champions must take action to thwart him. Allowing a shooter to find their rhythm is an exceedingly perilous affair. Indeed. Mike, you are absolutely correct. Once a shooter discovers their groove, even divine intervention may not suffice to stop them. I can say this with utmost certainty, as I have experienced it firsthand many times. As the greatest shooter in NBA history, Reggie Miller's words carry significant weight. Yet the pressing question remains, does Florida possess anyone capable of containing this Chinese prodigy? Those taller than him lack his speed, and those who can keep pace with him do not possess his height. Moreover, his remarkable vertical leap makes him even more challenging to defend. One-on-one defense is futile, however. They might rely on collective defensive strategies to impede him. For instance, they could first sever his connection with teammates, ensuring he receives no passes, or have Noah or Horford shadow him, employing a fronting defense to block his access to the ball. Nevertheless, this Chinese phenom is capable of initiating his own offense, and Texas can certainly allow him to take the lead. You are right. Well, Florida has called a timeout. And now we shall see how Coach Donovan chooses to adjust. The relentless shooting of Quan Xiao with 3 consecutive three-pointers bewildered the defending champions and invigorated his team's momentum. It was evident that the Texas team had gained a psychological upper hand over the reigning champions, prompting the latter to call for a timeout to regroup and, simultaneously, allow Quan Xiao's hand to cool. Tao Lin, keep a close watch on him, disrupt his rhythm, and deny him any favorable shooting opportunities. Corey, sever the connection between this Chinese lad and his teammates, and be prepared to double-team. Al, George, protect the paint, and be ready for any defensive support. If you can execute this, I firmly believe that victory will be ours, for we are the defending champions. For triumph, for the championship. Let us go. Well done. Now, I have but one request. Ensure the ball reaches Qian's hands. Qian, your sole task is to propel that damned ball into their basket. Understood, sir. As the timeout concluded, Florida opted not to continue with three-point attempts but instead focused on exploiting the advantageous interior game. Horford skillfully maneuvered to evade his defender and executed a powerful dunk. Meanwhile, Texas, through relentless movement and screens, crafted opportunities for Quan Xiao, who did not disappoint his teammates. Upon receiving a pass from Durant, he again sank a three-pointer, clearly unaffected by the timeout. In Florida's offensive play, Horford's mid-range shot hit the iron, yet Noah bravely seized the offensive rebound and followed up with a dunk, pumping his fists in exhilaration and rallying his teammates, maintaining their competitive spirit. Transitioning between offense and defense, Texas continued their efforts to create opportunities for Quan Xiao. Although Brewer initially positioned himself to intercept Texas's passing lane, he was rendered helpless as Texas executed a high lob pass, leaving him merely a spectator. Quan Xiao effortlessly caught the ball, utilizing his height, long arms, and remarkable jumping ability. Despite facing a double team from Humphrey and Brewer, he gracefully executed a flawless shot over his adversaries. As the basketball swished through the net, the crisp sound echoed in his ears, reminiscent of a beautiful melody playing softly beside him, filling his heart with elation. This sensation was his greatest delight. The Georgia Dome was soon drenched in a deluge of three-point shots. Chapter 27. Dignity and Counterattack. In basketball, the spectacle of thunderous dunks and blocks, alongside the relentless barrage of three-pointers, undoubtedly stimulates the senses, igniting fervor among the audience. Particularly exhilarating are those audacious three-pointers taken in defiance of defenders, and today, Quan Xiao's performance left spectators both at the venue and at home in a state of rapture, with excitement reaching fever pitch. The supporters from Texas reached another pinnacle of enthusiasm, their thunderous cheers seemingly threatening to uproot the Georgia Dome. Among the enthralled crowd, the likes of Yao Ming, as a fellow compatriot, could barely contain his excitement, dancing with glee, much to the astonishment of his companion, Tracy McGrady. With the score difference now at 12 points and only a minute and a half remaining, the reigning champions had no timeouts left in the first half. They could only rely on their players to self-regulate. Fortunately, as defending champions, their psychological resilience remained steadfast, preventing them from being overwhelmed. With point guard Green orchestrating, they adhered strictly to the tactics set forth by their coach, culminating in Brewer sinking a golden three-pointer. Upon returning to defense, they attacked their opponents with the ferocity of rabid dogs, this relentless defense nearly resulting in an offensive violation for Texas. Ultimately, Augustine's buzzer beater fell short, concluding their offensive effort. It is noteworthy that the NCAA employs a 35-second shot clock, underscoring the sheer intensity of Florida's defense. Perhaps the driving force behind their display of prowess at this moment was their status as reigning champions. They sought to uphold the dignity that accompanies such a title. For any individual or team possessing a sense of honor, despair is not an option, nor is surrender easily entertained. The momentum exhibited by Florida at this juncture embodied an indomitable spirit. If they could not triumph, they would at least inflict some damage. Moreover, with an entire second half ahead, they were far from defeated or willing to concede easily. This was the essence of a champion's dignity. Horford secured the defensive rebound and passed the ball to Green before sprinting towards the opponent's basket with great urgency. The Gators had a clear objective, to capitalize on this offensive opportunity, then stifle the opposing team's advance, thus avoiding starting the second half with a double-digit deficit. Those who have played the game are well aware that trailing by an odd number and by an even number evokes distinctly different psychological pressures. The players from Texas recognized the significance of this moment. They diligently maintained close vigilance over their defensive assignments, daring not to relax even for a moment. Naturally, they aspire to extend their lead as much as possible. Currently, they hold a 9-point advantage and have one more offensive opportunity. If they can successfully defend against this next attack and subsequently score again, their chances of victory will increase markedly. Ultimately, the overall strength of the defending champions proves slightly superior. Even though Durant and his teammates may dominate their respective opponents, the disparity in other positions is immense. In the end, they failed to defend this possession. Brewer once again came through, netting his second field goal of the game, narrowing the gap to 7 points and leaving Texas with 12 seconds for their offensive play. Defend this possession, echoed the sentiments of all the players from Florida. Score this basket. represented the resolve of every Texas player. This time, Durant initiated the attack for Texas, as it was only fitting to entrust such a crucial moment to their star player. Florida, anticipating this move, fortified their defense against Durant. Brewers shadowed Durant closely, denying him any space to penetrate, while Horford and Noah positioned themselves in the paint, ready to provide assistance if Durant attempted a shot. As the clock ticked down, when the timer reached 5 seconds, Durant accelerated, charging towards the basket with the ball in hand, seemingly poised for a thunderous dunk. Despite Brewers' unwavering pursuit, he could not withstand Durant's momentum. Realizing the impending danger, Horford rushed out to challenge him. Yet, Durant soared into the air, meeting Horford's desperate leap head-on. Brewer, seeing Durant take flight, also leapt, attempting to block the shot. However, Durant did not take the shot. Instead, in mid-air, he deftly passed the ball to the open Powell, placing his faith in his teammate. Although Durant could have taken a contested shot, the likelihood of success was not favorable. Powell, upon receiving the ball, made a slight adjustment before releasing his shot, and at that very moment, the red light illuminated, signaling the end of the first half. Miss it, miss it, make it, make it. The shouts from the sidelines rose and fell like waves. Yet it was evident that these voices could not alter the trajectory of the ball that had already been launched. The ultimate outcome hinged solely on the individual who set it in motion. Fortuitously, luck favored Texas today, as Powell's buzzer-beating three-pointer restored a 10-point lead, bringing the score to 55-45 in favor of Texas. During halftime, neither team made significant tactical adjustments. Both understood that strategy played a minimal role in the game's enhancement, and it ultimately depended on the players' performances. Texas made a personnel change, reintroducing Pittman in place of Powell, evidently to bolster their defense. Meanwhile, Florida opted to maintain their starting five without any alterations. The question of whether star-studded basketball would triumph over team-oriented play, or vice versa, would be resolved only at the conclusion of the match. As the second half commenced, Florida took possession of the ball, choosing to initiate their offense from the post, their area of strength, where their efficiency was notably higher. What Florida urgently needed was a successful shooting percentage. Throughout the first half, Quan Xiao predominantly operated from the perimeter, defending against the shooting guard, Humphrey. However, Coach Barnes made a slight adjustment for the second half, repositioning Quan Xiao to the 4 spot to primarily guard Horford. While on offense, his role would remain flexible, yet still focused on the shooting guard position. Among Florida's 2 interior players, Horford posed a greater offensive threat with a wider array of scoring techniques, whereas Noah concentrated more on defensive duties. Although Demi James was renowned for his defensive prowess, his height presented a significant disadvantage, allowing Horford to exploit him easily. Quan Xiao, while nearly matching him in height, surpassed him in wingspan, strength, leaping ability, and overall athleticism. Moreover, Quan Xiao's defensive skills were superior to those of Demi James. The necessity for Quan Xiao's offensive contributions in the first half had precluded his assignment to guard inside. Upon encountering Quan Xiao as his defender, Horford was taken aback momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure, establishing position in the paint and signaling for the ball from his teammates, who promptly complied. Upon receiving the ball, Horford exerted pressure with his back, only to find he could not displace Quan Xiao. Consequently, he dribbled and forcefully collided with him, attempting to create an opportunity through sheer force. However, he still could not budge Quan Xiao, whose strength evidently exceeded his expectations. Quan Xiao's physique may not possess the robust stature typical of Western athletes. Rather, it exhibits the fluid body lines characteristic of Asian individuals. However, his weight is no trifling matter, currently reaching an impressive 102 kilograms, with a body fat percentage hovering around 5. Consequently, his strength is formidable, ranking among the very best in the team. In terms of core strength, even Pittman pales in comparison to Quan Xiao, rendering it unsurprising that Horford struggles to penetrate his defenses. Upon realizing he could not overpower Quan Xiao, Horford resolved to adjust his offensive approach. He executed a turnaround jump shot, leveraging his body against Quan Xiao, pivoting on his left foot, and forcefully springing off his right foot to launch the ball. Within this range, Horford's shooting accuracy remained reliable, allowing him to score 2 points as Quan Xiao, unable to contest, could not thwart the attempt. This served as a promising omen. Could it mark the commencement of Florida's counterattack? Chapter 28, The Grim Reaper, Durant as the second half commenced. Horford's scoring ignited a hopeful start for Florida, demonstrating their determination to close the gap. However, little did they anticipate that the ensuing minutes would introduce a Reaper wielding a scythe, casting a haunting nightmare that would linger in their memories. When it was Texas's turn to attack, Durant received a pass and, without warning, leaped to shoot a three-pointer from beyond the arc. The ball tracing a graceful arc into Florida's basket. This three-pointer seemed to awaken his offensive desire, as Durant subsequently executed a series of flawless attacks, showcasing his offensive prowess to the world. He performed layups, quick stop jump shots, delicate hooks under the basket, three-pointers, mid-range shots, and even a thunderous dunk over a defender. Within a mere 5 minutes, he single-handedly orchestrated a surge of 16-8, propelling the score gap toward 20 points. During this interval, Florida contemplated various strategies to halt Durant's scoring spree. However, their efforts proved futile against his relentless momentum. They attempted perimeter defense, double-teaming, and even resorted to a triple team during one of Durant's offensive plays, yet none could impede his onslaught. Even Coach Donovan's timeout failed to disrupt his fiery performance. It was madness. Texas was truly playing with an unparalleled fervor. In the first half, the Chinese player had unleashed a storm of three-pointers that left the reigning champions reeling. Now, in the second half, just when the Chinese player momentarily paused, Durant erupted with an unexpected ferocity. At this juncture, it seemed the match could be declared over. The championship was destined for Texas, heralding a new champion in NCAA history, as the host Earl Johnson exclaimed with fervor. Indeed, Durant in the second half resembled a grim reaper, swiftly harvesting the lifeblood of his opponents. The reigning champions were left with no hope. Their journey had reached its conclusion. I have resolved that from this moment forth, Durant shall be known as the Grim Reaper, a moniker inspired by the great Sir Charles. Such is the prowess of a superstar, Durant is now undeniably capable of assuming a starting position in the NBA. He possesses the requisite skills to become a cornerstone even for the least competitive teams. Presently, college basketball presents him with no challenge, as there is no one left to impede his progress. Offensively, he stands alone. Perhaps only his teammate, the remarkable young talent from China, can keep pace with him. Following this match, has he taken a significant step closer to being the first overall pick in this year's draft? Earl Johnson has posed a compelling question. It is difficult to ascertain, as Greg Oden's talent remains undeniable. For many, he is the preferable option due to the high regard in which exceptional big men are held. If the esteemed Sir Charles were to make the selection, I would prioritize Durant, followed by his Chinese teammate, and only then would I consider Oden. For I see greater potential in these two from Texas. This, perhaps, elucidates why you are not invited to serve as a general manager, but rather to commentate for our network, quipped Earl Johnson, though the game has yet to conclude. Both the spectators on the sidelines and the commentators have already drawn their conclusions. No one believes the defending champions can create any more waves. Nor do they expect Texas to falter and relinquish a nearly 20-point lead. As the second half commenced, many still held faith that the champions would turn the tide, as they had done countless times before. However, no one anticipated Durant's explosive performance. Within merely 5 minutes, he dealt a devastating blow to the defending champions, nearly plunging them into despair. The only sounds now emanating from the sidelines are the fervent cheers of Texas supporters. While even the most ardent fans from Florida find themselves rendered speechless, their hearts heavy with a sense of powerlessness. In the first half, Durant's play was lackluster, his presence on both ends of the court hardly reminiscent of his previous brilliance. This led many to speculate that he was in poor form today, allowing the first half to overshadow his true potential. Yet, as the second half dawned, Durant revealed his formidable talent, and it became clear that he remains the Durant of old. He merely chose to unleash his full capabilities in the latter half to decisively clinch the game. The narrative unfolded precisely as he envisioned. The Grim Reaper, perhaps the moniker bestowed upon him by Barkley, will soon echo throughout the nation. In the brief moments of the match, this individual indeed resembled the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, effortlessly extinguishing the life of his opponent in a single, sweeping motion. Although there remained a theoretical chance for Florida to stage a comeback with over 10 minutes left in the game, such prospects were exceedingly slim. Coach Donovan once again called for a timeout. Having already utilized 2 in the first 5 minutes of the second half, this was clearly a desperate measure. The players on the court appeared to be rattled by Durant's remarkable performance over the past few minutes, leading to a disconnection in both offense and defense. Thus, a timeout was necessary to recalibrate. During this pause, Florida made some personnel adjustments, substituting Humphrey and Green for 2 backup guards more adept at defense. Their primary mission was to disrupt Durant's rhythm at all costs, even if it meant committing fouls. The basketball court possesses many intricate elements, such as momentum, shooting touch, and the interplay between offense and defense. Presently, Texas had completely seized the momentum due to Durant's extraordinary display, bolstering their defensive prowess as well. Upon resuming play, Florida's initial offensive attempt was thwarted by Texas, with Pittman managing to secure a challenging defensive rebound and promptly passing it to Durant. Upon receiving the ball, Durant swiftly dribbled down the court. The newly substituted guards from Florida, brimming with energy, immediately applied tight double-team pressure on Durant. Observing this, Durant passed the ball to Quan Xiao before charging towards the basket. Quan Xiao, receiving the ball, executed a deceptive shot fake, causing Brewer to leap. Seizing the opportunity, he then dribbled past the defense. Noah hurried from the paint to provide support, while Dame James set a screen for Durant, obstructing Horford. Consequently, Quan Xiao, faking the shot, delivered the ball towards the hoop, where Durant leapt, catching Quan Xiao's pass in midair and emphatically slamming the ball into the net. What a splendid display of aerial teamwork. A connection between the dual stars of Texas. Longhorns, charge forth, toppling every adversary in our path. The championship is nearly ours. Well done, Kevin, Chien. Continue to annihilate those wretched foes. We, the Longhorns, are truly magnificent. The Texas supporters outside erupted in fervent cheers, and who could blame them? The previous silence weighed heavily upon them. After all, they too were a team that had reached the finals, a formidable contender for the championship, boasting 2 superstar players. Why, then, were they overlooked? Simply because their opponents were the defending champions? Because the rivals appeared more balanced as a team? Very well, let them witness what true superstars embody. We shall emerge as the ultimate victors. The Grim Reaper's scythe continues to swing. Evidently, he will not lower his weapon until he has completely reaped his adversary's life. Chapter 29. Even in defeat, one must stand tall. Durant's formidable performance dealt Florida a significant blow, rendering their hopes of a comeback virtually impossible. Ultimately, they had done all within their power, yet they could not impede the stride of this man. Thus, all that remained was perhaps the anticipation of death's arrival. At this juncture, the players from Buddha University comprehended that they had succumbed in this contest, the championship now a distant dream. It was not due to a lack of strength or an inclination to surrender, but rather the 2 adversaries had rendered them powerless, even despondent. Each time they believed they could narrow the score, their opponents responded with a goal. Every flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished by a crushing blow. Consequently, after repeated cycles of hope and disappointment, their resolve began to waver, and thoughts of relinquishment emerged. If defeat was inevitable, what was the purpose of relentless struggle? This encapsulates the fatal flaw of a team-oriented squad. The term team-oriented is merely a euphemism. A more fitting description would be a commoner-esque team. In such teams, the players' abilities are closely matched, relatively balanced. Perhaps 1 or 2 might ascend to the realm of stars. Yet they lack a singular figure capable of shouldering the team's burdens during critical moments. These teams may flourish when the winds are favorable, showcasing remarkable performances against lesser opponents with a high degree of certainty. However, once they fall behind significantly, especially against a team fortified by superstars, their prospects become grim. For no one can stand toe-to-toe with their rivals, suppressing their momentum. At the very least, one must ensure their own spirit is not overwhelmingly crushed. The 2004 Pistons, often regarded as a commoner-esque team, actually boasted a near superstar in Chauncey Billups. While he might not be renowned by name, his prowess is undoubtedly underestimated, and his clutch performance is formidable. Otherwise, he would not have earned the title of Mr. Big Shot. Moreover, Rasheed Wallace ranked among the top 5 power forwards in the league at the time, while Ben Wallace was a 4-time recipient of the Defensive Player of the Year award. The Pistons' triumph over the star-studded Lakers, featuring the F4, was also attributable to the aging of their opponents and internal discord. Otherwise, the outcome would have been uncertain. Another team that exemplifies team basketball is the San Antonio Spurs, who ascended to glory in 1999, 2003, and 2005. Yet their roster consistently included superstars capable of rising to the occasion when it mattered most. However, even the formidable Spurs have fallen to the Lakers. Powered by superstars Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal, multiple times in the playoffs, illustrating the critical importance of superstars to a team's success. Thus, while a commoner-esque team may achieve fleeting success due to fortune or the misfortunes of their adversaries, the prospect of establishing a dynasty is indeed a daunting challenge. Let alone creating a dynasty, even defending a title proves to be an arduous task, a truth exemplified by the Pistons themselves. Following their championship victory in 2004, They advanced to the finals once again in 2005, only to be vanquished by the Spurs, resulting in a failure to defend their title. While Florida's triumph last year was indicative of their inherent strength, they were by no means the most formidable team. Moreover, their conquest of UCLA revealed the absence of any superstar players on that roster. Although Jordan Farmar showcased commendable performance in college, he ultimately proved to be merely a competent starter in the NBA. Now, however, their adversaries boast two superstar-caliber athletes. In the face of such overwhelming talent, the disparity in scores widened as the opposing superstars showcased their prowess. Florida lacked a figure capable of matching their opponent's intensity, thus allowing the flow of the game to be dictated by the rivals. In this critical moment, Joakim Noah emerged as a beacon of leadership. Although not the team's unequivocal core, he undoubtedly stood as its leader. Even if he did not possess superstar status, his fervor and inner strength inspired his teammates. Under his rallying cries, the players from Florida gradually regained their composure, ready to engage in a final showdown with Texas. The supporters of Florida also began to come to terms with the reality that their team might not secure the championship today. However, they were unwilling to witness their team suffer a humiliating defeat. After all, they were the reigning champions, and dignity mattered. At that moment, the players on the court held a singular conviction. The game was far from over, and it was not the time to concede. They resolved to strive for victory, asserting that even in defeat, they would stand tall. The power of belief may not have instantaneously amplified their physical prowess, yet it sharpened their focus. In basketball, a player's concentration is a crucial determinant of performance, as it directly affects the manifestation of their abilities. For instance, Lamar Odom, when sufficiently focused, played at a superstar level. Yet his inconsistency in maintaining that focus relegated him to the status of an elite player. Setting aside the outcome, the Florida players commenced a fierce confrontation with Texas. Their defense grew increasingly aggressive, and their offense more decisive. Every player seized opportunities without hesitation. The remaining four players relentlessly pursued rebounds, intensifying the competition and ensuring the game was no longer one-sided. Gradually, the score began to close. Initially, Texas struggled against Florida's relentless energy, but they swiftly adapted. They were not intimidated by physical confrontations, and their desire for victory overshadowed all else. They yearned to claim the championship, a feat that had eluded their school as history. Today, a victory over their opponents would immortalize them as heroes in their institution's annals. Consequently, they intensified their physicality, enhancing their defensive efforts. With two players of first-round talent, even in the absence of clear scoring opportunities, they could draw defenders, thus creating favorable chances for their teammates. As a result, both teams engaged in a captivating back-and-forth battle, showcasing a thrilling spectacle on the court. The supporters of both teams exerted every effort from the sidelines, engaging in a spirited contest that propelled the decibel levels within the dome to unprecedented heights. Following a timeout called by Florida for adjustments just 5 minutes into the second half, the game progressed to the 18th minute without either team opting for another pause, leaving the resolution of the match in the hands of the players on the court. Florida had already utilized 2 timeouts, while Coach Barnes of Texas deemed it unnecessary to interrupt the game. The performance of the players exceeded all expectations, negating the need for a stoppage. This 13-minute segment of the game could be considered the most exhilarating of the tournament, characterized by fierce competition, explosive action, and fluid gameplay. As the clock ticked to the 18th minute of the second half, the score stood at 95-81, with Florida having clawed back 6 points during this period. However, with merely 2 minutes remaining, a comeback seemed implausible. Florida burned their final timeout, not to devise a strategy for a miraculous turnaround, but rather to substitute their 3 key players, Noah, Horford, and Brewer. These 3 had battled valiantly up to this point and were visibly exhausted, with the risk of injury looming should they continue. It was deemed unnecessary to jeopardize their futures for a game that seemed destined for defeat, as any injuries could adversely affect their draft prospects. As the players departed the court, the audience bestowed a resounding ovation upon them. Both teams exhibited commendable performances, and in the closing moments, Florida demonstrated the tenacity befitting a defending champion, fighting valiantly even while trailing by 20 points to uphold their dignity. Conversely, Texas, initially underestimated at the season's onset, embarked on a remarkable journey, emerging as a dark horse to claim victory. The audience held deep respect for Texas, as the decline of an old powerhouse heralded the rise of a fresh contender. In the final 2 minutes of the game, both teams seamlessly transitioned to their bench players, resulting in a tranquil conclusion without further upheaval. As the clock wound down to the final second and the final whistle blew, the atmosphere within the dome epitomized a stark dichotomy. On one side, jubilant Texas players, coaches, and supporters reveled in celebration, while on the other, the defeated Florida team and their supporters were enveloped in a somber silence, grappling with the weight of their loss. Such is the nature of sports. The joy of the victors often contrasts sharply with the sorrow of the vanquished. Although it is a harsh reality, it possesses its own beauty, does it not? The game concluded with the defending champions unable to fulfill their aspirations, marking their failure to retain the title, a lamentable outcome. Yet, for Texas and their supporters, it was a moment of pure elation. They emerged as this year's champions, establishing themselves as a new force within the NCAA. They have etched their own legacy, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations to them. Congratulations to Texas, and also to Coach Barnes for becoming the champion coach. Today's match was a splendid display of athleticism, with both teams performing admirably. Notably, Texas's Kevin Durant and China's Quan Xiao shone brightly, emerging as the pivotal figures in Texas's victory. Their statistics were remarkable. Kevin Durant amassed 35 points, 11 rebounds, and 6 assists, alongside a block and 2 steals. His performance in the first 5 minutes of the second half was nearly decisive in determining the outcome of the game. Meanwhile, the young Chinese player achieved a near triple-double with 31 points, 10 rebounds, and 9 assists, including a staggering 21 points from beyond the arc, hitting 7 of 11 three-point attempts, a truly formidable shooting percentage. Although he may not have dazzled with scoring in the second half as much as Durant, his defensive efforts against Horford were commendable, making him a strong contender for the Most Outstanding Player award. I believe that whether Kevin Durant or Quan Xiao ultimately receives the MP title, it would be a well-deserved recognition. Ideally, they would be co-recipients, as Texas truly belongs to both of them. As colorful confetti cascaded from above the arena, the Texas players rushed onto the court to celebrate their victory the moment the game concluded. They joyfully lifted their coaching staff into the air, followed by their 2 core players, fully aware of who had led them to this championship. Kevin, congratulations on becoming a champion. I believe this year's #1 draft pick should undoubtedly be you, Quan Xiao exclaimed, embracing Durant's shoulder. Thank you, Quan. Without you, this championship would not have been possible. So I owe you my gratitude. And congratulations to you as well, for you are also a champion member. By the way, I will be entering this year's draft, and we might become rivals, Quan Xiao said with a smile. When we meet, I won't hold back. Haha, I was just about to say that. Just don't lose too badly. But if you do, I'll treat you to dinner as compensation, Durant replied, sharing a laugh. See you in the NBA. See you in the NBA? Hey, Kevin, Quan, form a line. It's time for the award ceremony, assistant coach Ross called out, urging them to prepare for the presentation. After the awards ceremony, the defeated Florida team exited the arena, while the newly crowned champions from Texas remained on the court. They were set to partake in the net-cutting ceremony and awaited the announcement of the final MOP recipient before continuing their celebrations. After a brief wait, the MOP winner, selected by media votes, was finally revealed. In the end, Kevin Durant received a slightly higher vote count and was awarded the MOP. Upon hearing his name announced, Durant was overwhelmed with excitement, as this was, to date, the most significant accolade of his life. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the media friends who voted for me today. Thank you for your recognition. What I wish to convey is that this accolade does not solely belong to me. Rather, it is a testament to our entire team's collective effort. I feel immensely fortunate for having chosen the Longhorns, and today's championship serves as a validation of the wisdom behind my choice. Now, I am devoid of any regrets regarding my collegiate journey, and it is time to aspire towards loftier goals. I eagerly anticipate the forthcoming challenges, and I hope to receive your continued support. Thank you. Durant's acceptance speech was both succinct and heartfelt, subtly hinting at his intention to enter this year's draft. In truth, most could speculate on this outcome, as he was a frontrunner for the top pick even before the season commenced. The recent triumph of Texas undoubtedly enhances his draft prospects. Following Durant's remarks, he was immediately encircled by a throng of journalists. As the core of the newly crowned champions and the recipient of the Most Outstanding Player award, he naturally attracted significant media attention. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao was similarly surrounded by reporters, though apart from a few from American media, the majority were Chinese journalists. The other teammates experienced a stark contrast, with scarcely any media presence, while Coach Barnes had a small cluster of journalists around him. Hello, Quan Xiao. First and foremost, congratulations on your championship victory. What are your plans moving forward? Will you continue to compete in collegiate leagues, or do you intend to enter this year's draft? Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the questioner was an old acquaintance, Yao Ming, a correspondent for the China Basketball Pioneer report stationed in Houston, who has dedicated years to covering Yao Ming. As Quan Xiao began to make a name for himself in Texas, Wang astutely recognized the newsworthy angle and, due to geographical proximity, seized the opportunity to connect with Quan Xiao promptly. His efforts have significantly contributed to raising awareness of Quan Xiao's existence among the Chinese populace, illustrating that beyond Yao Ming, there is another Chinese player excelling in American basketball, and notably at the prestigious NCAA level. Currently, the understanding of NCAA basketball among the majority of Chinese citizens remains quite limited. Even among basketball enthusiasts, knowledge of the NCAA is scant. Their primary focus tends to be on the NBA, followed by the domestic CBA league, with little awareness beyond these realms. Apart from a select few basketball aficionados, the NCAA's recognition in China is still remarkably low. However, thanks to Quan Xiao's influence, the recently established China Basketball Pioneer report, which has only been in existence for 3 years, has devoted considerable coverage to NCAA games. This increased attention has, in turn, allowed more basketball fans to gain a deeper understanding of the NCAA. Given their frequent interactions during interviews, Quan Xiao and Yao Ming have developed a close friendship, fostering a bond beyond mere professional acquaintance. Quan Xiao has consistently provided him with insider information, predominantly concerning Durant. As a basketball journalist residing in the United States, Yao Ming is acutely aware of the immense attention Durant garners in America, and it is inevitable that he will secure a place in the NBA in the future. Obtaining such information about a promising star before he fully emerges is undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, due to Quan Xiao's connections, he has cultivated familiarity with the members of the Longhorns and has developed a close rapport with Durant. This is, after all, a lucrative opportunity. Thank you, Mango. Winning the championship brings immense joy, and this achievement is a testament to the hard work and dedication of everyone in the team. As for my personal journey, I will be participating in this year's draft. I harbor no regrets or challenges regarding my college experience. Rather, I aspire for greater opportunities for growth. Hence, my next destination is the NBA, and I hope everyone will continue to support me. Thank you. Chapter 31. The Impact of Championship Victory. Both Quan Xiao and Durant have announced their intentions to enter this year's draft during post-game interviews, a revelation that has not taken many by surprise. For Durant, many had anticipated this decision even before the season commenced, with his draft prospects consistently regarded favorably. As for Quan Xiao, he was relatively unknown at the onset of the season. However, as the games progressed, his performance garnered increasing attention and recognition. By the time Texas reached the finals, no one could doubt the talent that Quan Xiao displayed, with some bold NBA team executives suggesting that if they held the first overall pick, they might take a chance on him. Presently, Quan Xiao's draft stock remains promising, ensuring he will likely be selected within the top 4, with the potential for an upset. Once all NCAA games concluded, prospective draftees typically release announcements regarding their intentions, followed by attending tryouts organized by various teams in the NBA's collective workouts. Quan Xiao's performance has undoubtedly attracted the interest of numerous lottery teams, while those with better records refrain from extending tryout invitations as they recognize the improbability of Quan Xiao falling out of the lottery range. Upon returning to campus, the Texas Longhorns, now crowned NCAA champions, received a rapturous welcome from students and faculty alike. The university had already begun preparations for a celebration prior to the finals, knowing that regardless of the outcome, they were making history. Now that they have indeed brought home the championship, the festivities will be grandiose, with the City Hall even allocating special funds to commemorate Texas's first championship in its history. In a flash, the basketball team members have become heroes within the school, especially the two most popular figures, Durant and Quan Xiao. In recent days, it has become commonplace for them to be approached for autographs and photographs, with numerous female students presenting their best pictures to the duo, often accompanied by a string of digits on the back. The significance of winning an NCAA championship for a university cannot be understated. Otherwise, nearly every university in the nation would not have formed basketball teams to compete. Some institutions may lack academic prestige on a national scale, yet their recognition often skyrockets due to championship victories. For instance, Duke University and the University of North Carolina may not compare academically to Harvard or Stanford, yet their fame is on par with these globally renowned institutions. Why do they enjoy such prominence? It is because they have produced numerous celebrated NBA players over the years. With Texas having secured the championship this year, it will undoubtedly be featured in coverage by numerous media outlets across the nation, effectively serving as free advertising for the university and propelling its recognition to new heights. The cost of securing such extensive media coverage through traditional advertising would be astronomical. Thus, one can discern the advantages conferred by being a champion, which elucidates why numerous universities are inclined to offer full scholarships to entice prodigious athletes to their ranks. Kevin, what have you been up to lately? You seem to be somewhat out of sorts. During a training session one day, Quan Xiao effortlessly triumphed in a one-on-one match with a score of 10-3, while Durant appeared clearly off his game, prompting his curiosity. Hey, buddy, are you not aware of the obvious? Quan Xiao's inquiry elicited a raised eyebrow and a smirk from Durant. What do you mean? How am I being obvious? I'm merely curious about your recent activities that have left you seemingly unprepared. Really? Haven't you been indulging like the rest of us? I can't believe it. I've seen you receive more pictures from admirers than I have. Haven't you invited a few out to enjoy some fun? Upon hearing Durant's words, Quan Xiao realized what was afoot. Clearly, he had been preoccupied with social escapades. The NCAA season had concluded, and with over 2 months until the draft, it was a rare opportunity to relax. He had a slight understanding of the proclivities associated with his friend S character. Quan Xiao indeed received numerous photographs of beautiful women, each adorned with phone numbers. He perused them, noticing several with striking features and alluring figures. To claim that he remained entirely unaffected would be disingenuous. After all, he was merely an impassioned youth of 18 or 19. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao ultimately refrained from indulging in such distractions and resolutely discarded the photographs into the trash. Ah, those pictures. I have thrown them away. Externally, Quan Xiao appeared indifferent. Yet internally he felt a pang of regret. So many charming young ladies. Oh no. Such a gesture seems to wound the hearts of those who sent you their photographs. You ought to invite them out for a deeper conversation to console their yearning spirits. Alas, you Chinese lack romanticism. Even if you do not wish to keep them, you could pass them on to me. I would not mind at all. Observing Durant's incessant chatter, Quan Xiao could only shake his head in resignation. He was neither naive nor a saint untouched by worldly desires. He understood the intentions of those women. However, he suppressed his restless heart, diligently training each day without faltering. After all, he was still young, not yet 19, and he feared it might affect his physical development. Furthermore, he preferred to engage in such matters only after establishing an emotional foundation, rather than merely succumbing to primal urges. Although several young ladies aligned with his aesthetic, he ultimately restrained himself. All right, Kevin, once we enter the NBA, more beauties will surely flock to us. For now, let's cast aside those errant thoughts. By the way, have you considered your draft situation? Have you secured an agent? Are you planning to participate in the combine? Have you been monitoring your draft prospects? For promising rookies like us, agents are typically eager to approach us for selection. I do not intend to attend the combine. I will simply audition for a few teams with the highest draft positions. Regardless, I am confident I will be selected within the top 3. Recent predictions have me and Odin among the leading trio. By the way, have you found an agent? Would you like me to introduce you to one? Durant inquired at last. No need. I have it all arranged. Quan Xiao replied succinctly. Quan Xiao was acutely aware that the reason for Texas's ultimate victory, coupled with his commendable performance in the finals, had significantly elevated his draft stock, positioning him as one of the leading candidates for the first overall pick. This surge in prominence attracted the attention of numerous agents, including several prominent figures in the industry. However, Quan Xiao resolutely declined all offers. He believed he would likely be selected 3rd, or perhaps even 4th, in the draft, with Odin expected to secure the coveted first pick. He recognized that, due to injury issues, Odin might not fully realize his potential, becoming a source of regret among many experts and fans. Had a higher power intervened, opting for Durant or himself over Odin may have proved a wiser choice. Yet under the current circumstances, any team fortunate enough to acquire the first overall pick would undoubtedly choose Odin without hesitation. Thus far, nearly every team within the lottery range had extended an invitation for a workout to Quan Xiao, particularly those poised to secure a top pick, who were especially eager. Nevertheless, he had yet to decide whether to accept these invitations, opting to wait until the final draft lottery results were determined before making a choice. In Chapter 32, titled Market Trends, the formation of his agent team became paramount for Quan Xiao. This consideration had been on his mind since the mid-season, and he had already devised a plan. Consequently, despite several renowned agents approaching him after announcing his candidacy, he turned them all away. On May 23rd, the NBA playoffs had progressed to the conference finals, with the San Antonio Spurs leading the Utah Jazz 2-0 in the West, while the Detroit Pistons held a temporary 1-0 lead over the Cleveland Cavaliers in the East. This day also marked the lottery draw for the draft order, and the final results revealed that the teams with the three worst records, the Grizzlies, Celtics, and Bucks, failed to secure the first overall pick. Instead, the luck fell to the seventh worst team, the Trail Blazers, who claimed the top pick. Unfortunately for the aforementioned teams, they did not even secure the second or third picks, with the fifth worst team, the Supersonics, obtaining the second pick, and the fourth worst, the Hawks, landing the third. The Grizzlies, with the worst record, managed only a fourth pick, while the remaining teams received their draft positions according to their standings. With the draft order established, teams initiated a new round of workout invitations, and Quan Xiao's agent team was nearing completion. His older sister took on the role of agent, a decision he had persuaded her to accept after joining the school team. During this time, his sister, Quan Xiao, quickly familiarized herself with NBA-related matters, becoming a recognized and qualified agent within the league, overseeing all off-court affairs for Quan Xiao. Additionally, they hired a recent graduate from Harvard Law School, Mo Xiao, an exceptional student from China, who would serve as the team's attorney, responsible for drafting and reviewing contracts as well as handling legal matters. They also brought aboard Shui Lina, a Chinese-American accountant with extensive financial experience, who had recently departed from a company in Silicon Valley to manage the team's financial responsibilities. Furthermore, they secured the services of Li Zihao, a therapist hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, skilled in orthopedic injuries and massage therapy. Thus, the entire team was formed. In the domestic sphere, matters were temporarily entrusted to his uncle. Originally, Quan Xiao intended to hire a nutritionist to oversee his diet and a dedicated press officer to handle external communications and represent him. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Given his current modest income, he could not afford to hire so many individuals. It is well known that in the United States, securing exceptional talent comes at a considerable cost, and under the prevailing economic circumstances, Quan Xiao found it quite challenging to bear. Fortunately, following a recommendation from Coach Barnes, the school awarded him a full scholarship, alleviating some of his financial strain. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to employ both Mo Xiao and Shui Lina for the time being. The reason Quan Xiao appointed his sister as his manager was that he truly believed in her potential to excel in that role. She possesses an extroverted and cheerful personality, making her easy to get along with. Furthermore, she is meticulous and observant, with an excellent sense of the bigger picture. More importantly, her command of English is exceptional. She has no issues with either listening comprehension or speaking. Entrusting her with off-court matters posed no concerns whatsoever. Moreover, Quan Xiao harbored grander aspirations. He planned to establish his own management agency, akin to LeBron James, leveraging his abilities and connections for personal gain. Additionally, he had two cousins who might also have opportunities to enter the NBA in the future. Given the vast Chinese market, venturing into player management could prove to be highly lucrative. With a few years of foresight on his side, there was a significant possibility of discovering hidden gems among the late first-round picks, second-round selections, or undrafted players. Today, Quan Sha did not participate in the team's tryouts. Instead, he practiced shooting in the school's gymnasium when his phone, resting on the sidelines, rang. Pausing his training and checking the caller ID, he found it was his sister. His manager, reaching out. "Hey, little brother," the Timberwolves called. "They hope we won't accept tryouts with other teams anymore. They are willing to select you with their seventh pick. That's their guarantee." The Timberwolves? There's no need to consider them. They won't have much competitiveness in the coming years, and that frigid place lacks promising prospects. Aside from Odin and my teammate Durant, I don't believe anyone else in this year's draft can surpass me. Then we can also rule out the Milwaukee Bucks. This leaves only the Portland Trail Blazers, who hold the first overall pick, and the Seattle Supersonics with the second. We also have the Atlanta Hawks with the third pick, the Memphis Grizzlies at fourth, and the Boston Celtics at fifth. However, the Blazers seem unlikely. Their preference appears to lean towards Greg Oden. As for the Supersonics, their intentions remain unclear, but I suspect they are more inclined to choose Durant. Given that he is an American and has already made a name for himself in high school, he is a more viable choice compared to you. Thus, it seems we can only select from the remaining three teams. sister swiftly immersed herself in her work. It was evident that she had adapted to the role of a manager in a remarkably short time, having seemingly accomplished a great deal despite her prior ignorance of basketball. Thus, with regard to these three teams, I am announcing that I will no longer accept any invitations for trials. I am now focusing on personal training. The NBA is far from the collegiate leagues. I must enhance my skills promptly to secure a starting position in the upcoming season. Train diligently, and I shall handle the rest alongside Xiao Xiao. I appreciate your efforts. By the way, have the formalities for those two fellows been completed? My uncle is taking care of it, and I believe it is nearly done. I will call him shortly to inquire about the situation. Very well. Let us proceed as planned. Feel free to reach out at any time. After hanging up the phone, Quan Xiao devoted himself entirely to training. Understanding that the intensity of NBA competition far exceeds that of college basketball. Moreover, the NBA season is lengthy and highly competitive, posing a significant challenge for any newcomer who has not yet participated in such a league. While there are indeed a few exceptionally gifted individuals who can achieve remarkable levels of performance upon entering the NBA, they are a rarity. To adapt swiftly, Quan Xiao must engage in rigorous training to continuously enhance his abilities. He possesses a clear understanding of his current physical condition and skills. Adapting should be a matter of course. However, his aspirations extend beyond mere adaptation. He harbors loftier ambitions. To attain his predetermined goals, diligent training to bolster his strength is his foremost priority. According to the latest draft predictions from the authoritative selection website Draft Express and Badraft, Odin holds the top position, even though Odin was bested by Durant and Quan Xiao. This has not altered the prevailing perception of his talent, which is undeniably captivating. Durant and Quan Xiao occupy the second and third spots, respectively, while another Chinese player, Yi Jianlian, is ranked ninth. Chapter 33, the 2007 Draft Conference on June 28, 2007, within the hallowed halls of Madison Square Garden in New York. The annual Draft Conference is about to commence. For many, this day signifies a pivotal moment that could determine the trajectory of their lives. For those teams holding high picks, it may represent a chance to alter the course of their franchise's history. Regardless of the outcome, this day will be etched in the memories of many. Today, Quan Xiao donned a formal attire. The impeccably tailored suit he wore lent him an air of maturity. To be candid, his appearance does not possess the striking allure that captivates at first glance. Rather, it embodies a more ruggedly handsome charm, appearing quite ordinary initially, yet revealing a captivating quality the longer one gazes. Undoubtedly, today he belongs to the circle of the little greenhouse. For all enthusiasts of Chinese basketball, this day is one to be commemorated, and for the journalists covering the sport, it is also a day worthy of celebration. At last, two Chinese players are poised to join the league, and both are likely to be selected in the early rounds. This prospect has ignited their excitement. As it promises an abundance of material for reporting, some eager reporters have even begun to fantasize about future Chinese derbies. Within the greenhouse, Quan Xiao encountered Yi Jianlian. This marked their first official meeting. Prior to this, Quan Xiao was relatively familiar with Yi Jianlian, while Yi had scant knowledge of Quan Xiao. Only aware that he was a member of this year's NCAA championship team and had performed admirably in the NCAA, lacking further specifics. Hello, Yi Ge, I am Quan Xiao. I am delighted to meet you here and eagerly anticipate our encounters on the NBA court, as well as the opportunity to represent our nation alongside you. Quan Xiao greeted Yi Jianlian with enthusiasm. Hello Quan Xiao, I am Yi Jianlian. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I share your anticipation, Yi replied, appearing somewhat reserved in comparison. Yi Ge, allow me to introduce a friend of mine, my teammate Kevin Durant, a truly remarkable individual. Qian Xiao, with a gentle tug, led Yi Jianlian towards Kevin Durant, aware of Yi's somewhat reserved nature. He hoped to introduce him to more individuals, anticipating that this might provide some assistance. After all, as a member of the Chinese national team, it was essential for Yi Jianlian to excel for the team to achieve commendable results. Kevin, allow me to introduce a friend of mine, Yi Jianlian. Like me, he hails from China and is a key power forward for our national team. He will be joining the NBA this year, so when you encounter each other, you can engage in a spirited competition. Yi, this is my teammate Kevin Durant, an exceptionally talented player. Be cautious when you face him. Hello, Yi. I am Kevin Durant, but you can just call me Kevin. As contemporaries, let us strive together in the NBA, showcasing the prowess of our generation. Due to Quan Xiao's influence, Durant was particularly amiable towards Yi Jianlian. Hello, Kevin. I am Yi Jianlian. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I look forward to your guidance." The trio formed a small circle of conversation, but Jilian's English seemed limited, and he spoke very little. His somewhat somber demeanor contributed to this, as his previous struggles in the NBA were largely due to his difficulties with communication. Given his physical attributes and technical skills, he should have performed at a level befitting his draft position. However, he only managed to spend 4 seasons in the NBA before returning to the CBA in relative obscurity. I believe the most crucial task for you now is to improve your English proficiency swiftly, at least to a level where you can engage in normal conversations. Additionally, you should actively communicate with your future teammates and coaches. Understanding your teammates and allowing them to know you will greatly aid your performance in the future. Thank you for your advice. I will certainly take it to heart. I am currently learning English, though my progress is rather slow. Then you must practice speaking more often. Do not fear making mistakes. The more you speak, the more proficient you will become. Speaking English is not as daunting as it may seem. It is far easier than our Mandarin. As their conversation continued, the draft ceremony was about to commence, prompting them to cease their dialogue and return to their respective seats, eagerly anticipating the call of their names. David Stern, the current commissioner of the NBA, addressed the audience amidst a cacophony of boos, delivering a brief opening statement before declaring the draft officially underway. The Portland Trail Blazers, holders of the first overall pick, were given 5 minutes to deliberate. Without hesitation, the general manager submitted a pre-prepared envelope to the league's staff, who then delivered it to Commissioner Stern on stage, under the scrutiny of countless eyes. Stern opened the envelope and, with a smile, announced, in the 2007 draft, the first overall pick by the Portland Trail Blazers is Greg Oden, a freshman center from Ohio. Congratulations to Greg Oden on becoming this year's #1 draft pick. The NBA welcomes you. In the green room, when Oden heard his name announced, he joyfully embraced his equally elated family members before ascending the stage to receive the Trail Blazers cap from Stern. After shaking hands with Stern, he stood before the microphone to express his gratitude. "I am immensely thankful to the Portland Trail Blazers for selecting me today. Your recognition means a lot to me, and I promise to train diligently and play with heart, ensuring I do not disappoint your choice. I also wish to extend my thanks to my family, friends, and my former coaches and teammates. It is your support that has brought me to this moment. In the days to come, I will strive to become better, and I hope you all find success in your respective fields. Lastly, I want to declare, NBA, here I come. Thank you." Meanwhile, journalists captured photographs from various angles, one of which would undoubtedly become tomorrow's headline. Subsequently, Oden moved to the nearby ESPN temporary studio for an interview. As the draft continued, "I announced that with the second overall pick in the 2007 draft, the Seattle Supersonics select Kevin Durant from Texas. Let us congratulate Kevin Durant on being this year's second pick and welcome another exceptional player to the NBA." Durant, following tradition, embraced his family and friends in celebration, then took the stage to don the Sonics cap and shook hands with Stern, stating, "I am grateful to the Seattle Supersonics for their faith in me, and I assure you will not regret today's decision. Thank you to my family and friends. I will endeavor to make you proud. To my teammates and coaches, it is an honor to fight alongside you. Thank you all." After his remarks, Durant also proceeded to the ESPN temporary studio for an interview, while the stage was handed back to Commissioner David Stern. At that moment, a trade transpired, as the Atlanta Hawks sent Josh Smith and this year's third overall pick along with a protected first-round pick in 2010 to acquire Tracy McGrady and Steve Novak. The Rockets traded McGrady and Novak for the Hawks' Josh Smith and the third overall pick, along with a protected first-round pick in 2010. This trade ignited a stir in the arena, as McGrady was at the tail end of his prime, still regarded as a top 10 superstar in the league. Although the Yao McGrady duo had failed to advance past the first round over 3 years, this was largely due to the owner's reluctance to invest financially. Besides the Yao McGrady combination, the Rockets had consistently operated under a budget-conscious principle when acquiring role players, making it exceedingly challenging to break through in the West without a robust roster. It appeared the Rockets owner was poised to tighten the purse strings again, as Tracy's salary for the upcoming season would be $19.01 million, while Josh Smith was in the final year of his rookie contract, with a salary difference exceeding $1 million. I surmise they will choose one of the 2 Chinese players, likely the young talent from Texas. To understand, merely the presence of Yao Ming has doubled Alexander's value. If we were to add another young talent from China, the returns the Rockets could reap from the Chinese market would undoubtedly exceed expectations. The Rockets are sacrificing performance in exchange for tangible profit, which indeed aligns with Alexander's style. The next step rests upon the decisions made by the Rockets. Chapter 34. Establishing in Space City. The Houston Rockets have chosen the Chinese player Quan Xiao from the University of Texas. It is a joyous occasion for the NBA family to welcome another Chinese player, David Stern remarked with a beaming smile. In truth, Stern was not particularly eager to see Quan Xiao selected by the Rockets, as they already boasted Yao Ming. The impact of having another Chinese player in Houston would pale in comparison to the benefits of having one in a different city. However, the trade between the two teams was, by all accounts, legitimate, and the league had no grounds to intervene. Clearly, the two teams had been exploring the possibility of a trade prior to the draft, which explains the swift transaction immediately following the selection of the first two picks. The Hawks were in search of a prime superstar to anchor their team, while the Rockets were optimistic about Quan Xiao's potential. Simultaneously, they had grown disillusioned with the Yao Ming duo, opting to dismantle it for a fresh start, perhaps yielding unexpected results. Fans of both the Rockets and Hawks erupted in cheers for their respective teams, with the Hawks celebrating the acquisition of a superstar in the prime of his career, while the Rockets reveled in the addition of a highly promising rookie. Indeed, Quan Xiao's reputation in Texas was commendable, and his potential was widely recognized. Thank you immensely to the Rockets for selecting me with the third pick. It signifies that I am still regarded favorably, Quan Xiao expressed. Tracy has always been a player I admired greatly, and I never envisioned that I would one day become a bargaining chip in a trade for him. It feels surreal. The Rockets are a prestigious team, and I have no concerns about integrating into the squad, especially with my compatriot Yao Ming there to look after me. Kevin. From this moment forward, we shall be rivals. When we meet again, do not pass the ball to me. I am grateful to my teammates and coaches. Together we achieved this year's NCAA championship, a memory I shall cherish forever. I appreciate all the fans who have continuously supported and loved me. You are my greatest motivation to excel on the court. Now, I am finally set to join the league I have long admired, and I firmly believe that I will carve out my own legend within it. Thank you all. After Quan Xiao concluded his remarks, he proceeded, as customary, to the temporary interview area set up by ESPN. ESPN's draft expert, Chad Ford, first extended his congratulations to Quan Xiao before inquiring, have you ever considered the possibility of becoming a trade asset? Between the Hawks and the Rockets, which do you prefer? To be honest, I had contemplated various scenarios prior to the draft. I am aware that the NBA is characterized by considerable player mobility, so I was mentally prepared for the prospect of being traded. Moreover, the player I was exchanged for is a superstar, which certainly attests to my value, Quan Xiao responded. As a player, I would be content to join any team. As a fan, I do not have a particular favorite team, as I am enamored with the thrill of the game itself. I am a basketball enthusiast rather than a supporter of any one team. The draft continued, and unlike previous years, the presence of Quan Xiao caused some deviations in the selections. The Memphis Grizzlies opted for Mike Conley from Ohio with the fourth pick, seeking to bolster their roster with a point guard. The Boston Celtics, selecting fifth, chose Al Horford from Florida, while the Milwaukee Bucks at sixth picked Jeff Green from Georgetown. Yi Jianlian did not find himself drafted by the Bucks at sixth as in previous years, which may very well alter the course of his destiny. The Minnesota Timberwolves selected Corey Brewer from Florida with the seventh pick, followed by the Bobcats who chose Brandon Wright at eighth. The Chicago Bulls picked Joakim Noah from Florida at ninth, marking a significant moment as the NCAA runner-ups trifecta from Florida all emerged as high draft picks. The Sacramento Kings selected Spencer Hawes at 10th, the Atlanta Hawks chose Yi Jianlian from China at 11th, the Philadelphia 76ers picked Sadie Osman at 12th. The Hornets selected Asic at 13th, and the Clippers rounded out the 14th pick with Al Thornton. Meanwhile, the Rockets selected Aaron Brooks at the 26th position, while Maurice Aldridge, who was originally projected to be picked at 25th in the first round, found himself excluded from the opening round altogether. The draft has significantly altered the rankings of numerous individuals, consequently transforming the career trajectories of some. As for Yi Jianlian, the temperate and welcoming city of Atlanta undoubtedly suits him far better than the frigid climes of Milwaukee. It ultimately hinges on his ability to seize this opportunity. After the draft, he paid little attention to the subsequent selections. Notably, Sonny was chosen by the Los Angeles Lakers as the 40th overall pick in the second round, which has ignited excitement among Chinese basketball enthusiasts who eagerly anticipate the arrival of the new season. Following the conclusion of the draft, he was inundated with interviews from various media representatives in China. Although he faced many repetitive inquiries that tested his patience, he graciously provided answers. He comprehended the motives of these journalists and recognized the high expectations Chinese fans held for him. The Houston Rockets, already regarded as a home team by Chinese supporters due to Yao Ming's legacy, have only intensified that sentiment with the addition of another Chinese player. Consequently, merchandise related to the Rockets has surged in popularity across China, bringing immense joy to owner Tillman Fertitta, regardless of the competitive aspects. The recent trade executed by the Rockets appears to be significantly advantageous from an economic standpoint. On the day following the draft, Quan Xiao received a call from Yao Ming. The two engaged in a brief conversation during which Yao expressed his warm welcome and anticipation for Quan Xiao's arrival, encouraging him to voice any needs he may have, assuring that he would do his utmost to facilitate Quan Xiao's adjustment. This left Quan Xiao deeply appreciative, affirming that Yao truly possesses a kind heart, and he felt confident that he would swiftly integrate into the team in the days to come. Upon confirming his relocation to the Space City, Quan Xiao promptly secured a 5-bedroom apartment in Houston, conveniently situated in the city center, only a 20-minute drive from the Toyota Center, the Rockets' home arena. This proximity ensures ease of access for both games and training sessions. Currently, the NBA is in its off-season. The team is not organizing formal training sessions, yet many players voluntarily convene to train together. Some players, particularly those with closer relationships, gather during the off-season to hone their skills, viewing this period as an opportune time for self-improvement. Typically, those who utilize the off-season for training are renowned stars, even superstars. Average players often prefer to relax and vacation after a grueling season. It is only those aspiring for greater achievements who seize the opportunity to train while others are on holiday. Meanwhile, the team's management remains industrious during the off-season, preparing for the upcoming season and contemplating trades or free agent signings to construct a more formidable roster. After completing the trade with the Hawks, it is unlikely that the Rockets will make any significant moves, given Alexander's notoriously frugal nature, making it almost impossible to sign another player of star caliber unless they are willing to accept a minimum salary. Thus, to make a notable impact in the new season, greater effort will undoubtedly be required. Chapter 35, Commercial Endorsements. In the third round of selections, Quan Xiao was chosen, and coupled with his recent NCAA championship title and the vast Chinese market backing him, his commercial value is notably high despite not having played a single NBA game yet. Numerous enterprises have recognized Quan Xiao as a potential asset, eager to sign him before he truly rises to fame, thus allowing for considerable negotiation flexibility regarding his price. Among this year's rookies, the first to secure a substantial contract was not the first overall pick, Odin. Although he holds that prestigious title, Odin's focus on the center position diminishes his commercial appeal. Conversely, Durant, as the second pick, boasts a higher commercial value due to his position and playing style. Nike, a leading sports brand, successfully transformed Durant into one of its own with a 7-year, $60 million contract. Naturally, as this year's third pick, Quan Xiao, who plays primarily on the perimeter and has a Chinese heritage, has received numerous offers. Among these are international brands like Nike and Adidas, as well as domestic brands such as Anta and Li Ning. Nike, having missed the opportunity with Yao Ming due to its own reasons, now seeks to capture Quan Xiao, aiming to further penetrate the Chinese and broader Asia-Pacific markets. This time, their approach appears more sincere, as they have not presented a humiliating contract like the 4-year, $160,000 offer given to Yao Ming in the past. Brother, so far we have received many shoe endorsement offers. After filtering through them with Xiao, we've retained 3 proposals worth further discussion. Take a look, he said. Indeed, the offers presented so far are mostly exploratory. We must devise a strategy to uncover their bottom line. For a basketball player, shoe endorsements are paramount, so we must deliberate carefully, Quan Xiao remarked as he received several documents from his agent's sister. Yes, we need not rush. After all, they are the ones competing. Ultimately, we will sign with whoever demonstrates the most sincerity. However, I believe we should also consider the branding and promotional aspects, which encompass resource allocation. This is a crucial factor to weigh. Elder sister, you are right. Therefore, in cases where the price differences are negligible, we should assess who can present a superior branding and promotional plan. Nike has indeed been more generous than when facing Brother Yao, offering 5 years for $20 million. It seems they still harbor doubts about me. Oh, Adidas is making a significant investment, offering a staggering 5 years for $40 million, yet even that falls short. Reebok's offer of 5 years for $25 million is inferior to Adidas's, thus we shall not consider them. After reviewing the quotations from the three companies, Quan Xiao promptly eliminated Reebok from consideration. Beyond sneaker endorsements, both KFC and McDonald's, the fast food giants, extended offers. KFC proposed a 2-year deal worth $3 million, while McDonald's offered a 3-year contract totaling $4 million. I think we should go with KFC, as I rarely indulge in fast food anyway. Currently, there are no other brands worth signing with, although my uncle in China mentioned that numerous businesses have reached out to him. It ultimately depends on your decision. Inform my uncle that if any businesses are willing to entertain a short-term contract of 1 year, we can discuss it. However, we will only consider 5 companies and will produce just 1 advertisement, with timing at our discretion, and we will not partake in promotional events. If they can agree to these terms, we can negotiate. If not, then so be it. I cannot afford to waste my time on such matters, as I require more time for training. Understood. Indeed, your focus should be on enhancing your skills. Once you achieve results, opportunities for earning will undoubtedly arise, and more companies will come forth waving checks. Ah, my little brother is quite remarkable. I am surely benefiting from your success. Of course, I am indeed a genius. Quan Xiao quipped in response to his sister's jest. Moreover, we should refrain from accepting other endorsements here in the United States for now, as I sense they still harbor some doubts about me. Their offers are likely to be modest, and rather than engage with them prematurely, we should hold off until we finalize the sneaker endorsement. We won't be in need of funds for the time being. Thus, our primary focus should be on the sneaker endorsement, and we can continue discussions with KFC. I believe their initial offer is not their final limit. This is inconsequential. After all, the difference is merely a few $100,000. It is best if we can negotiate a better deal, but if not, we won't force the issue. The sneaker endorsement remains our priority. We should also set a goal for ourselves to maintain direction and not be led astray. What are your thoughts regarding the sneaker endorsement? Or what price do you have in mind? We can draw inspiration from the contract Nike signed with LeBron James, which was worth $90 million over 6 years. Therefore, we should not settle for less than 5 years at $80 million. Remember, we have the Chinese market supporting us, and it is no secret that they wish to expand there. It seems my little brother has quite the appetite, but I believe reaching that price point may prove difficult, as the primary consumer market for basketball shoes remains in North America. LeBron secured such a lucrative endorsement due to his extraordinary talent and American background. Otherwise, he might not have obtained such a substantial contract. You must trust that my talent is also exceptional. Furthermore, we can propose certain conditions in our contract, such as achieving an MVP award or winning a championship during the contract period. As long as I perform well, they would certainly not be at a loss, and I believe they can recognize this as well. Hence, it has been stipulated that an annual sum of $6 million shall be fixed, while the remainder shall be contingent upon the fulfillment of certain conditions. In other words, this essentially constitutes a reward agreement. Indeed, strive to negotiate along these lines, as I firmly believe I shall secure all the reward funds. Furthermore, let it be noted that all contracts must include the clause, should any derogatory remarks towards China arise during the contract period, we shall immediately terminate the agreement and seek compensation. Matters on the field shall be entrusted to me, while those off the field are in your capable hands. Very well. I shall contact my uncle shortly and inquire about the situation back home. By the way, I have spoken with our coach, who has applied for a full scholarship to specially recruit Xiao Lei, so there is no need for concern regarding him. As for Xiaojun, I would appreciate your assistance in finding him a suitable high school here. My uncle has informed me that all the necessary paperwork has been completed, and he will bring them over in a week. All right, I will take care of Xiaojun's matters. You focus on your training and strive to adapt swiftly. Performing well in the new season, I shall now look into finding an appropriate school nearby. Thank you for your efforts, dear sister. If any issues arise, you may also reach out to Brother Yao, who is well acquainted with the local circumstances after having spent considerable time here. Understood. I shall take my leave now and will not return for lunch, so please manage on your own. After her words, the sister hurriedly exited the apartment, embarking on a quest to find a fitting school for Quan Xiao, Nike or Adidas. The choice rests on who possesses greater determination. With this thought, Quan Xiao's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 36. The arrival of family and collaboration with Adidas. A week later, my uncle arrived in Texas with my 2 cousins, Quan Lei and Quan Jun. It had been nearly a year since our last encounter, and everyone was filled with joy upon reuniting. Quan Xiao noticed that both cousins had grown taller and stronger. His own height now stood at an impressive 205 centimeters barefoot, approximately 208 centimeters with shoes, while Quan Jun measured around 195 centimeters at the tender age of 16. Even Quan Lei, who is merely 2 months younger, had surpassed 210 centimeters, appearing to be around 213 centimeters tall. As Quan Xiao drove towards his rented residence, he engaged in conversation with his uncle and 2 younger cousins. Fortunately, Quan Xiao had purchased an SUV. Otherwise, the 3 brothers would certainly have been uncomfortable given their heights. Xiaolei, I've already spoken with Coach Barnes, and he has secured a full scholarship for you. All you need to do is complete the enrollment procedures, he said. Xiao Jun, your situation is somewhat more complicated. You may need to attend an interview at the school. Is your English up to par? Can you manage basic communication? Absolutely, brother. Sister Ing has put in considerable effort to help us learn English, so we can handle simple conversations without any difficulty, replied Quan Jun. That's good to hear. Moreover, how are your basketball skills progressing? Have you been consistent in your training? You must solidify your fundamentals. Rest assured, brother. We have been following your advice and have not neglected our foundational training, they assured him. Excellent. To excel in basketball and earn substantial rewards, you must train diligently. If you commit to your training, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to enter the NBA and earn a fortune. Quan Xiao continued. I am on the verge of signing a significant contract. Can you guess how much it might be? 1 million. Quan Jun interjected eagerly, as he perceived that 1 million was already a substantial sum. I believe it must be at least $10 million. Quan Lei, being 2 years older and somewhat more worldly, ventured a guess, albeit with limited experience. At least $80 million, of course, over 5 years. But this is merely the first contract. If I perform well in the NBA, subsequent contracts will be even more lucrative. Furthermore, this is just for sneaker endorsements. There are numerous other advertising deals I want to even mention. You can ask your uncle how many companies in China are eager to offer me contracts. Therefore, as long as you train hard and play well, making a fortune in the future will be a breeze. The words of Quan Xiao left his 2 cousins utterly astonished. They could scarcely fathom that simply playing basketball could yield such financial rewards. This revelation only fortified their resolve to dedicate themselves to the sport. As for their uncle, being a member of the management team, he was already well aware of such matters, so he remained unfazed, having long since processed the information. By the way, uncle, isn't it true that your younger son is about to enter junior high? Have you considered the prospect of sending him to study in the United States? Quan Xiao recalled that in his previous life, his cousin exceeded 190 centimeters in height and had a profound passion for basketball. However, due to a lack of systematic training, he failed to become a professional player. If only he could have received proper training earlier, perhaps he could have reached the standards of a professional athlete. As he is set to enter the first year of junior high in the second half of the year, it may be premature to bring him over now. Perhaps waiting a year would be prudent. Additionally, there is the concern that his aunt may be reluctant to let him leave so soon, as she might feel uneasy. Nevertheless, I believe his foundational skills are already quite commendable, and studying high school in the United States could significantly benefit his future. Moreover, once he arrives, there will be someone to look after him, so that is not a concern. I will discuss this with your aunt upon my return. Previously, we considered allowing your younger brother to study in the United States, but the plan was to wait until he graduates from university. Since you're already here, it seems reasonable for him to come over for high school. As they conversed, they arrived at the apartment rented by Quan Xiao. After parking the car, he led the 3 of them back to his residence, where Quan Ing had prepared a meal to welcome them. After dining, they freshened up and were encouraged to rest. For after a lengthy flight of over 10 hours, they were undoubtedly fatigued. Quan Xiao then engaged in discussions with Quan Ing regarding sneaker endorsement contracts. Following negotiations with both companies, final offers were made. Nike proposed a 5-year contract worth $60 million, while Adidas agreed to our request of $80 million for the same duration. Both companies also concurred with the reward mechanism we proposed. Nike, however, was unwilling to budge on the price, firmly maintaining a maximum of $60 million. Thus, we shall proceed with Adidas, as it appears that Nike may not provide me with substantial resources, especially since they have LeBron James and recently signed Kevin Durant, which could diminish their enthusiasm for my endorsement. In contrast, Adidas is eager to advance in the basketball shoe market and currently lacks sufficient star athletes, which suggests that I may have greater promotional leverage and resources available. All right, I will discuss the details with Xiao Xiao and arrange a time to sign with Adidas. By the way, has Xiao Jun finalized the school? It is essential to secure his enrollment soon so he can resume training. I wonder what progress they have made in their training over the past year. The school has been confirmed. Whaley Middle School, conveniently located in Houston. I enrolled him as a day student, so he won't need to stay on campus. That works, as we can accommodate him here. We can reassess our living situation next year. Ideally, we should find a spacious place equipped with a gym and an indoor basketball court to facilitate training. However, we will address that next year, as our current funds are limited, and there are many areas requiring expenditure. At the very least, I believe our team needs to recruit a few more members. Well, you may handle that. Once Xiao Lei and Xiao Jun make their way into the NBA, you will certainly have your hands full. However, we could consider establishing a management agency at that time, signing on some players to operate. For it could indeed be a lucrative venture. Just as I was speaking, my sister's phone suddenly rang. It was a staff member from Adidas, likely calling to confirm our stance on the matter. Let me respond to them, she said, as she picked up the phone and stepped out onto the balcony. She spoke for nearly 10 minutes before returning to the living room. We have arranged for a press conference next Tuesday to announce our signing, to be held right here in Houston. Their consideration is commendable, saving us the trouble of traveling, and they certainly show more sincerity than Nike. However, they will undoubtedly ensure they do not incur losses. For the moment, there is nothing else to discuss. I need to go grocery shopping. So if you aren't using the car, please hand me the keys. Let us go together. I also need to purchase a few items and prepare some things for them, Quan Sha said as he stood up, took the car keys, opened the door, and stepped outside, with my sister following closely behind. Meanwhile, Quan Lei and Quan Jun, peacefully slumbering within the confines of the house, dreamt of their new lives ahead. Chapter 37, Brotherly Aspirations. On the second day of Quan Lei and Quan Jun's arrival in the United States, Quan Xiao took them to the University of Texas at Austin, where the Longhorns conduct their training and competitions. Currently, during the off-season, Quan Xiao spends most of his time here for daily training, as does Durant. Aside from participating in commercial events, they devote the majority of their time to continued practice. However, with both Durant and Quan Xiao, the indispensable cornerstones of the team, departing for NBA development, the strength of the Texas Longhorns has significantly diminished. Without the infusion of formidable newcomers, it is likely that, with the current roster, they may struggle even to qualify for the national tournament. What Quan Xiao remains unaware of is that in his previous life, Texas, under the leadership of DJ Augustine, ultimately advanced into the Elite Eight, surpassing the original timeline that featured Durant in 2007. Thus, it is conceivable that this year's Texas may not succumb to despair. When Quan Xiao arrived at the gym accompanied by his two cousins, the coaching staff was already present. After a brief introduction between both parties, Coach Barnes decided to conduct a physical assessment for Quan Lei, aiming to evaluate his physical attributes. While technical skills can be cultivated through training, physical attributes are innate and challenging to develop, particularly height, which cannot be altered through practice. Under the guidance of the coaching staff and Quan Xiao, Quan Lei and Quan Jun commenced their warm-up exercises. Indeed, Quan Xiao took the opportunity to conduct a physical assessment for Quan Jun, eager to evaluate his progress over the past year. Following the warm-up, the brothers, under the direction of the coaching team, began their physical evaluations. Naturally, throughout the assessment, the coaches could not help but express their admiration, their faces reflecting astonishment at the results. This response indicated that the brothers' performance had truly astonished them. Given their extensive experience in academia, it is evident that they have encountered numerous talents, yet the brothers' remarkable physical capabilities left them thoroughly impressed, underscoring the exceptional quality of their athleticism. Quan Lei, standing barefoot at a height of 2.14 meters, he reaches 2.17 meters when shot, weighing 115 kilograms. He possesses an arm span of 2.37 meters. His standing reaches 2.96 meters, and he can achieve a vertical leap of 78 centimeters from a stationary position, increasing to 89 centimeters with a running start. He completes a shuttle run in 11.55 seconds and has recorded a sprint of 3.20 seconds over 34 trials. His bench press capacity is 160 kilograms for 10 repetitions, with a body fat percentage of 5.7. Quan Jun stands at a height of 192.5 centimeters barefoot and 195.5 centimeters while shod, with a weight of 92 kilograms. His arm span measures 220 centimeters, and he can achieve a vertical leap of 90 centimeters. He completes a shuttle run in the restricted zone in 97 seconds and has recorded a sprint of 2:89 seconds over 34 trials. Additionally, he can perform 14 repetitions of the bench press at 100 kilograms with a body fat percentage of 5.5 clearly. The physical assessment results of these two brothers are astonishing. In their position, their athleticism is undoubtedly of a historic caliber. Quan Lei's speed is slightly inferior to Quan Xiao's, and their jumping abilities are comparable. However, his strength is evidently superior due to his larger stature. It is evident that with such physical attributes and athletic prowess, Quan Lei possesses the potential to make an impact in the NBA. Should he refine his technical skills further, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable contender for All-Star honors. As for Quan Jun, being still underage, he has room for growth. Thus, his current physical measurements serve merely as a reference. Yet, even at this stage, they have left the coaching staff astounded, and it is hard to fathom what his condition will be like in 2 or 3 years once he reaches maturity. Upon reviewing Quan Lei's physical data, Barnes' mind began to stir with possibilities. Initially, he believed that the departures of Quan Xiao and Durant would lead to the Longhorns' decline. But it now appears that Quan Lei has rekindled hope. Setting aside his existing skills, it would not be difficult for him to become a guardian of the paint with some guidance, particularly with Augustine having elevated his performance following this year's competitive experiences. If they could recruit 1 or 2 more talented newcomers, they might indeed achieve commendable success. Quan, I would like to discuss something with you. After your brother graduates from high school, would it be possible for him to join our school? After examining the physical data of the two brothers, Coach Barnes began to entertain thoughts about Quan Jun. Hearing Coach Barnes' proposition, Quan Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though he maintained a composed demeanor. He firmly believed that as long as Quan Jun trained diligently in high school, he would certainly gain recognition across the nation. Thus, there was no need to worry about Quan Jun's eventual destination. Countless universities would undoubtedly be eager to offer him full scholarships. Coach, it's still early. Little Jun has at least 2 more years before he enters college. By then, I will certainly persuade him to prioritize our school. He understood that finding exceptional talent is increasingly challenging, and compared to prestigious institutions like Duke, North Carolina, and UCLA, their school lacks comparable appeal. Securing a promising talent as early as possible is crucial for their institution. Moreover, don't you wish to see your brother continue to shine here? Coach, I comprehend your sentiments, but I cannot compel little Jun to choose our school. However, I can certainly emphasize the advantages of our institution to him, ensuring that he develops a favorable impression and remembers us first when selecting a college. In truth, Quan Xiao's words hold significant weight for the two brothers. If he were to suggest that Quan Jun consider Texas, it would indeed pose no issue, yet he is reluctant to make all the decisions for them. Quan Lei's presence here is primarily for convenience and simplicity. However, Quan Jun appears to be free from such concerns. As long as he can perform well in high school, his options will expand significantly. Therefore, regarding Quan Jun, Quan Xiao's stance is to offer suggestions without imposing decisions. Ultimately, the choice of school rests entirely with him. Quan Lei's future seems almost certain, as he is merely awaiting the commencement of the school year to finalize his registration as a formal member of the Longhorns. Consequently, Coach Barnes has begun to arrange for assistant coaches to mentor Quan Lei. After completing the physical tests, in order to gain a comprehensive understanding of Quan Lei's current capabilities, Coach Barnes decided to organize a practice match. Fortunately, most of the players were present for training, allowing for the formation of 2 teams for the scrimmage. Based on the skills displayed during the practice match, Quan Lei's foundational abilities are commendable. His ball handling and dribbling skills are quite impressive. Despite his towering height, he demonstrates excellent ball protection. Furthermore, his speed and stability while driving with the ball are noteworthy, avoiding the awkwardness commonly associated with many high school centers. What particularly delighted the coaching staff was Quan Lei's remarkable judgment of rebound trajectories. He seems to possess an innate talent for rebounding. However, due to the lack of professional guidance, his positioning skills leave much to be desired. He relies heavily on his superior physical attributes to secure rebounds. Even so, he managed to dominate Pittman, and had he been more adept at positioning, Pittman might have been left in tears. In addition to his rebounding prowess, Quan Lei's defensive capabilities in the paint are equally impressive. Thanks to his height and athleticism, he executed several spectacular blocks during the practice match, bringing evident joy to Coach Barnes on the sidelines, who is clearly pleased with Quan Lei's defensive performance. Nevertheless, Quan Lei's offensive skills remain somewhat underdeveloped. Aside from dunks, his scoring repertoire is limited to jump shots within the restricted area, rendering his offensive options quite sparse. However, his free throw shooting is exemplary, consistently achieving over a 90% success rate in practice. Although he is yet to be tested in a competitive setting, he achieved a perfect 8 for 8 during the recent scrimmage, displaying a remarkably smooth shooting touch. This is a rare asset, as centers often struggle at the free throw line, with many even becoming liabilities, which explains why opponents frequently resort to the notorious hack-a-shack strategy. Quan Xiao has also been assigned to this training match, and judging by his performance, he would be fully capable of competing in college leagues even at this moment. Firstly, his speed is remarkable during fast breaks. Hardly anyone can keep pace with him, and his jumping ability is nothing short of astonishing. His several dunks during training left the spectators in awe. Secondly, he possesses a commendable mid-range shooting ability with a decent shooting percentage. Although his three-point shooting may not be as extraordinary as Quan Xiao's, it certainly exceeds the average standard. Of course, both players have revealed numerous issues, such as untimely positioning, inadequate teamwork, and a lack of awareness for defensive cooperation. However, these are aspects that can be rectified in future training sessions. What is truly captivating is the personal skill and potential they have displayed. Coach, Quan Lei will require your dedicated guidance moving forward, as he has much to learn and many areas to improve upon. Rest assured, Quan, you need not worry about entrusting him to me. I will undoubtedly mold him into one of the top players. I am counting on him to secure another championship for me. Haha, I wish you the best of luck. But I must remind you that you might have to endure some hardships. Endure hardships? Yet, witnessing my disciples grow into outstanding stars, showcasing their talents on the NBA or international stages, fills my heart with an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The sensation is simply more exhilarating than sipping an ice-cold beer on a sweltering summer day. The training match has concluded, and under the coach's guidance, the players are diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, Kuan Sha, under the tutelage of the assistant coach, has begun to master techniques such as positioning in the paint. Observing the vibrant energy of each player, Coach Barnes suddenly felt a surge of confidence, as the notion of defending their title began to take root in his mind for the first time. The Longhorns will not relent in their pursuit of the championship. To our competitors in the NCAA, do not underestimate us due to the departure of our core players, lest you be met with a most painful lesson. Chapter 38, Contract Signing Press Conference. Contract amount revealed. On July 20th, 2007, a press conference was held at the Marriott Hotel in downtown Houston, which showcased a significant turnout. Renowned North American sports media outlets, including ESPN, TNT, Time Warner, CBS, Sports Illustrated, and the New York Times, were in attendance. However, the majority of attendees were from Chinese media, with dozens of both online and traditional outlets present. For this event marked the signing of a contract between Adidas and Quan Xiao. As the second-largest sporting goods giant after Nike, Adidas possesses considerable influence. The other key figure in the signing, Quan Xiao, who was the third overall pick in this year's NBA draft and a member of the NCAA championship team, also attracted a substantial number of Chinese media reporters due to his nationality. At exactly 9 o'clock in the morning local time, Quan Xiao, accompanied by several key representatives from Adidas North America, arrived at the press conference. In the presence of the media, both parties affixed their signatures to the pre-drafted contract, officially solidifying Quan Xiao's entry into the Adidas family as their spokesperson. Following this, the media interview segment commenced. International reporters primarily inquired why Adidas chose Quan Xiao as their ambassador, questioning if it was due to his Chinese background, among other things. Adidas representatives expressed their confidence in Quan Xiao's potential, noting that as this year's third overall pick, he possesses all the attributes necessary to become a superstar, which prompted Adidas to choose him without hesitation. Of course, his identity as a Chinese player was also a significant factor, as the potential of the Chinese market is undeniable, and no enterprise would claim indifference towards it. It is precisely for these two reasons that Adidas has chosen Quan Xiao. Chinese media, however, are more focused on Quan Xiao himself, posing inquiries regarding his outlook for the upcoming season, his future plans, and whether he can achieve better results moving forward. In response to these queries, Quan Xiao briefly answered before steering the journalist's attention towards the footwear, as this was a press conference for signing with Adidas, rather than a personal interview. When asked why he chose Adidas, Quan Xiao remarked that as a globally recognized sports brand, their strength is beyond question, and their determination and sincerity compelled him to make this choice. As I understand it, the total value of the contract amounts to $80 million over 5 years. Whereas this year's second overall pick, Kevin Durant, has a contract with Nike worth only $60 million over 7 years, and LeBron James' deal was merely $93 million over 7 years. Mr. Quan, do you believe you are worth this price? Clearly, this is an unexpected question, as the contract amount is generally considered a commercial secret and is seldom disclosed unless both parties intentionally share such information. The initial agreement did not stipulate that specific amounts or conditions would be revealed. Yet the journalist managed to ascertain the precise figure and posed it in a manner that seemed challenging. Upon hearing this question from the ESPN reporter, the Adidas North America representative's expression soured, clearly contemplating the potential negative ramifications. The reactions among the media present were varied. Some were astonished, others bewildered, some envious, and a few dismissive, while there were also those pleasantly surprised, particularly some journalists from China. As a Chinese individual, the larger the endorsement contract signed by a player from one's own country, the greater the recognition of that player. Thus, upon hearing that Quan Xiao's contract surpasses both Durant's and LeBron's, the excitement is palpable, signifying that we too possess players who can rival those in America. While not necessarily in terms of athletic competition, at least in the realm of commerce, we currently hold an advantage. First and foremost, I must commend this journalist for his impressive network of intelligence. One might even speculate that the FBI would be interested in recruiting him, given his ability to uncover such commercial secrets. Quan Xiao offered a subtle jab at the reporter before continuing, stating, "Since you have posed the question, allow me to respond. As it is merely a matter of basic courtesy. Companies consider various factors comprehensively before selecting an endorser. No company would hastily decide on a candidate without due diligence. If there were such a company, it likely would not thrive. Therefore, regarding your inquiry about my worth, the leaders in sports goods have provided the most definitive answer. I must also critique your deliberate provocation of topics and conflicts, since you were able to uncover the contract amount. You must also be aware that there is a triggering condition associated with this contract. Let me pose a rhetorical question to you. If the stipulated conditions within the contract are met to a significant degree, do you not believe it is still worth the price?" Quan Xiao's response unveiled a plethora of information. Firstly, he acknowledged the veracity of the figure mentioned by the journalist, 5 years for a sum of $80 million. Secondly, it became evident that the acquisition of this $80 million was not unconditional. Specific criteria stipulated in the contract must be fulfilled to secure the entire amount. The assembled journalists, brimming with curiosity, were eager to discern what these conditions entailed, prompting several of them to impatiently pose this question. As for the conditions, they indeed exist. If you wish to know, you may inquire with another informed individual present here. As for me, I shall refrain from divulging such information, for it constitutes a trade secret. Quan Xiao replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the journalists swiftly redirected their inquiries towards the North American head of Adidas, yet their hopes were soon dashed, as he too dismissed their questions under the banner of commercial confidentiality. Dear journalist friends, the informed individual I refer to is not anyone on stage, but rather a companion among you. He is well versed in the contract amount and, naturally, should possess insight into the conditions as well. You might consider asking him." Quan Xiao stated. Consequently, the ESPN reporter found himself encircled by his peers, their voices rising in a cacophony. However, the information he possessed was incomplete, leaving him in a quandary regarding the contract stipulations. Thus he experienced the pressure akin to that of a celebrity, besieged by a throng of inquisitive reporters. At this juncture, the press conference could be deemed concluded. Despite a minor upheaval, it fortunately did not escalate into significant trouble. The enigmatic condition undoubtedly captured the most attention, with everyone striving to uncover its specifics, inadvertently generating a new wave of interest for both Quan Xiao and Adidas, an unexpected boon. Both parties recognized that it would not be long before this condition was unearthed. One should not underestimate the relentless pursuit of the media, who are ever vigilant. Thus, after deliberation, they decided to proactively release this condition, albeit not immediately, but rather when the media had gathered sufficient information. At that point, it may incite a fresh wave of discussion, thereby generating exposure and heightened interest. Quan Xiao understood that this endorsement contract would undoubtedly incite jealousy among many, inevitably leading to targeted scrutiny in the future. However, he was unperturbed by this concern, for he had embraced the challenges that lay ahead. To ascend to the pinnacle of success, one must be willing to make sacrifices. Thus, he had long been prepared and had cultivated this awareness. Ultimately, he believed that everything would be resolved on the arena, where one's true strength would speak for itself. Chapter 39. A New Season. A new Rockets. On October 1st, 2007, the Rockets officially assembled. Compared to the previous season, this year's team underwent significant personnel changes. Former general manager Carroll Dawson retired, and Daryl Morey stepped in as the new general manager. The head coach transitioned from Jeff Van Gundy, known for his defensive emphasis, to Rick Adelman, who advocates the Princeton offense, placing greater importance on attacking strategies. This change in leadership will inevitably alter the team's playing style, necessitating that veteran players, who had adapted to Van Gundy's defensive-centric approach, readjust to the new coach's tactics. This process will likely entail a period of adaptation, the effects of which on the team's performance remain uncertain. Player transitions were also considerable, with the core player Tracy McGrady traded away in exchange for Josh Smith and this year's third overall pick, Kevin Martin. Additionally, both Novak and Mike James were dealt away. However, new players have been brought in to bolster the roster. The team selected point guard Aaron Brooks in the draft, acquired Mike James and Carl Landry through trades, signed former player Steve Francis, and added power forward Luis Scola. With these new additions alongside the existing roster, the Rockets remain contenders for the playoffs this year. On October 2nd, the Rockets held a press conference, marking the team's media day. All players made their appearances for promotional photos, and the newcomers received their confirmed jersey numbers. The current roster is as follows: center, Yao Ming, 11. Dikembe Mutombo, 55. Chuck Hayes, 44. Power forward, Josh Smith, 5. Luis Scola, 4. Carl Landry, 14. Small forward, Kevin Martin, 27. Shane Battier, 31. Bonzi Wells, 6. Shooting guard, Luther Head, 2. Steve Francis, 3. Brian Cook, 13. Point guard, Rafer Alston, 12. Aaron Brooks, 0. Mike James, 7. On paper, this lineup possesses a certain level of competitiveness, but the actual performance during games will determine its efficacy, as numerous factors can influence the ability to fully realize the potential indicated by the roster. The presence of Yao Ming at the center position is undoubtedly advantageous. Yet the hope must be that he remains injury-free. Otherwise, this position could become a liability. Concerns about the small forward and shooting guard positions are minimal, as several players are capable of excelling in those roles. However, the point guard situation appears somewhat precarious. Alston is merely a competent starter, Brooks still requires development, and Mike James is no longer at his peak performance. Following several training sessions, Adelman provisionally established his starting lineup: Rafer Alston at point guard, Kevin Martin at shooting guard, Shane Battier at small forward, Josh Smith at power forward, and Yao Ming at center. This configuration seems well balanced in terms of offense and defense, with Yao averaging over 20 points per game and Alston also contributing double-digit scores. Kevin Martin's collegiate performance was impressive, though it remains to be seen if he can replicate that success in the NBA. Josh Smith demonstrated an ability to average 16 points last season. Only Battier fell short of double digits, yet his three-point shooting capability can create spacing on the floor, while his defensive prowess is a significant asset to the team. Defensively, however, the team may face challenges. Yao's height limits his mobility, leading to deficiencies in help defense, placing the overall defensive capability around an average level. In contrast, Josh Smith possesses exceptional athleticism and excels in help defense, potentially creating a complementary partnership with Yao in the paint, as his shot-blocking abilities surpass even those of Yao Ming. Quan Xiao's defensive prowess instills a sense of reassurance, attributed to his exceptional physical attributes. Battier, known for his defensive tenacity, does possess a singular vulnerability in Alston, whose defensive skills resemble a sieve. Adelman, inherently an offensive-minded coach, finds this lineup to align well with his strategic inclinations. Observations from training sessions indicate that this ensemble is capable of holding its own against the majority of teams in the league offensively. However, it is not to say that Adelman will remain steadfast in his lineup should this configuration fail to meet his envisioned standards. He will undoubtedly make adjustments until a satisfactory arrangement is established. After a week of training, the players' conditions are gradually improving, and their synergy is becoming increasingly harmonious, with the onset of the 2007 to 2008 preseason imminent. This year, the Rockets are scheduled for 6 preseason games: on the 10th against the Hornets, the 19th against the Mavericks, the 21st against the Supersonics, and on the 24th and 25th against the Grizzlies, concluding with a match against the Spurs on the 27th. Following the Spurs game, There will be a 3-day respite for adjustments before the season opener on the 31st against the Los Angeles Lakers. In a previous iteration, the Rockets achieved an astonishing 22-game winning streak during this season, despite the persistent injuries of Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady, underscoring the team's resilience. Nevertheless, during this season, Yao's average playing time reached a career high of 37.2 minutes, which ultimately contributed to a stress fracture that sidelined him for the remainder of the season, marking a significant disappointment as the team could not advance further. Moreover, the Rockets face a critical issue of routinely collapsing in the third quarter, a phenomenon humorously dubbed Fire 3 collapse by fans. Often, the Rockets perform admirably in the first half, leading into halftime, only to be overwhelmed by a surge from their opponents in the latter half, resulting in defeat. Consequently, fans often feel the need to prepare for a quick remedy to alleviate their anxiety during games, a sentiment that Quan Xiao can relate to from his past experiences. Since the formation of the Yao-McGrady duo in 2004, the Rockets have consistently reached the playoffs, yet they have yet to surpass the first round. It is indeed perplexing that, given their capabilities, the duo could not advance beyond the first round. Yet, reality can often be unforgiving. The fundamental issue lies in the fact that both Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady are ill-suited to assume the mantle of team leaders, not due to a lack of talent, but rather due to their temperaments. Both individuals possess rather gentle natures, while such a demeanor fosters amicable relationships in everyday life. It necessitates a more assertive and commanding presence on the court to effectively guide a team toward greater achievements. Regrettably, neither has exhibited such awareness. Now that McGrady has been traded, the acquired Josh Smith does not possess the requisite qualities to emerge as a team leader. As for the rookie, he is still in the early stages of his career, despite being a highly touted third overall pick. He cannot be instantly recognized as the core of the team without proving himself through his performance. The current iteration of the Rockets is no longer the familiar team for the rookie, yet, as a member, he now holds the opportunity to alter the course of history. In this revamped Rockets squad, Yao Ming must undoubtedly shoulder greater responsibilities, as he stands as the most formidable and seasoned player on the roster. With Rick Adelman as the new coach, he will surely aspire for breakthroughs, and his most reliable asset will be none other than Yao Ming. Thus, it is predictable that Yao's playing time in the upcoming season will be substantial. However, given Yao's current physical condition, it would be prudent to limit his playing time to approximately 30 minutes. Otherwise, the risk of injury looms large, reminiscent of a past where overexertion led to stress fractures, resulting in his absence from all postseason matches. Quan Xiao is acutely aware of this situation and yearns to alter it. The most effective approach, undoubtedly, would be to reduce Yao Ming's playing time. However, he is not the coach and lacks the authority to dictate the duration of anyone's playtime, unless his performance is sufficiently impressive, granting him a voice within the team. Alternatively, he could enhance his own performance to assist the team in gaining an advantage during matches, thereby affording Yao Ming ample opportunity for rest. A brand new season of basketball is about to commence, accompanied by fresh challenges. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao is set to officially embark on his NBA journey. Chapter 40. Quan Xiao's initial NBA experience. As Quan Xiao did not participate in this year's Summer League, the preseason game against the New Orleans Hornets on October 10th marks his inaugural NBA match. Life is replete with numerous firsts. These initial experiences are always imbued with significance, leaving indelible impressions regardless of their outcomes. The game is hosted at the Hornets' home court, and New Orleans, still grappling with the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina in 2005, remains in a state of disrepair. The atmosphere in the city reflects a lingering desolation, compelling players to spend much of their time confined to their hotels. Fortunately, Quan Xiao possesses a temperament that thrives in solitude, allowing him to remain unfazed by the surroundings. As a rookie, enduring playful pranks from seasoned players is an inevitable rite of passage. However, due to the presence of Yao Ming as the team's cornerstone, the veterans were relatively lenient with the newcomers, merely requesting their assistance in carrying bags. This privilege is typically reserved for more established players, while the lesser-known figures are acutely aware of their standing and do not impose on the rookies. On October 10th, 2007, at the New Orleans Arena, an NBA preseason game is about to unfold, with the home team Hornets facing off against the visiting Houston Rockets. The arena, with a capacity of 18,500, is filled to near capacity, with many attendees bearing Asian features, predominantly drawn by Yao Ming, though some may also be there to witness Quan Xiao. The sidelines are teeming with journalists, far exceeding the usual turnout for regular matches, with a significant number hailing from China, clearly there for Quan Xiao. As Yao Ming no longer needs such games to validate his prowess. Typically, unless a preseason game is held in China, live broadcasts are rare. However, today, CCTV Sports Channel has opted to air this match, dispatching commentators Yu Jia and Zhang Weiping to provide live coverage, underscoring the significance placed on this event and the anticipation surrounding Quan Xiao. Prior to the game, Coach Zhang conducted a brief interview with Yao Ming, but opted not to interview Quan Xiao, likely to alleviate any undue psychological pressure on the rookie. The Rockets lineup today features center Yao Ming, power forward Josh Smith, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Quan Xiao, and point guard Rafer Alston. Except for Yao Ming and Alston, the other three positions are filled by this year's newcomers. The Hornets, in contrast, have fielded a starting lineup of Tyson Chandler, David West, Peja Stojakovic, Morris Peterson, and Chris Paul, standing at the very place he has dreamt of countless times. Quan Xiao, surprisingly, feels a sense of tranquility rather than the anticipated exhilaration, as if everything is shrouded in an aura of surrealism. However, Quan Xiao comprehended that this was indeed real, not a mere dream. Amidst this intricate interplay of reality and illusion, the game commenced. Tyson Chandler secured the jump ball for the Hornets, while Paul skillfully orchestrated the play, with the others positioning themselves according to the predetermined strategy. The preseason primarily serves to allow teams to harmonize their new lineups and practice novel tactics. Additionally, it aids players in transitioning from the off-season, regaining their form in anticipation of the upcoming season. Consequently, the intensity of competition is not particularly fierce, as the outcomes do not contribute to any standings. Incurring injuries due to overly vigorous preseason play would be a regrettable miscalculation. Today, Quan Xiao faces Peja Stojakovic, an exceptionally talented player from Serbia renowned for his remarkable shooting capabilities. His release is swift, and his shooting percentage is commendable. He clinched the championship title in the three-point contest for 2 consecutive years during the 2001-2002 and 2002-2003 seasons. Furthermore, he was selected as an All-Star for 3 successive years from 2002 to 2004, and in the 2003-2004 season, he earned a place on the second All-NBA team, finishing 4th in the MVP voting that year. Throughout the 2000-2001, 2001-2002, 2003-2004, and 2004-2005 seasons, he averaged over 20 points per game, with a peak of 24.2 points per game in the 2003-2004 season, and an impressive average of 19.2 points in the 2002-2003 season, narrowly missing a streak of 5 consecutive seasons, averaging over 20 points. Although he has surpassed his prime, he still managed to average 17.8 points in 13 games for the Hornets last season, a testament to his enduring prowess. Quan Xiao had previously watched numerous matches featuring Peja Stojakovic, gaining insight into his playing style and characteristics. He is undeniably one of the finest shooters in the league, demonstrating commendable timing in shot selection, rapid release, and accuracy, alongside a broad shooting range and exceptional ability to navigate through cuts. However, his individual ball handling and offensive capabilities are rather mediocre, with subpar one-on-one skills and ball control techniques that fall below the average threshold, rendering his post-up attacking prowess nearly negligible. On the defensive front, he holds his own against most small forwards in the league in terms of strength and footwork, yet his primary flaw lies in a passive and timid defensive attitude, as he appears averse to physical confrontations. When facing more aggressive small forwards, he is often overwhelmed. As the game commenced, Quan Xiao closely shadowed Peja, understanding that even in a preseason match, one must maintain a certain level of vigilance to achieve the intended training effect. Moreover, as a newcomer, Quan Xiao needed to swiftly acclimate to the intensity of NBA gameplay. The Hornets' first offensive play did not feature Peja as the primary scorer. Instead, it was David West who capitalized on a pass from Chris Paul for an alley-oop finish. Smith's defensive efforts were still lacking, despite his athleticism and decent block statistics. He did not exhibit the qualities of an outstanding defender. Yao Ming was preoccupied with the heavyweight opponent and given his lackluster help defense, the outcome of the play was ultimately futile. Turning to the Rockets' offense, the initial play was directed towards Yao Ming. Alston advanced the ball past half-court, recognizing Yao's advantageous position in the paint and lofting the ball to him. Yao, under the defense of the heavyweight, effortlessly scored with a soft hook shot. It was evident that few centers in the league could effectively contain Yao in a one-on-one situation, Typically, he could only be managed through fronting or double teaming. In isolation, he could dominate the league, capable of overpowering even Shaquille O'Neal, resulting in mutual scoring at best. Yao's basket did not elicit much excitement from the Chinese reporters present, as they had become accustomed to witnessing such feats. Their greater interest lay in seeing Quan Xiao score. Yet it was clear that he was not the first option for the team at that moment. However, that opportunity swiftly approached. As it was a preseason game, both teams played somewhat conservatively, leading to a turnover by the Hornets that Quan Xiao seized upon. Both teams began the game with a relaxed demeanor, typical for a warm-up match, which likely resulted in a lack of defensive intensity. True competition would only manifest in the closing stages, with each side having scored once. It was now the Hornets' turn to attack. Paul orchestrated his teammates' movements, and Peja found himself open. Quan Xiao was unable to keep pace with Peja's cutting movement, revealing his inexperience. Paul delivered the pass. Oh, what a play. Quan Xiao intercepted the ball. He dribbled swiftly down the court, his speed remarkable, with Paul trailing behind. However, given Paul's height, it was a daunting task to thwart him. Quan Xiao halted at the three-point line for a jump shot, a decision that seemed ill-advised, given his height. It would have been more prudent to drive in for a dunk or layup, where he possessed a higher chance of success. Oh, the ball went in. Quan Xiao's three-pointer marks his inaugural score on the NBA stage. As Quan Xiao executed a steal, Ujia's tone elevated, reaching a pinnacle of excitement with the successful three-pointer, leaving viewers at home concerned for the longevity of his voice. Meanwhile, journalists and fans from China erupted in jubilant applause, celebrating Quan Xiao's achievement. What a splendid play. This moment showcased Quan Xiao's astonishing physical prowess. Although Peja had initially evaded him through experience, Quan Xiao surged forward to intercept Paul's pass, embarking on a swift solo run, with only Paul trailing behind. Yet, Paul, standing at merely 183 centimeters, was known for his speed. While Quan Xiao's impressive height of 208 centimeters coupled with such rapidity was truly astonishing. Ultimately, his choice of shot appeared rather unconventional, yet he managed to score, leaving one to ponder the rationale behind it. Coach Zhang also shared his thoughts, deeming Quan Xiao's decision to be ill-advised. However, Quan Xiao remained indifferent to such judgments, fully aware of his favorable rhythm today, perhaps on the brink of making headlines. Chapter 41. A three-point duel with Peja in Peja Stojakovich's eyes. Quan Xiao's recent three-point attempt was a provocation. Aware of his own proficiency beyond the arc, he suspected that Quan Xiao aimed to challenge him, questioning why he had not opted for a more reliable scoring method, such as a layup or dunk. However, had he followed Quan Xiao's collegiate games, he would have understood that such attempts were commonplace for him. He simply felt capable of making the shot, devoid of any intent to incite. Yet, it was evident that neither player could grasp the other's mindset. Peja's current resolve was to retaliate, determined to teach the rookie a lesson that the NBA was not so easily conquered. What a bold move. Aren't you afraid of missing and facing the coach's wrath? Yao Ming inquired after exchanging a high-five with Quan Xiao. Haha, I just shot because I felt it was going in, not overthinking it, Quan Xiao replied. Subsequently, during the Hornets' offensive, Paul once again passed the ball to Peja, clearly intent on facilitating a response. Although just a junior, Peja had undeniably established himself as the team's core, a natural leader, as evidenced by his authoritative demeanor. After receiving Paul's pass, Peja successfully landed a three-pointer, providing his own retort. After scoring this basket, he celebrated exuberantly, as if he had just made a pivotal shot in the finals. The defense by Quan Xiao was lacking, possibly due to inexperience, as he was outmaneuvered by Peja Stojakovic. The initial steal was largely a matter of luck. One cannot expect to succeed every time. However, Peja's deft cuts and Paul's exceptional passing complemented each other perfectly, allowing Quan Xiao to truly appreciate the allure of the NBA at that moment. What a splendid play. This basket was a testament to Peja Stojakovic's experience in finding the open space, while Paul's impeccable timing on the pass was equally crucial. Quan Xiao's misstep stemmed from his inexperience, a rite of passage for any newcomer. I believe that as he gains more game experience, such situations will diminish. Coach Zhang. I just noticed that Peja celebrated with a fist pump after scoring. It's quite uncommon for players to celebrate so exuberantly during preseason games. Isn't it? Indeed. It's possible that Quan Xiao's recent steal and three-pointer embarrassed him, as being outperformed by a rookie can be a tough pill to swallow. This might explain his excitement after making a response basket. Additionally, it seems that Quan Xiao's performance today has placed considerable pressure on him. We all know Quan Xiao is renowned for his three-point shooting in college, and Peja Stojakovic is similarly celebrated. His actions today may very well reflect a desire to compete. Now, the Rockets are on the offensive, though Quan Xiao is not the primary focus. That role belongs to our great Yao Ming. Furthermore, Smith, playing the power forward position, possesses commendable scoring ability, but today he is matched up against the all-star caliber David West, which may limit his offensive contributions. Thus, even as a newcomer, Quan Xiao is likely to have numerous offensive opportunities. Since the Rockets selected him with the 3rd overall pick, they must see potential in him and will likely afford him a degree of freedom to develop his skills. The Rockets players witness the unfolding events, and as Quan Xiao's compatriot, Yao Ming naturally hopes for his little brother to shine. Consequently, after receiving a pass from Alston and drawing the Hornets' defensive attention, he shifted the ball to Quan Xiao on the perimeter, demonstrating his support through action. Yao caught Alston's pass, with Chandler positioned behind him but failing to contain him. West came over to double team, and Yao shot. No, it was a pass to Quan Xiao beyond the arc. Peja Stojakovic was defending him head-on, but Quan Xiao disregarded the defense and launched a three-pointer. It's in. What a splendid shot. That marks Quan Xiao's second three-pointer. Hey, it seems our young lad is feeling hot today. If he continues like this, scoring in double digits should be a breeze. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Paul still entrusted the ball to Peja Stojakovic. However, this time his positioning was less favorable, as Quan Xiao closely shadowed him, denying him any shooting space. Peja's feint was deceptive. It misled Quan Xiao, granting Peja Stojakovic a moment of opportunity to shoot, and he successfully made the basket, clearly demonstrating his excellent touch. This display of skill was captivating. And as the game progresses, it will become a matter of stability. Who do you favor in this matchup? Peja has played for several years and has won the three-point contest twice, while our Quan Xiao has only just entered the NBA, participating in his first game this year. The boldness of youth often eclipses fear. In comparison to Peja Stojakovic, Quan Xiao may lack experience, yet he possesses vigor and determination, unafraid to engage in the game. Alston promptly passed the ball to Quan Xiao, the intention unmistakable. Go for it. Quan Xiao did not betray that trust, facing Peja Stojakovic's defense and executing a pull-up shot. The basketball gracefully swishing through the net once again. Well done. I mentioned it before, though the young man lacks experience, he dares to shoot. Just look at the decisiveness of that shot, entirely disregarding Peja's defense. Scoring 20 points appears quite feasible. This marked his 3rd three-pointer, and less than 3 minutes had elapsed in the game. If this continues, reaching 30 points seems plausible, especially considering it is preseason, where defenses are not as stringent. West came up to set a screen. Peja attempted a three-pointer but missed. Yao Ming secured the rebound and passed it directly to Quan Xiao. It seems Big Yao is also curious to see how far Quan Xiao can go. Quan Xiao quickly dribbled down the court. The Hornets' defense was timely, preventing any misalignment. Peja defended Quan Xiao one-on-one. Quan Xiao made a move, and as Peja retreated, he executed a step back beyond the three-point line. Another successful shot. That was his 4th three-pointer of the quarter. Peja anticipated a drive, but the true threat was the step-back three. This young man is playing with great intelligence. How will the Hornets respond? Peja was tightly guarded, and West's screen failed to create space, with Smith closing in just in time. Suddenly, Paul launched a three-pointer. What a surprise. The ball went in. Paul made the shot, catching Alston off guard. Indeed, Paul possesses three-point capabilities, boasting a commendable shooting percentage of 35 last season. Quan Xiao continued to challenge Peja with another strong three-point attempt, but this one was slightly hindered and did not succeed. Yao Ming grabbed the offensive rebound and passed it out. Quan Xiao caught the ball and shot again. Success. That was his 5th three-pointer. He is clearly on fire, practically unstoppable. As the 5th three-pointer swished through the net, Yu Jia succumbed to a frenzy, unleashing an unrestrained roar, wholly oblivious to the potential strain on his vocal cords. In stark contrast to Yu Jia's exuberance, Coach Zhang remained remarkably composed, having weathered many storms in his illustrious career, including earning the title of scoring champion at the World Championships. His experience afforded him a level of calmness that far surpassed that of the average individual. Indeed, when a shooter finds their rhythm, it can be quite a formidable occurrence. At such a moment, the Hornets would be wise to call a timeout to disrupt Quan Xiao's momentum and recalibrate their defensive strategy, as Peja appeared utterly incapable of containing him. Despite being a newcomer, Quan Xiao exhibited remarkable prowess in various aspects, aside from a slight deficiency in experience. His mental fortitude was notably robust, He showed no signs of stage fright or anxiety, indicating that his future achievements could be boundless. The prospects for Chinese basketball have never looked more promising. Coach Zhang seemed momentarily carried away with optimism. Setting aside the fact that this was merely a preseason game, where the defense may not have been executed with utmost diligence, the true caliber of Quan Xiao's performance in the NBA remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Zhang's elation was entirely understandable. As a veteran of Chinese basketball devoted to the advancement of the sport, witnessing the emergence of promising talent brought him immense joy. Quan Xiao's current display of skill instilled a sense of hope in Zhang, as he recognized the essential attributes of a future superstar. Quan Xiao's explosive athleticism combined with his formidable mental resilience. It was also said that he was an exceptionally diligent player, dedicating virtually all his spare time to training. For someone of that caliber, achieving success seems almost inevitable. Indeed, as Coach Zhang articulated these thoughts, Hornets head coach Byron Scott called for a timeout. Quan Xiao's shooting touch had been too exceptional to ignore, necessitating a pause to disrupt his rhythm and to reconfigure their defensive tactics, potentially employing double-teaming strategies to thwart his three-point attempts. Although merely a preseason exhibition, the Hornets were eager to secure a victory on their home court. Ultimately, every team aspires to triumph in each contest, regardless of its significance, for who does not relish the sweet taste of victory, and who enjoys the bitter pangs of defeat? Chapter 42. The Super Point Guard. Chris Paul as a point guard. Chris Paul undoubtedly stands among the pantheon of basketball greats. Although he is merely in his third year, his current prowess positions him among the top 20 players in the league. In the 2007-2008 season, Chris Paul experienced a remarkable breakout, ultimately earning a spot on the All-NBA first team and the All-Defensive second team, with his MVP voting tally finishing second only to Kobe Bryant. As one of the most distinguished point guards in history, Paul's prowess extends beyond his formidable offensive capabilities. He is equally lauded for his skill in orchestrating team plays and enhancing the abilities of his teammates. An exceptional point guard can elevate the performance of his teammates and, in turn, augment the overall strength of the team, a quality that Paul possesses in abundance. Upon returning from a timeout, the Hornets, under Paul's guidance, executed their plays with greater efficacy, showcasing a balanced offensive approach that kept pace with the Rockets. The game was replete with excitement. Conversely, the Rockets' offense lacked the fluidity displayed by the Hornets, relying primarily on the individual talents of their stars to resolve scoring challenges. Consequently, by the end of the first quarter, the Hornets had surged ahead, leading the Rockets 33-30, despite the Rockets initially holding a 17-11 advantage. It is noteworthy that during the latter portion of that quarter, the Hornets outscored the Rockets 22-13, not only erasing the 6-point deficit but also establishing a 3-point lead by the end of the first quarter. In the ensuing minutes, Paul was less involved in shooting. The Hornets had substituted in a defensively adept player to closely guard him, and the Rockets' point guard, Rafer Alston, struggled to effectively organize the offense, leading to a disjointed attack that relied heavily on Yao Ming's individual scoring. After the timeout, the Hornets adjusted their strategy, opting not to allow Peja Stojakovic to continue one-on-one matchups with Paul. Under Paul's orchestrations, the Hornets' offense flourished, while the Rockets leaned more on individual efforts, largely due to Alston's inability to effectively manage their offensive flow in comparison to Paul. Analyst Yu Jia noted that this has been a persistent issue for the Rockets in recent years, a lack of a proficient playmaker. Often, Yao Ming occupied advantageous positions, yet his teammates failed to deliver timely passes, resulting in squandered opportunities and an unnecessary depletion of his energy. Had the Rockets possessed a skilled point guard capable of unlocking Yao's full potential, they surely could have achieved greater breakthroughs. However, their recent acquisitions have not resolved this dilemma. Coach Zhang echoed Yu Jia's sentiments. At the outset, Paul exhibited a scorching shooting touch, sinking 5 three-pointers, yet opportunities dwindled in the following minutes. While the Hornets intensified their defensive efforts against him, the primary issue remained his lack of access to the ball. Indeed, Yao's attempts were also limited, as he managed only 4 shots, converting 2, along with 2 successful free throws for a total of 6 points. Ironically, it was Alston, the point guard, who took the most shots, 7 in total, yielding only 4 points, demonstrating a failure to fulfill the responsibilities of his role as an organizer. Observe Paul across the court. Although he has only attempted 3 shots, garnering a mere 6 points, he has remarkably facilitated 5 assists, thereby invigorating the Hornets' offense. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets temporarily substituted Yao Ming for Mutombo, who had recently re-signed with the team for an additional year. aimed at alleviating the pressure on Yao. Alston was replaced by Mike James, while Battier took the place of Scola, leaving only Smith and Quan Xiao to guide the bench unit. On the Hornets side, they also opted to bench Paul and Chandler, yet retained West and Peja Stojakovic to maintain a strong presence on the court. The absence of Paul significantly diminished the Hornets' offensive potency, presenting the Rockets with an opportunity to capitalize on this rotation and score. However, the rosters of both teams appeared fairly balanced at this juncture, with the outcome hinging on which squad could perform more effectively. With the sound of Coach Zhang's voice, the second quarter began, and Scola swiftly scored for the Rockets, converting a mid-range shot following a pass from Mike James. The ensuing gameplay was somewhat lackluster, lacking the fluidity and visual appeal of the first quarter. Nevertheless, the Rockets maintained a slight advantage. By the 5th minute of the game, the Rockets had surmounted the Hornets by 3 points, prompting the Hornets to call a timeout in preparation for reintroducing their starting lineup. Upon resumption, both teams made adjustments. Paul and Chandler returned for the Hornets, while West and Stojakovic took a breather. The Rockets brought in Battier, substituting him for Smith, with Yao still resting on the bench, a prudent decision given the preseason context, negating the need for prolonged play. The Hornets, with and without Paul, appeared as two disparate teams, underscoring his pivotal role within the current squad. With his re-entry, the Hornets' offense swiftly regained structure, while Chandler fortified their defense. Under their leadership, the Hornets quickly reclaimed the lead. During this period, Paul did not aggressively pursue scoring but meticulously orchestrated each of the Hornets' attacks. His alley-oops with Chandler had become a signature move, consistently eliciting applause and cheers from the audience. On the Rockets' end, their offense remained disjointed, primarily relying on individual efforts to score. Mike James, not being an exemplary point guard, struggled to weave the team's offense cohesively. However, once Paul returned to the court, the Hornets' offense transformed dramatically, becoming more fluid and efficient. The Rockets, constrained to their isolated plays, saw their earlier lead dissolve. The Hornets further widened the scoring gap, and even with Yao's reintroduction in the final 5 minutes, the situation remained unchanged. Ultimately, the Hornets, under Paul's guidance, concluded the first half with an 8-point lead at 58-50. As the first half came to a close, the Rockets found themselves trailing by 8 points. During this period, Quan Xiao exhibited commendable performance, demonstrating great vigor. Despite limited ball possession, he secured 8 points through relentless offensive rebounding, bringing his halftime total to 23 points, making him the standout player for the Rockets thus far. Coach Zhang, what is your perspective on the first half of the game? And how do you foresee the Rockets adjusting in the second half? The first half revealed numerous issues for the Rockets. Primarily, the team's cohesion is still lacking, and the players' synergy leaves much to be desired. However, this can be attributed to Edelman's recent appointment as head coach, alongside the significant player transactions that have occurred, resulting in considerable roster turnover. It is understandable that such early-stage disarray may arise, yet with increased practice, these issues will likely be refined as the season progresses. Moreover, the Rockets are in dire need of a proficient point guard. At present, Alston barely qualifies as a competent starter, yet he cannot be deemed exceptional, particularly in facilitating passes to Yao Ming, where his performance has been insufficient. As for orchestrating team plays, the results are even less satisfactory. A skilled point guard can elevate a team's performance substantially, unlocking the full potential of teammates. For instance, Chris Paul from the opposing Hornets exemplifies such a player. Were the Rockets to possess a point guard of his caliber, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that they would be contenders for the championship. Regrettably, Alston is their only option. Conversely, the Hornets' Tyson Chandler, a defensive center, has managed to contribute nearly 10 points per game under Paul's guidance. Other players have also seen improvements in their offensive capabilities thanks to Paul's orchestration. Therefore, I am optimistic about the Hornets achieving commendable results in the Western Conference this year, provided Paul remains healthy. In the second half, the Rockets must focus on a singular objective, identifying a true orchestrator for their team. Chapter 43, Quan Xiao as the makeshift point guard. As the second half commenced, both teams retained their starting lineups from the first half, with Alston continuing to handle the ball for the Rockets. Despite the Streetball Kings' lackluster performance in the first half, he remains the best point guard the Rockets currently have, as no one else compares. Thus, they have no choice but to place their trust in him. However, Alston's organizational skills leave much to be desired. While he may occasionally deliver a brilliant pass, he is not adept at orchestrating the team's offense. Many hold a misconception regarding the role of an organizer, equating it solely with providing assists. yet it encompasses much more. Assists are merely the most apparent manifestation of organization, facilitating ball movement to enhance offensive fluidity. Controlling the team's tempo and guiding teammates' positioning are all integral responsibilities of an organizer. A proficient organizer can respond appropriately to the dynamics of the game, leading their team to execute seamless offense, dismantle the opponent's defense, and ultimately steer the team toward victory. In the opening minutes of the third quarter, the Rockets' offense continued to stagnate, with star players occasionally relying on individual prowess to score. In contrast, the Hornets, under Paul's direction, capitalized on their collective effort to extend their lead into double digits. Finally, Adelman could no longer tolerate the situation and called for a timeout to adjust personnel and strategy, substituting Alston for Scola at the power forward position while shifting other roles accordingly. In a moment of inspiration, he decided to move Quan Xiao to the point guard position. Although Quan Xiao has never played as a point guard, his fundamental skills in dribbling and passing are remarkably solid, a testament to his diligent practice over the years. Since high school, he has been inseparable from the basketball, dedicating his free time to honing his ball-handling abilities. As a result, his proficiency with the ball is commendable, which is why, despite his towering stature, he is seldom intercepted. He excels at protecting the ball. During team training, Adelman discerned Quan Xiao's innate talent for organization, as he demonstrated considerable skill in practice games, particularly in feeding the ball to Yao Ming. Perhaps his height affords him a broader perspective. Initially, there was no intention to utilize him as a point guard. Rather, the vision was to cultivate him as a facilitating forward. Within Adelman's Princeton system, there is a specific expectation for centers to possess organizational skills. Previously, he had DeMarcus and Miller, who were adept at this role. Unfortunately, Yao Ming did not meet these requirements, thus preventing the full potential of the Princeton system from being realized. However, with even the designated point guard struggling to orchestrate the team's offense, Adelman, faced with no viable alternatives, made this decision. After all, it was merely a preseason game, an opportune moment for experimentation. If Quan Xiao proves capable, he would provide an additional option. If not, there would be no significant loss. Quan Xiao harbored no objections regarding the coach's arrangements. During his university days, he had occasionally initiated attacks as the team's ball handler. However, this marked the first occasion that he assumed the role of point guard to orchestrate the team's offense. With 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the third quarter, the Rockets called for a timeout. Adelman had no choice but to intervene, as the Rockets found themselves trailing the Hornets by 12 points, their offense faltering. It remained to be seen how Adelman would adjust. The persistent issue loomed, the absence of a proficient organizer to unify the team, with offensive plays relying excessively on isolation. Such a strategy would undoubtedly lead to failure. Neither Alston nor the substitutes, Mike James and the former star Francis, exemplified exceptional organizing abilities, despite the Rockets players possessing considerable offensive talent. Upon returning from the timeout, the Rockets made a personnel change, substituting Alston for Scola. However, this left the court devoid of a true point guard. Were they to entrust Battier with the responsibilities of a point guard? Observing the Rockets' substitutions, Yu Jiao wore a perplexed expression. Oh, is Quan Xiao handling the ball? Quan Xiao is the point guard? Coach Zhang also found it curious that Adelman would make such a decision. Regardless of the sentiments of those outside the court, Quan Xiao had already received the ball from Battier and commenced the orchestration of his team's offense. Confronted by Paul's defense, Quan Xiao was acutely aware of the need for vigilance. He recognized Paul as a master of steals, and any lapse in concentration could result in the loss of possession. Moreover, his height contributed to a higher center of gravity, making him more susceptible to being stripped of the ball during dribbling. He had to remain utterly focused. As Quan Xiao skillfully controlled the ball, he keenly observed the dynamics unfolding on the court. The Hornets were currently employing a man-to-man defense, indicating Coach Scott's considerable trust in his players' defensive capabilities, opting not to utilize a zone defense. However, the positioning of their players suggested a potential swift transition to a 2-3 zone if necessary. This scenario proved exceedingly advantageous for Quan Xiao, as his defender, Paul, was a diminutive 25 centimeters shorter, allowing Quan Xiao to shoot freely over him without any concern of being blocked. While Paul was preoccupied with guarding Quan Xiao, the latter sought opportunities beyond the three-point line, while Yao Ming established his position in the paint. Yet, Chandler was bearing down on him, and David West stood ready to provide assistance, making any potential pass susceptible to interception. Suddenly, Quan Xiao unleashed a shot from beyond the arc, and it swished through the net. This marked his 6th three-pointer of the game, a testament to his continued shooting prowess. Were it not for the limited opportunities he had to handle the ball, it is likely his scoring would be even higher. Although this three-pointer was commendable, it still reflected a somewhat isolated effort. Adelman's aim was for Quan Xiao to enhance the cohesion of the team's offense, thus indicating that there remained much work for Quan Xiao to undertake in the forthcoming plays. Quan Xiao comprehended the intentions of Adelman in assigning him the role of point guard. However, he harbored his own thoughts. He believed that by maintaining his offensive threat, he could create better opportunities for his teammates. Moreover, he felt no pressure from Paul's defense, possessing great confidence in his ability to make that shot. Following the transition between offense and defense, the Rockets intensified their defensive efforts, which was imperative. Otherwise, if they allowed the opposing team to respond immediately after each of their own scores, they would ultimately succumb to defeat. It is quite challenging for Quan Xiao to effectively guard Paul, as the latter's agility and speed are unmatched by Quan Xiao. Both players possess their own unique strengths. Consequently, Quan Xiao adopted a more lenient defensive strategy, focusing on preventing drives rather than shots. He is confident in his reflexes. At this distance, should Paul attempt a shot, he can quickly react to disrupt it. The Rockets successfully defended this possession, as West's shot clanged off the rim under Scola's vigorous interference, with Yao Ming securing the rebound. Quan Xiao, unhurried, dribbled to the three-point line at the arc, waiting for his teammates to position themselves. Just as people anticipated his next move, he unexpectedly launched a jump shot from beyond the arc, the ball tracing a beautiful arc as it swished through the net. What a shot! Quan Xiao has made his 7th three-pointer, exclaimed Yu Jia with excitement. In reality, if the Rockets had a proficient point guard, Quan Xiao's effectiveness as a shooting guard or small forward would be maximized, allowing him to focus solely on scoring. However, as the orchestrator, he must also consider the overall offensive strategy of the team. Naturally, his scoring ability enhances the complexity of the opponent's defense, forcing them to guard against both his passing and shooting, making it increasingly difficult for them to defend effectively. Those unfamiliar with the situation might assume that Coach Zhang is critical of Quan Xiao, despite his recent exquisite three-pointer. However, Coach Zhang's assessment holds merit. After all, Quan Xiao is currently playing as a point guard, and his primary responsibility is to facilitate the team's overall offense rather than solely pursue personal scoring. In the ensuing matches, Quan Xiao leveraged his offensive prowess to deliver exceptional passes to his teammates, some resulting in direct assists while others transformed into points through subsequent passes. Under his leadership, the Rockets began to exhibit a more cohesive performance, transitioning from a series of individual plays to a more integrated offensive approach. By the end of the third quarter, they had successfully narrowed the deficit to just 5 points. Chapter 44, the game-winning shot in the fourth quarter. Yao Ming remained seated on the bench, not re-entering the game. The Rockets were not inclined to exhaust their core player in a preseason match of little consequence, choosing instead to utilize this opportunity to develop their newcomers, particularly the several rookies who had joined the team this year. Therefore, not only did Yao remain on the bench, but even Uncle Mu did not return to the court, with Hayes, Scola, and Landry sharing the interior minutes in the fourth quarter. Due to his exceptional physical fitness and status as a rookie, Quan Xiao was afforded the opportunity to gain valuable experience on the court, necessitating ample playing time to acclimate to the nuances of the NBA. Consequently, Adelman chose not to substitute him, a decision that aligned with Quan Xiao's own desire to remain in the game. Thus, he played the entirety of the fourth quarter, maintaining his role as the point guard. As a newcomer, Quan Xiao has demonstrated remarkable adaptability in this competition, a skill honed through his extensive exposure to numerous games in his previous life and his perusal of several basketball novels. While the authors of these narratives may not have been professional players, their passion for basketball and their profound understanding of the sport rival that of seasoned athletes. Moreover, in this lifetime, Quan Xiao has diligently analyzed numerous NBA game recordings to refine his skills alongside his two cousins, coupled with a year of rigorous NCAA experience. His comprehension of basketball has deepened significantly. Comparatively, NBA games are characterized by a faster pace and greater intensity of physical confrontation, yet the fundamental aspects remain consistent. Quan Xiao's physical attributes ensure his adeptness in handling the intensity and tempo of NBA matches. Additionally, the psychological advantages accrued from over 2 decades of life experience in his previous existence contribute to his impressive performance in this game, making him appear far from the novice who has never played an NBA game. Naturally, due to the preseason nature of the match, the more lenient defensive standards allowed Quan Xiao to excel. Nevertheless, Without a solid foundation to support his efforts, it would be improbable for him to achieve a score of 20 or 30 points, even in a preseason context. Quan Xiao has always placed great emphasis on fundamental skills, reminiscent of the sentiments expressed by Akagi in Slam Dunk, who frequently reminds Sakuragi that fundamentals are paramount. Throughout the fourth quarter, Quan Xiao did not rest for a single moment. The absence of Yao Ming has significantly diminished the Rockets' strength. He is the linchpin of their offense and defense. With him guarding the paint, the Rockets' performance reaches new heights. And once he leaves the court, the interior becomes alarmingly vulnerable, with no one able to fill the substantial void left by his departure. This impact extends beyond scoring. It also encompasses his ability to intimidate opponents and draw defensive attention. Fortunately, as a second-round rookie, Landry compensated for his lack of innate talent with tenacious play. While Scola unleashed his offensive prowess, and Hayes maintained his relentless defensive efforts. Through their relentless efforts, the Rockets managed to hold their ground without suffering significant disadvantages on the interior, maintaining a close scoreline. The pivotal factor was Quan Xiao's growing familiarity with the point guard's role. He seemed to possess an innate talent for commanding the court. Initially, he focused primarily on his own offensive plays, yet as the game progressed, he began to relish the satisfaction of creating opportunities for his teammates through his scoring threats. Moreover, while defending against Paul, he keenly observed the latter's gameplay, noting how he orchestrated his teammates and organized the team's offensive strategies, inadvertently acquiring a valuable mentor. Under Quan Xiao's leadership, the Rockets withstood the Hornets' onslaught, as he delivered 5 assists in a single quarter, alongside numerous other plays that, through secondary passes from his teammates, converted into points. Although these assists may not be reflected in the statistics, their impact was undeniably significant, rendering the team's offense more efficient and fluid. As the game approached its final minute, the score remained tightly contested. With 53 seconds left, Battier sank a three-pointer to give the Rockets a fleeting lead at 89-90. Just 16 seconds later, Paul assisted West for a basket, bringing the score to 91-90. Following that, Scola hit a mid-range jumper, making it 91-92. In a climactic final possession, Paul delivered a crucial three-pointer in the last moment, sealing the score at 94-92, leaving the Rockets with merely 2 seconds on the clock. The intensity of the game crescendoed in those final minutes. It felt less like a preseason match and more akin to a playoff battle. As the two teams exchanged leads, the fans experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Paul's decisive three-pointer granted the home team a 2-point advantage, nearly achieving a game-winning shot, with the Rockets facing a mere 2 seconds to respond. Coach Zhang, how do you believe the Rockets will strategize for this last possession? The Rockets actually have 2 options. One is to opt for a safer 2-point shot, aiming for overtime, while the other is to take the risk of a 3-pointer. A successful shot would clinch the game, while a miss would conclude it. Given the Rockets' commendable 3-point shooting today, having attempted 37 shots and made 15 for an overall accuracy of 45, particularly with Quan Xiao hitting 8 out of 11 and Battier 3 out of 5, they may indeed choose to gamble on a 3-pointer for a decisive blow. After all, the worst outcome would simply be a loss in a preseason game, which does not impact their final standings. Conversely, the Hornets will undoubtedly adopt a defensive strategy focused on tightly guarding the 3-point line while conceding 2-point shots. Indeed, the tactical approach devised by Coach Adelman for the Rockets centered around a strategy of 3-point shooting. Landry initiated the play from the baseline, while Battier and Hayes darted toward the left and right corners, respectively. Scola provided a crucial screen to obstruct the Hornets' defenders, and the actions of Quan Xiao were determined by the unfolding situation on the court. Upon returning from a timeout, the Rockets players positioned themselves according to the plan, while the Hornets' Chandler sought to disrupt Landry's inbound pass, with other players closely marking their assigned opponents. Landry nearly committed a violation under Chandler's interference but managed, at the last moment, to pass the ball to Hayes in the right corner. Due to Scola's slight obstruction of his defender, Hayes found himself with a fleeting opportunity. He released the ball hastily, as his defender was closing in, but the rushed 3-point attempt ricocheted off the rim. However, Quan Xiao leaped into the fray, directing the basketball toward Battier in the left corner. With no time to aim, Battier faced his defender, Peterson, and took the final shot. As the ball soared through the air, the lights behind the backboard illuminated, signaling the end of the game, with the outcome hinging on Battier's 3-point attempt. Hayes, having received the ball in the corner, found himself in a similar predicament, unable to adjust his shot, resulting in a miss due to the hurried nature of his release. Had it been Quan Xiao, He would likely have had a better chance, yet he was sandwiched between two Hornets players, lacking a favorable opportunity. The ball bounced high, and amidst a crowded paint filled with players from both teams vying for the rebound, with only 2 seconds left, Quan Xiao surged in from beyond the arc. Leaping for the ball, he made initial contact but opted not to secure it, instead batting it to Battier in the left corner. Battier caught the ball and shot. The lights flashed, the game concluded, and it was a basket. Battier, the hero of the moment. The Rockets achieved a last-second victory as the ball swished through the net. The Rockets players erupted in exhilaration, rushing towards Battier, who had delivered the decisive blow. Although merely a preseason game, the intensity displayed by both teams as they vied for victory in those final moments was palpable. The close score underscored the fierce competition. Thus, it was no wonder that the Rockets players celebrated so fervently after Battier's clutch shot. The hard-fought nature of the victory made it all the more significant. The game concluded with the Rockets triumphing over the Hornets, thanks to Battier's game-winning shot. Despite being just a preseason matchup, it proved to be a thrilling contest. One that surely did not disappoint the viewers at home. Surely, everyone is keenly interested in Quan Xiao's performance. Let us take a look at his statistics from his inaugural NBA game. 33 points, 8 rebounds, 11 assists, 2 steals, and 1 block. Alongside 6 turnovers, just 2 rebounds shy of a triple-double. While 6 turnovers may seem excessive, this was merely his first NBA game, and we can eagerly anticipate his continued performance throughout the season. Dear audience, please do not leave just yet, as we will soon be broadcasting a live interview with Coach Zhang regarding Quan Xiao. Chapter 45, Domestic Reactions. Hello, Quan Xiao. I am Zhang Weiping, representing the CCTV Sports Channel, here to interview you. First and foremost, congratulations on your victory in today's match and your outstanding performance. Hello, Coach Zhang. Are you here to provide commentary today? What a pity that I cannot hear your insights. I have always enjoyed your commentary, especially when I was back in the country. Did you praise me today? Just as you usually do for Yao? Haha. Oh, absolutely. You are our beacon of hope. The Chinese men's basketball team relies on you to carry the flag. Tell me, how did it feel to play in your first NBA game? Quan Xiao's jest brought a smile to Coach Zhang, dissipating the initial awkwardness of their first meeting. Honestly, there wasn't anything particularly special about it. I was focused on how to perform well, other than the faster pace and greater intensity of the competition. It wasn't vastly different from college basketball. Having played in the NCAA for a year, even participating in the finals, I didn't feel much difference. Perhaps I will experience something unique when I play in an NBA finals someday. Well then, do share your special feelings with us when you reach the finals. At the beginning of the game, you played as a shooting guard and later transitioned to point guard. Did you anticipate being assigned to the point guard position before the match? I had considered playing as a point guard at one point, but I grew taller, which was beyond my control, so I ended up playing as a small forward. I'm not sure why the coach placed me at point guard, as I had never played that position before, but I truly enjoy the feeling of orchestrating the game. Of course, there is still much for me to learn. I gained a lot from competing against Paul today. You made 8 3-pointers today, which is quite an impressive achievement. If it were a regular season game, you would have set a new historical record. No worries. During the opener, I will strive to make a few more shots and aim to create a historical record. Did you follow the Hawks game yesterday? Yi Jianlian played for 30 minutes, achieving a double-double with 15 points and 11 rebounds. Have you kept in touch with each other since the draft? Oh, really? I've been focused on training and Haven T followed other teams' news. But I do keep in touch with Jianlian. We spoke just last week. As for the game, I truly didn't keep up with it. But I will call him later to congratulate him. Today's match was thrilling, and your performance was remarkable. Keep up the hard work. I will be closely monitoring your progress. Thank you, Coach Zhang. I will work hard. Please take care of your health. I look forward to partnering with you in commentary in the future. After concluding the interview with Coach Zhang, Quan Xiao returned to the locker room to freshen up and subsequently attended the post-game press conference, participating in a collective interview. Following this match, Quan Xiao's standing within the Houston Rockets has become increasingly solid. However, in the United States, his performance did not cause much of a stir, as it was merely a preseason game. The American audience is already accustomed to witnessing various prodigious talents, and thus they do not place significant emphasis on a preseason encounter. Conversely, in his home country, the media has lauded Quan Xiao to an extraordinary extent, with sensational headlines proliferating as if they were costless. Even he would likely find the excessive praise somewhat cringeworthy. One outlet proclaimed, "The Chinese divine beast makes its mark in the NBA." debuting with an astounding stat line of 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists, along with 2 steals and 1 block. In a preseason game yesterday, Quan Xiao of the Houston Rockets played for 42 minutes, achieving an impressive near triple-double. Following Yi Jianlian's double-double for the Atlanta Hawks, Quan Xiao has taken a further step, heralding a new dawn for Chinese basketball. Another publication stated, debuting with such versatile statistics, the Rookie of the Year title is within reach. Achieving 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists in an NBA game is no small feat. Many players may never reach such statistics in their careers. Yet, in yesterday's preseason game, the Rockets rookie from China, Quan Xiao, accomplished this remarkable feat in his very first NBA match. The entire match was a remarkable display of talent. If he continues this trajectory, the title of Rookie of the Year will undoubtedly be within his grasp. A certain fan remarked, "A star is rising, and the men's basketball team will achieve greatness. Chinese players can excel in basketball." This sentiment captured my initial reaction after watching yesterday's NBA preseason game between the Rockets and the Hornets. However, this time, my admiration was not directed towards Yao Ming, but rather towards another Chinese player, Quan Xiao. In this match, Quan Xiao, as a rookie, started and played for a staggering 42 minutes, amassing 33 points, 8 rebounds, and 11 assists, performing like a true superstar. This bodes exceedingly well for the Chinese men's basketball team, especially with the Olympics slated to be held in China next year. Should Quan Xiao continue to shine, the national team could certainly create remarkable achievements on home soil, leaving us all in eager anticipation. In addition to online media, traditional outlets have also extensively covered this match. Notably, the Sports Weekly and Basketball Pioneer devoted significant space to highlight Quan Xiao's performance, expressing optimism for his future. Through these reports, Quan Xiao has begun to gain greater recognition among Chinese basketball fans, bolstering the confidence of his supporters. Conversely, some contrarian fans have taken to disparaging him in the comments, as if he owed them something. Fortunately, Quan Xiao, being in America, remains oblivious to such news and comments. Even if he were to come across them, he would likely disregard them, for his experience in online forums has shown him that such critics are often merely disillusioned individuals seeking attention through their eccentricity. Truly pitiful. After the match, Quan Xiao indeed called Yi Jianlian to congratulate him. The two exchanged insights about the game and offered mutual encouragement before ending their conversation. In this new environment, Yi Jianlian has performed significantly better, aided by Quan Xiao's prior advice to enhance communication with his teammates, improving his situation compared to the past. Following his conversation with Yi Jianlian, Quan Xiao also reached out to Kevin Durant. The Supersonics faced the Kings on the same day, but unfortunately lost by a narrow margin of 6 points. Despite Durant scoring 25 points, his efficiency was lacking, requiring 23 attempts to achieve that total. Thankfully, the Supersonics are currently in a rebuilding phase, and Durant is a key player they are nurturing, granting him unlimited shooting opportunities. After a brief exchange and mutual challenges, they concluded their call, as they were set to meet as opponents on the 21st of this month. Once the call ended, both players immersed themselves in their training, preparing for their imminent encounter and for their respective NBA careers. Before that, however, they had several matches to play, allowing them to accumulate valuable experience and aim for standout performances to triumph over each other. With such thoughts in mind, both dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Chapter 46, each fighting their own battles. A loss requires treating. How dismal. On October 21, 2007, at Key Arena in Seattle, the much-anticipated preseason matchup between the Seattle Supersonics and the Houston Rockets was about to commence. The focal point of this encounter was the duel between Durant and his former teammate, the ever-competitive All-Star, both of whom had played pivotal roles in securing a championship for Texas. Today, however, they stood as adversaries, each fiercely vying for victory. Prior to the game, Durant and All-Star exchanged amicable embraces and made a lighthearted wager. The loser would treat the winner to a meal, humorously dubbing their contest a battle for dinner. Following the selection of Durant, the Supersonics had embarked on a complete reconstruction, trading away their star player, Ray Allen, to the Celtics in a bid to wholly nurture Durant's potential. In return, they acquired Al Horford, who had previously troubled Texas during the NCAA championship as a member of the Florida Gators. Now, however, he found himself alongside Durant as a teammate. A twist of fate indeed. Despite the Rockets undergoing significant changes following substantial trades, a direct comparison of both team strengths revealed Houston's superiority. The The Supersonics' primary objective for the season was to cultivate their young talents, placing no expectations on their win-loss record. As a result, Durant was granted unrestricted freedom to shoot at will. In the preseason games already played, Durant's efficiency had not reached remarkable heights, but his innate talent hinted at a future prowess that could become formidable. Standing tall with long limbs, his shooting angle was elevated, making it difficult to disrupt his attempts. After a couple of games, the Rockets began to focus on developing all-stars well, albeit without the same level of shooting liberty granted to Durant, given the presence of the dominant Yao Ming on their roster. Nevertheless, Coach Adelman had bestowed considerable tactical freedom upon him, allowing him to play various positions from point guard to power forward, and at times even stepping into the center role. His preferred position remained small forward, though he was comfortable in both the point guard and shooting guard roles, depending on the coach's strategy. In this match, All-Star, starting as the small forward, faced off against Durant. From the outset, Durant exhibited a fervent desire to attack, recalling their competitive one-on-one sessions during their college days. Initially, Durant had dominated those encounters, but as All-Star gained experience, victories began to alternate between them. Now, breaking free from All-Star's defense to score was no longer a straightforward task for Durant, and his first shot, hindered by All-Star's defense, clanged off the rim. "Hey, Kevin, I want to let you off easy. Even though this is your home court, it would be embarrassing for you, and I certainly don't relish the thought of treating you." All-Star teased as he watched Durant miss the shot and Yao secure the rebound. "Just wait, All-Star. You won't have it any easier. I'm determined to win today, prepare to pay up," Durant retorted, unwilling to concede. "Then brace yourself for a thorough beating." All-Star shot back, the competitive spirit igniting between them. As Quan Xiao received the pass from Alston, he leaned against Durant and began to push into the paint. Durant, taken aback by Quan Xiao's move, was well aware of their respective weaknesses after numerous one-on-one encounters. As Quan Xiao employed his backing maneuver, Durant could only strive to disrupt him, for he lacked the strength to effectively counter Quan Xiao's force. Thus, Quan Xiao advanced into the paint and concluded the offensive with his signature turnaround jump shot. The score now stood at 2-0 in my favor. "Your turn, Kevin. Don't celebrate too soon. I shall retaliate shortly. I await your response." As the second half commenced, the Supersonics once again entrusted the ball to Durant. Upon receiving the pass, he faced Quan Xiao's defense and chose to drive this time. Despite being aware of Durant's path, Quan Xiao was unable to impede his progress, allowing Durant to execute a low layup and score 2 points effortlessly. How was that shot? Mediocre, I suppose. The score is now tied at 2-2. "It's your turn, but I genuinely worry you might not get the ball, considering you lack unlimited firepower." Observing the arrogant Durant, Quan Xiao felt disinclined to engage in conversation with him. However, he was not entirely mistaken. "At present, I do not possess such privileges." The circumstances of the two teams are markedly different, resulting in dissimilar methods and intensities of development. In fact, among the entire rookie class of 2007, only Durant received the most significant nurturing. As a newcomer, he stepped into the team and immediately assumed the role of a leader, enjoying unrestricted shooting privileges, a luxury not afforded to other rookies. Odin, sidelined by injury for the entire season, and other rookies lacked the qualifications to be developed as core players. Even the exceptionally talented Quan Xiao could not attain core status due to Yao Ming's presence. Fortunately, after 2 games, Quan Xiao earned the admiration of his coach and the respect of his teammates through his prowess, thereby receiving their support. Upon receiving a pass, he utilized his most proficient three-point shooting to extend his lead over Durant. The first quarter became a showcase for both players, with neither coach intervening. The Supersonics were intent on cultivating Durant, having already granted him unlimited shooting rights. On the other hand, Rockets coach Adelman sought to gauge the extent of Quan Xiao's potential, hence providing him with the utmost central role, allowing him to compete directly with Durant. Nevertheless, the Rockets maintained a stronger overall performance, bolstered by Yao Ming's presence, which enhanced their rebounding protection. Consequently, by the end of the first quarter, the Rockets led the Supersonics by 6 points, 28-22, with Quan Xiao momentarily ahead of Durant by 2 points, 20-18. Both players exhibited formidable performances in the first quarter. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets swiftly adjusted their strategy, emphasizing teamwork rather than allowing Quan Xiao to dominate alone. This change immediately widened the score gap, even though Yao Ming played minimally during this quarter, given their inherent strength. Meanwhile, the Supersonics continued to focus on developing their rookies, resulting in ample opportunities for Durant and Horford. However, their efficiency declined, failing to match the brilliance of the first quarter. The toll of the previous quarter's intensity had significantly drained their stamina, naturally impacting their effectiveness. In contrast, the Rockets showcased a multifaceted attack, with Johnson scoring 14 points in the quarter, complemented by contributions from others. The Rockets ended the quarter leading by 8 points, 32-24, and took a commanding 14-point lead into halftime. In the second half, the Supersonics could not conjure a miraculous comeback. Durant scored 15 points in the second half, totaling 43 points for the game. Yet the Supersonics ultimately succumbed at home, losing 117-94. Quan Xiao ultimately concluded the match with a score of 32 points. Falling short of Durant's personal statistics, however, his team triumphed over the Supersonics, the franchise to which Durant belongs. After the game, Durant treated Quan Xiao to a hearty meal, promising that next time, the treat would be on Quan Xiao. In Chapter 47, titled The Season Opener, the Rockets faced the Grizzlies in 2 consecutive preseason matches, emerging victorious on both occasions. However, they succumbed to the Spurs in their final game, concluding the preseason with an impressive record of 5 wins and 1 loss. On the 31st of this month, the Rockets will embark on their season opener, challenging the Los Angeles Lakers on their home court. The Lakers have been projected to rank between 7th and 9th in the Western Conference this season, indicating a less-than-stellar roster, heavily reliant on the prowess of Kobe Bryant. Despite the presence of the left-handed magician, Lamar Odom, whose focus remains a mystery, capable of extraordinary feats at times, yet equally prone to dismal performances, the team's depth appears questionable. Andrew Bynum possesses both height and athleticism, yet his potential remains largely untapped, rendering him a serviceable starter at best. Nevertheless, as long as Kobe is in the fray, he cannot be underestimated. He is a superstar capable of altering the course of a game single-handedly. In terms of scoring ability and explosive offensive prowess, no player in the current league can rival Kobe, a man who once scored 81 points in a single game, outpacing the entire opposing team's score in just 3 quarters. With a competent supporting cast, he has the potential to lead his team into the playoffs. It is fair to say that a healthy Kobe Bryant is a nightmare for all players in the league. One can only hope for a day when his shooting touch falters. Of course, Kobe's inability to secure victory does not equate to the Lakers' downfall, as basketball is fundamentally a team sport. Should other positions establish a significant advantage, even if Kobe were to be neutralized, it would not matter. What ultimately counts is the collective score of the team, not individual accolades. Even before this match commenced, it had already garnered substantial attention domestically. Since Yao Ming's arrival, the Rockets have become the favored team for the majority of Chinese fans, and with Quan Xiao joining the ranks, the emotional investment from the Chinese populace has only deepened. The Lakers, having attracted a loyal fan base since the Showtime era of the 1980s and further expanding their audience after a championship trifecta early in the century, enjoy immense popularity, particularly Kobe's, which remains exceptionally high in China. This is likely due to his entertaining style of play, coupled with a series of scoring spectacles that have solidified his status as a beloved figure, rivaling even Yao Ming's acclaim. On October 31st, the Staples Center in Los Angeles was filled to capacity. As the second-largest city in America, with Hollywood in its midst, Lakers games consistently draw large crowds and celebrity presence. Tonight's season opener was no exception, with numerous renowned Hollywood stars gracing the sidelines. Some individuals may seek greater exposure, while others genuinely possess a passion for basketball. In the visiting team's locker room prior to the match, Quan Xiao began to unroll rice paper, preparing to write. This has become his customary practice, a means to attain tranquility through the act of writing before pivotal games. He had not engaged in this ritual during the preseason. Yet today's opening match signifies a new chapter in his basketball journey, thus his mindset is markedly different, necessitating the calming influence of penmanship. His teammates, though intrigued, chose not to disturb him. Each possesses their unique method of alleviating stress, and they express their understanding. As elegant calligraphy began to emerge on the rice paper, Quan Xiao felt his heart gradually settle. Upon completing the piece, he had successfully attuned his mindset to an optimal state. Impressive work. I hadn't realized you possessed such talent, remarked Yao Ming, the only other Chinese presence in the vicinity, aside from Quan Xiao, capable of both comprehension and appreciation of the craft. Please excuse my modesty, Yao. I merely sought to calm my spirit through writing to prevent excessive excitement from affecting my performance. Indeed, it is evident that you have found your composure, which is quite remarkable. I recall my first game, which left me restless throughout the night, and as you know, my performance was far from commendable. However, judging by your current state, I am confident you will showcase your true abilities in the upcoming match. Rest assured, Yao, we are destined to win. Observing Quan Xiao's unwavering confidence, Yao Ming smiled with satisfaction, eagerly anticipating the young player's forthcoming performance. Throughout the routine practice games and recent preseason matches, his prowess has garnered recognition from the team, not merely potential, but genuine skill. With exceptional athleticism, consistent shooting accuracy, and impeccable defensive awareness, it is believed that after a season or two in the league, he will undoubtedly emerge among the elite players. Moreover, Yao Ming has discerned a crucial aspect often overlooked by many. Quan Xiao exhibits a mature playing style and psychological fortitude. Despite being a rookie who joined the league just this year and still shy of 19, his playing style is remarkably composed, rarely displaying impulsive and reckless behavior, reminiscent of seasoned players with years of experience. Following a series of pre-game warm-ups and the playing of the national anthem, the highly anticipated match in China finally commenced. Hello to all viewers at home. Welcome to the 2007-2008 NBA season opener featuring the Rockets against the Lakers. We are privileged to have renowned basketball expert Su Kun joining me for commentary on this game. I wonder, Su, what are your thoughts on today's matchup? Today, the CCTV Sports channel is broadcasting this match live, with Yang Jin and Su Kun serving as commentators, while Zhang Weiping has been dispatched as a special guest to provide live commentary on-site. I personally believe this match will be a contest of evenly matched teams, as the overall strength of both squads is closely aligned, but the Rockets may have a slight edge. However, the Lakers boast the league's premier player, Kobe Bryant, making it a formidable challenge for the Rockets to contain his offensive prowess. Furthermore, this year, the Rockets' new coach, Rick Adelman, presents a significant contrast to his predecessor, Jeff Van Gundy, particularly in defensive coaching. Adelman favors the Princeton offense, showcasing a greater aptitude for offensive strategies than for defense. Thus, the task of limiting Kobe's impact will undoubtedly test the Rockets. Additionally, the Rockets have experienced considerable player turnover this year, resulting in limited time for cohesion and understanding among teammates. Therefore, I anticipate that this matchup will indeed be fiercely contested, and I sincerely hope for such an outcome. Now, let us examine the starting lineups for both teams. The Rockets' backcourt features Alston and Quan Xiao, while Battier and Smith man the forward positions, with the well-known Yao Ming at center. The Lakers, on the other hand, have Fisher and Kobe forming their backcourt, with Walton and Turiaf at forward, and the first overall pick of 2001, Kwame Brown, occupying the center position. Although Brown's abilities pale in comparison to Yao Ming's, as he bears the label of a bust for a number 1 pick, his physical attributes and leaping ability outshine those of the 2002 draft's top choice, Yao. Consequently, Brown easily secured the jump ball, directing it to his point guard. Thus commenced Quan Xiao's inaugural official NBA game. Chapter 48. The explosive start of Kobe and Yao. Fisher passed the ball to Kobe, who effortlessly penetrated Quan Xiao's defense and scored with a bank shot, putting the Lakers on the board first. It appears that Quan Xiao still has room for growth in defensive experience. Turning to the Rockets' offense, Battier, after receiving a pass from Alston, attempted a three-pointer but missed. Kobe seized the defensive rebound and quickly pushed the ball down the court. Fortunately for the Rockets, their transition defense was swift, preventing the Lakers from capitalizing on a fast break opportunity. However, as Kobe approached the three-point line, he launched a shot over the defending Quan Xiao, scoring another three-pointer and igniting a brief 5-0 run. Kobe's eagerness to score and his remarkable shooting rhythm at the game's outset signal a troubling omen for the Rockets. This may be partly attributed to the matchup with Quan Xiao. While Quan Xiao's defense is commendable, he lacks the experience that Battier possesses when guarding Kobe. Nonetheless, Quan Xiao's offensive capabilities do not compare to Battier's, and the fact that Kobe scored twice against him primarily stems from the disparity in experience. I am confident that as Quan Xiao gains more playing time, such circumstances will diminish. The forthcoming play is of utmost significance. It remains to be seen how the Rockets will navigate this moment. Should they fail to score and break their scoring drought, Coach Adelman might need to consider calling a timeout for a strategic adjustment. If the opponents gain momentum from the outset, the match could become exceedingly challenging. Alston lofted the ball to Yao Ming, who found himself defended by Kwame Brown outside the paint, resulting in a less-than-ideal opportunity. Yao refrained from forcing a shot, instead surveying the court's dynamics. He deftly maneuvered along the baseline, eluding Kobe's defense, and executed a deceptive move that misled Brown before passing to Quan Xiao. What a splendid play! Quan Xiao executed a resounding dunk, marking his inaugural NBA point, courtesy of the pass from his elder brother, Yao Ming. This moment ignited enthusiasm in the commentary booth, not solely due to the visual spectacle of Quan Xiao's dunk, but also because of Yao's exquisitely deceptive no-look pass. Even in an away game, a handful of Lakers fans applauded this remarkable feat. What an extraordinary no-look pass. It's hard to fathom such brilliance coming from a towering center standing at 7 feet 5 inches. I thought magic had returned to the court, exclaimed Kenny Smith exuberantly. This was merely a stroke of luck. Let him attempt that 1,000 more times, and he would never replicate such a pass, retorted the great Sir Charles Barkley, ever the contrarian. However, this was not a deliberate attempt to undermine Yao Ming. Despite a previous incident where Yao's success led to an unfortunate encounter with a donkey named Kenny, Barkley ceased his antics as Yao's performance improved. His earlier comment was merely an instinctive rebuttal to Smith, as the retired former player, now a commentator, frequently engages in playful banter with Smith. Luck is indeed a manifestation of skill, Charles. Have you ever delivered such a magnificent pass in your career? This pointed remark left Barkley momentarily speechless. During his playing days, the Flying Pig excelled in scoring and rebounding, and while he averaged 3.9 assists throughout his career, peaking at 5.1 assists per game in his prime, he has yet to produce a pass as remarkable as Yao's recent one. The thunderous dunk by Quan Xiao shattered the scoring drought of the Rockets and uplifted the team's morale. However, it had little impact on the Lakers, particularly on Kobe, who swiftly responded with a powerful two-handed dunk of his own. This moment ignited the atmosphere within the Staples Center, with chants of MVP resonating throughout the arena. The Lakers commentators elongated their tones, leading the audience in a collective reverberation of Kobe Bryant's name. Observing Kobe raise his arms in triumph, as if a king had arrived amidst the adoration of the crowd, Quan Xiao felt a twinge of envy, yearning for the day he might receive such reverence on his home court. Yet, he understood that Kobe's esteemed status was the fruit of a decade of dedication to the city, and to receive similar acclaim, he too must deliver commendable performances for his team. In the next play, Quan Xiao was intercepted by Kobe. His performance in the opening phase had been lackluster, defensively. He was overwhelmed by Kobe, and defensively, he struggled to showcase his skills under Kobe's defense. That solitary dunk after evading Kobe remained his only highlight thus far. Following the steal, Kobe, leveraging his extraordinary individual prowess, drew 3 defenders before passing to an open Walton on the perimeter, who adjusted and sank a three-pointer, extending the Lakers' lead. The Rockets opted to attack from within, for neglecting to utilize Yao Ming, a formidable presence in the paint, would be sheer folly. It was unrealistic to expect Kwame Brown, a less effective player, to thwart Yao's offensive endeavors, resulting in a successful hook shot by Yao in the restricted area. Fisher attempted a three-pointer but missed, as it seemed his accuracy waned outside critical moments. However, Kobe snatched the offensive rebound and converted a floater, bringing his tally to 9 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal, with an impeccable shooting percentage of 4 for 4. The Rockets continued to emphasize Yao as their focal point. Much like how one might anticipate the Lakers leaning on Kobe, the challenge remained for the Rockets to effectively contain him. At this stage, there exists no center in the league capable of defending Yao Ming one-on-one, unless one employs a specialized, perimeter-oriented center in conjunction with an adept defensive partner to curtail Yao's performance. Otherwise, the outcome will merely result in mutual scoring, with Yao predominantly dominating the exchanges. The Lakers' interior strength is notably one of those that falls victim to such one-sided onslaughts. The Rockets primarily focus on inside offensive maneuvers, while the Lakers revolve around Kobe, exchanging baskets in a thrilling back and forth. As the first quarter reached the 5:49 mark, the Rockets called their first timeout of the match. With the score standing at 18-11, Kobe had just netted 2 additional baskets, bringing his personal tally to 13 points, while Yao had scored 3 baskets, including a 2-1, accumulating 9 points with a flawless shooting percentage of 100, having made all 4 of his attempts. The explosive performances of Kobe and Yao during the opening phase invigorated the audience, including spectators, commentators, and staff alike, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. This riveting exchange of scores is precisely what stimulates viewer interest, as evidenced by the substantial ratings across various television networks. As the game progressed, the number of viewers purchasing live broadcasts in the United States surged, clearly indicative of the match's captivating nature. Upon returning from the timeout, the Rockets promptly made adjustments, with Battier swapping positions with Quan Xiao as Adelman appeared dissatisfied with Qian's recent performance. The substitution aimed to mitigate Kobe's scoring opportunities. While a complete shutdown of Kobe was unrealistic, curtailing his ease of scoring was essential. Smith was also replaced by Scola, as his offensive decisions had become increasingly frustrating. Despite being a power forward, he had a penchant for long-range shooting, which was proving ineffective. With the substitutions, tactical adjustments were imperative. Transitioning to a strategy integrating both inside and outside plays, as it was unlikely that the Lakers would permit Yao to operate unchallenged. As anticipated, the Lakers intensified their defensive efforts against Yao, employing a double team the moment he received the ball. Fortunately, this possibility had been foreseen during the timeout, allowing Yao to swiftly pass the ball to Quan Xiao on the perimeter. Facing Walton's tight defense, Quan executed a swift change of direction, evading him and successfully sinking a mid-range jump shot. Following the timeout, the Rockets altered their approach, initiating a strategy that connected inside and outside plays, leveraging Yao's imposing presence to draw defensive attention and subsequently shifting the ball to the perimeter. After a brief period of adjustment, Quan Xiao finally began to showcase his distinctive abilities. His three-point shooting prowess clearly posed a significant threat to the Lakers. Walton had just attempted to closely guard Quan, but Quan was not merely a three-point shooter. His proficiency in handling the ball was equally commendable, allowing him to shake off his defender with a deft move and score with another well-executed jump shot. The sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any hesitation, indicating that such actions were merely routine for him. Sukun analyzed the tactical approach employed by the Rockets during this play, as well as the technical attributes of Quan Xiao. Upon matching up with Kobe, Battier liberated Quan Xiao, who not only excelled in individual defense but also showcased remarkable skills in help defense. The Lakers' offense remained in Kobe's hands, yet the defensive pressure he faced was markedly different. At present, Quan Xiao's defensive prowess was evidently inferior to Battier's. After several unsuccessful fakes to shake off Battier's defense, Kobe opted to pass rather than force a shot. In this moment, he chose to trust his teammates, willingly sharing the ball when opportunities were scarce. However, when his teammates struggled to penetrate, Kobe would revert to his personal mode. At such times, even two defenders would appear as open space to him, let alone just Battier. After Battier switched to defend him, Kobe's offensive efforts were no longer as effortless as at the outset. It was clear that the pressure Battier exerted far surpassed that of the still novice Quan Xiao, exemplifying Battier's true value. In the Rockets games, he was consistently tasked with guarding the opposing team's primary scorer, so despite his statistics not being particularly outstanding, his contribution to the team was immensely significant. Moreover, aside from his defensive capabilities, he possessed a commendable three-point shooting ability from the corner, which could create space for Yao Ming. Such a player can be regarded as a coveted asset for any team. After receiving a pass from Kobe, Old Fish refrained from shooting. Although Alston's defense was not particularly formidable, it still posed some interference. Unlike a superstar who disregards defense, he was merely a competent starting point guard. Under Alston's pressure, he opted against a forced shot and instead passed the ball to Walton on the opposite side. As Walton received the pass, he found himself ensnared by Quan Xiao. He attempted to shake off Quan Xiao's defense but was unable to do so. Just as he intended to pass the ball to Kobe, Quan Xiao intercepted it, as his passing intentions were all too apparent. In an instant, when Quan Xiao executed a successful steal, he accelerated to his utmost speed, leaving all the pursuing Lakers players in his wake, culminating in a magnificent axe-like dunk that completed the fast break. Battier's defense compelled Kobe to pass the ball, which found its way into Walton's hands. Opposing him was Quan Xiao, and Walton's offensive capabilities were notably limited, being a small forward without a significant scoring threat. Under Quan Xiao's defensive pressure, Walton found no opportunity to shoot. He opted to pass, but was intercepted, allowing Quan Xiao to launch another fast break. His speed was unparalleled, with no one able to keep pace, leading to yet another impressive axe-like dunk. What a remarkable play. This moment undoubtedly deserved a spot among the top 10 highlights of the day, rivaling Yao Ming's brilliant assist. After landing from his dunk, Quan Xiao raised his fists in triumph, exclaiming with joy. He could have chosen a layup, a more energy-efficient and safer option. Yet he opted for the dunk, the same axe-like finish. This electrifying play significantly boosted the team's morale, as his teammates eagerly rushed over to celebrate with high fives and chest bumps. Yao Ming approached with a beaming smile, affectionately ruffling Quan Xiao's hair in celebration. This moment made Quan Xiao reminisce about Duncan and Ginobili from the Spurs, humorously wondering if he too would frequently find himself receiving head pats from Yao, and whether he might end up bald like Ginobili. As the game transitioned back to offense, Kobe, under Battier's tight defense, missed his shot, and the rebound was secured by Yao Ming. Alston brought the ball past half-court and delivered it to Quan Xiao. Clearly, he perceived Walton as a vulnerable point, especially after Quan Xiao's spectacular dunk, which merited further recognition. Despite being a rookie, Quan Xiao felt little pressure facing Walton's defense. He tentatively tapped his left foot twice, noting that Walton stood about a meter away, clearly guarding against his drive. Recognizing this opportunity, Quan Xiao decisively opted for a three-point shot. Walton, attempting to contest the shot, unfortunately lacked the athleticism to apply any real pressure, allowing the ball to sail past him and swish through the net. The moment Quan Xiao released the ball, he sensed its success, having perfectly timed the rhythm and maintained an impeccable shooting form, prompting him to smile as he retreated on defense. Sure enough, a second later, the basketball sailed through the hoop with the precision of a cruise missile. With Walton defending him, Quan Xiao's three-point attempt radiated confidence, evident in the smile adorning his face, reflecting his self-assuredness. Indeed, this marked his inaugural three-pointer on the NBA stage. His confidence was palpable as he smiled while retreating on defense. Excluding the initial phase of the game, his performance during this segment was far from that of a novice. He displayed none of the typical awkwardness associated with rookie players. Teacher Su Kun expressed his sentiments, which resonated with many viewers before the television screen. They are well aware that when Yao Ming first entered the NBA as the top draft pick, his initial performances were far from impressive. It is worth noting that by the time Yao joined the NBA, he was already 22 years old. Having played several years in the CBA and represented his country in prestigious events such as the Olympics and World Championships, thus possessing considerable competitive experience. Yet, it still took him some time to adapt to the NBA arena. In contrast, Quan Xiao has played merely 1 year of NCAA basketball along with a few preseason games. Yet his performance today belies that of a fresh-faced rookie under 19 years of age. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent, his innate abilities potentially surpassing even those of Yao Ming. With Yao Ming and the recently drafted Yi Jianlian anchoring the interior, coupled with this exceptionally gifted rookie, the men's basketball team might very well achieve a historic breakthrough at next year's Olympics held on home soil, a hope cherished by many. Quan Xiao's display over the past few minutes clearly asserts his presence. Indeed, I am a rookie, but a rookie is still a bird, and birds possess wings. They can soar. Chapter 50. Rookie, welcome to the NBA. The Rockets have made a commendable trade, originally seeking future potential but unexpectedly acquiring a player with formidable immediate impact. This rookie's performance has exceeded expectations, showcasing a maturity that belies his novice status. Although he struggled initially, he quickly adjusted, demonstrating remarkable adaptability that bodes well for his future accomplishments. Moreover, it is anticipated that this year's Rookie of the Year accolade will be contested between him and Kevin Durant, both hailing from Texas, as noted by Kenny Smith. I concur with your assertion that the Rookie of the Year will emerge from the competition between Durant and the young Chinese player, and I hold a particular admiration for the latter due to his composed demeanor on the court, coupled with his physical attributes and shooting consistency, which outshine those of Durant. A rare point of agreement from Charles Barkley. However, it should be noted that at present, he faced Luke Walton, where the offensive and defensive pressures were not particularly intense. Such a performance is thus understandable, yet the critical question remains, can he sustain this level of play throughout the season? His earlier outings against Kobe were less than stellar. As Earl Johnson pointed out, many rookies, upon entering the league, often exhibit dazzling performances fueled by youth and vigor, compounded by opponents' limited familiarity and focus. However, as the season progresses, the opponent's understanding deepens and fatigue sets in, leading to a dramatic decline in performance, a phenomenon colloquially known as the rookie wall. Of course, there are exceptions who can maintain their formidable performances, and these individuals invariably rank among the greatest superstars in history. The most recent standout is LeBron James, the top draft pick of 2003. The Lakers' offense once again faltered as Turiev's strong drive to the basket was thwarted by Yao Ming, who blocked the shot. The rebound was seized by Quan Xiao, who then initiated a fast break without passing the ball to Alston for a structured offensive play. However, this attempt was unsuccessful, as his dunk was disrupted by Kobe, who caught up from behind. Kobe's hand made contact with the ball after hitting the player's hand, causing the dunk to miss and strike the rim. Although this should have resulted in a foul call against Kobe, the referee deemed it a clean play, crediting Kobe with a block. Rookie, welcome to the NBA, Kobe remarked to Quan Xiao as they landed, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Quan Xiao was acutely aware that the foul in question was, in fact, a transgression committed by Kobe, a fact that Kobe himself acknowledged. However, once the referee rendered his decision, Kobe uttered no further protest. This is a common phenomenon known as the star whistle in the NBA. Thus, as a rookie, Quan Xiao had no choice but to swallow this unfairness. Although Yao Ming immediately approached the lead referee for clarification, and Adelman on the sidelines expressed his skepticism regarding the call, the final verdict remained unchanged. This unfortunate ruling once again left Quan Xiao at a disadvantage against Kobe. Upon reviewing the footage, it was evident that Kobe had indeed committed a foul by hitting Quan Xiao's hand, a clear misjudgment. Yet, this is to be expected. As a superstar, Kobe inevitably receives preferential treatment from the officials. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the NBA, and it is hoped that Quan Xiao will not allow this decision to affect his mental state and subsequent performance. Sukun expressed his concerns, but they were entirely unfounded. After all, Quan Xiao had lived 2 lives and had encountered even more outrageous officiating in his previous existence. How could he let such a star whistle disrupt his mindset? Therefore, upon confirming that the referee's decision would not be altered, he shifted his focus to defense, unperturbed by the incident. In the ensuing minutes of the game, Quan Xiao successfully executed a 3-pointer and a mid-range shot, while assisting Yao Ming on 2 occasions. Kobe, on the opposing team, also scored twice, leaving the score at the end of the first quarter at 28-25, with the Lakers holding a slim 3-point lead. The first quarter had indeed been a showcase for 3 players. Kobe shot an impressive 9 of 12, netting 21 points, while Yao Ming secured 13 points on 6 of 8 shooting, and Quan Xiao contributed 12 points, going 5 of 6 from the field and 2 of 2 from beyond the arc. The 2 Chinese players accounted for all of their team's scoring in the opening quarter. As the second quarter commenced, both teams introduced their bench players. However, the Rockets opted to keep Quan Xiao on the court, demonstrating their commitment to his development. The Rockets lineup featured Mike James, Head, Quan Xiao, Scola, and Hayes. Taking advantage of the Lakers bench, Scola began to shine, and by the 4:12 mark of the second quarter, the Rockets had surged ahead, leading the Lakers 38-34, with Scola contributing 7 points and Quan Xiao hitting another 3-pointer, elevating his personal tally to 15 points. This performance was quite remarkable, especially with the first half still in progress. Seizing this moment, the Lakers called a timeout to reinstate their starters, while Adelman opted to rest Quan Xiao and Hayes, not allowing them back on the court for the remainder of the second quarter. Scola's sudden surge, coupled with Yao Ming's stellar performance upon his return, enabled the Rockets to take control by halftime, leading the Lakers 55-50. The intermission passed swiftly, and aside from substituting Alston for Scola, the Rockets maintained their lineup, with Quan Xiao once again assigned to the point guard position by Adelman. The Lakers maintained their starting lineup. Upon returning for the second half, Kobe activated his personal offensive mode. The Rockets' initial possession faltered, allowing the Lakers to secure the defensive rebound, after which Kobe charged towards the basket for a one-handed slam. Shortly thereafter, Smith made a mistake, which was seized upon by Fisher, leading to another 3-pointer from Kobe. Scola managed to evade Turiaf for a low layup, scoring 2 points for the Rockets, but Kobe responded with a mid-range shot. Badier's attempt from beyond the arc missed the mark, and Yao Ming's subsequent offensive rebound failed to convert as well. The Lakers continued to protect their defensive boards, and Kobe, facing Badier and the help defense from Quan Xiao, executed a fading jump shot. Quan Xiao, in his eagerness to contest, inadvertently fouled Kobe, resulting in a 2-1 opportunity. Upon witnessing the ball go through the hoop, Kobe turned to Quan Xiao and remarked, "Welcome to the NBA, rookie." After this, he approached the free throw line for the additional shot, as the MVP chants resonated throughout the Staples Center. Despite the foul, Quan Xiao's defensive awareness was commendable, though the experience gap was evident, particularly when faced with the league's most technically gifted scorer, Kobe. Furthermore, Kobe's deliberate alteration of rhythm contributed to this outcome. Sukun commented that had another prominent star been in Quan Xiao's position, the result would likely have been the same. This was not an attempt by Su to excuse Quan Xiao. Commentators in America shared similar sentiments, acknowledging Quan Xiao's defensive insight while noting that the primary issue stemmed from inexperience. Kobe converted the free throw, orchestrating a 7-2 mini-run that swiftly erased the deficit, with only 1 minute and 33 seconds elapsed in the third quarter. The Rockets promptly called a timeout to adjust personnel and strategy, hoping to disrupt Kobe's momentum, as he could become unstoppable if he caught fire. one must remember that his 81-point game was merely last season's spectacle. Was this a welcoming ceremony for the rookie from the superstar? Chapter 51. The arrogant rookie Sean, you'll continue to primarily guard Kobe. Offensively, strive to create space. Ralph? Substitute for Quan Xiao. Remember to prioritize passing to Yao as we initiate from the paint. Yao, you may choose to attack yourself or distribute the ball. Josh and Luis will assist Yao in safeguarding the interior. Adelman decided to replace Quan Xiao, aiming to protect him. Rookie players often experience psychological fluctuations, and he wished to prevent Quan Xiao from being affected by the recent foul. Coach, I respectfully request that you keep me in the game for now. I understand your intention to protect me, but I would prefer to confront these challenges rather than evade them. Rest assured, I am not that fragile. I implore you to allow me the opportunity to match up against Kobe. This represents a significant chance for personal growth and development. Quan Xiao's actions left Adelman momentarily astonished. Clearly, he had not anticipated that this rookie would utter such words. He genuinely feared that Quan Xiao might be disheartened by the situation. Yet it was evident that he had underestimated the mental resilience of his young player. The reactions of the other players varied as they absorbed Quan Xiao's statement. Some were surprised. Others were in awe, while a few felt relieved, and there were also those who admired him or regarded him with disdain. All eyes turned towards their head coach, eager to discern what choice he would make. Coach, since he desires this opportunity, let us grant it to him for the time being. If it does not pan out, we can always substitute him later. Yao Ming interjected when he noticed that Adelman had yet to reach a decision. Very well, let us proceed with Ralph replacing Sean. The strategy remains unchanged. Sean's responsibilities will now fall to you. Should you falter, I will still have to replace you. Do you understand? Thank you, coach. I understand. Kuan Sha responded earnestly. Turning to Sean, he added, I'm sorry, but I will treat you to a meal later. I'll cook myself. He expressed his gratitude to both his coach and Badier, feeling at ease with Yao Ming, as there was no need for pleasantries among family. Fortunately, Coach Adelman was not one to adhere rigidly to his principles, and with the influential Yao Ming advocating for Quan Xiao, he did not dismiss the rookie's request. Badier, possessing a gentle disposition and being easy to work with, bore no resentment over Quan Xiao taking his playing time. Instead, he offered encouragement and shared insights on defending against Kobe. He understood the formidable nature of Kobe as an opponent and greatly admired Quan Xiao for voluntarily stepping up to defend him. As the timeout concluded, the Rockets prepared to resume play. Smith and Quan Xiao positioned themselves beyond the three-point line to create space. Alston lobbed the ball to Yao Ming, who drew a double team and passed it to Scola. Scola executed a jump shot from the key success. During the Lakers' offensive play, the Rockets adjusted their defense, with Quan Xiao tasked to defend Kobe. Given that Quan Xiao had previously struggled in this role, questions arose as to why he was chosen over Badier. Yang Jian's face was filled with confusion. The Rockets aimed to maintain their offensive prowess. While Badier's defensive skills were superior, Alston's offensive output surpassed his. Initially, Quan Xiao's defensive performance had been lacking, and experimenting with another player might have been viable. However, to ensure offensive strength while substituting Badier, there was no other player on the court more suited to guard Kobe than Quan Xiao. Although a rookie, Quan Xiao had demonstrated tenacity on defense, warranting faith in his abilities and another chance. Teacher Sukun offered his perspective. Now back on the court, Quan Xiao was exhilarated at the prospect of directly facing Kobe once more. As one of the league's most exceptional scorers, Kobe's offensive repertoire was vast, making it well known just how challenging it was to defend against him. However, Quan Xiao was neither intimidated nor deterred. Instead, he fixated on the ball handling Kobe with a surge of excitement. Rookie, your performance today is commendable, yet to truly defend against me, you will require another decade of practice. As Kobe dribbled, he engaged in playful banter with Quan Xiao. Frankly, upon hearing Kobe's taunt, Quan Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment. It lacked the ferocity one would expect from a player of his caliber. A decade? No. In 10 years, I shall ensure you score not a single point. For by then, your age will render your presence on the court uncertain. On April 14, 2016, the very year of his crossing, Quan Xiao was acutely aware that Kobe Bryant retired after a home game against the Jazz, concluding his illustrious career with a remarkable 60 points in his final match. In the preceding 2 seasons, however, injuries had significantly hampered his performance, resulting in the Lakers' absence from the playoffs. Very well, arrogant rookie, you have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare yourself for a thorough thrashing. With that, he suddenly accelerated, attempting to breach Quan Xiao's defenses from the left. Reacting swiftly, Quan Xiao moved laterally to obstruct his path. Yet Kobe, in a moment of sheer brilliance, countered his move. In the arena, Quan Xiao was never one to back down, regardless of the opponent or the circumstances. He firmly adhered to a singular principle: to act without hesitation, never preoccupying himself with the outcome. Thus, even when faced with the league's finest, and despite being a mere rookie, he refused to perceive himself as anything less than an equal. This did not imply he was a mere brute, for he demonstrated remarkable intelligence in his play, adeptly leveraging his strengths while skillfully concealing his weaknesses. The ensuing match evolved into a stage for both Kobe and Quan Xiao, with the latter igniting within Kobe an insatiable desire to score. Spectators in the arena and those watching from afar witnessed an electrifying Kobe, showcasing an array of offensive techniques that left them in awe. Simultaneously, the rookie Quan Xiao unveiled his distinctive counter-strategy, characterized by precise three-pointers and mid-range shots. Although lacking the comprehensive offensive repertoire of Kobe, he possessed a shooting talent that was undeniably exceptional. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce contest, evenly matched in their endeavors. Throughout the quarter, aside from official timeouts, neither team called for a break. Phil Jackson, known for his reluctance to halt the game, sat inscrutably on the sidelines, embodying a steadying presence. Meanwhile, Rick Adelman appeared to seize the opportunity to mentor his rookie, opting not to call a timeout and allowing him to learn from the league's elite. Little did he anticipate that, despite Kobe's more diverse skill set, Quan Xiao consistently responded with his own precise shooting, embodying the philosophy of adapting through consistency. As the third quarter concluded, the score for the period stood at 33-30, with the Lakers narrowing the gap to just 3 points, trailing 83-85 overall. In that quarter, Kobe amassed an impressive 25 points, shooting 9 for 13, including 2 for 6 from three-point range and 5 for 6 from the free throw line. Quan Xiao scored 21 points, including 5 three-pointers out of 7 attempts, a remarkable dunk, and 2 mid-range shots out of 3. He did not take any free throws. Regardless of the ultimate outcome of this match, Quan Xiao's debut has undeniably made a resounding impression thus far, not to mention the impressive 36 points over 3 quarters. His singular achievement of 21 points in 1 quarter against the league's top player is worthy of significant acclaim. This is, without doubt, the most astonishing single-quarter performance I have witnessed to date, showcasing a magnificent display between a league leader and a rookie. Furthermore, Quan has shattered the record for three-pointers made in a debut and even has a chance to challenge the record of 12 three-pointers in a single game, currently held jointly by Marshall and Kobe. Oh, and it is worth mentioning that Quan is just 7 points shy of the NBA debut scoring record of 43 points, held by Wilt Chamberlain. One cannot overlook the fact that the Rockets have certainly profited from this, not just from a sponsorship perspective, but also from a competitive standpoint, making this trade a guaranteed success. Some may argue that it is premature to make such assertions, considering this is merely one game. However, the talent demonstrated by the rookie today convinces me that, given time, he will undoubtedly ascend to the status of a superstar in this league. Indeed, Sir Charles concurs with this sentiment. The future achievements of this young Chinese player will undoubtedly astound many. Remarkably, Barkley refrained from criticizing Smith and instead endorsed his views. After the third quarter, Quan Xiao felt somewhat fatigued, a rather rare occurrence. His stamina is famously robust, however, under the relentless pressure from the league's foremost player, the depletion of his energy was more pronounced than usual. Yet, he was confident that Kobe on the opposing side was equally challenged, as his own defensive efforts were substantial. Indeed, at that moment, Kobe's energy was considerably depleted. He had not anticipated that this rookie would prove to be such a formidable adversary, placing immense pressure upon him. This ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him, compelling him to demonstrate to the rookie the extent of his prowess, as the dignity of a league leader does not permit a newcomer to display such dominance. After a brief respite, the fourth quarter commenced swiftly, with neither team making any personnel changes. With the score still tightly contested, both teams sought to make a decisive push to widen the gap. The Lakers naturally entrusted their offense to Kobe, as he was the only one in this moment who inspired confidence. However, Kobe failed to convert this attempt, and with his stamina waning, his efficiency began to decline. Smith secured the defensive rebound and advanced the ball past half-court. After evading the defense beyond the three-point line, he attempted a three-pointer, but unfortunately, it did not find the mark. Today, Smith attempted 4 three-pointers, failing to make any. As a player capable of occupying both the small forward and power forward positions, Smith prefers to shoot from beyond the arc. Yet his shooting percentage has consistently left much to be desired. Fortunately, Yao Ming secured position for a follow-up dunk, scoring for the team. Rookie, listen closely. I will penetrate from your left. As Kobe dribbled the ball, he simultaneously unleashed a barrage of trash talk towards his opponent, all the while keenly observing the nuances of their defense. Quan Xiao did not respond to Kobe. Such trivial banter would not affect him in the least. In his past life, after hearing the legendary trash talk of Bird and Jordan online, the current exchanges with Kobe seemed rather juvenile in comparison. However, while he may dismiss the banter, he could not afford to divert his attention from Kobe's every move, as he was acutely aware of the caliber of opponent he faced. It is fair to say that in a one-on-one scenario, few in the league could match him, and even throughout history, it is unlikely that many would dare claim they could defeat the man before him in such a contest. Even with his utmost focus, Quan Xiao found himself outmaneuvered by Kobe's realistic feints, losing his defensive positioning as Kobe successfully drove past him on the left. Nonetheless, Quan Xiao did not concede this defensive effort. He firmly believed that as long as the ball had not yet found its way into the basket, there remained a glimmer of hope. Therefore, as Kobe charged forward, Quan Xiao swiftly pivoted and pursued him. After bypassing Quan Xiao, Kobe did not completely escape the grasp of the Rockets' defense, for Josh Smith promptly abandoned his own assignment to provide support, while Yao Ming's presence in the paint allowed him to commit to the play with confidence. However, he could not prevent Kobe's advance. With a deft change of direction, Kobe evaded Smith's attempt to block and found himself beneath the basket, where he executed a layup just as Yao Ming lunged to contest. Witnessing Kobe weave through three defenders to score, the Lakers fans at the Staples Center erupted in cheers, only for their elation to swiftly transform into boos. Thanks to the timely interventions of Josh Smith and Yao Ming, Quan Xiao successfully caught up from behind to deliver a resounding block, thwarting what could have been a spectacular highlight for Kobe. Kobe had navigated past Quan Xiao's defense and eluded the help from Smith and Yao, only to be met with a powerful rejection from Quan Xiao, an impressive chase-down block reminiscent of LeBron James. This moment showcased Quan Xiao's remarkable athleticism. His ability to pivot and pursue after being beaten was nothing short of extraordinary. Such feats are often seen with LeBron James, who relies on his historic physical prowess. Rumor has it that Quan Xiao's measurable attributes rival those of James, which is quite rare among individuals of Asian descent. Experiencing a block is commonplace in the world of basketball, even for superstars who occasionally find themselves on the receiving end. However, being emphatically rejected is a rare occurrence. Unfortunately for Kobe, he found himself on the wrong end of such a block today, serving as a backdrop for the rookie's moment of glory. How would Kobe respond to this rookie's display? Chapter 53. The most powerful Kobe, the most formidable rookie. It is evident that Kobe is showing signs of fatigue, leading to a noticeable deceleration in his movements. Coupled with the defensive efforts of Yao and Smith, this has afforded the rookie additional time to react, culminating in a spectacular block. Indeed, Kobe has already amassed an astounding 54 points by the end of the third quarter, a truly remarkable feat. However, his team still trails behind, and given the current pace, it appears he may have the opportunity to surpass his previous season's record of 81 points against the Raptors. Undoubtedly, the rookie's recent block of Kobe's layup has ignited his competitive spirit. One can only wonder if the rookie is adequately prepared to withstand the ensuing pressure. The fervent crowd cheers passionately for Kobe, and the television ratings for this match are soaring, indicating that the game has garnered increasing attention from viewers. In China, as the match progresses, viewership is rapidly escalating and approaching the ratings of the All-Star game. The two teams competing today boast the largest fan bases in the country. The Rockets, having selected Yao Ming, have been embraced as the home team by Chinese fans, and with the recent addition of the rookie, their popularity has surged even further. Meanwhile, Kobe, following a season filled with extraordinary scoring performances, has also attracted a substantial following. Given that today's schedule features only 2 games, and this one has transformed into a scoring showdown, it is no surprise that an ever-growing number of spectators are tuning in. Kobe did not anticipate that the rookie would be able to catch up and block what seemed a guaranteed basket, and the humiliation of the rejection has clearly highlighted his underestimation of the rookie's reflexes. Nevertheless, the rookie's performance has already sparked Kobe's competitive nature, with the recent block intensifying his resolve to play with unrelenting vigor, eager to see the limits of the rookie's abilities. Kobe's offensive prowess often overshadows his defensive skills. However, his defensive capabilities are equally legendary. His defensive intensity is formidable, and his techniques are honed to perfection, as he is a perennial selection for the all-defensive first team. Against his relentless efforts, the rookie finds it exceedingly challenging to score directly. Yet, he is not solely focused on individual scoring. By leveraging his presence to create opportunities for his teammates, he is more than willing to distribute the ball and assist in orchestrating the offense. His height affords him a remarkable court vision, and his passing ability is exceptional. While singularly skilled players are often easier to defend, the rookie's multifaceted talents capable of driving, shooting, and passing render him particularly difficult to guard, as it becomes challenging to discern his intentions and predict his next move. Each encounter presents a dilemma. Should one defend against his drive, his shot, or be wary of his passing? Thus, even with Kobe's utmost efforts, there remains a way for Quan Xiao to contend. Undoubtedly, scoring against him is no trivial endeavor. On the defensive front, he exerts every effort to entangle Kobe, not aspiring to completely neutralize him, but merely hoping to make his scoring attempts more arduous, which would be deemed a success. This season, Kobe is at the pinnacle of his prowess, his techniques honed to perfection. Not even Quan Xiao, a mere rookie, could be found among the entire league to thwart his scoring. The best one can hope for is to make him somewhat uncomfortable and diminish his efficiency by pushing his own capabilities to the limit. All one can do is pray for an off night for Kobe. This encapsulates the plight of all defenders facing him. As the duel unfolds, the sparks fly between the two. Quan Xiao, being younger and possessing superior physical attributes, faces off against the seasoned and more skilled Kobe. Overall, both possess their own merits, but it is indisputable that Kobe holds the upper hand. After all, Kobe's athleticism is commendable. Combined with over a decade of experience, he continues to score against Quan Xiao's defense, albeit with a bit more exertion. There goes Kobe once more, marking his sixth basket of the fourth quarter, his points soaring beyond 70. Yet the Lakers trail by 5 with just over 5 minutes remaining. He stands on the precipice of shattering his personal scoring record. Charles, have you noticed? The young Chinese player has also hit 2 3-pointers this quarter, totaling 10 3-pointers and 42 points so far, just too shy of the single-game record of 12. And only 1 point away from his debut scoring record. Earl Johnson remarked, "Wow, today's game is truly exhilarating. If both players can set records, it would undoubtedly be the most thrilling opening match in history." At that moment, the viewers in front of their televisions were also ignited with excitement. For should such a scenario unfold, they would become witnesses to history, a thought that stirs great anticipation. Alston made an error, his pass intercepted, and Kobe launched a 3-pointer. Success. That marks his 73rd point. The Rockets called a timeout. Adelman appeared a bit anxious as the Lakers' momentum surged, calling a timeout to disrupt this energy and strategize. He substituted Alston, assigning Battier to guard Kobe, while Quan Xiao resumed his role as point guard. As the Rockets inbound the ball, Quan Xiao confidently maneuvers the ball into the front court, directing his teammates' movements, showcasing his potential as a point guard. Yao Ming, having secured an advantageous position in the paint, received the ball. What a splendid play. Yao effortlessly scores. Yet this success is largely attributed to Quan Xiao's exceptional pass, which reveals much about his skill set. Indeed, this pass highlights Quan Xiao's expansive court vision, his ability to promptly locate his teammates, and the precision with which he delivered the ball, allowing Yao to make the shot without needing to adjust. One must not underestimate this aspect. A well-executed pass simplifies the offensive process for teammates, a hallmark of a truly exceptional guard. Kobe's mid-range shot, another success. This shot was executed with great rationale. The Lakers ought to continue playing in this manner. Kobe's shooting touch was on fire, and the Lakers' objective was to ensure the ball found its way into his hands by any means necessary. Although Battier's defense was commendable, effectively obstructing Kobe's line of sight, the remarkable Kobe still managed to score. The crowd erupted with the chant of 75, as the entire Staples Center buzzed with anticipation, ready to witness a miraculous moment. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao responded with a 3-pointer from beyond the arc, finding the Rockets' defense, led by Old Fish, too simplistic for him. His score climbed to 45 points, shattering the long-standing rookie debut scoring record held by Wilt Chamberlain. A new NBA record was born, one that belonged distinctly to us, the Chinese. As Quan Xiao sank that 3-pointer, the large screen at the center of the Staples Center flashed his statistics, congratulating him on breaking the record. The fans, despite being supporters of the opposing team, applauded his stellar performance, recognizing the merit of such an achievement. "Rookie, well done. Welcome to the NBA once again." Kobe approached Quan Xiao to extend his congratulations. "Thank you. But it would be even more perfect if you congratulated me after the game. Quan Xiao replied. Because not only did I break the record, but I also won the game. Records can be broken, but victory belongs solely to the Lakers. Then let us wait and see who will emerge victorious. Chapter 54, The Clutch Shot, Dust Settled. Double records broken. The Rockets did not exhaust all efforts to prevent Kobe from breaking the record, maintaining their standard defensive formation. Similarly, the Lakers did not target Quan Xiao specifically, opting for normal defense. Both teams acted with the same purpose, to secure victory in the match. However, while the Lakers focused their offense entirely on Kobe, the Rockets employed a balanced strategy. Yao Ming maintained his usual level of performance, contributing 24 points and 11 rebounds after 28 minutes of play. His presence in the paint allowed Quan Xiao to shine brightly today. As the Lakers initiated the play, they, as expected, passed to Kobe, prompting the Rockets to finally deploy double-team defense, with Smith and Battier converging on him. Kobe forced a shot and scored again. Unbelievable. It was sheer madness. He had reached 77 points. Kobe was on fire. Even the double-team defense was ineffective. Would a triple team be necessary? Quan Xiao attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it did not go in. However, Yao secured the offensive rebound and passed it back to Quan Xiao for another shot. This time it was successful, marking his 12th three-pointer and equaling the record for most three-pointers in a single game. With a minute and a half remaining, he had the chance to break that record. Kobe followed suit with a three-pointer of his own, bringing his total to 80 points, his 10th three-pointer of the game, giving him the opportunity to surpass his own record of 12 three-pointers in a single game. The Rockets launched their next offense, with Battier open, but unfortunately, the three-pointer did not connect. The Lakers countered, with Odom scoring a layup, narrowing the score to 114-115, just 1 point behind. The subsequent offensive play by the Rockets fell short, but fortunately, the Lakers' offensive possession was also stifled, preventing them from scoring. The match has now reached a fever pitch, with both teams engaged in a fierce defensive struggle, resulting in a naturally low success rate for offensive plays. With just 32 seconds remaining, the Lakers resorted to a foul strategy, and Quan Xiao confidently converted both free throws. With those successful shots, his score surpassed 50 points, further elevating the record for debut scoring, a feat that is likely unparalleled in history and perhaps will remain unmatched in the future. The commentary team at CCTV was ecstatic, as it was a Chinese player who had broken the record, instilling a sense of pride within them. However, turning the tide, the veteran Fisher managed to sink a three-pointer, tying the game at 117 with only 26.8 seconds left. The Lakers called a timeout and brought in Sasha Vujacic, a sharpshooter, seemingly aiming for another three-pointer. True to form, the Lakers continued to foul, and Quan Xiao once again made both free throws, bringing the score to 119 with 3 seconds remaining. During the timeout, Quan Xiao inquired with Adelman whether the Rockets would adopt a similar foul strategy. After some deliberation, Adelman decided against it, opting to gamble on the Lakers missing their three-point attempts, as such shots cannot consistently maintain a high success rate. The Rockets, adhering to their coach's plan, focused on closely guarding Fisher, Kobe, and the newly introduced Vujacic, avoiding fouls while tightly contesting three-point shots and remaining adaptable should the ball be passed to others. Fisher received the ball but hesitated to shoot against Quan Xiao's defense, sensing that the rookie might intercept his attempt. As time dwindled, a favorable opportunity eluded him, and he ultimately passed the ball to Kobe. With 10 seconds on the clock, Kobe found himself under intense defensive pressure from the Rockets, and his teammates were similarly constrained, leaving little room for a clean shot. When the clock reached the 5-second mark, Kobe sprang into action, executing a slightly leaning three-pointer that fortuitously ricocheted off the rim and into the basket. The Lakers had finally surged ahead by a single point, with only 2 seconds remaining. 83 points. Kobe's 83rd point. He has achieved it. He truly accomplished this. Moreover, it was a near buzzer beater. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. At this moment, the atmosphere within the Staples Center surged to a crescendo, nearly lifting the roof off the arena. No one could remain composed. Every gaze was fixed upon the man as if he were a deity, and they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for being present at this unforgettable match. Viewers at home shared a similar unrest, many lamenting their absence and missing the opportunity to witness a miracle unfold. The league's commissioner, Stern, was equally exhilarated. This game had exceeded all his expectations, featuring the unparalleled scoring exhibition from the legendary Kobe, a rookie who shattered debut scoring records, and a near buzzer beater. In short, this match possessed an abundance of noteworthy moments, and he could already envision the aftermath and the potential elevation of the league's influence. With this thought in mind, he picked up the phone to arrange pertinent matters, determined to capitalize on this game and sustain its fervor for as long as possible to amplify the league's prominence. Perhaps Kobe's near buzzer beater had extinguished the spirit of the Rockets players, leaving them dejected. Even the coaching staff had forgotten that the game was not yet over, neglecting to call a timeout to strategize for the final play. Fortunately, Quan Xiao remained clear-headed, witnessing his teammates and coaches in disarray. He took the initiative to call for the final timeout, gathering his teammates to prepare for one last offensive effort. Brothers, there are 2 seconds left in the game. Enough time for a shot. We have a chance for a victory. Until the final moment, no one could predict the outcome. Are you conceding? Do you believe we have no chance? Are you willing to give up? As for me, I shall never surrender. Until the clock runs out and the final whistle blows, I will not concede. The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. Now, tell me, what is your choice? Surrender or fight? Shout it out. Fight! 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 Excellent. Witnessing his teammates' spirited resolve, Quan Xiao felt a swell of satisfaction. After rallying his comrades, it was time to address the coaching staff. Sir, I would like to request the opportunity for the final shot. I am confident I can send that wretched ball through the hoop, Quan Xiao declared with unwavering determination. I agree, Adelman replied with a smile. He was pleased with Quan Xiao's recent performance, recognizing in this rookie the potential to emerge as a leader. While such audacity might be deemed presumptuous on the part of a novice in other teams, for the Rockets, it was a blessing. They desperately needed a resolute leader, a quality their roster had lacked, and this rookie could embody it. What the Rockets needed next was to place the ball in Quan Xiao's hands. In the final 2 seconds, Quan Xiao meticulously maneuvered, finally breaking free from Kobe's grasp near the center circle, and the ball was swiftly passed into his hands. With no time for further adjustment, he released the ball almost as soon as he caught it. As the ball soared through the air, time dwindled away. This shot would determine the ultimate victor. With just 2 seconds remaining and a single point separating the teams, the Rockets had numerous options available. They could attempt a three-pointer or finish decisively at the basket. The method of their choice remained uncertain. Mutombo initiated the play, with Yao Ming positioned beneath the hoop, while Smith was poised to make a cut. Outside the three-point line, both Quan Xiao and Battier stood ready, each possessing the capability to score from long range, especially Quan Xiao, who had been on fire, sinking 12 three-pointers and tying the record. Quan Xiao sprinted toward the center circle, seemingly aiming to draw defenders away and create space for his teammates. The Lakers concentrated their defense in the paint, particularly on Yao Ming. Wait, did Mutombo pass the ball to Quan Xiao? Quan Xiao received the pass and launched a three-pointer from near the center circle. Time had expired, and all eyes were on this final shot. It's in. It's in. It's in. A breathtaking, long-range three-pointer that sealed the game, an absolute game winner. Yang Jian, who was commentating on this match, nearly let out a curse word in astonishment. At this moment, the Staples Center, once filled with raucous cheers, fell into a stunned silence. Finally, all had settled, and the rookie soared to new heights. Chapter 55, The Record-Breaking Contest. A buzzer beater. This was indeed a buzzer beater. Quan Xiao's three-pointer had triumphed over the Lakers and shattered the record for most three-pointers made in a single game. He had successfully hit 13 three-pointers, establishing a new benchmark. Indeed, this game was a record-breaking affair. Kobe of the Lakers scored 83 points, surpassing his own previous record of 81 points, becoming the only player in NBA history to achieve over 80 points in 2 separate games. The Rockets rookie, Quan Xiao, shattered multiple records during this match, including the record for debut scoring and the record for most three-pointers made in a game, among others, such as the youngest player to score 50 points. Television hosts and commentators across networks were busy recounting the records that had been broken during this game, while Quan Xiao, who had made the game-winning shot, was hoisted into the air by his jubilant teammates, even the coaching staff joining in the celebration. From that moment forward, Quan Xiao was no longer regarded as merely a rookie in their eyes. No one would dare treat him as such. A player capable of matching Kobe, scoring 55 points, and clinching victory for his team in his debut could hardly be considered ordinary. It was evident that his future held limitless potential, destined to become a star in the league. The celebration was brief, as this was merely a regular season game. Had it been the final match of the championship, any form of celebration would have been justified. Before they could return to the locker room, reporters eagerly pulled each player aside for interviews. As the star of the game, the brightest gem on the court, Quan Xiao was summoned for an interview by TNT. Hello, Quan. First of all, congratulations on breaking multiple records, especially for surpassing Wilt Chamberlain's long-standing debut scoring record, achieving what even Michael could not. I must say, this is the most remarkable rookie debut I have witnessed in decades. You have etched your name in history. What are your thoughts on this? The interview with Quan Xiao was conducted by Craig Sager, affectionately nicknamed Mr. Colorful by fans. Thank you. Honestly, I never anticipated such a performance from myself. I firmly believed that I could score 50 points in the league, but I never imagined I would accomplish this feat in my very first game. It feels surreal. Almost like a dream. In this match, you made 13 three-pointers, setting a brand new record. In the final moments, you had the option to secure victory with a two-point shot, which would have had a higher success rate. Instead, you opted for a three-pointer from near midcourt to clinch the game. Was this a strategy set by your coach, Mr. Adelman, or was it a spontaneous decision? At that moment, were you aware that you were just one three-pointer away from breaking the record? This was a tactic discussed among our entire team. Most people would assume we would choose to attack the basket, as you mentioned, given the higher success rate of two-pointers. Wouldn't the Lakers recognize this? They would certainly focus their defense to prevent us from easily scoring in the paint. So, I kept running beyond the three-point line, both to create space and to take the shot myself. Fortunately, I managed to sink the basket in the end. In other words, was it merely luck that you made that shot? Have you practiced three-pointers from that position? Every game-winning shot involves an element of luck. No one remembers those who are unlucky. I occasionally practice shooting from that spot during training, but not extensively. I shall make it a point to do so more often in the future. What are your thoughts on matching up against Kobe? There was a period when you were directly pitted against him. Do you feel your performance met expectations? Kobe is truly remarkable. His performance is simply astonishing. I never expected to be a backdrop to his brilliance tonight. I believe Raptors fans must be delighted. Thankfully, we emerged victorious in the game. Regardless of whether it was on the offensive or defensive end, Kobe taught me a lesson today. His scoring techniques are incredibly diverse, and his explosive scoring ability is unmatched. I hope to have the opportunity to train with him during the off-season and learn from his expertise. I believe my performance today exceeded my initial expectations, and I trust everyone is satisfied with how I played. Thank you for accepting our interview. I wish you continued success in your future performances. Thank you for your kind wishes. It has been an honor to partake in this interview, and I sincerely hope all interviewers can be as delightful as you. Goodbye. As the interview with TNT concluded, Quan Xiao immediately proceeded to engage with Chinese reporters, having just missed an interview with Yao Ming. Quan Xiao, congratulations on breaking the record tonight. Please greet the fans watching on television. They are eager to see you. Today, Coach Zhang is serving as a commentator, and now he will take on the role of a reporter. Hello, Coach Zhang. To all the fans watching on television, Quan Xiao sends his regards. I trust this game did not disappoint you. Haha, I am deeply grateful for everyone's support. You are one of my motivations to excel in basketball. Please continue to follow my journey as I strive to train diligently and deliver commendable performances in return for your encouragement. Did you anticipate performing this well before the match? My focus was solely on giving my all in the game, without contemplating the outcome. Once I stepped onto the court, I refrained from overthinking and aimed to showcase my true capabilities. The result was not a primary concern at the outset. Do you recall what you said during the interview after your first preseason game? In that match, you sank 8 three-pointers. And I lamented that it was not during the regular season. Otherwise, you would have set a record for the most three-pointers made in a debut. I remarked that you should aim to shoot even more to truly claim that record. Indeed, NBA statistics are meticulously detailed, and this can certainly be counted as a record. Haha. Indeed, I never expected you would achieve this, and you have surpassed my expectations. Now, the record for the most three-pointers in a single game belongs solely to you. It is astonishing to fathom that one could make 13 three-pointers in a single match, such a rare feat. Haha, the coach might be even more astonished in the future. I believe this number could still be elevated further. It seems you possess great confidence in your shooting ability. However, it is true that the significance of three-pointers in modern basketball has indeed escalated, and we may witness some exceptional sharpshooters emerging to break this record. Naturally, I personally hope to see you achieve this feat to avoid disappointing Coach Zhang. I shall strive even harder. Recently, Yao Ming expressed that you are the most talented rookie he has encountered, stating that the future of Chinese basketball rests on your shoulders. Do you believe you can bear this weighty responsibility? Brother Yao was merely complimenting me. I am grateful for his regard. I believe that for at least the next 5 years, he will still be the emblem of the Chinese men's basketball team. Furthermore, the hope of Chinese basketball has never rested on a single individual but rather on successive generations, from Coach Zhang in the venerable Mu Tieju's era, through to the likes of Brother Yao, and now to Brother Yi and myself, with many newcomers to follow. Chinese basketball continues to advance through the collective efforts of each generation. As a Chinese citizen, it is my duty to represent my country. Should the need arise for me to do something, I would never decline. If I am called to carry the banner, I will exert every effort to ensure that the flag of Chinese basketball remains aloft. This is my promise. Chapter 56. Post-match press conference, Part 1. Having concluded the interviews with the Chinese journalists, Quan Xiao finally made his way back to the locker room to freshen up. After enduring an intense match and sweating profusely, followed by nearly 10 minutes of interviews, Quan Xiao felt sticky and uncomfortable. Eager to return to the locker room for a thorough wash. Hurry up and rinse off. You are required to attend today's press conference. Upon returning to the locker room, the team's press officer informed Quan Xiao that he was to attend the post-match press conference shortly for interviews with reporters. Typically, only a select few major media outlets are granted the privilege of sideline interviews after each game. The majority, consisting of league broadcasters, must rely on first-hand information obtained from the post-match press conference. At this moment, the home team, the Lakers, had already commenced their conference, with reporters directing questions towards Kobe Bryant. Kobe, first and foremost, congratulations on scoring 83 points today, breaking your personal record. Furthermore, you have become the only player in NBA history to achieve a score exceeding 80 points on 2 occasions. What are your thoughts on this? Warner Brothers, as a partner of the Lakers, was the first to pose a question. I have no thoughts on it. Scoring 100 points means nothing if we don't win the game. It was evident that Kobe was not in high spirits. His 83 points felt meaningless without a victory. Could you share your perspective on the Rockets rookie, Quan Xiao? The reporter inquired further. Perspective? What perspective can I have? He scored over 50 points and hit the game winner. What am I supposed to say? After a brief pause, he added, he is an astonishing rookie, playing exceptionally intelligently, showing no signs of being inexperienced. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a top player in the league. Kobe. Quan just mentioned in a recent interview that he hopes to train with you during the off-season to learn basketball skills. Would you be willing to impart your knowledge to him? Asked a reporter from ABC Radio. Why not? As long as he is capable. I wouldn't mind showing him around Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. Kobe, why didn't you closely guard Quan during that last play? Did you believe the Rockets wouldn't choose him to take the final shot? Wouldn't you have been able to prevent that game winner if you had stayed close to him? An ESPN reporter stood up to ask. I misjudged the situation at that moment, thinking he was creating space for a teammate. I never anticipated he was seeking his own shot and would make it from that position. That was my responsibility. Phil, why did you not employ double teaming to defend against Quan today, knowing he was on fire and had a chance to break records? Why stick to the same approach? He's just a rookie. He is not Kobe. Phil Jackson replied nonchalantly. And how do you feel about a rookie breaking multiple records against your team? This is merely a regular season game. Breaking records or not, it remains an ordinary regular season match, and it won't grant the Rockets an additional victory. Are you suggesting that regular season games are insignificant? No, what I mean is that the outcomes of regular season games should not be overly dramatized. The season is long. Do you expect us to go through an entire season without a loss? After a few more inquiries from the reporters, the Los Angeles Lakers concluded their press conference. Moments later, Adelman arrived with Yao Ming and Quan Xiao at the event. Dear journalists, please remain patient. There will be ample time for your questions shortly. I kindly ask that you adhere to the order of proceedings. As Quan Xiao made his entrance, reporters clamored to pose their questions, resulting in a cacophony that rendered everything unintelligible. Consequently, the press officer promptly intervened to restore order. Quan Xiao, congratulations on breaking multiple records in today's match. As a rookie, how did you achieve such an outstanding performance in your debut? The first journalist called upon was Jonathan Feigen from the Houston Chronicle, a familiar face, which made his inquiry gentle and straightforward, unlike some reporters who sought to create controversy or trap the players in their questions. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the coaching staff. It is their relentless dedication and meticulous strategic planning that enabled me to perform according to the game plan. Additionally, I owe thanks to my teammates. They helped me by drawing defenders away, setting screens, and delivering passes. Without their selfless contributions, my performance today would not have been possible. One could say that without the support of my coaches and teammates, I might be nothing at all. You delivered the best debut in history, accomplishing feats that neither LeBron nor Michael managed. Do you believe you have already surpassed their prowess during their rookie seasons? An ESPN journalist inquired. Both LeBron and Michael showcased their exceptional talent during their rookie years, establishing themselves as legendary players. As for me, I have only played one game thus far. At the conclusion of this season, I am confident that you will compare my performance to theirs, and by then, you will arrive at your own conclusions. What level do you anticipate reaching by the end of this season? Do you believe you can secure the Rookie of the Year title? The Rookie of the Year award is undoubtedly mine. Otherwise, how could I even be in the same conversation as LeBron and Michael? Quan Xiao jested, aside from Durant. Who among this year's rookies can truly compete with me? Upon hearing Quan Xiao's confident response, Yao Ming cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback by the young man's audacity to seemingly claim the award ahead of time. Yet, considering the prowess he had displayed, it seemed quite plausible that he might indeed receive it. Well, if he desires this accolade, I shall assist him, perhaps even compensating for my own past disappointments in not winning an award, Yao thought. Rick, what are your thoughts on Quan Xiao? Do you believe he has a chance at winning the Rookie of the Year? Quan Xiao is an exceptional player, embodying the admirable qualities often found in the Chinese spirit, diligence, and humility. His training regimen is rigorous and earnest, in addition to team practices. He dedicates time for personal workouts. He interacts well with others, making him a favored player among coaches. Moreover, he possesses a strong sense of self-confidence, bravely facing challenges and willingly shouldering responsibilities. Are there specific strategies formulated for him? Will you consider designing additional tactics for him? Indeed, our coaching staff is currently deliberating on this matter, and I am confident that a resolution will be reached shortly. I would like to inquire, Yao, do you harbor any concerns that Quan might encroach upon your tactical space? Are you apprehensive about him supplanting your position within the team? The reporter from Fox Sports posed the question. I am utterly unconcerned about such matters. My sole focus lies in the team's performance, Yao Ming replied succinctly. I must assert that Yao is the cornerstone of our team. His significance is beyond dispute. At no time will anyone usurp his tactical role or standing within the team. Adelman added, following Yao's remarks. Indeed, there is no replacing Brother Yao's status within the team. No amount of provocation can alter this reality. For you are neither the owner nor the coach. Haha, Quan also chimed in. In today's league, a healthy Yao Ming is an unstoppable force in the paint. No team would wish to forego such a player, especially considering his immense commercial value. Quan himself would not vie for leadership or the hollow title of team status against you. If it were a tangible honor like MVP, then competition would be natural. Chapter 57, Post-Game Press Conference, Part 2. Yao, the Rockets acquired Quan in exchange for McGrady. Do you believe the team has gained or lost from this trade? Who do you consider to be the superior teammate? A reporter from Time Warner insidiously inquired. Such a question is rather difficult to address. One is a former teammate, the other a current one, and declaring one better than the other would not yield a favorable response. If you exchange gold for equivalent diamonds, would you deem it a gain or a loss? Both Tracy and Quan are exceptionally talented players, each belonging to different archetypes. Collaborating with them has been a pleasure. Although the experiences differ, I am grateful to have encountered these two formidable individuals during distinct phases of my career. Do you mean to imply that Quan's current prowess has reached parity with McGrady? Tracy possesses greater experience, whereas Quan embodies youthful vigor. In terms of overall strength, Tracy remains more formidable, yet Quan harbors immense potential. What do you anticipate for your team's achievements this year? Will you surpass the accomplishments of recent years? The reporter continued to press. I am quite confident that we will make the playoffs. So, Yao, how do you assess Quan's performance today? Do you perceive him as a threat? A historically significant debut. Unparalleled. The notion of him posing a threat is utterly laughable. He is my teammate, not my adversary. Is there anyone in the league who would dislike having a strong teammate? No, I believe you understand my point. Much like the Lakers' Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant of yore. Do you worry about a similar situation arising? I am neither O'Neal nor is Quan Bryant. The reporter, undeterred, persisted, prompting the Rockets press officer to swiftly call upon the next journalist for a question. I would like to inquire of Coach Rick. Why was there no increase in defensive intensity against Kobe today? From the outset, it was evident that Kobe was in formidable form today. However, for the majority of the game, a single defense was employed. Would a double team not have curtailed Kobe's scoring? I must emphasize that victory is my ultimate aspiration. The decision to utilize single coverage rather than a double team was made in pursuit of triumph. I simply did not anticipate that Kobe would perform at such a high level today. He was unstoppable. Fortunately, our team emerged victorious, rendering Kobe's scoring irrelevant. Perhaps, deep down, Kobe yearns for victory more than for extraordinary statistics. Have you considered that if that final shot had failed to land, your strategy would have been deemed a monumental blunder? You are aware of the what-ifs, yet such hypotheticals are futile, for the truth is that the shot went in, and we secured victory. So, was the last-second shot a result of your design? Why opt for a three-pointer when a basket was within reach? Were you so certain that today would guarantee success from beyond the arc? Whether it be a two-point shot or a three-pointer, both are merely options. The control lies with us. Moreover, do you not find our choice of a three-pointer more unpredictable? Yet, do you not perceive this as a gamble? A shot closer to the basket boasts a higher success rate. A two-point attempt would have been the wiser choice. Thus, you cannot claim the mantle of a coach and must settle for being a reporter. As a journalist, you can write as you please, unaffected by the team's performance. Yao, as the leader of the team, what are your thoughts on not executing the final play? This genuinely infuriates me. Yao Ming paused deliberately for a few seconds after uttering this statement, causing the journalists present to stir with excitement. Was a major story about to unfold? As the team leader, Rick did not allow me to take all the shots. Is this the treatment befitting a leader? Even more infuriating is the fact that I am expected to set screens, box out for rebounds, and defend. Am I not the leader of the team? A leader should focus solely on offense while the other players should pass the ball and let me shine. Upon hearing this, the journalists were left speechless. Was this not a mockery of us? Meanwhile, Adelman and the staff struggled to suppress their laughter, maintaining professionalism during the press conference despite the absurdity. Just now, Phil stated at the press conference that this was merely a regular season game. Regardless of how many records you break, it only counts as one victory for the Rockets. What is your take on his statement? Seeing that Yao Ming remained unfazed, the discussion shifted towards the principles of the team. Naturally, one should observe with their eyes and listen with their ears. He is not entirely incorrect. Records do not contribute additional victories to our team and should not be overly emphasized. Yet, if his team had won today, how do you think he would have responded? Clearing his throat, Quan imitated the tone of Colonel Sanders, saying, this was an exhilarating game. That rookie on the opposing team played well. I have high hopes for him. If given the opportunity, I would certainly relish the chance to coach him. Kobe expressed his willingness to show you the splendor of Los Angeles at 4 in the morning, provided you can rise to the occasion. A reporter from Time Warner relayed the message. Really? I eagerly await his invitation to experience the beauty of Los Angeles at that hour, exclaimed Quan Xiao with delight. Allowing Kobe to score 83 points, do you believe your team's strategy was appropriate today? Questioned a Sports Illustrated reporter. Securing victory for the team. Is that not a valid strategy? Do you suggest that only a plan leading to defeat could be deemed correct? If we had heavily defended Kobe, limiting his score to 20 or even 10 points, yet still lost the game, would you then consider our strategy to be sound? But don't you think your entire team has merely become a backdrop for Kobe? The reporter persisted, unconvinced. If the victorious side is the backdrop, then I suspect every team in the league would be delighted to play that role. As a newcomer, your performance has undoubtedly been phenomenal. Do you consider this a true reflection of your abilities, or merely a stroke of luck? Inquired a reporter from Fox. So, do you question my capabilities? Would another individual have replicated my performance today solely by chance? Perhaps you would assert that Michael lacks talent? Shaquille? Duncan? LeBron? Why did they not achieve what I did today? It is not that their skills are inferior to mine. Rather, they simply did not enjoy the same fortune. I must concede that luck played a role in my performance today. However, it can also be said that any player who delivers an extraordinary performance has an element of luck involved, for luck is inherently a facet of skill. Pausing momentarily, Quan Xiao continued, moreover, I am confident that had it been Kevin or any other black player, or even a white player, who exhibited my level of performance, there would be no doubts, only commendations, as if such feats were entirely commonplace. So, why is it that when it comes to me, this is not the case? Is it simply because I am of Asian descent? In your minds, do you believe that an Asian can excel in basketball? To put it plainly, this is a form of discrimination. The words of Quan Xiao silenced the reporters, who could no longer harbor their previous doubts about him. After all, no one could afford the stigma of racial discrimination. Although many indeed held contempt in their hearts, they refrained from voicing it, thus evading the label of racism. In America, it is essential to maintain an appearance of harmony. That is the essence of democracy. Chapter 58, Reactions from all sides after the press conference. Yao Ming and Quan Xiao made their way to the team bus, embarking on a night journey back to Houston. Despite having experienced a rebirth, Quan Xiao was not as elated as the outside world might have imagined. He had managed to calm his emotions. This composure compelled Yao Ming, observing from the shadows, to inwardly marvel at the young man's extraordinary nature. The league had scheduled only 3 games for the day. The Spurs hosted the Trailblazers. The Rockets faced the Lakers away, and the Warriors welcomed the Jazz at home. The lack of excitement in the other 2 matches made the Rockets versus Lakers contest all the more prominent. The sensational impact of this game far exceeded Quan Xiao's expectations. Americans were primarily astonished by Kobe's remarkable feat of scoring over 80 points, while the Chinese, in addition to Kobe's prowess, were captivated by Quan Xiao's debut, where he achieved a score exceeding 50 points. When Kobe scored 81 points, it was deemed an almost insurmountable milestone. Modern basketball has advanced significantly since the days of Wilt Chamberlain. Scoring 100 points is a monumental challenge, and even 50 points is not easily attained by the average player. In the following days, the fervor surrounding this game did not wane. Rather, it intensified as more individuals were pursued by reporters for their opinions. The internet buzzed with fervent discussions among fans. Quan Xiao had indeed made a remarkable debut, gaining recognition across the United States. What? Is that true? Is that guy insane? Or did the opponents fail to defend him? Basketball legend Michael Jordan appeared bewildered when receiving calls from reporters after the game, and his confusion only deepened upon learning of the Lakers' defeat. I watched the game, and I must say it was a truly insane performance. Not just by Kobe, but also by that rookie from the Rockets. I wonder if that rookie was inspired by Kobe's previous 81-point display. It felt like the game was a showcase for both of them. Carter remarked, "Well, that guy always manages to do astonishing things." Iverson succinctly stated during his interview, "I envy Kobe's stamina. Anyone who has played knows how exhausting it is to shoot 30 or 40 times in a game. Yet, he possesses such endurance." I watched that game, and I must admit, his scoring ability is indeed impressive, and Quan Xiao also performed exceptionally well. "This is a game that deserves a place in history," commented former Rockets player Tracy McGrady. "Every time I face that guy, it gives me a headache. You never know when he'll explode. Nor can you anticipate how he'll get that damn ball into your basket. If permitted, I would gladly place handcuffs on that guy." Fortunately, today is not the day the Spurs face the Lakers. I extend my gratitude to my fellow Texans and the officials who arranged the schedule. Spurs head coach Greg Popovich expressed this during an interview with reporters. "I have always known of Kobe's greatness, but I did not anticipate the remarkable prowess of that rookie from the Rockets. I eagerly await our encounter with the Rockets next week." Spurs Duncan remarked that the future is no longer about any one individual. "God has disguised himself once again." Larry Bird, "This is utterly insane, almost beyond belief." Bulls legend Scottie Pippen, "Kobe's performance was astonishing. This night belongs to him. Yet, it also belongs to my brother Quan Xiao." Scoring 55 points in his debut and setting a record with 13 three-pointers, he shattered multiple records in one game. "Well done, brother. I can hardly wait for our next meeting." Supersonics rookie Kevin Durant, "I have always believed he would excel in the NBA. Both he and Kevin are prodigious talents. However, I did not expect such a delightful surprise in his first game. He is truly exceptional." The coach from Quan Xiao University remarked during an interview, "Kobe will undoubtedly be the greatest star in Lakers history." Lakers legend Magic Johnson shared this sentiment with reporters. "He is destined to be a legend. Or perhaps he already is. In terms of scoring ability, Kobe ranks among the very best in history, and in terms of explosive scoring, he may very well be unparalleled." Another Lakers icon, Baylor, who once scored 71 points in a game, expressed his views. "This is a maddening performance. These players are extraordinary. I would spare no effort to acquire them if given the chance." Mavericks owner Mark Cuban told reporters, "I doubt I will ever play a game like this in my lifetime. Of course, I have done so in dreams or video games." Dwayne Wade joked with reporters, "Last year, I witnessed the miracle of 81 points, and this year, the miracle of 83 points. I wonder if I will witness a 90-point or even a 100-point miracle in the coming years. I will not attempt to score 80 points, as my style does not permit it." LeBron James responded to reporters, "If I had the same freedom to shoot as Kobe, perhaps I too could achieve it." A certain well-known star, perhaps feeling envious, remarked, "Beyond players, analysts, coaches, and owners, major sports media outlets also shared their perspectives on this game." ESPN reported, "Kobe showcases the miracle of 83 points, while the super rookie delivers a stunning game winner. The Bleacher Report headlined with records, records, detailing this match, concluding with a commentary regarding Kobe's scoring ability. After last season's trials, there should be no further doubts. We have raised our expectations, yet Kobe continues to astonish us. He accomplished feats that neither Chamberlain nor Michael ever achieved. The rookie of the Rockets, Quan Xiao from China, has remarkably set multiple records. And this match is poised to be the most thrilling encounter of the season, perhaps even the most exhilarating opening game in history. Sports Illustrated. If one day someone tells you that Kobe has once again scored 50 points, you might respond with a calm acknowledgement, as if it were merely routine. After all, it is widely understood that such feats pose little challenge for Kobe. A score of 60 might evoke mild surprise, 70 could inspire awe, and 80 would certainly leave one astounded. But what if he were to achieve 80 points again? I imagine most would share my reaction, an amalgam of shock and reverence. Now, consider the scenario where you hear of a rookie in the NBA scoring 55 points in his debut game. What would your reaction be? Would you suspect a prank? Would it seem surreal? The Rockets have made a shrewd trade, and the Hawks may be beginning to feel a twinge of regret. They relinquished a player who could have been theirs, exchanging him for a superstar, albeit at the cost of their future. In contrast to the American media's fervent praise of Kobe, domestic outlets have focused their attention more on Quan Xiao. Basketball pioneer, Quan Xiao's explosive 55 points, including a game-winning three-pointer against the Lakers, has led his team to a triumphant start. In the opening match of the 2007-2008 NBA season, the Lakers hosted the Rockets, delivering a feast for the audience. Kobe Bryant scored an astonishing 83 points, breaking his previous record of 81 points set against the Raptors, becoming the only player in NBA history to score over 80 points on 2 occasions. Meanwhile, our very own Rockets rookie, Quan Xiao, showcased a phenomenal performance, shooting 18 of 25 from the field and sinking all 8 of his free throws for a total of 55 points, thus shattering the record for debut scoring. His three-point shooting was equally impressive, hitting 13 out of 18 attempts, setting a new NBA record. His final three-pointer at halftime clinched a victorious debut for the Rockets. Sports Weekly, with a stat line of 55 points, 12 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, this super rookie has made his mark in the NBA. How many players can achieve such a feat in a single game? Throughout history, only a select few superstars have managed to produce such extraordinary numbers. In this season's opening game, a newcomer has accomplished what many legends have not in their entire careers. He is our super rookie, Quan Xiao, a player capable of breaking numerous records in his debut. We eagerly anticipate the thrilling performances he will bring us in the future. Chapter 59, After the Clamor. A return to tranquility. The tumultuous world outside did not significantly impact Quan Xiao. He continued to live and train as diligently as before, meticulously preparing for his next match, albeit with an increase in fans seeking his autograph. His teammates fully acknowledged him, although Quan Xiao had already showcased his prowess during training and the preseason. Lingering doubts remained regarding his performance in official matches. However, following this game, all uncertainties dissipated. In competitive sports, prowess is paramount. Possessing talent naturally garners recognition from others. It's as simple as that. After this match, the veteran players no longer requested his assistance in carrying their bags. Previously, due to Yao Ming's influence, Quan Xiao had been spared from the usual rookie pranks, merely tasked with minor errands. Now, even those duties had vanished, with newcomers eagerly offering to carry his bags. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao chose to manage on his own, viewing this as a subtle means of fostering camaraderie among his teammates. Of course, his explosive debut performance delighted Adidas, and with their enthusiastic support, Quan Xiao's fame soared further, resulting in a notable uptick in the sales of the endorsed sneakers. In his home country, thanks to live broadcasts and subsequent reports from CCTV, his popularity surged, positioning him as the second most recognized basketball player after Yao Ming, even surpassing Yi Jianlian, who had previously enjoyed a solid fan base. This rise in fame attracted numerous commercial interests, and in no time, Quan Xiao received a plethora of endorsement offers, many with substantial financial incentives. However, he declined them all, unwilling to squander his time on such matters. His primary focus remained on enhancing his skills and fully adapting to the rhythm of NBA games. Quan Xiao received a plethora of congratulatory calls and messages, predominantly from former university teammates and coaches, as well as classmates. Additionally, he heard from several contemporaneous rookies, such as Yi Jianlian and Al Horford. Of course, Numerous classmates from his high school WeChat group also extended their congratulations. In the face of this overwhelming wave of praise, Quan Xiao remained remarkably grounded, exhibiting no signs of hubris. He was acutely aware that his inaugural game was anything but conventional. On one hand, his shooting touch was undeniably exceptional, complemented by robust support from his teammates. On the other hand, the opponent's lack of familiarity with him, perhaps coupled with a slight underestimation of rookies, after all, in the eyes of many Americans, no matter how talented, individuals of Asian descent are often perceived as limited, played a significant role. At present, Quan Xiao perceives his role as the second-in-command of the team, serving as a facilitator for Yao Ming. The team's assessment of his position appears to align closely with this understanding, which is evident from a tactical standpoint. Yao Ming currently stands as the primary offensive option for the team, endowed with unrestricted shooting privileges. However, due to positional constraints and physical endurance, he typically attempts around 20 shots per game, averaging approximately 20 attempts. In the 2006 to 2007 season, Yao averaged 17.1 attempts per game, second only to McGrady's 28. In the most recent game, he took 18 shots, successfully landing 11, accumulating 28 points, which falls within his expected performance range. As the team's principal point guard, Alston does not excel in playmaking but is notably active in shooting. For instance, during the 2006 to 2007 season, he averaged 12.5 attempts per game with a shooting percentage of 37.5, scoring 13.3 points while recording only 5 for assists per game, which is less than McGrady's average of 6.5. Previously, Alston's share of ball possession was limited by McGrady's presence. But with McGrady's departure and Yao occupying the center position, despite his shooting privileges, Alston now has a greater control of the ball. In the last game, as the starting point guard, Alston played 38.5 minutes, making 6 of 14 attempts for 15 points, yet only managed to deliver 6 assists, indicating a performance that barely meets the league's average standard. Although Josh Smith possesses remarkable athleticism, he has a penchant for mid to long-range shots, averaging around 13 to 14 attempts per game. In contrast to these two, Quan Xiao believes that averaging approximately 17 attempts per game is the most reasonable figure for himself, as it would reflect his standing within the team without adversely impacting his teammates. Following the season opener, the coaching staff indeed devised several plays centered around Quan Xiao, particularly focusing on his three-point shooting. Some strategies involve creating shooting space for other players, while others leverage Quan Xiao's shooting prowess to open up avenues for his teammates. Within these tactics, Quan Xiao possesses the autonomy to either take a shot himself or pass to his teammates, thereby granting him a degree of freedom in decision-making. After a day of rest on the 31st, he will embark on a journey to Salt Lake City on November 1st to face the Utah Jazz, and return to Houston on the 3rd to welcome the Portland Trail Blazers. With only 3 games scheduled in the opening week, the pace remains manageable, though it entails continuous travel. Compared to college, both the frequency and intensity of games have escalated significantly, presenting substantial challenges for rookies that test their physical and psychological resilience. However, for Quan Xiao, these hurdles seem trivial. His physical condition has always been commendable, and he never exerted himself to the fullest in college competitions. As for the psychological aspect, as a reborn individual, his maturity far surpasses that of typical individuals his age, enriched by the experiences of his previous life and the extraordinary phenomenon of rebirth, rendering him exceptionally composed and unflappable. After the training session on the 31st, Quan Xiao invited the entire team to his home for a feast, fulfilling his promise to Badier from the previous day by personally preparing a sumptuous dinner. In his past life, Quan Xiao was quite the culinary adept. Although he has rarely cooked since his rebirth, his skills have not waned. Considering the dietary needs of athletes, he opted for lighter dishes rather than those laden with oil and salt. The menu included braised beef with potatoes, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, dong and chicken, steamed base, boiled shrimp, and stir-fried broccoli. Additionally, he prepared steak specifically for those who might not be accustomed to Chinese cuisine. However, it turned out to be unnecessary concern, as everyone relished the meal he prepared, expressing their delight and urging Quan Xiao to host such gatherings more frequently for the opportunity to savor delicious Chinese dishes. Due to the upcoming game the following day, everyone exercised moderation, with each person having only a few cans of beer. The atmosphere during the gathering was relaxed yet vibrant, and upon leaving, everyone was in high spirits. The next day, the Houston Chronicle made a special mention of the Rockets gathering, stating, after delivering an epic performance, Quan Xiao invited all his teammates to his home to celebrate. It was evident that the team's spirit was commendable. In subsequent interviews, several players expressed their satisfaction with the gathering, praising Quan Xiao's culinary skills and their eagerness to taste his cooking again. Typically, after such a remarkable game, one might revel in excitement, calling friends to celebrate with nightlife and merriment. Yet Quan Xiao's unique approach of inviting the entire team to a home-cooked meal stands out as truly unforgettable. The article concluded, "In such a favorable atmosphere, the Rockets may surprise us with their performance this season. Let us wait and see." Chapter 60. The miracle continues on November 1st, 2007. The Rockets faced off against the Jazz on their home turf, where Quan Xiao felt the fervor of the fans. Compared to the fervent supporters in Utah, those in Los Angeles had seemed rather endearing in his eyes. However, this night was destined to disappoint the Salt Lake City fans, as their fervently crafted atmosphere did nothing to sway Quan Xiao's performance, ultimately leading them to witness a defeat at home. Yao Ming struggled with his shooting, making only 5 of 14 attempts, resulting in a subpar shooting percentage. The Rockets' victory hinged primarily on Quan Xiao's exceptional display. Following the previous game, the other 29 teams in the league no longer underestimated him. The Jazz placed significant emphasis on defending against him, deploying the formidable Kirilenko as the primary defender, with additional teammates ready to assist in double-teaming. Yet, despite such defensive pressure, Quan Xiao managed to seize numerous opportunities, achieving an impressive 12 out of 18 shooting, including 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, and converting all 12 free throw attempts for a total of 41 points. Beyond scoring, his ability to draw defenders facilitated 11 assists, significantly energizing the team's offense. On the defensive end, he secured 12 rebounds, alongside 2 blocks and 4 steals, effectively curtailing the Jazz's outside shooting alongside Badier, rendering him the pivotal contributor to the team's triumph. In the aftermath, major sports media outlets in the United States finally focused their coverage on Quan Xiao. A 40-point triple-double, the miraculous rookie continues his streak. ESPN. A fleeting moment? No. Sustainable development. The Bleacher Report. The strongest rookie in history? He may indeed be a contender for this honor. Yahoo Sports. The most formidable acquisition of the season. The Rockets are eyeing the championship. Houston Chronicle. Domestic media were equally eager to catch up, employing an array of adjectives to laud Quan Xiao, with various sports forums brimming with posts extolling his prowess. Rockets fans were elated, astonished by the formidable talent of their rookie, eagerly anticipating the upcoming home game against the Trailblazers, eager to witness their prodigious rookie's performance in their own arena. Meanwhile, the team's owner was beaming with delight, as Quan Xiao's performances over the past 2 games led to an additional sale of over 2,000 season tickets, with more Chinese businesses waving checks to negotiate sponsorships, greenbacks that he cherished dearly. David Stern remains observant. Should Quan Xiao continue to exhibit remarkable prowess, the league may indeed contemplate nurturing him as a focal point. After all, the current Chinese, or rather East Asian market, harbors immense potential for development. Although Yao Ming's entry into the league provided some impetus for the Asian market, it remains insufficient. Quan Xiao's inclusion could assist the league in further extending its influence in China and East Asia. Following their match against the Jazz, the Rockets hastily returned to Houston, where the coaching staff granted the players a half-day respite. They enjoyed a good rest the next morning, followed by an afternoon training session. On November 3rd, 2007, the Houston Rockets faced off against the Portland Trail Blazers at home. The usually slow-to-warm fans filled the arena before the game commenced, creating an atmosphere that rivaled that of the playoffs. This phenomenon was primarily attributed to it being the season's inaugural home game and the fans' eagerness to witness their rookie's performance in the regular season. As the home team players took to the court, the fans erupted in thunderous applause, with Quan Xiao receiving even greater cheers as the penultimate player to enter, rivaling the reception of the headliner, Yao Ming. This illustrates how, after just 2 games, Quan Xiao had already won over the local supporters. With the fervent backing of the home crowd and his teammates, Quan Xiao delivered yet another stellar performance, aiding the team in a commanding 115-98 victory over the visiting Trail Blazers. He achieved an impressive 51 points from 26 attempts, hitting 18 shots, including 7 of 12 from beyond the arc and flawlessly sinking all 8 free throws. Additionally, he secured 14 rebounds, dished out 8 assists, and recorded 4 steals and 4 blocks, showcasing his prowess on both offensive and defensive fronts. In comparison, the 5 turnovers were relatively inconspicuous. Although this game did not garner nationwide broadcast, Quan Xiao's performance sparked fervent discussions among fans following media coverage, especially given his consecutive games scoring over 40 points. including 2 surpassing 50. Such scoring ability, without a doubt, signifies a superstar caliber, and he is merely a rookie. ESPN remarked on the marvelous rookie and his extraordinary performance. The Rockets' rookies' displays over these 3 games inevitably evoke memories of Kobe Bryant from a couple of years prior. However, at that time, Kobe was already a league icon. While Quan Xiao is still a newcomer, just beginning his professional journey, I am confident that Quan will ascend to become a supernova in the league in the coming years. Sports Illustrated heralded, "A supernova is on the rise." Anyone who has witnessed Quan Xiao's 3 games would undoubtedly believe in his promising future. Despite being a rookie, his performance exudes the demeanor of a seasoned star. He lacks the typical awkwardness of a newcomer and does not require acclimatization. He is indeed a supernova. Were it not for his rookie status, I might already include him among the stars. Bleacher Report urged, "Rookie, please continue your performance." Having watched the Houston Rockets trio of matches this season, I can only express a singular sentiment directed towards their rookie. Continue your splendid performance. The Houston Chronicle proclaims, "Sustain the momentum, and a championship title may indeed be within reach." This time, the prospect of the Rockets claiming the championship may no longer be merely a lofty aspiration. With slight enhancements to the roster, the championship could genuinely be attainable. The only lingering question is whether Alexander is willing to invest financially for the sake of glory. With the media's enthusiastic endorsement, Quan Xiao's fame has soared, establishing him as a household name in Houston and significantly elevating his profile across the nation, surpassing contemporaries and emerging as a leader among his peers, even overshadowing the likes of the first overall pick, Odin, and the second pick, Durant. Domestically, Quan Xiao has become a sensational sports icon, basking in unprecedented popularity. The brands he endorses have experienced a surge in sales, leaving executives beaming with joy, while other brands have begun to reach out to Quan Xiao's team, seeking to enlist him as their spokesperson, with offers that are far from modest, though all have been graciously declined by him. It is not that Quan Xiao is averse to financial gain. Rather, he wishes to avoid distractions from external matters, and having already secured a deal with Adidas, he finds himself financially stable. His priority remains honing his skills through dedicated training, for basketball is his primary vocation, with endorsements serving merely as supplementary benefits. Moreover, he firmly believes that by season's end, his visibility and influence will further ascend, enabling him to command even better terms for commercial endorsements. It appears that Quan Xiao's future is resplendent, with financial prospects equally promising. Chapter 61. The first honor. The external clamor has had little impact on Quan Xiao. He continues to train with unwavering diligence and prepare for competitions with utmost seriousness. Naturally, changes within the team have influenced him to some extent, though these have been predominantly positive. His performances in these 3 matches have significantly elevated his standing within the team, and no longer is he regarded merely as a rookie. Ultimately, this is a pragmatic world. The NBA is a sports league where prowess reigns supreme. Talent will inevitably earn recognition, strength warrants respect, while a lack of ability, regardless of one's interpersonal skills, will fail to garner admiration. To be candid, when the Rockets initially traded McGrady for Quan Xiao, they were primarily attracted by his potential. McGrady's injuries had precipitated a decline in his performance, prompting the decision to acquire Quan Xiao with the intention of nurturing him into the team's new core. The original plan was to invest 2 years in his development. Unexpectedly, he has displayed remarkable immediate capabilities, seamlessly filling the void left by McGrady and ensuring that the team's strength remains intact, a pleasant surprise indeed. At present, Quan Xiao's overall prowess may not be particularly formidable. His offensive repertoire is still somewhat limited, and his skills are far from fully developed. However, he has demonstrated an exceptional ability to showcase the techniques he possesses, a feat that is notably challenging for a rookie player. Quan Xiao has thus emerged as another cornerstone of the Houston Rockets, alongside Yao Ming, holding a significant position both within the team and in terms of tactical dynamics. Of course, the locker room leader remains the venerable Uncle Mo, whose experience speaks for itself. The coaching staff has also devised several specialized strategies for Quan Xiao, commencing their implementation and training, underscoring the importance placed upon him. Quan Xiao is not the type of person to become overly proud or arrogant. He does not allow his impressive performances to lead him to disregard others, nor does he put on airs due to the recognition from his team. His relationships with his teammates have always been harmonious, as there are no conflicts of interest among them. His standing within the team is earned solely through his own prowess, leaving no room for dissent among his peers. On November 6th, the league announced the Player of the Week for the first week. And Quan Xiao received his first personal accolade since joining the league, the Western Conference Player of the Week for the 2007 to 2008 season. This announcement did not come as a surprise to anyone, as he had been the standout performer in the preceding week, averaging 49 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 blocks, and 7 steals over 3 games, leading his team to a triumphant 3-game winning streak. This award was undeniably well-deserved. Even though Kobe scored an impressive 83 points in his first game, his performance in the subsequent 2 games significantly declined, with only 25 points in one match and 31 in another, resulting in an average of 46. 3 points 7 points lower than Quan Xiao's average. His other statistics also paled in comparison. Quan Xiao was genuinely delighted to receive this award, even if it was merely for 1 week. This was, after all, his first official honor since entering the league, carrying substantial sentimental value. Frankly speaking, achieving the Player of the Week accolade in the first week is a commendable feat for any player, especially a rookie. Typically, rookie players undergo an adjustment period during which their performances may not shine, but those who can immediately deliver exceptional results often ascend to become superstars. In the newly announced rookie rankings, Quan Xiao undoubtedly claimed the top position, followed closely by his collegiate teammate Kevin Durant, with Al Horford in 3rd place and E. Jianlian performing commendably at 6th. Greg Oden, however, was sidelined for the season due to injury and thus did not make the list. On the same day, the Rockets faced the Mavericks in an away game. After this match, they would hasten back to Houston to prepare for a back-to-back contest against the Spurs the following day, as both teams are formidable opponents. In recent years, the Southwest Division has emerged as the strongest division in the league, featuring the Texas trio, the Spurs, Mavericks, and Rockets, alongside the New Orleans Hornets and Memphis Grizzlies, all of which are playoff contenders. The competition among these teams is particularly fierce, as it directly impacts playoff standings and home court advantages. Interestingly, within the Texas trio, a peculiar dynamic exists. The Spurs tend to have the upper hand over the Rockets, who excel against the Mavericks, while the Mavericks hold an advantage over the Spurs. Many fans have humorously dubbed this trio as the Texas Three Illusions. The Spurs are old, the Mavericks are weak, and the Rockets are strong. Nonetheless, Quan Xiao understands that both the Spurs and the Mavericks are formidable opponents. The Spurs' cohesive team play and the Mavericks' multifaceted offensive strategies are not easy to counter. Naturally, the Rockets' unique tactical approach also presents challenges for both teams. In this light, it appears that the 3 teams are evenly matched, regardless of their opponents. Prior to the match against the Mavericks, Quan Xiao participated in an interview with Su Kun. Firstly, congratulations on being named the Player of the Week. In my opinion, this honor is well-deserved. What are your thoughts on this accolade? Could you share with us? Thank you, Teacher Su, for your kind words. And I am grateful for the support from the fans. I am thrilled to receive this honor, as it reflects my commendable performance last week. I also appreciate the league's recognition. I will strive to continue this momentum and aim for the Player of the Month award as well. This is the most explosive debut performance I have ever witnessed among rookies. It is no exaggeration to say that you could rank among the top 10 players in history. Given such an impressive display, how do you assess your current capabilities? Well, I must admit that I have not contemplated this question. Although I performed admirably in the first 3 games, this is not my usual level of performance, and it is unsustainable. On one hand, I was in good form, and my teammates supported me wholeheartedly. On the other hand, my opponents were not fully aware of my abilities, which allowed me to catch them off guard. However, as the season progresses, other teams will become more familiar with my play style, and under targeted defenses, my performance will likely revert to my average level. I estimate that my normal performance should be around 24 points per game, which is a score my current abilities can support. An average of 24 points is a statistic reserved for all-star caliber players. Does this mean you consider yourself an all-star player? At this stage, I believe I have touched the threshold of this level of performance. Of course, I still have a gap compared to the seasoned veterans in the league, but I am confident in my ability to catch up swiftly. Thus, being selected for the All-Star game is one of your goals for this season? Indeed, that is my goal. Naturally, I hope to earn votes based on my performance rather than my identity as a Chinese player. I know the expectations placed upon me are high, and I will dedicate myself to training, competing with all my might, and delivering performances that meet those expectations, ensuring I do not disappoint anyone. I believe you can achieve this, and everyone has faith in your capabilities. However, do not place undue pressure on yourself. Progress gradually. Regardless, the vast array of fans behind you will always be your support. Thank you, Teacher Sue, and to the wonderful fans. All right, prepare for the game. We look forward to your performance tonight. Rest assured, I will not disappoint everyone. Chapter 62. Facing the Mavericks. Although the Mavericks were eliminated by the Warriors in a shocking upset last season, this does not imply that they lack strength. On the contrary, their record of 67 wins and 15 losses last season stands among the best in history. The phenomenon of being eliminated in the first round stems from a multitude of factors, rendering it an event of chance that defies conventional reasoning. Last week, the Mavericks participated in 3 matches, securing 2 victories and 1 defeat. While this record pales in comparison to the Rockets' flawless 3 wins, it is essential to recognize that the season has only just commenced, and such statistics should not serve as a definitive measure of capability. Consequently, both the coaching staff and the players remain cautious and do not underestimate this team. In truth, the Rockets faced a defeat in the previous season against the Mavericks with a score of 98-107, retaining a core group from the last season. Their strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, having endured the trials of last season's first-round exit, it is likely that they approach the game with heightened focus. Although the Mavericks roster may appear somewhat unbalanced, they boast a significant number of players capable of executing individual plays, embodying the essence of a team that thrives on diverse scoring options. In the previous season, the Mavericks had 5 players averaging double-digit points, supplemented by their star point guard Jason Kidd, who averaged 9 points, and Brandon Bass, contributing 3 points per game. This formidable lineup truly enabled them to dominate their opponents. However, at present, their head coach Avery Johnson appears to lack the requisite strength to effectively integrate the team, failing to harness its full potential, even with the historically acclaimed Jason Kidd at the helm. It was not until the tactical genius Rick Carlisle took charge that the team was transformed into a well-rounded unit, ultimately defeating the newly formed Miami Heat Big Three in 2011 to claim the championship. While it is prudent not to underestimate their capabilities, there is no reason for trepidation. In truth, the XJBD strategy may prove just as effective as their alternating isolation plays. Ultimately, the outcome hinges on which side finds a better rhythm. Yao Ming won the tip-off, granting the Rockets the first offensive possession. The Mavericks opened the game by concentrating their defensive efforts on Quan Xiao, clearly acknowledging the impact he had made in the previous 3 games. In addition to the player directly matched against him, 2 other defenders were poised to assist at a moment's notice. The Rockets adapted to this by focusing their attack on the interior, with Yao Ming as the primary target, while Quan Xiao played a facilitating role, creating opportunities by spacing the floor for his teammates. Former Rockets head coach Jeff Van Gundy, known for his defensive acumen, established a defensive system that became a hallmark of the team. In contrast, the Mavericks primarily employed man-to-man defense, making it relatively easier for Quan Xiao to penetrate their defensive schemes. However, Yao Ming's performance today was exceptional, dominating the paint with an almost effortless display. The so-called second-best center in the West, Dampier, was unable to contain him. Recognizing this, Quan Xiao shifted his focus to defense, only taking shots when the opportunity was particularly favorable. The first quarter was essentially a showcase for Yao Ming, who concluded the period with an impressive 6 of 8 shooting and a perfect 4 of 4 from the free throw line, amassing 16 points and leading the Rockets to a temporary 28-25 advantage over the Mavericks. Although Quan Xiao's performance on the offensive end was not particularly prominent, he excelled in restricting the Mavericks' outside shooting. His counterpart, Josh Howard, managed a mere 1 out of 5 attempts, showcasing a notably inefficient display. In contrast, Quan contributed 3 rebounds and 2 steals on the defensive end. Quan, in the second quarter, you will lead the rotation. I grant you full freedom to unleash your offensive prowess. If possible, strive to extend our lead, at the very least. Maintain our current advantage and prevent the opposition from overtaking us. Can you accomplish this? Coach Edelman inquired. Absolutely, leave it to me. Quan Xiao replied decisively. Bro, make sure to perform well. Your performance will determine how long Yao can rest. Haha, Yao. Are you not afraid I might keep you off the court for the entire quarter? If you have the ability to keep me out, that would be splendid. I could enjoy a thrilling game from the VIP seats. I was only joking. I don't possess such prowess. Without you, Yao, I wouldn't stand a chance against them. All right. Enough banter. Focus on your game and show these guys what our rookie is capable of. Yes, sir. Quan Xiao saluted Yao Ming in a manner reminiscent of television broadcasts. Yao Ming's expression turned comically bewildered. Joking aside, when the second quarter commenced, Quan Xiao faced the opposing rotation and commenced a vigorous offensive display. In a mere 3.5 minutes, he netted 5 baskets, including 2 three-pointers, propelling the team to a 15-7 run and extending the lead to 11 points. Compelling the Mavericks to reintroduce their starting lineup prematurely. The Rockets opted not to bring Yao Ming onto the court yet, instead substituting 2 starters for 2 rotation players. With Quan Xiao as the focal point, the Rockets matched the Mavericks shot for shot. By the 9th minute of the second quarter, they maintained an 8-point lead at 53-45. During a dead ball situation, Yao Ming replaced Quan Xiao. The latter had expended considerable energy, exerting himself on both offense and defense. Despite being an endurance phenomenon, he felt the weight of fatigue. However, it was precisely due to his diligent efforts that the Rockets retained their lead, affording Yao precious moments of rest. Well done, now it's my turn to take over. You can enjoy a well-deserved rest, Yao Ming remarked, affectionately ruffling Quan's hair. I have not failed my mission. It's time for me to watch the game from the VIP seats. Quan replied with enthusiasm as Yao stepped onto the court, ready to showcase his skills in the ensuing 3 minutes. You did excellently. I am thoroughly pleased. Coach Adelman approached specifically to commend Quan Xiao. Thank you, Coach. It is my duty. After responding to his coach, Quan Xiao returned to the bench, accepting a towel from a teammate to wipe away his sweat while sipping a sports drink to replenish his energy. Yao Ming's entry into the game prompted the Rockets to adjust their strategy, shifting their focus from the perimeter to the interior. At this juncture, when in good health, Yao was nearly impossible to contain in one-on-one situations. The best defense could only hope for a mutual exchange of points. However, the Mavericks' Nowitzki was equally challenging for the Rockets to defend against. Both teams possessed their own strengths, making it arduous to thwart each other's offensive maneuvers. Ultimately, the contest hinged on the success rates and efficiency of both sides. Yet, as a center, Yao depended heavily on his teammates' passing, without a skilled passer to connect with him. Or if the opposing team severed his link with his teammates, his offensive contributions would be significantly diminished. Quan Xiao, on the other hand, faced no such constraints. He could orchestrate plays independently and even assumed the role of point guard to lead the team's offense. The Rockets' point guard, Alston, though possessing commendable ball-handling skills, fell short in orchestrating the team's offensive flow and lacked in passing precision. Consequently, Yao often relied on securing offensive rebounds to generate second-chance opportunities. Fortunately, during the last 3 minutes of the second quarter, both teams struggled to perform. The Mavericks only managed to close the gap by 2 points, concluding the first half trailing the Rockets by 6 with a score of 52-58. In Chapter 63, the stalemate, during the halftime break, the Rockets players busied themselves in the visitors' locker room. Some donned headphones, immersing themselves in music, while others leaned against their lockers, eyes closed, taking a moment to rejuvenate. In solitude, Quan Xiao sat, lost in contemplation, his expression shifting frequently, revealing a tumultuous inner world. What could be occupying his thoughts so intensely? Yao Ming approached and inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Is the atmosphere at the Mavericks' home court always like this? Just now, some fans were shouting derogatory terms that bordered on racial discrimination. Yes, that's rather commonplace. After a while, you'll realize such occurrences are quite prevalent. They shout for equality while simultaneously exercising discrimination against others. They pride themselves on being a free and democratic nation, yet their notions of freedom and democracy are often reserved for the powerful and privileged. I hadn't noticed. Brother Yao, you possess quite the political acumen. Do you plan to work at the sports administration after retirement? If so, I might just become your subordinate. Honestly, that's not a bad suggestion. I might consider it. Being your superior would indeed be quite a delightful experience. Well, you'll have to look out for me then. Future Mr. Chairman. Enough of the jesting. Such individuals aim to disturb your mindset and affect your performance on the court. Don't let these matters weigh on your heart. Only the weak engage in such incessant chatter. The best response to their behavior is to defeat their team, allowing them to feel the solace of defeat. Rest assured, I know how to handle it. I won't let such things affect me. Since they are cheering so fervently for me, how could I possibly let them down? Seeing his younger companion's resolve, Yao Ming felt a wave of relief. As he sat on the sidelines, he could hear the taunts of the fans more clearly. Having played in the league for several years, he understood that as long as the behavior did not cause significant disruption, the league tended to turn a blind eye. To the league, fans are akin to deities. Everything revolves around pleasing them. To put it more bluntly, every effort is made to extract the money from fans' pockets. When conflicts arise between players and fans, it is often the players who bear the brunt of the consequences. The infamous brawl at the Palace of Auburn Hills several years ago exemplified this principle. Dallas is a locale rife with severe racial discrimination. Even the African-American players on their own team face significant prejudice. Had that driver not been white, it is unlikely he would have garnered such admiration and respect from Mavericks fans. The coaching staff refrained from implementing any tactical adjustments, opting instead to emphasize their consistent style of play. Adelman's ability to adapt during games has long been criticized. Since the beginning of the second half, the Mavericks surged ahead, executing 3 consecutive successful attacks, each by a different player. Meanwhile, the Rockets struggled to score, failing to register even a single point, and their once commanding lead evaporated. The Mavericks, riding a wave of momentum, displayed exceptional fervor, while Adelman shouted from the sidelines, yet failed to provide specific instructions, leaving the Rockets players momentarily adrift, playing in utter disarray. As Quan Xiao observed the game, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the Rockets' performance. In his previous life, while watching Rockets games, he often criticized the head coach's on-court decisions. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he realized that his previous criticisms were hardly sufficient. Shouldn't a timeout be called to disrupt the opposing team's momentum and strategize to break the scoring drought? What purpose does shouting accomplish? If the Rockets had an exceptional guard, he would naturally adjust according to the circumstances on the court, much like the point guard Jason Kidd from the opposing lineup or Steve Nash, the primary guard for the Suns today. As Alston faced the imminent 24-second violation, he hurriedly launched a shot from beyond the arc, with predictable results. Fortunately, Yao Ming secured the offensive rebound and scored. However, in the next possession, the Mavericks swiftly executed their offense, catching the Rockets off guard and scoring. The Rockets' offensive efforts once again ended in a series of missed three-point attempts, and this time, Yao was unable to grab the offensive rebound. Subsequently, Jason Terry of the Mavericks made a three-pointer, allowing his team to take the lead. By the time the third quarter reached the 6-minute mark, the Mavericks had established a 6-point lead over the Rockets, completing a 12-point turnaround in just over 6 minutes. At this juncture, the Rockets were compelled to call a timeout. Adelman hurriedly sketched a simple strategy and substituted Quan Xiao for Alston. Adelman's Princeton offense, which had reached its zenith during his tenure with the Kings, had not made a significant impact since he joined the Rockets. His best achievement was merely advancing past the first round of the playoffs in 2009, only to succumb to the eventual champions, the Lakers, in the Western Conference semifinals. In truth, the current Rockets were ill-suited for the Princeton system, as Yao Ming was not particularly adept at playmaking as a center. He should serve as the focal point of the team's offense rather than a facilitator. To position Yao as a playmaker would undoubtedly undermine his capabilities. However, Adelman's past successes with the Kings led him to believe in the viability of this strategy, overlooking the crucial aspect of tactical alignment with player strengths. The present Rockets roster was simply incomparable to that of his former Kings team. As a newcomer, Quan Xiao naturally refrained from commenting on the coach's strategies. However, he resolved to adapt once on the court, recognizing that the coach is merely an observer, while it is ultimately the players who take the stage. In essence, all tactics are designed to create favorable offensive opportunities for players to score points by successfully placing the ball through the opposing team's hoop. The crux of basketball lies in who accumulates the highest score. The outcome is what truly matters. As for the process, it is of little concern how the ball finds its way into the basket. As long as it does and victory is secured, that suffices. Leveraging his height for a superior vantage point, Quan Xiao facilitated several excellent passes to Yao Ming upon entering the game. He steadfastly kept the Mavericks in check, preventing them from extending their lead further. Yet, he was unable to significantly narrow the gap between the two teams, primarily due to the Mavericks players enjoying an exceptional shooting streak. Fortunately, Yao Ming was also performing admirably, showcasing high efficiency. Quan Xiao concentrated on orchestrating the team's offense, diverting his focus from scoring. At this point, Quan Xiao's organizational skills could not be deemed exceptional, yet they surpassed those of most guards in the league, including his own team's point guard, Alston. This advantage stemmed in part from his remarkable physical attributes and, in part, from the contrast provided by his opponents. With a suitable point guard, Quan Xiao would thrive in the roles of shooting guard or small forward, where he could truly exhibit his capabilities. Despite averaging 9 assists over the first 3 games, this statistic did not indicate exceptional organizational prowess. Rather, he effectively utilized his ability to draw defenders, delivering the ball to open teammates with precision. Passing is not synonymous with organization. They are distinct concepts. A proficient point guard leads teammates in offense, identifies fleeting opportunities, and serves as the metronome for the team's rhythm. However, it is apparent that Quan Xiao has yet to reach this level. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao's passing ability is top-notch. He consistently delivers the ball to Yao Ming in the paint at opportune moments. It is through their collaboration that the Rockets managed to hold their ground against the Mavericks, preventing a widening of the score differential. Chapter 64. A hard-won victory. How are you holding up, brother Yao? Can you keep going? Quan Xiao inquired with concern as he observed Yao Ming, who was gasping for breath beside him. In the third quarter, Yao had exerted tremendous effort, leaving everything on the court in both offense and defense. Had it not been for his relentless performance, the Rockets might have already succumbed to the Mavericks' onslaught. Yet, despite Yao's valiant efforts, the Mavericks had managed to surpass them in points, an ominous signal for the Rockets. I'm all right. I can endure, Yao Ming replied, taking a sip of sports drink with a somewhat sullen tone. We must secure this victory. If it comes to it, you should rest while I take on the burden. Quan Xiao suggested. If we were to lose this game, so be it. The season is still long. A few wins or losses are not of great consequence. Your health is paramount, both for the team and for the national squad. Yao Ming appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps not anticipating that Quan Xiao would articulate such sentiments. Strangely, he felt a stir of emotion within, accompanied by a sense of reassurance. He possessed an acute awareness of his own physical condition, more so than anyone else, and recognized the toll of the numerous games he had played. Yet, he found himself unable to decline participation. His character dictated that, as long as the team required him, even with minor injuries, he would not easily step back from the fray. Even for some inconsequential commercial games with the national team, he would heed the call without hesitation, dragging his weary body along. I know, rest assured, I can still hold on. Very well. If you are truly fatigued, take a moment to rest and trust your teammates. Noticing that you seemed unfazed by his previous words, Quan Xiao resolved to urge him further. In the future, I will help shoulder the burden. You will no longer fight alone. Only if you remain healthy can we venture further. This holds true for the Rockets and the national team at next year's Beijing Olympics. Upon hearing these words, Yao was touched. Gazing into Quan Xiao's sincere eyes, he began to genuinely contemplate the concerns raised. You are right. This means your responsibilities will only grow heavier. Yao smiled, feeling an unexpected lightness at that moment. The sensation of shared burdens was indeed delightful. However, before that, I need you to prove to me that you can bear this weighty responsibility. Let us begin by defeating the Mavericks. Can you achieve that? Of course. With no excessive words, just these two succinct syllables, Yao perceived them as the best possible response. In truth, even before the season commenced, during the team's initial practice sessions, Quan Xiao's capabilities had already earned Yao's recognition. His performance in the preseason further alleviated Yao's concerns, and he was pleasantly surprised by the greater feats Quan Xiao would accomplish once the season began. Yao felt genuine joy at Quan Xiao's displayed prowess. As for the rumors circulating about Quan Xiao potentially usurping his core position within the team, he dismissed them entirely. Yao had never been concerned about team hierarchy. His relentless pursuit had always been for honor. Thus, the more formidable Quan Xiao's skill became, the happier Yao felt, for it signified a greater chance of clinching the ultimate championship. He had never entertained thoughts about being overshadowed by Quan Xiao's burgeoning strength. He had full confidence that, with his current abilities, he would be regarded as the core of any team. Consequently, he was never troubled by concerns regarding his standing within the team. Moreover, with Quan Xiao being a compatriot, the latter's growing strength would enhance the Chinese men's basketball team's prospects for success in the upcoming Olympics. In Yao's heart, the national team held far greater significance than the Rockets, and the outcomes of the Olympics far outweighed those of the NBA. Coach, I feel somewhat fatigued. May I rest for a few minutes before rejoining? Before the commencement of the fourth quarter, Yao Ming unexpectedly approached Adelman with a request. Adelman, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and made adjustments, substituting Yao with Mutombo. Once the arrangements were finalized, he inquired, Yao, are you feeling all right? Are you injured? I'm fine, coach. Not injured, Yao replied, just a bit fatigued. I may not be able to perform at my best. A brief rest should suffice, and I can battle them in the final moments. That's good to hear. As for this game, do not place too much emphasis on it. It is merely a regular season match, and the season is still long, Adelman said, relieved upon hearing that Yao was uninjured. At that moment, the two teams were engaged in a back-and-forth contest, For every point scored by one, the other responded in kind. A three-pointer from one side was met with a thunderous dunk from the other. The Mavericks showcased their depth, while the Rockets primarily relied on the prowess of Yao. Even when he did not have the ball, the Mavericks were wary of his presence. When Battier received a pass from Yao and sank a three-pointer, the Rockets narrowed the gap to a mere 2 points. "Brothers, let us defend this possession. If we hold them, victory shall be ours," Battier shouted to his teammates after his shot. "Offense! Offense! Crush those Texas cockroaches." The Mavericks rallied their home crowd. Despite the Rockets' relentless defensive efforts, Nowitzki executed his signature one-legged fadeaway, pushing the Mavericks' lead back to 4 points. Following this basket, he celebrated with fervent enthusiasm, raising his fists in triumph. At this stage, every player was determined to win, unwilling to be the one left defeated. Yao sat anxiously on the sidelines, observing the unfolding game as over 4 minutes of the fourth quarter elapsed. Although the Rockets had yet to equalize or take the lead, they also prevented the Mavericks from extending their advantage further. This outcome was acceptable for both the Rockets and Yao himself, as long as his teammates could maintain the score for another 2 minutes. After that, he planned to re-enter the game and engage in a final confrontation with the Mavericks. With a missed shot from Quan Xiao, Uncle Mu exerted every ounce of his strength to secure the offensive rebound. He swiftly passed the ball to Scola, who executed a mid-range jumper, narrowing the score to a mere 2 points once again. However, in the subsequent possession, amidst the raucous cheers of the audience, the player nicknamed Jet, Jason Terry, astonishingly sunk a three-pointer over Battier's defense, elevating the home crowd's energy to a fever pitch. But there was no need to dwell on this. It was merely an ordinary three-pointer. Quan Xiao encouraged his teammates. True to his word, Quan Xiao retaliated under Howard's defense with a three-pointer of his own, momentarily stifling the momentum that the Mavericks had just built. In the next offensive sequence, Uncle Mu halted the Mavericks' advance with a resounding block, following which he performed his signature finger wag gesture. With just over 5 minutes remaining in the game, the Rockets seized the opportunity to substitute Yao Ming into the lineup. Notably, they opted not to replace Quan Xiao, indicating their intent to pursue victory with full force in these final minutes. Thus, they deployed what was theoretically their strongest lineup. Even though Quan Xiao had already exerted himself for nearly 30 minutes and his stamina was waning, his shooting prowess, however, could still create space and opportunities for his teammates. Yao Ming's entry significantly alleviated the defensive pressure on Quan Xiao and his fellow teammates, particularly benefiting Scola at the 4 position, who capitalized on the opportunity to launch 2 successful surprise attacks against the Mavericks. With only 35 seconds left on the clock, the Rockets finally took the lead by 1 point following a successful shot by Yao. The Mavericks called for a timeout, and upon resuming play, Nowitzki quickly responded with a three-pointer, regaining the lead. The game had reached a critical juncture, placing immense physical and psychological strain on the players of both teams. Those lacking mental fortitude might have hesitated to step onto the court at such a tense moment. Nevertheless, as professionals, they possessed a degree of resilience. Having experienced life in 2 realms, Quan Xiao naturally exhibited remarkable mental strength, even earning the title of a clutch player. Consequently, the mounting pressure did not faze him. With just 5 seconds left in the game, he launched a shot from beyond the arc, navigating through a double team from 2 Mavericks players. As the ball swished through the net, the once boisterous American Airlines center momentarily fell silent. Meanwhile, the Rockets substitutes erupted in jubilation from the bench, and the coaching staff embraced in celebration. With 5 seconds remaining, theoretically, the Mavericks still had one chance for a game winner. Unfortunately for them, Jason Terry's three-point attempt was thwarted by Quan Xiao, allowing the Rockets to secure a hard-fought victory in this exhilarating contest. Chapter 65, back-to-back in a thrilling showdown. The Houston Rockets triumphed over the Dallas Mavericks with a score of 112-110, thanks to a last-second three-pointer and a crucial block by Quan Xiao. Throughout the game, Quan Xiao played for 40 minutes and 32 seconds, amassing a total of 31 points, complemented by 8 rebounds, 8 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. He achieved an impressive shooting performance, making 10 out of 20 attempts, including 4 out of 5 from beyond the arc, and hitting all 7 of his free throws. Yao Ming, in 31 minutes and 44 seconds of play, efficiently scored 35 points on 14 of 21 shooting, along with 15 rebounds and 3 blocks. Additionally, Scola had a commendable performance, scoring 16 points on 7 of 10 shooting and securing 7 rebounds. For the Mavericks, Nowitzki contributed 33 points and 12 rebounds, while Terry added 25 points, and the off-maligned yet gentle Josh Howard chipped in with 23 points, despite their combined efforts of 81 points. The trio could not secure a victory on their home court. When asked about his performance, Quan Xiao remarked, "I only scored 31 points this game, with a significant drop in my shooting attempts. What could be the reason for this? There isn't any particular reason, as this game truly reflects my normal level of play. The previous 3 games were outliers and should not be considered indicative of my true abilities. As a rookie, I must acknowledge that, even in today's game, I performed above my usual standard. Moreover, the Mavericks are a formidable team, and their defense was more precise. The earlier teams were less familiar with my style, which afforded me better opportunities." In response to whether he could maintain such performance, he stated, "Typically, rookies experience fluctuations in their performance after some time, often facing what is commonly referred to as the rookie wall. However, I cannot provide a definitive answer to this question at this moment, as I have only played 4 games. Every player experiences off nights, not just rookies. I anticipate facing challenges, but I believe it is a natural occurrence. I will strive to adjust my state of mind and performance to avoid such situations." Looking ahead to the next matchup, which is another Texas showdown against the Spurs, he expressed, "I certainly hope we emerge victorious, but the Spurs are not to be underestimated, given they are the defending champions. Nonetheless, we are also a resilient team, so it's a 50-50 chance, depending on who performs better." After completing the customary post-game interview and a brief press conference, the Rockets promptly returned to Houston overnight, as they were set to face the Spurs in a back-to-back game the following day. Fortunately, both the Mavericks and Rockets are located in Texas, minimizing travel time and allowing for a more efficient journey. Upon returning to the hotel in Houston, the team found little inclination for leisure. Each member promptly retreated to their respective rooms to rest. The following day, the coaching staff prudently refrained from scheduling an extensive training regimen, opting instead for a series of restorative exercises, fully focusing on preparation for the evening's home game against the Spurs. A back-to-back scenario poses a challenge for any team. However, as the season is just commencing, the players' physical condition remains relatively robust, and given the proximity of Dallas to Houston, they did not expend excessive energy. Nevertheless, the Spurs are no easy adversary. Since acquiring Tim Duncan, they have consistently remained a formidable force within the league, never straying from the playoff picture and occasionally hoisting the championship trophy. Presently, the Spurs are anchored by the triumvirate of Tim Duncan, Manu Ginobili, and Tony Parker, complemented by a cadre of distinctive role players, all under the astute guidance of coach Greg Popovich, who recently led them to this year's championship title. Although Tim Duncan is revered as a superlative savior, the Spurs primarily emphasize team-oriented basketball. Popovich, with his military background, instills a strict sense of discipline within the team, reputedly insisting that star players should not accumulate excessive points or dominate ball possession. Tim Duncan possesses the capability to average 30 points per game. However, he has never exceeded this threshold in any season, not due to lack of desire, but rather Popovich's directive. Tony Parker has evolved into an all-star caliber point guard, earning the Finals MVP title last season. His speed is notably remarkable among point guards, complemented by an impressive floater that cannot be underestimated. Ginobili, often dubbed the 20-minute Jordan, has honed his craft during his years in Europe, mastering the enigmatic Eurostep. Despite frequently being utilized as the sixth man, his average playing time remains substantial, and he has delivered several performances averaging 20 points per game throughout the season. Interestingly, the Spurs exhibit a peculiar tendency to dominate weaker teams with unwavering consistency, yet they find themselves evenly matched against stronger opponents, occasionally suffering significant defeats. However, the Rockets have never shied away from facing the Spurs. Since Yao Ming joined the team, their regular season encounters have appeared evenly contested, though they have yet to cross paths in the playoffs. The most memorable encounter for Quan Xiao between the two teams occurred on December 9, 2004, during a home game for the Rockets. In the final minute of that match, the home team was trailing by 10 points. Yet McGrady astonishingly scored 13 points in just 35 seconds, leading the Rockets to an incredible comeback victory with a final score of 81-80. This game has since become one of the most thrilling moments in NBA history, epitomizing the league's slogan, "Where miracles happen." It not only marked a shining moment for the Rockets, but also became one of the most spectacular highlights of McGrady's personal career. As for the Spurs, Quan Xiao's sentiments are neither of affection nor disdain. Rather, he tends to overlook them, although they are indeed a formidable team capable of clinching championships from time to time. they often fade from his attention. Perhaps this is due to their overly pragmatic style of play, characterized by a steady and unexciting approach, lacking in fervor. Alternatively, it might stem from the fact that their head coach is excessively utilitarian, willing to resort to unscrupulous tactics for victory, even allowing players to intentionally injure key opponents, thus enabling Bruce Bowen, the notorious star killer, to become a vital part of the rotation. In this particular match, Quan Xiao is likely to face off against Bruce Bowen, who represented the most threatening defender he had encountered thus far. However, this threat was not due to Bowen's defensive prowess, but rather to the unsavory nature of his defense, rife with unnecessary underhanded tactics that could lead to injuries for his guarded opponents. Amid the fervent cheers of the Rockets fans, this Texas showdown commenced. The Rockets starting lineup featured center Yao Ming, power forward Scola, small forward Battier, shooting guard Quan Xiao, and point guard Alston. The Spurs starting lineup included center Duncan, power forward Oberto, small forward Finley, shooting guard Bowen, and point guard Parker. Indeed, Quan Xiao is set to face the formidable Bruce Bowen, known as the Star Slayer. In Chapter 66, the question arises, is he truly a defensive maestro? In the preceding matches, Quan Xiao's opponents lacked the defensive prowess that Bowen possesses. Although Kobe Bryant and Andrei Kirilenko defended Quan Xiao during the games against the Lakers and the Jazz, their efforts were not consistent throughout the entire match. They only marked him for brief periods. Nevertheless, their defensive capabilities are undeniably exceptional. However, in terms of defensive threat, it is arguable that no perimeter player in the league has matched Bowen's reputation in recent years. This is not to say he is the most skilled defender. There are several perimeter players with superior defensive abilities, but his intimidating presence stems from his unscrupulous tactics, including numerous underhanded moves that could potentially ruin an opponent's career. His infamous trip on Vince Carter, which led to Carter's retaliation, illustrates how much animosity he incites. If he were to meet an untimely end, it is likely that players and fans from teams other than the Spurs would celebrate. That said, aside from his penchant for dirty play, Bowen's defensive skills are commendable. His consecutive selections to the first team All-Defensive for 4 seasons stand as testament to this. Following the natural progression of history, even at the age of 37 this season, Bowen has still earned a spot on the first team, underscoring his defensive prowess. Prior to the game, several teammates cautioned Quan Xiao to be wary of Bowen, with Yao Ming repeatedly emphasizing the importance of being alert to his sneaky maneuvers. Quan Xiao appreciated the concern expressed by his teammates, acknowledging their advice. Yet, even without their warnings, he would have been particularly vigilant, as the moniker Star Slayer is not one given lightly. This match, while not broadcasted nationwide, is featured on the CCTV Sports channel since Yao Ming joined the Rockets. Their games have received extensive coverage, and with Quan Xiao's addition, one can expect even more broadcasts in the future. Coach Zhang, what aspects of today's game do you find most intriguing? Which team do you favor? In the pregame interval, the host of CCTV Sports seized the opportunity to inquire about the insights of the commentator, Coach Zhang Weiping. I believe the key points I am most interested in for this match are: how many points will Quan Xiao score today? What will Yao Ming's performance be like? Can the reigning champions contain the red-hot Quan Xiao since the start of the season? Alternatively, what strategies will Coach Popovich employ to counter Quan Xiao? As for the outcome of the game, it is difficult to predict. On paper, the Spurs clearly possess a superior roster. Their GDP duo is in their prime and fresh off a championship victory last season, with no significant changes to their core lineup. It will be exciting to see what level of performance they can unleash in their quest for a repeat title. In contrast, the Rockets have undergone substantial changes this year, with over half of their core lineup transformed. Consequently, their level of cohesion is likely inferior to that of the Spurs. Nonetheless, they have recently hit a good stride, boasting a 4-game winning streak. Notably, Quan Xiao's form, despite being a newcomer, belies his status. He plays with the poise of a superstar who has navigated the league for several years. If he can replicate his earlier performances today, the outcome of this match remains uncertain. What strategy does the coach believe the Spurs will employ against Quan Xiao? How should the Rockets respond? Given Popovich's astuteness, I surmise that the Spurs will assign Bruce Bowen to guard him individually while intensifying their help defense. Although Bowen possesses commendable defensive skills, I doubt he can effectively neutralize Quan Xiao, as he embodies the very type of player that poses a significant challenge for him. Thus, deploying Bowen for individual defense may primarily serve to leverage his intimidating presence against Quan Xiao or to disrupt his mental state. It is well known that Bowen is notorious for his subtle defensive maneuvers, which can easily provoke his opponents, potentially leading them to lose their composure and affect their performance adversely. In severe cases, it could even result in their ejection from the game. Consequently, the Rockets must be particularly vigilant regarding this issue. Should any signs of provocation arise, they must respond immediately, for even a one-for-one exchange that results in a player being sidelined would be detrimental. Additionally, it is crucial to observe whether Quan Xiao can maintain his emotional control and not be easily incited by the opponent's antics, thus avoiding falling into their defensive traps. I have faith that he can achieve this. Based on his performances in recent games, he appears to be a player of considerable maturity, exhibiting the poise of a seasoned veteran, and I believe he will be perceptive enough to see through the opponent's tactics. Moreover, the veteran players and coaching staff will undoubtedly provide him with guidance, instilling confidence that he can navigate this challenge. Now, as the game commences, Duncan wins the jump ball, and the Spurs initiate their attack. We shall see how they execute this play. Parker drives to the basket, but the Rockets' defense is formidable, leaving him without a favorable opportunity. The ball is passed to Finley on the perimeter, yet Battier closely shadows him, restricting his shooting space. Duncan establishes position in the paint, but clearly, Scola is no match for him. The Spurs attempt to deliver the ball to Duncan, but it is intercepted, stolen by Quan Xiao. The Rockets transition to offense. Following his steal, Quan Xiao propels the ball down the court with remarkable speed. Only Parker can match his pace. What a play! That dunk was spectacular. Undoubtedly worthy of a spot on today's highlight reel. Right from the outset, the Rockets have demonstrated their vigor, with Quan Xiao asserting, through his thunderous dunk, that this is indeed the Rockets' home court. In the recent fast break, it became evident that Bruce Bowen was unable to keep pace with Quan Xiao's speed. Perhaps today we are in for an exhilarating individual showcase. Indeed, while Bowen's individual defensive prowess is formidable, we must also consider that he is now 36 years old, and his physical condition is in decline. Although he possesses a wealth of experience, if his physicality cannot keep up, it becomes inconsequential. The question now lies in whether Quan Xiao can seize this opportunity and make the most of it. The resounding slam dunk by Quan Xiao instantly electrified the atmosphere of the home court, invigorating his teammates and elevating their spirits significantly. The presence of Bowen posed little challenge to Quan Xiao. The pre-game concerns of his teammates were entirely unfounded. As a reborn individual, having witnessed numerous NBA games in his past life, he had encountered countless players akin to Bowen, notorious for their unscrupulous tactics. When it comes to understanding subtle fouls, Quan Xiao is on par with seasoned players, and he is more than capable of handling such situations without detriment. If Bowen refrains from employing underhanded tactics, all is well. However, should he choose to resort to foul play, it remains uncertain who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Despite being a novice, Quan Xiao's prowess would undoubtedly outshine many veteran players. Yet, he has never resorted to such antics on the court, as he personally abhors such behavior. His knowledge of these tactics is merely to better counter the sly maneuvers of others, rather than to employ them himself. Of course, should others attempt to use such tricks against him, he would not hesitate to let them experience the repercussions of their own mischief. True to their reputation, the Spurs remained unfazed by Quan Xiao's dunk. In response, Duncan swiftly leveled the score with a bank shot, resetting both teams to a level playing field. Bowen endeavored to closely shadow Quan Xiao, yet found himself outpaced, akin to a dog being led on a leash, as his age rendered him unable to keep up. Despite his extensive experience, the limitations of his physicality rendered his wisdom futile. Quan Xiao was consciously leading the charge, eager to ascertain the extent of Bowen's abilities in the present day. Regrettably, before he could unleash his full potential, his opponent was already on the brink of exhaustion. At this juncture, merely halfway through the first quarter, Quan Xiao had managed to score 11 points, shooting 4 out of 5 from the field and 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, all while being guarded by the defensive specialist, Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen, a master of defense? Without his usual tricks, how much prowess do you truly possess? As the Rockets, under Quan Xiao's guidance, began to excel, the score steadily widened, leaving Bowen utterly helpless against Quan Xiao. Coach Popovich was compelled to call a timeout and substituted Bowen for Jin Billy. This marked the second timeout for the Spurs in this quarter, clearly indicating Popovich's dissatisfaction with the team's performance. It was evident that, with just 6 minutes and 14 seconds played in the first quarter, the Rockets had already surged ahead of the Spurs by 8 points, amassing 21 points in a mere 6 minutes, a situation intolerable for the defensively formidable Spurs. Particularly alarming was the fact that Quan Xiao alone had scored 11 points. Rendering the Spurs' defense practically futile, Bowen appeared as a mere child in comparison. It seemed inevitable that Popovich would make a change. Coach Zhang pondered whom the Spurs might deploy to counter Quan Xiao. With Bowen being the most adept defender on the team, who else could possibly contain him? It was likely that Jin Billy would replace Bowen. While Jin Billy's defensive capabilities might not match Bowen's, his offensive prowess was significantly superior. The Spurs might leverage his offensive skills, opting for an aggressive strategy to shift the momentum. Indeed, this could serve as a strategy, compelling Quan Xiao to divert more energy towards defense, thus diminishing his offensive contributions. After all, human energy is finite. An excessive focus on defense naturally detracts from offensive engagement. Upon resuming play, the Spurs indeed substituted Jin Billy for Bowen, seemingly in an effort to bolster their offensive strategy. Jin Billy did not disappoint upon entering the game. Receiving a pass beyond the arc, he skillfully maneuvered past Quan Xiao's defense with his deft and unpredictable footwork, eluding Yao Ming's help defense and executing a peculiar shot that found its way into the Rockets' basket. What a remarkable play! Jin Billy made an immediate impact for the Spurs, scoring 2 points with a serpentine drive. Quan Xiao's defensive experience fell short. He was momentarily deceived by Jin Billy's feints. Yet, Jin Billy's Eurostep during his drive proved exceptionally difficult to counter. Not only Quan Xiao, but many renowned defensive stalwarts in the league had fallen victim to Jin Billy's crafty maneuvers. Indeed, Quan Xiao's reaction time was commendable. He was not completely outmaneuvered. However, Jin Billy appeared to possess the agility necessary to evade his grasp, ultimately resulting in a successful score. On the court, witnessing Jin Billy navigate past his defense with his peculiar footwork, evading his teammates' assistance to score, a surge of fierce determination welled up within All-Star. Although Jin Billy is officially recognized as the sixth man for the Spurs, he is in truth one of the team's pivotal figures. There is even a saying that in adversity one relies on Duncan, but in dire straits one turns to Jin Billy, which underscores his significance to the Spurs. Just how much does Popovich value him? Whenever the Spurs find themselves in a predicament, his first thought is Duncan, but when the team faces desperation, the first name that springs to mind is Jin Billy. Thus, it is clear that Jin Billy is the quintessential choice for breaking through obstacles for the Spurs. He did not disappoint the trust placed in him by the team and the coach, as he immediately made an impact upon entering the game, helping to shatter the deadlock. In the subsequent play, his performance, worthy of an Academy Award, led All-Star to incur an offensive foul. This particular call was somewhat contentious. Slow-motion replays reveal that it appeared to be a theatrical fall by Jin Billy, as All-Star had yet to make contact before he tumbled. However, the referee, due to the angle, failed to see the truth. The Spurs' defense is formidable, yet it is not without controversy, particularly regarding Bowen and Jin Billy, both known for their subtle antics. Quan Xiao briefly explained to the referee, but it proved to be of little consequence, as the original decision remained unchanged. However, perhaps due to his commendable demeanor, remaining calm and smiling throughout, the referee refrained from issuing him a technical foul. Had he, as a novice player, engaged in further dispute with the official, a technical foul would have been inevitable. Quan Xiao no longer lingered on the matter. Although Jin Billy had thwarted his attack through such means, he harbored a profound disdain for such actions. In his eyes, this approach was an affront to the essence of defense, which he believed should embody an art of strength and skill rather than resort to underhanded tactics. Perhaps this was also the reason for his indifference towards the Spurs in his previous life, for he perceived their style of basketball as excessively utilitarian, stripping the sport of its foundational spirit. Their conduct rendered basketball soulless, a sport that ought to evoke fervor and passion, rather than employing sordid and unsightly tricks. Jin Billy, in Quan Xiao's eyes, appeared dismissive, yet he remained unfazed. To him, what had just transpired was a flawless display of defense. The outcome was what mattered. The methods employed were of no concern to him or his coach. As for the opponent's perspective, it held even less significance. As the Spurs initiated their offense, Quan Xiao fixated on Jin Billy, denying him any space to receive the ball. After a hard-fought effort utilizing a screen from a teammate, Jin Billy briefly managed to receive Parker's pass, only to be ensnared by Quan Xiao once more. Do you understand? Your recent actions struck me as those of a jester, along with your teammate Bowen. To me, your defense is not defense at all. It is an insult to the very notion of defense. Though Jin Billy remained silent, his expression suggested he was less than pleased. Indeed, anyone would feel discomfort when berated by a rookie player. He vowed silently to ensure this young man would face the consequences of his words, to enlighten him on the reasons behind the bloom of flowers. An opportunity arose. Seizing the moment of distraction in Quan Xiao's speech, Jin Billy suddenly accelerated past him on the left, penetrating the Rockets' paint. All that talk is merely fodder for my triumph." He mused as he executed his layup. "Now let me impart the true essence of defense, genuine defense." At that moment, Jin Billy was startled by the obnoxious voice of the rookie, only to witness his basketball snatched away mid-flight. As Jin Billy broke through, Quan Xiao pivoted in pursuit. Jin Billy attempted a layup, which seemed destined to succeed, yet Quan Xiao leapt and thwarted his assured score with a resounding block, an act laden with both humiliation and impact. Upon witnessing Quan Xiao's spectacular rejection of Jin Billy's layup, the hosts and commentators on CCTV Sports were electrified. Initially, they presumed Quan Xiao had faltered defensively, only to behold an extraordinary comeback, an astonishing display of defensive prowess. After denying Jin Billy's layup, Quan Xiao regarded him with an impassive expression. Jin Billy returned the gaze. Both men locked in a silent confrontation for a moment. Finally, Quan Xiao spoke. "Did you see that? Now that is defense. True defense. However, I suspect your Spurs will never grasp its essence." Jin Billy's face turned pale with anger, his frustration palpable. Chapter 68. Do you believe I will crush your toes? Regardless of Jin Billy's ire, Quan Xiao's block was undeniably clean and precise, leaving the Spurs speechless. The atmosphere in the Rockets' home court ignited once more. Not due to a thunderous dunk, but rather an even rarer block. "Well done. I almost thought you had been beaten again. Had you not urged me to refrain from providing help, I would have incurred a foul. Fortunately, the young lad proved worthy of my trust. And this move was not in vain." Yao Ming approached with a smile, ruffling Quan Xiao's hair. "Hee, I also appreciate your trust, Yao, for allowing me this indulgence." Thankfully, the outcome was favorable, otherwise, I would have been embarrassed. It turned out that Quan Xiao had intentionally created an opening for Jin Billy to breach from his left side. As Jin Billy advanced, Quan Xiao executed a swift turn, calling out in Chinese to deter Yao Ming from providing assistance. Relying on his own speed and leaping ability, he successfully completed the block. During the latter part of the first quarter, Quan Xiao refrained from taking many shots, primarily due to Yao Ming and Scola's solid inside play, as well as his focus on defending Jin Billy. Even after Yao Ming took a breather with just over 9 minutes left, Quan Xiao remained committed to defense, using his presence to create opportunities for his teammates. The first quarter concluded with a score of 33-26, the Rockets holding a temporary 7-point lead over the Spurs. Quan Xiao's score remained at 11 points, unchanged since he attempted a three-pointer thereafter and missed. However, Jin Billy, who took the court thereafter, managed only a single breakthrough at the start, failing to score on 4 subsequent attempts against Quan Xiao's defense, earning just 2 points from free throws. In nearly 6 minutes of play during the first quarter, he shot 1 for 5, totaling 4 points including free throws. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets assigned Quan Xiao to lead the rotation lineup, substituting in other starters midway through. At the 9-minute mark, Josh Smith replaced Quan Xiao. The defensive intensity from both teams was notably strong during this quarter. Even the rotation units maintained high defensive pressure, resulting in a relatively subdued scoring period. Ultimately, the score for the quarter stood at 18-20, with the Spurs narrowing the gap by 2 points. Consequently, the first half concluded with the home team leading 51-46 by 5 points. With the first half completed, the Rockets held a slender 5-point advantage. The Rockets scored 33 points in the first quarter but only managed 18 in the second. Coach Zhang, could you analyze the reasons for this? Certainly. The high scoring in the first quarter can be attributed to the strength of the starting players, their excellent rhythm, cohesive teamwork, and effective execution of tactics. Additionally, at the game's onset, both teams were in a tentative phase, leading to lower defensive intensity. In the second quarter, both teams utilized rotation lineups, resulting in a disparity in strength compared to the starters. As defensive intensity ramped up, scoring became increasingly challenging. Both teams possessed top-tier defensive capabilities, making it difficult for anyone to find success when they commit to serious defense. Thank you, Coach Zhang, for your insightful analysis. After a brief intermission, we shall resume the second half of the match. Following the halftime break, both teams reinstated their full starting lineups, with Bowen once again standing before Quan Xiao. I advise you to conceal your ulterior motives and petty antics. Otherwise, I shall crush your toes. Do you believe that? Quan Xiao remarked impassively to Bowen. In response to Quan Xiao's verbal provocation, Bowen chose not to reply. However, his thoughts remained known only to himself. Quan Xiao harbored no illusions that a mere utterance could intimidate his opponent. If mere words could deter such individuals, countless stars would not have succumbed to his prowess. It was merely a tactic of diplomacy followed by aggression. as the Rockets launched their offensive, perhaps buoyed by previous encounters against Bowen. The teammates instinctively opted to pass the ball to him, allowing him to take the shot. Observing Quan Xiao with the ball, Bowen chose not to closely mark him this time, instead positioning himself 2 steps away, adopting a stance to thwart any potential breakthroughs. In their earlier confrontations, Bowen had discerned that he fell short in terms of strength, speed, and agility. Engaging in close defense would only result in being easily outmaneuvered. Even resorting to minor tactics such as clutching the waist or tugging at the jersey proved futile. As for using his knee to jab at Quan Xiao's thigh, after being met with 2 reciprocal strikes, Bowen had relinquished that notion. He knew he couldn't afford to persist. The fear of enduring a painful consequence loomed large. The tactic of stepping on an opponent's foot was reserved for dire circumstances, employed only when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if such a maneuver were employed in every game, the league would likely find itself devoid of healthy players. Indeed, it was plausible that the league would expel him before such a scenario could unfold. Initially, Bowen had not intended to resort to his ultimate technique today, as this was merely a regular season game, neither a playoff nor a championship match. The repercussions of a foul would be unwarranted. Even without a penalty, the risk of physical retaliation or backlash from the media and fans was not worth the trouble. However, given the provocation from his opponent, particularly from a rookie, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. Thus, upon seeing Quan Xiao with the ball, Bowen immediately locked his gaze upon him, keenly seeking an opportunity. The fact that Quan Xiao actively provoked Bowen does not imply that he has become arrogant or dismissive of his opponent. During the first half, Bowen employed various subtle tactics against him, yet Quan Xiao retaliated immediately, seeking vengeance without pause. Of course, both players executed their maneuvers discreetly, eluding the referee's scrutiny. The intention behind the provocation was to incite Bowen's ire. Quan Xiao was unafraid of minor infractions but did not relish engaging in such antics with his adversary. If he could provoke Bowen and further escalate the situation, it would be most advantageous, as it would alleviate any inner turmoil he felt. As Quan Xiao prepared to shoot, Bowen lunged at him, fully aware that he could not effectively block the shot. It was merely a fade, an opportunity to cunningly position himself in hopes of having Quan Xiao inadvertently step on his foot upon landing. Alas, Quan Xiao did not fall for this ploy, likely due to Bowen's lack of intent to genuinely obstruct him, as it was merely a test to distract his opponent. In the following minutes, Quan Xiao either backed him down or utilized his teammate screens to elude him, ensuring that he either refrained from jumping or maintained a safe distance. This strategy left Bowen without any opportunities, and each time Quan Xiao scored, he would cast a glance at Bowen, clearly taunting him. Bowen admitted that today, the presence of this rookie was pushing his composure to the brink. Typically, the players he defended steered clear of him and did not seek to provoke him for amusement, as they knew he could easily showcase his dominance with his formidable skills. Yet, this rookie seemed utterly unperturbed, which was infuriating. Today, Bowen was determined to make this rookie pay, even if it meant facing fines or criticism. Fortune favors the prepared, and as the third quarter reached the 6th minute, Bowen finally encountered a promising opportunity. At that moment, Quan Xiao, while dribbling, broke away from him and charged into the paint. It was evident that Bowen's intervention would be futile. Yet he followed Quan Xiao into the key, perhaps believing this would be his chance. As Quan Xiao broke through the Spurs' defense and executed a powerful dunk, an unsettling sensation akin to being targeted by a predatory beast engulfed him as he descended. In that moment, he swiftly recalibrated his landing position, thanks to his remarkable body control and formidable physical prowess, allowing him to adjust mid-air. A sudden cry of distress drew the attention of both teams to the fallen players, prompting teammates from both sides to converge around them. Chapter 69. What's next? At this moment, the Rockets' home crowd erupted in fervor, their voices raised in indignation, clearly aware of Bowen's character. As Quan Xiao lay on the ground, Rockets players rushed to his side, with Yao Ming anxiously inquiring, "Quan Xiao, where do you feel pain? Are you injured?" "I'm fine, not injured." "Everyone, please don't worry," Quan Xiao replied in English. Upon hearing his response, a wave of relief washed over them. And when the team doctor arrived and confirmed that Quan Xiao was indeed unscathed, they could finally breathe easy. It was then that the Rockets players recalled their intent to confront Bowen, but upon seeing him on the sidelines, wailing in apparent agony, they hesitated, uncertain whether to pursue him further, unsure if he was feigning injury. "Yao Ge, he is genuinely hurt. I think I might have crushed his toe. You should go talk to the referee and protest. We can't allow the Spurs to easily outmaneuver us," Quan Xiao whispered in Mandarin to Yao Ming. "Good lad. How did you manage that? Escaping injury while making him pay for his actions?" I bet many perimeter players would love to learn from your experience. Yao Ming teased before rising to approach the referee. Seeing that neither team escalated the conflict further, the officials promptly headed to the scorer's table to review the replay, seeking clarity to render a judgment. Meanwhile, Bowen was assisted off the court by his teammates, his right toe throbbing painfully under the weight of Quan Xiao's 105-kilogram frame upon impact. To make matters worse, he was left wondering if he had fractured anything. Regardless of the outcome, it was clear he could not continue in the game. What compounded his frustration was the fact that Quan Xiao emerged unscathed while he was the one suffering injuries, a classic case of misfortune where he ended up losing more than he bargained for. Coach Popovich, overwhelmed with irritation, internally chastised Bowen, lamenting the irony that while attempting to take down an opponent, he ended up injuring himself instead. After reviewing the footage multiple times, the officials ultimately determined that Bowen had indeed committed a deliberate foul, a decision that was relatively straightforward given the clarity of his actions. Consequently, Bowen was assessed an additional secondary malicious foul and subsequently ejected from the game, granting the Rockets an opportunity for 2 free throws and a subsequent possession. Popovich, in response to the referee's decision, continued to argue fervently, seemingly believing that the ruling was excessively harsh. The officials, showing no leniency, issued him a technical foul. The crowd erupted in applause for the referee's call, clearly reveling in the moment, upon realizing that all was well with the player in question. They exhaled in relief and subsequently turned their derision towards the Spurs. Quan Xiao confidently sank all 3 of his free throws, clearly unperturbed by the recent events. When Jin Billy approached to defend him, he seized the moment to unleash his taunts. "Manu, your teammate has just been taken down by me. He has proven utterly ineffective. Do you wish to be the next? I am well aware of the unsavory tendencies within your team. Surely, you possess more than just flopping in your repertoire. Perhaps you'd like to attempt tripping me. Who knows, you might just succeed? Rookie, don't get too cocky," Jin Billy retorted in exasperation. "Is this arrogance? I think not. I'm merely speaking the truth. Is your team truly so pristine? How many stars have fallen victim to your squad? You must have some inkling," Quan Xiao continued, his tone dripping with disdain. Jin Billy huffed in silence, fearing that any further provocation might lead to a physical altercation. Although he might struggle against the rookie, Quan Xiao's audacity was truly infuriating, his tongue as sharp as a blade. While Jin Billy chose to remain silent, Quan Xiao's verbal onslaught persisted. He had no intention of letting the Spurs off the hook so easily. Even if his opponent was not Bowen, he was certainly no saint either. "Do you not wish to be the next? No matter, just relay a message to Bowen for me. Tell him I await his next move. I will extend the opportunity to both of you. It is up to you to determine whether you can seize it." Quan Xiao incessantly engaged in verbal sparring with Jin Billy, employing his words as a means to provoke and influence him. Yet, his other movements remained entirely unaffected. After a deceptive feint, he leapt and executed a precise 3-point shot. "Why didn't you step into contest? That was a splendid opportunity," he exclaimed. "If it were Bowen, he would have seized it without hesitation. It's truly disappointing that you squandered such an opportunity." As Quan Xiao descended, he retreated while continuing to taunt Jin Billy, who had just witnessed the ball find its mark. "Rookie, perhaps you should take a breather. I imagine all this chatter must be exhausting." Observing the veins bulging on Jin Billy's forehead, the referee kindly advised Quan Xiao. "Very well, Mr. Referee, I appreciate your guidance." Recognizing the futility of further provocation, Quan Xiao chose to cease his banter, especially considering Jin Billy's demeanor, which offered little satisfaction. In the ensuing match, Quan Xiao indeed honored the referee's suggestion, refraining from any further trash talk and quietly concluding the game. In truth, he was not typically inclined to verbally assault opponents. It was merely the Spurs who had incited him today, providing an opportunity for his commentary. Typically, he refrained from such incessant chatter on the court. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed at home with a score of 98-85, with Quan Xiao contributing 28 points, 7 rebounds, 8 assists, 4 steals, and 4 blocks. Notably, he also recorded 5 turnovers, a first for him this season, as the Spurs had indeed posed considerable challenges. "Quan, do you believe Bowen intentionally tried to trip you?" The referee's decision had already provided a clear answer to this query, and I shall refrain from further elaboration. "What is your assessment of the Spurs' defense today?" "I believe their defense was exceptionally executed. It truly posed significant challenges for me, even leaving me with a psychological impact. Their defensive prowess is formidable. I may need to consult a psychologist to address the potential trauma it could induce." "Are you implying that the Spurs' defense is dirty and violent?" "No, that is not what I meant. Please do not misinterpret my words," Quan Xiao quickly denied. "Then, how do you perceive Bowen as a player? He is an exceptional defensive player, equipped with numerous defensive techniques and strategies. He is a smart defender who listens to his coach and prioritizes victory above all. If you had a vote, would you cast it for him to be on the all-defensive team? No, I would not. He does not deserve it. I would vote for my teammate Sean. As well as Artest from the Kings, Kirilenko from the Jazz, Kobe from the Lakers, Prince from the Pistons, and Tony Allen from the Grizzlies, among others. They are the true defensive specialists. In my eyes, Bowen does not merit a spot on the all-defensive team. After answering several questions, the post-match press conference finally concluded. Quan Xiao promptly drove home, feeling the fatigue from back-to-back games, longing only to lie down and rest. As for the Spurs, their press conference was even more hastily wrapped up. The results of Bowen's examination had yet to be revealed, leaving uncertainty regarding the league's subsequent disciplinary actions. With the defeat still weighing heavily, they were disinclined to linger at the press conference, and thus departed in haste. Chapter 70, Aftermath of the Match. Uncle, is there something amiss that prompts you to call so late? Quan Xiao inquired as he drove home and received his uncle's call. Nothing serious. Just wanted to check if you're injured. I watched the game here in the country. It's daytime now. Ah, I almost forgot about that. No worries. I'm perfectly fine. It's that fellow who seems to have sustained a more serious injury. You needn't be concerned. That's a relief. Just be cautious. There are bound to be more like him. Jealousy breeds many adversaries. I understand, Uncle. Rest assured, I am well aware of these antics. Such underhanded tactics are futile against me. In fact, they would do well to keep their heads down. Otherwise, Bowen serves as a prime example of the consequences. Good. We shall neither instigate trouble nor shy away from it. If anyone dares to employ foul play against you, feel free to retaliate, and do so with double the force. We must not suffer in silence. I relish your words, Uncle. They resonate with me deeply. All right then, I shan't keep you any longer. You must be tired. So get some rest. Goodbye, Uncle. Please extend my regards to Aunt and my cousin. Upon returning home, Quan Xiao received numerous messages from relatives and friends back in the country who watched the game live and reached out to express their concern. He responded to each one with gratitude. His manager, usually an early sleeper by 11 o'clock, was still awake, evidently having watched the game and learned of Bowen's foul play. She insisted on checking on him personally, and once assured of his well-being, yawned and retreated to her bedroom. The following morning, at 7 o'clock, Quan Xiao rose early. After freshening up and preparing for breakfast, he received a call from home, clearly from his parents who had learned of the incident involving Bowen. Are you all right, son? I heard something troubling happened during the game. Are you injured? His mother's anxious tone greeted him as he answered. Don't worry, Mom. I'm perfectly fine. No injuries at all. Really? You mustn't hide anything from us. If it weren't for Jing Yu mentioning it today, I wouldn't have known about this at all. Are you planning to keep us in the dark? I just thought I was fine, so I didn't want to worry you. Honestly, if you don't believe me, ask my sister. She's right here, he replied, passing the phone to his sister. Mom, it's Ying. Our brother is fine, no injuries whatsoever. In fact, that troublemaker ended up injuring himself when he tried to foul him. You can rest easy. I'll keep an eye on him. Well, do take care of yourselves. And I shall return to visit you in due course. That is all for now. Farewell. As the call ended, the siblings conversed over breakfast, discussing various business matters while also catching up on the situation of their two younger brothers. Quan Xiao was preoccupied with training and competitions, leaving little time to attend to those two, while his sister, Quan Ying, would occasionally visit their school to stay informed about their recent developments. To be frank, the match between the Rockets and the Spurs was hardly thrilling, lacking in excitement and noteworthy moments. Quan Xiao's performance was rather mediocre compared to his previous games, and perhaps the most memorable image was that of Bowen's failed attempt to obstruct, which ultimately resulted in his own injury. However, the match did not suffer significant repercussions initially, as it was not broadcast nationwide. Local media in Houston were quick to chastise the Spurs and Bowen, condemning their unscrupulous tactics in pursuit of victory, even at the cost of jeopardizing another's career, asserting that such players ought to be purged from the league. Conversely, the media in San Antonio staunchly defended the Spurs and Bowen, arguing that his actions were not intentional, merely a manifestation of his fervor. They noted that Bowen was the one who ultimately sustained the injury, further underscoring that it was not a deliberate act. Had it been intentional, he would not have been injured, would he? On the morning following the game, the Spurs announced Bowen's injury, revealing a fracture in his right big toe, which would sideline him for at least 6 to 8 weeks. This was a significant blow to the Spurs, despite Bowen being 37 years old and a role player. He remained crucial, even indispensable, to the team. The personal toll on Bowen was even greater. Aside from the physical pain, the absence from games meant a loss of income. A substantial setback for someone with a modest salary and no external revenue. To make matters worse, the league subsequently announced a penalty against him, a fine of $25,000 and a 3-game suspension. While Bowen and the Spurs wallowed in despair, the players and fans of the Rockets, along with supporters of other teams, rejoiced at this outcome. Domestic fans, with the exception of a handful of Spurs supporters, celebrated as if it were a festival, nearly igniting firecrackers and fireworks in their glee. Following the conclusion of the match, many relatives and friends who had watched the live broadcast promptly reached out to Quan Xiao with calls or messages of inquiry. As of today, the coach and players of the school team, along with notable athletes such as Durant and Jianlian, maintain a harmonious rapport. Intriguingly, I received a text message from Carter. Though brief, it was evident that he was in high spirits, expressing profound gratitude for Quan Xiao's contributions. Several players, during interviews, voiced their condemnation of the Spurs and Bowen. Ron Artest, mentioned by Quan Xiao in the post-game press conference, boldly asserted that Bowen's actions were a desecration of defense, which should be executed with cleanliness and fervor, rather than through underhanded and unsightly tactics. Carter remarked in an interview, upon reviewing the footage, it was clear that the individual acted with intent. He had already been outpaced by Quan, and there was no way he could catch up. Yet, he still chose to intervene. The ensuing events were witnessed by all. It was not a defensive maneuver, but rather a deliberate attempt to incapacitate the Rockets rookie. Fortunately, the rookie was spared. Otherwise, the headlines might have reported a sensational season-ending injury due to an untimely trip. Thank heavens that the perpetrator faced the consequences of his actions. It was indeed a fitting outcome. Following the public interviews of these stars, a wave of fan condemnation towards the Spurs and Bowen ensued, rendering the reigning champions the most unpopular team among away crowds. After the league's disciplinary actions were announced, the Rockets and Quan Xiao refrained from further comment. Even when approached for interviews, they chose to downplay the incident, redirecting their focus towards training and preparation for a better start to the season. Thus far, the Rockets boast a flawless record of 5 victories in 5 matches, ranking first in the league and achieving their best start in recent years. Upcoming challenges include the Bucks, Bobcats, Grizzlies, and Lakers. These opponents are considered manageable, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, securing victories should pose no issue. Following that, they will face the Spurs again in their 10th game of the season. A triumph over the Spurs would mark a remarkable 10 consecutive wins, significantly boosting team morale, potentially leaving everyone in astonishment. Chapter 71. The team's 3-point contest after the match against the Spurs on the 7th. The next game is scheduled for the 10th against the Bucks, allowing for a 2-day interval, with the subsequent match also being at home. Following the Bucks, they will play away against the Bobcats on the 12th, then on the 14th, face the Grizzlies on the road, and return home for a back-to-back against the Lakers on the 15th. Over the next 8 days, for matches await, including one back-to-back, the schedule appears favorable, primarily as the opponents are not particularly formidable, fostering a relaxed atmosphere during team training. Every day, apart from fulfilling the training regimen set by the team, Quan Xiao dedicates additional time to practice, primarily focusing on ball control and shooting. During the training session on the 9th, an impromptu 3-point shooting competition was suggested, leading to a spirited contest among 8 players: forwards, Josh Smith, Sean Battier, Quan Xiao, Bonzi Wells guards, Rafer Alston, Luther Head, Aaron Brooks, Cox Snyder. The rules were straightforward, mirroring those of a typical 3-point contest, with 5 shooting positions, 10 attempts at each, and each basket earning a point, all within a 2-minute time limit. Half of the participants would be eliminated in the preliminary round, with the final standings determined by the total score. The team was well aware of Quan Xiao's prowess beyond the arc. None doubted his abilities due to his rookie status. Although Brooks, also a rookie and playing as a point guard, possessed commendable 3-point skills, he still lagged slightly behind Quan Xiao. Thus, it was decided that Quan Xiao would be the last to shoot, while the others drew lots to establish the order. Wells drew the first slot and, despite his slender frame suggesting a perimeter shooter, he primarily operated in the paint and rarely attempted 3-pointers. It seemed he was there more for the camaraderie than competition. True to expectations, Wells struggled at first, succumbing to 3 consecutive misses before finally sinking 2 shots, only to falter again and conclude the round with a mere 3 points. His final tally stood at 12 points. And he couldn't even complete the last round before time expired. Snyder, the second to shoot, performed slightly better than Wells. amassing 19 points across 5 positions, though he too ran out of time before finishing. Head, the third shooter, significantly improved upon their performances, scoring 8 points on his first attempt and reaching a total of 33 points, solidifying his place in the finals. Alston followed with 28 points, Smith with 15, Brooks with 25, and Battier with 31. Finally, it was Quan Xiao's turn, and everyone was eager to witness his performance under these circumstances. Calm and unhurried, Quan Xiao approached the first point. As soon as the whistle blew, he swiftly seized a ball and sent it soaring, immediately following up with a second ball without so much as a glance. The balls he launched pierced the net with nearly identical trajectories, each one finding its mark with a satisfying swish, leaving no shot unmade at the first point. His rapid release and precision were truly enviable. Hyde watched in awe as Quan Xiao effortlessly connected one three-pointer after another. As a shooting guard lacking in extraordinary abilities, save for a commendable three-point shot, Hyde felt a genuine admiration for Quan Xiao's natural talent. Not only did Quan Xiao possess superior athleticism compared to Hyde, who was himself of African descent, but his shooting prowess far surpassed Hyde's. The three-pointers Hyde once took pride in paled in comparison to Quan Xiao's skill. Indeed, envy was futile. Perhaps with more diligent practice, he could at least keep pace, if not surpass him, and not fall so far behind that he could only see the tail lights. Brooks, another guard, pondered similarly. Unaware of the varied thoughts his performance inspired among his teammates, Quan Xiao continued to shoot at his own rhythm. He missed 1 ball at the second point, 3 at the third, and 2 at each of the last 2 points, concluding with a score of 42. The finalists were quickly determined. Quan Xiao, 42 points, Hyde, 33 points, Battier, 31 points, and Alston, 28 points, with the order of appearance in the final based on their preliminary scores, placing Quan Xiao last as anticipated. Alston, the first to compete, performed slightly better than in the preliminaries, finishing with 32 points. He had only 3 shots at the last point, successfully making 2, given more time. He surely could have advanced further. Next came Battier, who excelled at the 2 corner shots, amassing 16 points from those alone. However, his final score fell short of Alston's due to poor performances at the other 3 points, especially at the top, where he only scored 3 points. The 2 45-degree angles combined brought him 11 points. Perhaps inspired by Quan Xiao's display, Hyde made a notable adjustment, hastening his shooting pace. Possibly buoyed by the momentum from the preliminary round, Hyde finished with 41 points, significantly surpassing his earlier score of 33. Impressive. Luther managed to break 40 points in the finals. This is getting interesting, one teammate remarked. How many points do you think he'll score? Is there a chance he might falter? Another speculated. I doubt it. With his capabilities, scoring 41 points shouldn't be overly challenging. He likely conserved energy in the preliminaries, they discussed, alluding to Hyde's impressive final score. Quan Xiao felt no pressure, remaining remarkably relaxed. After all, this was merely an internal team competition, devoid of significant implications, and he harbored confidence in his abilities. Upon completing the first 2 rounds without missing a single shot, his teammates ceased to discuss the outcome, as the result seemed inevitable. With flawless execution thus far, they found it hard to believe that any surprises awaited in the subsequent 3 rounds. The prevailing curiosity amongst the players shifted to how many points Quan Xiao would ultimately accumulate and whether he could achieve a perfect score. The excitement peaked when he made 5 consecutive shots in the 3rd round, knowing it was typically where his shooting percentage was the lowest. The unexpected success instilled a sense of hope. As the 9th ball sailed through the net, everyone held their breath, anxious that any sound might disrupt Quan Xiao's rhythm. Unfortunately, in his eagerness to reposition himself, he lost his timing on the final shot, thereby forfeiting the opportunity for a perfect score. A collective sigh of disappointment echoed among his teammates. Although Quan Xiao felt the impact of this misfortune, he still managed to secure 17 points in the last 2 rounds, culminating in a final score of 46 points. You rascal, I was counting on you to achieve a perfect score. What a pity, remarked one teammate. Yao Ge. There's nothing to lament. There are no prizes at stake. Besides, even if I had scored perfectly, it would only matter at the All-Star game. That's where the real thrill lies. I isn't it? Ambitious. I'll be waiting for you to bring home a perfect score from the 3-point contest. If you manage that, it would set a new record. I relish the idea of breaking records. If the league doesn't invite me to next year's 3-point contest, I'll sign up myself. First, I'll aim for the championship, and then consider the perfect score. Fortunately, you're still grounded and didn't claim you'd achieve a perfect score next year. The three-point contest is no walk in the park. It's not the same as our internal matches, so don't let pride cloud your judgment. I understand. Yao Gu. Regardless, that remains my goal. I aspire to achieve it and will strive diligently to do so. Then train hard. I believe there will come a day when you succeed. Keep pushing forward. A perfect score and a record sound incredibly appealing. Let us work towards that goal. Chapter 72. 9 consecutive victories on November 10th, 2007, at the Toyota Center in Houston. The Rockets faced the challenge posed by the Bucks. In a previous life, the Bucks garnered some attention by selecting Yi Jianlian with the 6th pick. However, in this timeline, with Yi Jianlian now playing for the Hawks and the Bucks lacking any superstars, their performance was lackluster, resulting in minimal interest in this small market team. Although they had drafted Andrew Bogut first overall in 2005, it had not significantly transformed the team's fortunes. During his university years, he was regarded as the next Duncan, an Australian player whose performance in the league since his debut has not lived up to expectations. While it may not be fair to label him a bust, he certainly ranks among the least impressive. His most striking feature remains his large mouth, with little else to commend him. Currently, the Milwaukee Bucks are led by their star player, Michael Redd, a left-handed shooter selected as the 14th pick in the second round of the 2000 draft. Last season, he played 53 games for the Bucks, averaging 26.7 points per game, establishing himself as an exceptional scorer. The starting lineup for the Houston Rockets includes center Yao Ming, power forward Josh Smith, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Tracy McGrady, and point guard Rafer Alston. In contrast, the Milwaukee Bucks starting five features center Andrew Bogut, power forward Charlie Villanueva, small forward Desmond Mason, shooting guard Michael Redd, and point guard Mo Williams. Prior to the game, the Australian player made bold proclamations, asserting that he would lead the Bucks to victory and triumph over his counterpart, Yao Ming. However, once the match commenced, Yao took it upon himself to demonstrate why some first overall picks are deemed disappointments while others ascend to stardom. In the first quarter, he impressively shot 4 for 5 and made all 4 of his free throws, accumulating 12 points. By the end of the game, he had secured a remarkable double-double with 36 points and 16 rebounds. In contrast, Bogut managed only 14 points and 7 rebounds. And the Bucks suffered a defeat with a final score of 97-113, while the Rockets celebrated their 6th victory of the season. In this match, the performance of Quan Xiao was commendable, as he managed to secure 27 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks from 16 attempts. His defensive efforts against Reed were also noteworthy, limiting the opponent to a mere 21 points on 7 of 22 shooting, significantly below their usual standard. Following the game against the Bucks, the Rockets proceeded to Charlotte, preparing for their away game against the Bobcats on the 12th. Prior to the match, the league announced last week's best players, with Yao Ming receiving the accolade in the Western Conference. Over the previous week, the Rockets played 3 games, during which Yao averaged 33 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks, leading the team to a trifecta of victories. Although Quan Xiao's performance was commendable, it paled in comparison to Yao's exceptional display. In this game, Quan Xiao continued to start, playing for 35 minutes and scoring 29 points with 9 rebounds, while Yao maintained his stellar form, contributing 33 points and 17 rebounds to extend the Rockets' winning streak. After finishing the game against the Bobcats, the Rockets remained in Charlotte for a night before heading to Memphis to prepare for their encounter with the Grizzlies. At this juncture, the Grizzlies were relatively competitive, barely clinging to playoff contention. Their star player, Pau Gasol, epitomized the European technical style. While he struggled as the primary option, he excelled as a secondary player, effectively bolstering the team. Initially, it was anticipated that he would be traded to the Lakers after the All-Star break next season, where he would become Kobe's invaluable ally, aiding the Lakers in reaching the finals for 3 consecutive years and securing back-to-back championships. Ultimately, the Rockets showcased their superior skills, triumphing over Memphis with a score of 108-96. Yao contributed 28 points and 21 rebounds, while Quan Xiao added 25 points and 11 assists. Battier, against his former team, erupted with a remarkable 6 of 9 from beyond the arc, totaling 21 points. Together, the trio amassed 74 points, playing a pivotal role in the Rockets' victory. As a result, the Rockets had achieved an impressive 8-game winning streak, claiming the best record in the league and establishing themselves as the hottest team of the season, rivaling even the Celtics, who had formed their own trio of stars. Prior to the season, the Rockets were not highly regarded, ranked 12th in the power standings and barely seen as playoff contenders. Most experts were skeptical about the Rockets' prospects, believing that without McGrady, Yao alone would struggle to lead the team to success. Although Quan Xiao possesses remarkable talent, potential does not equate to immediate prowess. Perhaps, after a year or two of experience, he will carve out a notable reputation. The Rockets' decision to reacquire him signifies their intention to cultivate him as a future cornerstone of the team, with this season primarily focused on nurturing their newcomers. Unexpectedly, Quan Xiao has demonstrated impressive readiness for competition, contributing to the Rockets' undefeated streak since the season's inception, establishing them as a formidable force within the league. Even more astonishing is his vast room for growth, given another year or two of development, and provided Yao Ming remains in good health. The Rockets could swiftly become a robust contender for the championship with minimal reinforcements. The recent trade between the Rockets and the Hawks appears mutually beneficial, a true win-win scenario. The Hawks, having acquired McGrady, currently stand at 5 wins and 1 loss, second in the Eastern Conference and 4th overall, trailing only the undefeated Celtics, who have assembled a formidable trio. McGrady has been performing exceptionally well, averaging 24.5 points, 7.8 assists, and 7.3 rebounds over 6 games, with shooting percentages of 47.3 from the field and 42.6 from three-point range. Speaking of the Hawks, it is worth mentioning another Chinese player, Yi Jianlian. Although his current standing is lower than anticipated and his playing time is less than during his tenure with the Bucks, he has still managed to achieve respectable stats, averaging 8 points, 6.7 rebounds, and 1.3 blocks in just 16 minutes per game, primarily playing as a small forward. In the latest rookie rankings, Quan Xiao unsurprisingly continues to occupy the top position, with Durant in second and Yi Jianlian climbing to 5th. On November 15, 2007, the Rockets faced the Lakers at home for the second time this season, having previously met in the season opener at the end of last month, where Quan Xiao's remarkable long-range three-pointer sealed the victory. In that game, Quan Xiao recorded a staggering triple-double exceeding 50 points, while Kobe erupted for 83 points. Both players delivering a performance that shattered multiple records and gifted fans an epic showdown. However, today's performances were markedly more subdued, as such extraordinary displays cannot be expected regularly. Otherwise, miracles would lose their charm. Both players returned to a more typical level of play. Ultimately, Kobe shot 12 of 25 from the field and 11 of 14 from the free throw line, amassing 38 points. Quan Xiao, on the other hand, shot 11 of 17 and was perfect from the charity stripe, scoring 36 points. Nevertheless, the Rockets' overall strength surpassed that of the Lakers, allowing them to secure a victory by a margin of 14 points, bolstered by Yao Ming's 26 points and 13 rebounds, Smith's 21 points, and Scola's 16 points. With this win over the Lakers, the Rockets extended their winning streak to 9 games, maintaining their position at the top of the league, a remarkable start for them in recent years. In their next matchup, they will once again engage in a Texas showdown, facing off against the reigning champions, the San Antonio Spurs, on their home turf. The recent turmoil of the previous match has intensified the rivalry between the two teams, promising a fierce showdown ahead. It remains uncertain whether the Rockets will triumph over the Spurs to extend their winning streak, or if the Spurs will showcase their championship prowess to exact revenge on the Rockets. We shall eagerly await the outcome. Chapter 73, Quan Lei's debut. Yao. Would you be interested in taking a day off tomorrow to attend a basketball game with me? Quan Xiao inquired following the Lakers match and the subsequent press conference. A game? What could be so significant as to warrant a day off? Yao Ming responded, a hint of perplexity in his voice. It's a game featuring my alma mater. The season officially commences tomorrow, and most importantly, it marks my cousin S' debut as a center. I would like you to observe him and offer some guidance. Quan Xiao explained. Oh, is that so? Very well. I shall accompany you to the game tomorrow. Consider it a brief respite, Yao Ming replied. Cognizant of Quan Xiao's affiliation with the University of Texas, which was conveniently nearby, Quan Xiao's invitation to Yao was a deliberate move. He was well aware of Quan Lei's capabilities, having not only kept in touch with his sister who frequently updated him, but also conversed with former coaches and teammates about Quan Lei's progress. The feedback consistently praised Quan Lei's exceptional talent and rapid improvement. Regarding the future of his two cousins, they had strategized that Quan Lei would play only 1 year in college before declaring for the draft, regardless of his performance. Quan Jun would similarly attend college for a year post-high school before entering the draft. It can be asserted that currently, apart from Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Wang Zhizhi, No other domestic players possess the strength of Quan Lei, who outshines them all, particularly in defensive capabilities where he excels beyond Yao Ming. This is not mere boastfulness. Quan Lei possesses an extraordinary talent, an acute sense for rebounding, with an uncanny ability to predict the trajectory of the ball. His physical prowess is astonishing, far surpassing that of Yao Ming, making him a formidable presence both in individual and team defense. What he lacks is experience, a deficiency that will naturally diminish as he participates in more games, much like Quan Xiao did in his earlier days. With the Beijing Olympics approaching next year, Quan Xiao harbors aspirations for his own selection to the national team, confident in his abilities to merit inclusion. However, he also wishes to see his two cousins join the national squad, for compared to their domestic counterparts, these two brothers, brimming with talent and having honed their skills in America for a year, would undoubtedly stand out. Yet, at that time, the brothers had yet to seize an opportunity to play in professional leagues, leaving uncertainty as to whether they would capture the attention of those with the power to select players. Hence, Quan Xiao intended to leverage Yao Ming's influence to assess Quan Lei's capabilities. If Quan Lei could impress Yao with his talent, it might open a pathway for him to join the national team. After arranging the time and place for their meeting the following day, the two drove homeward, each lost in thought. Upon returning home, I promptly contacted the head coach and relevant authorities to request leave, and to my satisfaction, the approval was granted without any hindrances. Subsequently, I sent a text message to Quan Lei, informing him that I would attend his debut performance the following day, encouraging him to play with dedication and heart. The next day, after our reunion, we drove towards the University of Texas, during which Quan Xiao provided an in-depth introduction of the two brothers. Throughout his narration, Yao Ming exhibited great interest, occasionally interjecting with questions, while Quan Ing contributed with additional insights, demonstrating a deeper understanding than Quan Xiao. Upon arriving at the University of Texas, Quan Xiao navigated effortlessly to the basketball arena, where he was frequently approached by classmates seeking autographs and photographs. Yao Ming, surrounded by even more admirers, was a testament to his immense popularity in Texas. All was proceeding smoothly as Quan Xiao escorted Yao Ming to the locker room of the Longhorns. At that moment, the coaching staff had already laid out the starting lineup and strategies, with everyone adjusting their states in their own ways in preparation for the impending match. Are we preparing for battle? A teasing voice suddenly rang out, and everyone turned to see Quan Xiao and Yao Ming entering. Hello, Coach Rick. Hello, Coach Smith. Hello, Coach Jones. Quan Xiao promptly greeted the coaches before beginning to exchange pleasantries with his former teammates, finally acknowledging the new players who had recently joined. The arrival of Quan Xiao elicited joy from everyone, while Yao Ming's presence turned the scene into a veritable star-chasing event. After fulfilling the requests for autographs and photographs, Quan Xiao called over Quan Lei to introduce him to Yao Ming. After a brief exchange of words, Quan Xiao and Yao Ming departed the locker room and found their designated seats, awaiting the commencement of the game. It wasn't long before the match began, with Quan Lei stepping in as the starting center, replacing Peterman. From the opening tip-off, Quan Lei showcased his omnipresent talent. Although his offensive repertoire was somewhat limited, he still made significant contributions while his defensive prowess dominated the paint. By halftime, he had allowed the opposing team only a few points in the key, secured 11 rebounds, and delivered 5 blocks, aiding his team in establishing a lead of over 20 points. Indeed, as you said, your cousin possesses remarkable talent, far surpassing mine. His future achievements are boundless, Yao Ming remarked. Though he lacks experience, that's not a major concern. By the end of this season, he will have made substantial progress. Yao, you are being modest. My cousin does have some talent, but surely not to the extent you describe. Quan Xiao replied. I am not exaggerating. I am quite serious. I now feel reassured. The Chinese team's paint will rely on him and Yi Jianlian in the future. Even if I were to retire now, I wouldn't worry about the future. Not at all. At the very least, we need you to continue for another 5 years. They are still a bit inexperienced, and shouldering the burden alone may be a challenge. But you are here as well. If I can maintain my current form for 3 more years, then this young man will undoubtedly be ready to take charge by then. At that point, I could step back and take a rest. Regarding next year's Olympics, do you have any plans, Yao? Certainly. I hope to surpass our previous best results. If there is an opportunity to secure a medal, it would be worth it, even if it meant pushing myself to the limit. After all, participating in such a grand event on home turf is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I believe breaking into the top 8 is not insurmountable, especially with you as our premier center. De Ji and Yi Jianlian also have considerable strength. And with me on the backcourt, alongside your Shanghai teammates Liu Wei, Zhu Fengyu, and Wang Shipeng, who are all in their prime, we have a significant chance. I share your belief. It suggests that next year presents us with our best opportunity. With your cousin added into the mix, our interior game will be formidable against any team. However, we may need you to step up on the perimeter, as our outside game still lags behind basketball powerhouses like the USA, Spain, and Argentina. No worries. I am confident that we can resolve this issue. If necessary, I can take on the role of point guard in the paint. We would surely hold our ground even against the Americans. The two of them engaged in conversation about the future of the national team while watching the match. In the second half, Quan Lei's performance remained electrifying, rendering the opponents too intimidated to venture into the key, resorting instead to outside shots, which proved futile. The rebounds were entirely dominated by Texas, led by Quan Lei. Without the assurance of securing rebounds, shooting three-pointers lacked the freedom it needed, resulting in a rather disappointing success rate. With 10 minutes remaining in the game, the Longhorns had already established a lead of over 30 points. Observing this, Coach Barnes decisively substituted the starting lineup, allowing the bench players to gain valuable experience on the court. In this match, Quan Lei played for 24 minutes, scoring a modest 14 points. Yet he astonishingly secured 24 rebounds alongside 7 blocks, which were pivotal to the Longhorns' triumph over their opponents. This debut, undoubtedly successful for the freshman Quan Lei, left Quan Xiao quite pleased. After offering a few words of encouragement, he departed with Yao Ming, while his sister stayed behind to attend to some matters. Thus commenced the NCAA season that belonged to Quan Lei. Chapter 74. Battling the Spurs again. Prior to the season's onset, ESPN released a power ranking of teams, placing the Spurs as reigning champions in second place across the league and first in the Western Conference. In contrast, the Rockets found themselves languishing in 12th position, with 6 teams ahead of them in the West. However, it is well understood that power rankings do not dictate final standings. They merely reflect a preseason evaluation of teams' conditions and can serve as a reference point. Nevertheless, being ranked second undoubtedly signifies the Spurs' formidable prowess as a title contender. Otherwise, the media would not bestow such a high ranking upon them. Despite the considerable gap in media rankings between the two teams, it appears that the Rockets' strength has been underestimated. At the very least, their current performance and record do not align with the 12th position in the power rankings. This match serves as an excellent litmus test for the Rockets. Should they prevail against the Spurs once more, external evaluations of the Rockets' capabilities may require reassessment, prompting the team to reconsider its self-perception and season objectives. On November 17, 2007, at the home of the San Antonio Spurs, the atmosphere was jubilant among the fans, who sang and danced with glee. With 4 minutes remaining in the first half, the score stood at 48-33, with the home team leading, hence the fans' exuberance. Yao Ming encountered some difficulties in this game, accruing a few fouls. He was called for 2 fouls in the first quarter and, after playing just 3 minutes in the second quarter, was charged with an offensive foul, necessitating Edelman's substitution of him with Uncle Mo. The Rockets' recent success can largely be attributed to Yao Ming's exceptional form. Had it not been for foul troubles, his performance would have undoubtedly continued its upward trajectory. Even with these issues, he managed to score 14 points on only 9 attempts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. However, aside from Yao Ming and Alston, the performances of other players were lackluster. Quan Xiao struggled, hitting only 2 of 6 attempts, with a dismal 1 of 4 from beyond the arc, far below his usual standard. Were it not for Alston's commendable 3 of 5 from three-point range, the score gap might have been even wider. Had the Spurs widened the lead to over 20 points by halftime, the contest would likely have lost its suspense prematurely. It was clear that today's three-point shooting was off the mark, and a shift in strategy was necessary. The focus should be on penetrating the paint, as proximity to the basket typically yields higher success rates. At the very least, one must draw fouls from the opposition to seize opportunities for free throws. After Yao Ming was substituted, Quan Xiao began to contemplate strategies. Yao Ming significantly influenced both the offense and defense of the Houston Rockets. He is indeed the cornerstone of the current team. Although Quan Xiao's average points per game have surpassed Yao Ming's thus far, no one would assert that his impact exceeds that of Yao Ming. At least for now, Yao Ming determines the team's minimum potential. Quan Xiao has the potential to determine the ceiling of this team, provided he can fully transform his latent abilities into tangible prowess and showcase them effectively. Should his capabilities ascend to the level of an all-star starter, it may facilitate the team in surmounting the first round of the playoffs. If he reaches the echelon of a superstar, the Rockets might even have a chance to contend for the championship. In his youth, Uncle Mu's offensive prowess could not rival that of Yao Ming, and as he ages, his capabilities have further diminished. The Rockets' acquisition of him is merely an exploitation of his defensive abilities and experience, without any expectations for significant contributions on the offensive front. The departure of Yao Ming signifies a shift in the focal point of the Rockets' offense. While Scola possesses a modicum of offensive skill, how effective can he be under Duncan's watchful eye? Moreover, with Alston displaying commendable shooting touch today, he might pose a challenge to the Spurs from the perimeter. If Quan Xiao can regain his rhythm subsequently, it could offer a distinct advantage. Today, the Spurs executed their defensive strategy against Quan Xiao's three-point shooting exceptionally well, which is one of the reasons for his 1-for performance from beyond the arc. If Quan Xiao remains oblivious to the Spurs' defensive tactics at this stage, he may not deserve to remain in this league. Quan Xiao deftly evaded his defenders with remarkable speed, penetrating the Spurs' paint. He skillfully avoided Duncan's block to make a shot, simultaneously drawing a foul from Duncan and earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. Rubbing his arm, which had reddened from Duncan's earlier contact, he steadied himself at the free throw line and successfully converted the shot, undeterred by the pain. If memory serves, this marked Duncan's second foul. Thus, continuing to challenge the interior seemed prudent, ideally provoking him into 2 more fouls, even if he could not force Duncan out of the game. Instilling a sense of caution would suffice. As these thoughts swirled, Quan Xiao began to strategize against the Spurs. In the ensuing plays, Quan Xiao abandoned long-range shooting, opting instead to relentlessly assault the Spurs' interior defense. Despite Ginobili's valiant efforts, he found himself repeatedly outmaneuvered by Quan Xiao, whose superior athleticism proved insurmountable. Quan Xiao not only surpassed him in height but also in speed, and with a mere exertion of force, he easily displaced Ginobili. With only a minute remaining in the first half, Duncan once again committed a foul against Quan Xiao, marking his 3rd of the game. In pursuit of this foul, Quan Xiao repeatedly attacked the Spurs' paint, colliding with their interior defenders, albeit at a minor cost. The impact to his chest was painful, and Duncan's foul had landed squarely on his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao deemed it a worthwhile endeavor. Duncan's contact had not been malicious, and it seemed he had tempered his force, as a more severe blow could have resulted in greater repercussions. After taking several deep breaths to steady his heartbeat, Quan Xiao returned to the line and made both free throws, narrowing the score to 52-41. With Duncan now on the bench and only a minute left in the half, it seemed unlikely that the Rockets would mount a significant comeback. While Uncle Mu may have struggled offensively, his defensive prowess remained intact. When Ginobili's shot failed to find the mark, he displayed his enduring strength by outmuscling the Spurs' backup center for the rebound. Noticing Duncan's absence, Quan Xiao refrained from further interior assaults and instead sought to capitalize from beyond the arc. This time, his shot found its target, reducing the deficit to 8 points. Meanwhile, Parker inexplicably committed a blunder, inadvertently dribbling the ball onto his own foot, causing it to slip from his control. As the ball was launched forth, it was seized by Alston, who immediately transitioned from defense to offense. Simultaneously, Quan Xiao swiftly followed suit, turning and sprinting down the court. On the Spurs side, only Parker, who had just committed a turnover, managed to catch up with his speed. The other players could only watch in despair. Parker closely shadowed Alston, preventing him from penetrating the lane for a layup. Realizing he had no opportunity to score, Alston opted not to pursue the shot. Instead, as he stepped just inside the free throw line, he tossed the ball toward the Spurs basket and swiftly moved aside. Parker initially thought Alston was merely throwing a desperate shot in hopes of a lucky bounce, but upon hearing the frantic shouts from the crowd, he quickly realized something was amiss. Before he could react, he felt something soar over his head, followed by a resounding thud. In that moment, Parker caught sight of a figure clad in the Rockets' number 27 jersey, hanging from his own hoop, the basketball rim swaying precariously. The ball bounced a few times on the ground before rolling out of bounds. Tony Parker, the freshly minted Finals MVP, had been dunked on by a rookie. In that instant, Parker felt the palpable malice emanating from the young player. Chapter 75, the Spurs setback as Quan Xiao soared above Parker to complete the dunk. The two teams exhibited starkly contrasting reactions. The Spurs stood in stunned silence, while the Rockets erupted in exhilaration. Indeed, the dunk contributed merely 2 points to the scoreboard. Yet its psychological impact and momentum shift were vastly different for each team. For the Spurs, it was a minor blow. For the Rockets, it was a tremendous boost. Not only did it narrow the scoring gap, but it also, to an extent, altered the flow of the game. In the final seconds, the Spurs' offensive attempt faltered, allowing them to head into halftime with a 6-point lead. That dunk was absolutely phenomenal. You could compete in a dunk contest. Alston exclaimed excitedly to Quan Xiao on their way back to the locker room. It was also thanks to the superb pass you made, which required no adjustment on my part. So, a significant portion of the credit for that play belongs to your passing ability. I believe any athlete with good athleticism could have executed it just as well. The words of Quan Xiao brought immense joy to Alston. He reveled in the sensation of being lauded, to the extent that the fatigue accumulated over the course of the match seemed to dissipate significantly. Quan Xiao was elated to soar above his opponents and execute a slam dunk during the match, particularly because the rival was the newly crowned finals MVP, which amplified his sense of accomplishment. Yao Ming shared in this joy. His young teammates' remarkable performance signified greater opportunities for breakthroughs in the playoffs, as well as in the national team. However, what truly delighted him was the fact that this extraordinary feat unfolded on the Spurs' home court, a testament to the young man's prowess and skill. The coaching staff, too, was filled with joy as they managed to close a gap of over 10 points, trailing by only 6, breathing new life into the game with a substantial chance for a comeback. Notably, Quan Xiao had also drawn 2 fouls from Duncan, burdening him with 3. Much like Yao Ming, which instilled him with further confidence. As the second half commenced, the Rockets sent Yao Ming onto the court while the Spurs opted to rest Duncan momentarily. As the head coach of a small-market team, Greg Popovich undoubtedly excelled in his role, orchestrating strategies that maximized the potential of his players, regardless of the roster changes imposed by management. He adeptly harnessed their abilities to their fullest extent, a testament to his coaching acumen. Yet, his philosophy of player utilization had a foundational pillar, the steadfast presence of Tim Duncan. With Duncan on the court, the other players merely served as supplementary assets. Even though last season's finals MVP was Tony Parker, no one would ever assert that the Spurs belonged to him. Everyone recognized it as Duncan's team. When Duncan was absent from the court, Yao Ming appeared unshackled, wreaking havoc in the Spurs' paint. With the Spurs lineup, aside from Duncan, there was hardly anyone capable of exerting significant pressure on Yao, even when the Spurs employed fronting defense to thwart Yao from receiving the ball. Given his current height and weight, such tactics proved challenging. Consequently, for minutes into the third quarter, the Rockets finally leveled the score, prompting the Spurs to call a timeout and reintroduce Duncan. During those few minutes, Yao Ming truly relished the game, dominating the Spurs' interior with unyielding force. Upon Duncan's return, Quan Xiao resumed his assault on the Spurs' paint with a clear intent to draw fouls. Given his current size and explosiveness, typical perimeter defenders found themselves unable to impede his advance, often hesitant to intervene. Although Quan Xiao's physique may not rival LeBron James in bulk, it was hardly lighter, and his strength was equally formidable, a fact well understood by those who had matched up against him. Thus, once Quan Xiao charged forth, he became a nearly unstoppable force. Moreover, interior defenders, constrained by their relative lack of mobility, often found themselves resorting to committing fouls to halt Quan Xiao's relentless drive. Even a superstar like Duncan would find it nearly impossible to contain Quan Xiao without incurring several fouls himself, leading him to exclaim, "I simply cannot manage that." As Duncan took to the court, he observed Quan Xiao charging toward him once more. This time, he refrained from extending his hand for an easy block. Instead, he stretched his arm to thwart Quan Xiao's attempt at a dunk, watching with resignation as Quan Xiao deftly evaded him and scored. On the sidelines, Popovich ground his teeth, not in frustration at Duncan, but at the players tasked with guarding Quan Xiao. After all, Duncan was merely providing support and remained the steadfast anchor of the team. He could not be allowed to falter. Thus, Popovich understood Duncan's recent decision. He recognized that Duncan, having already accrued 2 fouls, was somewhat hesitant. Had he not possessed a considerable degree of certainty, he would not have shied away from making the block. This approach was, in fact, judicious, as it was evident that the rookie from the Rockets aimed to draw a foul and potentially sideline Tim. What a vexing rookie he was, indeed a challenging adversary. Had Bruce still been present, the situation would not have been so dire, although he could not have completely halted the onslaught. He certainly would not have allowed the rookie to penetrate so effortlessly. At this moment, Popovich began to reminisce about his golden veteran. However, the Spurs' overall strategy was not one that the Rockets could easily counter. Under Popovich's tutelage over the past decade, the team had cultivated strict discipline and a high level of tactical execution, rarely making mistakes. Therefore, if one were to engage the Spurs in a systematic manner, unless one could outmaneuver them in terms of minimizing errors, they would unwittingly fall into the Spurs' rhythm. losing the game by virtue of their extensive experience. Conversely, when faced with a team or players who played recklessly, the Spurs often found themselves at a disadvantage, as chaotic scrimmages were not in their nature. They thrived in structured environments. Thus, against teams like the Mavericks, known for their isolation scorers, the outcomes were often evenly matched. In summary, their style of play is characterized by stability. They rarely falter against weaker opponents and seldom suffer significant losses. While they rarely mount comebacks from substantial deficits, they have encountered more instances of being overturned. The third quarter saw a back-and-forth contest, with neither side able to widen the score gap, resulting in a continual exchange of leads. Since the Rockets leveled the score, the maximum point difference between the two teams was merely 3 points, a single basket's margin. By the conclusion of the third quarter, the home team, the Spurs, held a slender lead of just 1 point, and the atmosphere among the fans had noticeably dulled. The DJ's enthusiasm had waned, contrasting sharply with the fervor displayed when they had led by a considerable margin earlier. However, as the fourth quarter commenced, Quan Xiao suddenly rediscovered his three-point shooting prowess, sinking 4 consecutive three-pointers in rapid succession, which established an 8-point advantage for the Rockets within a mere 2 minutes, compelling the Spurs to call a timeout. Yet, this interruption failed to disrupt Quan Xiao's rhythm. Indeed, his exceptional form seemed to have a contagious effect on his teammates. He netted 2 more three-pointers, while Battier and Alston contributed to the scoring spree, and even Smith added to the tally. Within a span of 5 minutes, the Rockets had drained 5 three-pointers, extending their lead to 15 points over the Spurs. Observing the unfolding situation, Coach Adelman signaled for Yao Ming, Alston, and Battier to step off the court, allowing Scola, Francis, and Hayes to take over. In the final 2 minutes, Quan Xiao was replaced by Wells, and the Spurs likewise substituted all their starters, clearly recognizing that their chances of victory had dissipated, especially in the absence of Miller and McGrady. The game concluded with a score of 98-91, marking a 7-point victory for the Rockets and extending their winning streak to 10 games. In Chapter 76, titled Regrettably, "We lack Hoey," Coach Rick addressed the media. "Congratulations on your team's victory today and achieving a 10-game winning streak. Will your team adjust its seasonal objectives?" The first question posed to the Rockets head coach at the press conference. "Thank you. Our primary goal remains to secure a playoff berth. Other considerations can wait until the season concludes. Yao, your team currently boasts the best record in the league. Do you believe your team is the strongest in the league? Perhaps our talent is not the most formidable, yet our performance is undoubtedly the finest. As long as we continue to win, we are indifferent to whether we rank 1st or 12th, or even at the bottom. Yao, do you think your team's roster requires further strengthening? Is your sole objective merely the playoffs?" The question of roster reinforcement lies with the management. As a player, my focus is solely on performing well in games. I believe that, aside from a few exceptional teams, the ultimate aspiration for the majority is the championship. We too aim for the title, and I trust that management will execute the best strategies to achieve that goal. Today, Quan Xiao did not attend the press conference, citing fatigue and the need for a massage from his private physician for recovery. He played for 36 minutes, with shooting statistics of 9 out of 18 from the field, 5 out of 12 from beyond the arc, and a perfect 8 out of 8 from the free throw line, accumulating 31 points, along with 7 assists, 8 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. These were his remarkable contributions in the game. Despite a sluggish start in the first half, he experienced a resurgence in the second half, ultimately aiding his team in triumphing over the Spurs, securing a commendable 10 consecutive victories. Yao Ming participated for 31 minutes, scoring 25 points and grabbing 10 rebounds, while Alston played for 38 minutes, contributing 21 points and 12 assists. The trio displayed a slight edge over the Spurs' legendary trio of Duncan, Ginobili, and Parker, who managed 24 points and 14 rebounds, 25 points with 5 assists, and 20 points with 8 assists, respectively. Unfortunately for them, the victory eluded their grasp. Without lingering, the Rockets swiftly returned to Houston, as they faced another back-to-back matchup against the Phoenix Suns, who have recently ignited a small ball revolution over the past 2 years. Since acquiring Steve Nash in 2004 and appointing Mike D'Antoni as head coach, the Suns have soared. Under Nash's orchestration, their offensive prowess became unparalleled across the league, with Stoudemire evolving into a dominant force in the paint, consistently achieving over 20 points and 10 rebounds. Nash secured the regular season MVP title for 2 consecutive years, while the Suns amassed an impressive 60 victories, establishing themselves as a formidable contender. However, despite their regular season prowess, They have struggled to advance beyond the Western Conference in the playoffs, with their best performance resulting in a halt at the conference finals. The Suns' roster is not lacking in talent, featuring all-stars like Nash, Stoudemire, and Marion, along with solid role players such as Rajabel and Barbosa. Yet, their inability to break through the Western Conference stems from insufficient defensive capabilities. They can score but allow their opponents to score even more. Offense attracts fans, while defense secures championships. In the playoffs, success hinges on a team's depth and defensive strength, which elucidates why the Suns can soar in the regular season yet falter in the postseason. Their offensive firepower is robust, but their overall defensive consistency remains inadequate. On paper, the current Suns boast significantly more strength than the Rockets. They possess two-time regular season MVP Nash, all-star big men Stoudemire and Marion, sharpshooter Richardson, and defensive stalwart Rajabel, a player known for his tenacity against even the likes of Kobe Bryant. Even though they are playing at home, this marks the second game of a back-to-back. Following a grueling match against the Spurs, compounded by the Suns' fast-paced style of play. Thus, this upcoming clash poses a considerable challenge for the Rockets. As anticipated, the game commenced with the Suns seizing the initiative, establishing an 8-point lead over the home team in the first quarter. During the second segment of the match, Quan Xiao, accompanied by the substitutes, managed to claw back 2 points. However, once the Suns reinstated their starters, Quan Xiao took a respite, only to witness the Suns unleash a surge of offensive prowess, subsequently extending their lead to 15 points by halftime. The impact of the back-to-back games was palpable, especially as the Rockets were set to compete in 5 matches that week, with this being the concluding game. The physical toll on the players was significant, greatly affecting their performance. By the midpoint of the third quarter, Yao Ming was visibly fatigued, leaving Adelman with no choice but to substitute him. Alston's performance plummeted today, as he was thoroughly outplayed on both ends of the court. In defending Nash, he allowed the latter to accumulate an impressive 18 points and 11 assists in less than 3 quarters. On the offensive end, even with Nash, who lacked defensive prowess guarding him, Alston struggled immensely, finishing the third quarter with a mere 2 successful shots from 8 attempts, totaling 5 points and 3 assists. Among the starters, only Quan Xiao and Smith exhibited relatively normal performances. However, they were no match for the superior numbers of the Suns. With Nash orchestrating the offense, the Suns' efficiency soared, leading by 21 points by the end of the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets refrained from reintroducing Yao Ming and Alston, instead allowing Quan Xiao and Smith to alternate in pairing with the bench. Observing the Rockets' lack of resistance, the Suns opted to rest their key players, Nash and Stoudemire, concluding the game with both teams predominantly featuring their reserve lineups in the final quarter. Quan Xiao has never given up on the competition, however. His teammates were undeniably off their game today, and the sun blazed fiercely. In the end, the Rockets succumbed at home with a score of 112-103, bringing their winning streak to an abrupt halt. In the entirety of the match, Quan Xiao played for 38 minutes, exceeding his time from the previous day by 2 minutes. He attempted 22 shots, successfully landing 13, including 5 out of 10 from beyond the arc. He made all 11 of his free throw attempts, accumulating a remarkable 42 points, alongside 12 rebounds and 7 assists, complemented by 2 steals and a block. Such a stellar performance was indeed explosive, yet it did not translate into victory for the team. Yao Ming, constrained by fatigue, was limited to just 24 minutes by the coaching staff. He made 5 of 11 attempts, scoring 13 points, and also contributed 7 rebounds and a block. The Suns had 3 players achieving double-doubles: Stoudemire with 28 points and 11 rebounds, Nash with 21 points and 12 assists, and Marion with 22 points and 12 rebounds. In terms of overall statistics, the Suns attempted 88 shots, making 42 for a shooting percentage of 47.7. Their three-point shooting was 14 out of 34, yielding a 41.2 success rate, while they converted 14 of 24 free throws for a percentage of 58.3. In contrast, the Rockets made 36 of 84 attempts, achieving a shooting percentage of 42.8. Their three-point shooting was 13 out of 32, at a rate of 46, and they converted 18 of 28 free throws, resulting in a percentage of 64.3. Even in rebounding, the Rockets fell short by 5 boards compared to the Suns, which justified their loss. Quan Xiao, after playing nearly 40 minutes and securing a double-double with 42 points and 12 rebounds, what are your reflections on this defeat? Frankly, losing the game feels truly disheartening, especially at home. It feels like a disservice to the fans who purchased tickets to witness the match. This marks your first loss of the season. What impact do you think it will have on your team? Although we did not secure a win and our winning streak has been halted, which leaves us somewhat disheartened, it will not significantly affect our performance. We are all exceptional professional players, and such situations are quite common. Moreover, with our next game scheduled in 3 days, we have ample time to recalibrate our status. What are your thoughts on the Suns? They are likely to perform impressively during the regular season. Alas, if only we had Hoey. Facing the Suns would have been a breeze. Chapter 77, Contemplation and Communication. Following the defeat to the Suns, the Rockets have 3 days before their next match, allowing the players time to adjust their states. To be candid, during the winning streak, the psychological pressure on the players was considerable. Now that it has been interrupted, they are relieved of that burden and can proceed without the weight of expectation. Quan Xiao has taken the time to thoroughly reflect on the past half-month of competitions, reviewing his growth and shortcomings. For a rookie, his performance over this period has been nothing short of phenomenal, deserving a place in history. In the 11 matches already played, his highest score was an impressive 55 points during the season opener against the Lakers, while his lowest was 25 points against the Grizzlies, totaling 396 points and averaging precisely 36 points per game, currently ranking first on the scoring leaderboard. Additionally, he has secured 104 rebounds, delivered 87 assists, and recorded 31 steals and 26 blocks, with average statistics of 36-9, 4-7, 9-2, 8-2, 4, figures typically achieved only by superstars. It is noteworthy that Quan Xiao's remarkable statistics are not merely a result of unrestricted shooting. His efficiency is equally commendable, over an average of 36 for minutes per game. He has attempted 207 shots, successfully making 126, resulting in an impressive shooting percentage of 68. Among these, he has attempted 107 three-pointers, making 59, which yields a shooting percentage of 55.1. From the free throw line, he has made 87 of 88 attempts, achieving an astonishing accuracy of 98.9. Based solely on his current statistics, he undoubtedly ranks among the top tier of players in the league, yet this does not imply that his overall capability reaches such heights. He self-assesses his current comprehensive strength as being within the top 30, likely around the 25th position. However, statistical prowess does not always translate to on-court performance. Many stars possess a wealth of skills yet fail to showcase them during games. In contrast, Quan Xiao effectively manifests all his abilities on the court, and he does so with remarkable proficiency. As a rookie, his performances exhibit a level of maturity and steadiness, rarely committing unnecessary turnovers. Currently, his average number of turnovers is merely 1.9, which does not place him among the rankings. This is largely attributed to his psychological maturity cultivated from 2 lifetimes, allowing him to remain composed, avoid impulsiveness, and make sound decisions at opportune moments. He adeptly utilizes his physical advantages, frequently finding himself in advantageous mismatches. Opponents taller than him often lack his speed and agility, while those who match his quickness fall short in height and strength. His greatest asset lies in his shooting ability. With his elusive movement and the support of his teammates' screens, Quan Xiao consistently finds opportunities for open shots, demonstrating a formidable ability to capitalize on these chances. Upon reviewing the statistical chart, Quan Xiao noticed that his 3-point attempts actually exceed his 2-point attempts, with an average of 18. 8 shots per game, 9. 7 of which are from beyond the arc. Conversely, his attempts within the paint are relatively infrequent, except for a conscious effort to penetrate against the Spurs in other games. Such attempts are rare. This could be attributed to both his exceptional long-range shooting capability and perhaps the still-developing strength of his driving ability. Thus, Quan Xiao resolved to enhance his ball handling and driving skills, as the ability to penetrate with the ball inflicts significantly greater damage upon opponents unless, of course, one can maintain a 3-point shooting percentage above 50. Furthermore, there are issues concerning offensive techniques. Aside from 3-pointers and pull-up jump shots, his scoring methods remain insufficiently refined, particularly in low-post play and back-to-the-basket moves, which require diligent practice. As the playoffs approach, when defensive intensity escalates, back-to-the-basket scoring will become a crucial offensive strategy. Although not primarily a post player, opportunities to utilize low-post tactics may arise unexpectedly, warranting the need to learn from seasoned players like Yao Ming. Through 11 games of experience, Quan Xiao has made significant strides in his defensive capabilities. He possesses commendable physical attributes and a resolute defensive mindset, And as his experience grows, so too does his proficiency. It can be stated that, among the Houston Rockets, Quan Xiao has emerged as the strongest one-on-one defender. While he may slightly lag in help defense and rotations, he surpasses the majority of his peers, boasting a defensive prowess that ranks among the elite in the league. Despite still being a rookie, Quan Xiao harbors grand ambitions. Regardless of others' perceptions, his ultimate goal remains the finals, if not the championship itself. Presently, the Boston Celtics stand as the foremost contenders for the title. And unless a significant historical anomaly occurs, the Los Angeles Lakers, armed with Gasol through trade next year, are also poised to be formidable challengers. Quan Xiao is confident that, given the current roster remains unchanged, the Rockets can reach the playoffs and perhaps advance beyond the first round. However, to progress further, reinforcements must be sought, unless there are substantial improvements in the existing players' abilities. As a rookie, it is undoubtedly challenging to exert pressure for roster enhancements. Even with commendable performances and being a focal point of development, his influence remains limited. Thus, he must rely on a more seasoned player to advocate with the management. And this person can only be the team leader, Yao Ming. Yao, how are you feeling today? How is your recovery progressing? Quan Xiao inquired before the next day's practice. I'm doing well, thanks to Xiao Li's massage yesterday. I feel in good shape. By the way, congratulations on receiving the Player of the Week award again. Keep striving for the Player of the Month title. All right, since you say so, I will give my all to secure that monthly accolade. By the way, do you have any plans for tonight? No, not at all. Why do you ask? Do you need my help with something? Not really. I merely wish to invite you to dinner and have a chat. Sounds good. After practice, I'll join you for a meal. Perfect. Let us have it at my house. I'll ask my sister to prepare a few dishes so we can enjoy a gathering and conversation. Agreed. It's settled then. I'll come over for dinner tonight. After finishing their exchange, Yao Ming changed into his training gear and proceeded to warm up. Quan Xiao made a phone call to his sister, briefly discussed matters, and then changed into his training attire to prepare for practice. After concluding today's training session, he, as usual, engaged in additional practice for a while. Once he completed his personal grooming, he drove back to his rented villa with Yao Ming, where his sister, Quan Ing, had prepared a meal awaiting their return. Brother Yao, you've met my sister. This is my cousin Quan Jun, who is in his senior year at Whaley High School and plays as a point guard on the basketball team. Jun, this is Brother Yao. I need to introduce him. Right? Brother, who in China doesn't know Brother Yao? No need for your introduction. Hello, Brother Yao. I'm Quan Jun, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Hello, Jun. Focus on your game, and perhaps your brother can take me to watch you play someday. All right, everyone. Let us sit down and enjoy the meal before it gets cold. Would you like something to drink? Quan inquired. Just cola for me. I'll be driving later. So no alcohol? Yao Ming replied. Subsequently, Quan Jun retrieved a few cans of cola from the refrigerator and distributed them to everyone, initiating a pleasant conversation over dinner. After the meal, Quan Ing tidied up the dishes and brewed a cup of tea for Yao Ming and Quan Xiao before attending to her own affairs. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Quan Jun sat nearby, listening to their dialogue. Chapter 78, Personal and Team Goals. Brother Yao, what are your aspirations for this season? Do you believe our roster requires further reinforcement? Oh, do you have any thoughts on this? Indeed, I believe we should not be content merely with making the playoffs. We must set our sights further afield. My entry into this league is not solely for financial gain, but also to strive for some form of honor. That's a commendable perspective. It is only through maintaining a thirst for honor that one can continuously improve. Everyone desires a championship, and I certainly do as well. Each player on our team yearns for that title. Winning a championship brings not only prestige, but also financial rewards, allowing us to secure better treatment. Brother Yao, if I may speak candidly, I fear our current roster lacks the strength to carry us through to the end. I doubt we can even emerge from the West, let alone defeat the Celtics' Big Three. Oh, are you so certain the Celtics will reach the finals? Yao Ming inquired with curiosity, noting Quan Xiao's conviction. There isn't a single Eastern Conference team that poses a threat to the Celtics, unless they encounter unforeseen circumstances, such as an injury to one of the Big Three. In that case, they are bound to reach the finals. It is exceedingly difficult for us to break through the West, be it the Spurs, Suns, Mavericks, Hornets, or Nuggets. Each poses a formidable challenge, and if the Lakers make a strategic trade to strengthen their lineup, they too will not be easily dispatched. You make a valid point. The competition in the West is incredibly fierce. Given our current roster, it is indeed quite challenging to advance. Thus, our team must be bolstered. If we could acquire a defensive-oriented power forward and a capable playmaker at the point guard position, our team might yet achieve remarkable feats. However, considering our owner's stinginess, persuading him to invest in enhancing the team is quite a daunting task. Yao Ming expressed his frustration. Brother Yao, it is challenging to persuade that miser, Alexander, to part with his money. However, since you're a rival with the Rockets, how much have you helped him earn? Therefore, my point is that we can exert a bit of pressure on him, firmly requesting that he fortify the team. I refuse to believe he disregards your opinions. Otherwise, how could we find a team willing to embrace both you and me among the 29 others in the league? Are we truly going to proceed with this? It seems a bit daunting for Yao Ming. His character makes such actions difficult for him. Brother Yao, you are already 27 years old. Your prime years are limited, especially considering the impact of injuries. This is indeed the best opportunity. You need not worry about the negative repercussions of such a course. You have already aided Alexander in amassing considerable wealth. It is his duty as the owner to allocate some of that towards enhancing the team in pursuit of glory. I understand your deep sense of loyalty and camaraderie, but Alexander will not reciprocate those sentiments. He is solely focused on profit. This presents us with an opportunity to test him. If he is unwilling to make even this minimal investment, we should seek other teams once our contracts expire. Otherwise, we may never achieve a championship. By the way, Brother Yao, when does your contract expire? Are you receiving the maximum salary possible? I signed a new contract last year, which will conclude in 2011. Yao Ming briefly outlined his contractual situation. Alexander truly is quite stingy, given your strength and background. You should be earning at least an additional $10 million to align with market value. Perhaps you are contemplating taking a smaller salary to assist in strengthening the team. But he is solely focused on his own profits. He doesn't even treat the luxury tax with the seriousness it deserves, and he has never exceeded it even slightly. Thus, we must apply pressure on him. We cannot allow him to only think of exploitation. Otherwise, Brother Yao, if you seek a trade, there will be numerous teams eager for your talents, such as the Lakers, where your commercial value could soar. The opportunity for a championship would also be significantly greater, as the Lakers are known to invest generously in their roster. As he listened to Quan Xiao, Yao Ming began to contemplate his and the team's future. He was well aware of the type of person Alexander was. Over the years, his presence had helped the Rockets generate substantial revenue, doubling the team's market value. Yet Alexander's investment had not increased. He continuously sought to accomplish great things with minimal expenditure, acquiring a collection of subpar players. And the team had persistently struggled to break through. As Quan Xiao rightly pointed out, if Yao Ming wished to hoist the championship trophy with the Rockets, relying on the current roster would prove exceedingly difficult. Reinforcements were essential, particularly at the power forward and point guard positions, which had long been the team's Achilles heel. Just look at the previous Bob Sura and the current Rafer Alston. What a disappointment. Their organizational skills are inferior even to that of a small forward like Tracy McGrady. And they are not even as competent as Quan Xiao, a rookie. You are correct. Our team indeed requires strengthening. We cannot be satisfied with merely reaching the playoffs. We should set our sights further. I will instruct my agent to apply pressure on the team to enhance our roster. You need not involve yourself in this matter yet, as it may not be suitable for you as a newcomer. Brother Yao, there's no need for you to say anything. This matter is solely my responsibility. You just need to focus on improving yourself. Yao Ming interrupted Quan Xiao, aware of what he intended to say. Yet he was determined to keep Quan Xiao from getting involved, as it would not bode well for him. After all, interfering in management matters is not a favorable reputation for a player unless one's influence is substantial. Very well, Brother Yao. I shall refrain from participation for now. But should the team decide to stir things up, I will certainly speak out. As for any negative connotations, I remain indifferent. As long as I can deliver an excellent performance, those concerns are trivial. That's good to hear. By the way, what personal goals do you have for this season? Surely, winning Rookie of the Year isn't your ultimate ambition? Indeed, I aspire to strive for an all-star selection. I understand that it is quite challenging. Yet I wish to see if there exists an opportunity to achieve it. An all-star selection might be a tad difficult. After all, you are a rookie. Unless your performance is extraordinarily remarkable. For instance, if you can maintain your current level of play until the end of the season, there is a significant chance of being selected for the all-star team. Furthermore, if our team performs well, we could contend for the regular season MVP. Honestly, I've pondered these possibilities. Quan Xiao candidly shared his thoughts. My experience is limited, and my identity as an Asian poses an obstacle, for this is an American league. Therefore, to earn that MVP, we must excel beyond measure. so undeniable that they have no choice but to grant it to us. Yao Ming sighed softly, remaining silent. He empathized with Quan Xiao's sentiments. In this league, Asians are often marginalized. Despite the outward glamour, they endure ridicule and discrimination behind the scenes. After a moment of silence, Yao Ming spoke. We need not dwell too much on these matters. As long as we perform adequately on the court, they will think twice before attempting any foul play. Since you have this ambition, pursue it. I will support you wholeheartedly. Thank you, Brother Yao. But you're the leader of the team. Shouldn't you lead by example? Quan Xiao jested. Indeed, I, Brother Yao, am the leader, but I do not possess your exceptional physicality and stamina. It's not boasting. If I had the physical attributes of Quan Lei, the current centers would hardly compare. Only the great centers of the 1990s, or legends like Jabbar, Russell, and Chamberlain, are worthy comparisons. I am fully aware of my circumstances, so pursue your aspirations, and I wholeheartedly support you. It is time for an Asian MVP to emerge in this league. Then I must thank you, Brother Yao. I will give it my all. Young man, we shall see how far you can go. I truly look forward to it. Observing the exuberant demeanor of Quan Xiao, Yao Ming pondered. Chapter 79, The Resumption of the Winning Streak. Following their conversation, both felt it was premature to voice any request for reinforcements. Currently, their performance was commendable, ranking first in the entire league. This illusory prosperity provided the management with a pretext to dismiss their demands. Thus, they refrained from hastily implementing their plans, choosing instead to patiently await a more opportune moment. After all, several months remained until the trade deadline, allowing them ample time to assess the availability of suitable players. Quan Xiao has commenced rigorous training in ball handling and penetration techniques, frequently practicing low-post offensive skills alongside Yao Ming. His insatiable thirst for basketball knowledge drives him to diligently learn various skills, whether they pertain to interior play or guard techniques. On November 21, 2007, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the Rockets faced the Mavericks for the second time this season. The Rockets boasted an impressive record of 10 wins and 1 loss, holding the top position in the league, while the Mavericks stood at 7 wins and 3 losses, ranked 4th in the Western Conference. After a 3-day respite, the Rockets were poised and ready at home, whereas the Mavericks were engaged in a back-to-back game, having recently triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 105-99. Although the Rockets had the advantage in stamina, the Mavericks, having just played, might have retained a rhythm that made the outcome of the game unpredictable. As the first quarter commenced, the Rockets, perhaps hindered by their inactivity, struggled to find their rhythm, while the Mavericks carried over their momentum from the previous game, concluding the first period with a score of 32-25 in their favor. In the second quarter, the Rockets, under the leadership of Quan Xiao and Scola, effectively countered the Mavericks' rotation, swiftly leveling the score and eventually taking the lead. By the 6th minute of the second quarter, the Rockets were ahead by 5 points. Quan Xiao took a brief respite, but Yao Ming and Smith continued to apply pressure against the Mavericks starting lineup, culminating in a double-digit lead by halftime. The third quarter saw both teams evenly matched, with Yao Ming and Quan Xiao each playing half the period, resulting in a narrow score of 28-27, with the Mavericks reclaiming a point. As the fourth quarter unfolded, the Rockets' physical advantage became evident. In a span of 4.5 minutes, they unleashed a surge of 11-4, extending their lead to 18 points. The Mavericks struggled for 3 minutes, ultimately conceding defeat as they replaced all their starters. The Rockets followed suit, substituting their last 2 starters, and the remainder of the game was played out by both teams' bench players. Ultimately, the Rockets secured a resounding victory at home, triumphing over the Mavericks with a score of 108-98, delighting their fans with a complimentary hamburger. Yao Ming played for 30 minutes, achieving an efficient 27 points on 11 of 15 shooting, along with 11 rebounds and 2 blocks. In a remarkable display, Quan Xiao graced the court for 33 minutes, achieving an impressive 10 out of 18 from the field, including 5 out of 8 from beyond the arc, and converting all 10 of his free throw attempts, culminating in a splendid tally of 35 points, alongside 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, Josh Smith participated for 34 minutes, contributing 24 points, 9 rebounds, and 3 blocks, highlighted by a few exhilarating alley-oop dunks. Following their match against the Mavericks, the Rockets journeyed to Miami, where on the 23rd, they would engage in their first season clash against the Heat. The Heat, akin to the Rockets, are constructed around 2 pivotal figures. Their star player, Dwayne Wade, is regarded as one of the top 5 superstars in the league, renowned for his incisive drives and dubbed Flash for his remarkable speed. Shaquille O'Neal, hailed as one of the most talented centers in history, is recognized for his unprecedented dominance in the league, although age has somewhat diminished his former prowess. The contest between the two teams was fiercely competitive, with both sides exchanging leads and the score fluctuating. In the final 2 minutes, Quan Xiao and Battier each sank 3 consecutive three-pointers, effectively dispelling any suspense, leading to a narrow victory for the Rockets at 103-98, triumphing over the Heat by a mere 5 points. Wade excelled in this encounter, amassing 31 points, while O'Neal also shone brightly with a double-double of 26 points and 14 rebounds. Yao Ming played for 33 minutes, achieving 8 out of 13 from the field and converting all 4 of his free throws for a total of 20 points, but with only 7 rebounds. He found himself overshadowed by O'Neal's performance. Today, Quan Xiao faced Wade without yielding an inch, playing for 38 minutes and achieving an impressive record of 11 out of 20 from the field, 4 out of 8 from beyond the arc, while also converting all 10 of his free throws, culminating in a total of 36 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. Scola emerged as the key contributor to the Rockets' victory in this match, participating for 36 minutes and scoring 20 points on 10 of 16 shooting. In addition to securing 9 rebounds and providing 3 assists, without delay, the team returned to Houston, where they triumphed over the Nuggets the following day with a decisive score of 109-81, marking their 3rd consecutive victory, with Quan Xiao achieving 33 points while boasting a shooting percentage exceeding 60%. On the 26th, they faced the Clippers in an away game. Both teams struggled offensively, resulting in a final score of merely 88-71, with the Rockets securing a 17-point victory and extending their winning streak to 4 games. In the recent match, Quan Xiao had a modest number of attempts, taking only 13 shots and scoring 9, including 4 three-pointers, amassing a total of 26 points and 13 rebounds, along with 4 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks. On the 28th, during an away game against the Suns, they successfully avenged their previous defeat, triumphing over the home team with a score of 105-97. Quan Xiao recorded 28 points, 7 rebounds, 9 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks, while Yao Ming contributed 26 points, 17 rebounds, and 4 blocks, and Smith added 17 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 blocks. "Congratulations on your victory," the interviewer exclaimed. "Last time, your 10-game winning streak was halted by the Suns. How do you feel about avenging that loss today?" "Thank you. Winning a game is certainly a cause for joy, though I wouldn't say I'm overly exhilarated, as this is merely a regular season match, and the opponent just happened to be the Suns, who ended our streak last time. If we had won previously, we would now be on a 15-game winning streak. Do you feel any regret?" "That is not quite how I see it. What has happened cannot be altered, and what has yet to occur remains a matter of speculation. These thoughts hold little significance. My focus should be on the present and the future. In your next match, you face the Warriors. Do you believe you can extend your winning streak?" "We are confident in our ability to win every game, but the outcome will only be determined once we play. The Warriors are a formidable team. Otherwise, the Mavericks wouldn't have fallen to them in the playoffs. If they get into a rhythm, they can overpower any team. We will do our utmost to prevent them from finding their groove and aim to secure the victory. If you win against them, it would mean only 1 loss throughout the entire month, which is an impressive achievement. Your performance has been outstanding for the Rockets. Perhaps you could be named Player of the Month. Victory is a result of the collective effort of every team member and the coaching staff. I am merely fulfilling the duties assigned by my coach. Should I indeed receive the Player of the Month accolade, I would be grateful to those who voted for me, appreciating their recognition and encouragement." After concluding the interview, Quan Xiao hurried home to freshen up before attending the post-game press conference, where he answered several questions. On November 30th, the Houston Rockets faced the Golden State Warriors on their home turf. Despite the absence of Curry and Thompson, the Warriors, under the guidance of the venerable Nelson, continued to play an open style of basketball, prioritizing offense over defense. In this context, Quan Xiao soared once again, engaging in a thrilling 3-point shootout with the Warriors. Ultimately, the Warriors collectively sank 17 three-pointers, racking up 113 points and showcasing their offensive prowess. However, the Rockets emerged victorious, scoring 122 points, with the team sinking 21 three-pointers, of which Quan Xiao alone accounted for 10, almost half of the team's total. With Quan Xiao's stellar performance, the Rockets secured a hard-fought victory over the Warriors, achieving their 5th consecutive win, and finishing November with an impressive record of 14 wins and just 1 loss. Quan Xiao has exhibited remarkable personal performance, and it is highly likely that he will be awarded the Player of the Month. In Chapter 80, the discussion revolves around the Player of the Month and an interview with local media. On the morning of December 1st, the league announced the best players for November, and the honor for the Western Conference Player of the Month, unsurprisingly, went to Quan Xiao. This accolade was devoid of contention in terms of performance. The Rockets boasted an impressive record of 16 wins and 1 loss, leading the league. Statistically, Quan Xiao averaged 35, 2 points, 9, 1 rebounds, 7 assists, 9 steals, and 2 for blocks per game, showcasing his exceptional prowess, ranking first in both scoring and steals. Hey, Quan, congratulations on being named Player of the Month. I'm thrilled for you and honored to have you as a teammate, said Sean. Thank you, Sean. I must also express my gratitude for your guidance and support. Having you as a teammate gives me great confidence, Quan replied. Come on, you should treat us. This is certainly a cause for celebration, isn't it? Josh Smith exclaimed enthusiastically. You're right, Josh. My performance owes much to your support and assistance, so this award is a shared achievement. After our game against the Kings tomorrow, we have 3 days off. How about we gather for dinner at my place on the evening of the 4th? Sounds like a splendid idea. It's far more meaningful than heading to a nightclub. Plus, I really missed the Chinese cuisine from our last outing. I can't wait to savor it again. Alston responded eagerly. Alston's suggestion garnered unanimous approval from the team. Nightclubs are always an option, but authentic Chinese dishes prepared by Quan Xiao are a rare delight not to be missed. Yao Ming chimed in with a smile, playfully noting that the young man had brought him numerous surprises. Although Quan Xiao may still have some way to go in comparison to McGrady in terms of skill, he has a keen understanding of how to leverage his strengths. In terms of synergy on the court, he has even outperformed McGrady and Alston, who have played together for several years, particularly in facilitating his own passes, allowing him to receive the ball comfortably without the need for adjustment before shooting, thereby enhancing his efficiency. After concluding today as training and additional practice, Quan Xiao freshened up and drove home to partake in an interview with a local media outlet, the Shaoxiang Morning Post, which had been scheduled the previous week. Upon his return, he found not only Ms. Shui Lina, who managed financial affairs, but also other members of his management team present. It was Saturday, and without any game obligations, Quan Jun was also at home. Hello, Quan Xiao, I am Hebo, a reporter from Shaoxiang Morning Post, and this is our photographer Liao Changong. We sincerely appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule for this interview. The reporter greeted. Hello, Mr. He and Mr. Liao. Have you had your meal? Are you adjusting well to this place? Quan inquired. Yes, we've eaten. However, you are correct. Life back home offers a greater sense of security and comfort, they replied, after a brief period of casual conversation to familiarize themselves with one another. The interview transitioned into its formal phase. Quan Xiao, could you share your journey in basketball? When did you first become acquainted with basketball? And what circumstances led you to pursue a career as a professional player? Well, my initial fascination with basketball ignited during my childhood when I watched an animated series that many are familiar with. Yes, I am referring to Slam Dunk. This animation sparked my interest in the sport. However, prior to 2004, I merely regarded basketball as a means of physical exercise. It was only after experiencing a significant growth spurt that year that I began to contemplate the possibility of pursuing a professional career. I understand that you attended a regular high school in our province, which is a key institution. Why did you not consider enrolling in a sports school or joining a youth team of a professional club? At that time, my academic performance was commendable, which enabled me to gain admission to my high school. I did not opt for a sports academy or a professional youth team primarily because I lacked any extraordinary talent. My growth spurt occurred merely a month before high school. Additionally, my parents encouraged me to focus on my studies and pursue a university education, expressing skepticism towards a career in basketball, believing it was not a prudent choice. Indeed, your academic performance was impressive. I learned that you took the college entrance examination in your second year of high school, achieving scores sufficient for admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Why, then, did you choose to study abroad in the United States rather than continuing your education domestically? The decision to study in the United States was primarily driven by my desire to compete in NCAA tournaments and enhance my basketball skills, compared to domestic opportunities. This environment is undeniably more professional and conducive to my growth. Furthermore, I aspired to leverage the NCAA as a springboard to the NBA, a goal I ultimately achieved. In your professional debut, you set several new records. Did you ever anticipate performing so exceptionally well prior to that moment? I believe every basketball enthusiast has fantasized about showcasing their talents in the NBA, and I am certainly no exception. To excel in my debut was a combination of luck, having strong teammates, and my own capabilities, coupled with the fact that my opponents were not yet familiar with my style. However, your subsequent performances have also been commendable, proving that your initial success was not merely a fleeting moment. How do you maintain such a high level of performance? I believe it stems from a clear understanding of my abilities and role, knowing how to capitalize on my strengths while mitigating my weaknesses. In essence, I strive to act appropriately at the right moments, harnessing the power of my teammates and the strategies devised by the coaching staff to amplify my strengths and conceal my shortcomings. Currently, your team boasts the best record in the league, and your individual performance ranks among the finest. What aspirations do you and your team hold for this season? For the 30 teams in the league, regardless of their rosters, the ultimate goal remains the championship title. Personally, I seek the pinnacle of honor. Akin to what Coach Tang once said, one must never underestimate the heart of a champion. Teams and individuals possessing the spirit of a champion can forge ahead relentlessly, undeterred by the identity of their opponents. Thus, does your team and you personally aspire towards the championship title? Our esteemed leader, the great ancestor, wisely stated that strategically one should underestimate the enemy while tactically one must regard them with utmost seriousness. Any ambitious team ought to view the championship as its singular pursuit, while players should set their sights on becoming the best among their peers. Hence, my aspiration is to be the finest player and to secure the championship title, an unwavering goal I hold each year. Every year, irrespective of the team's roster, it is essential to recognize that no team can maintain perpetual dominance. Since the ancient era of the Celtics, even the greatest teams have only achieved a trifecta of championships on a mere 3 occasions. A lack of a formidable roster is inconsequential, yet one's inner strength must be resolute. When the championship is treated as the ultimate goal, a team can exert 120 of its efforts. Conversely, if merely aiming for the playoffs, the effort may dwindle to 80. Teams that are languishing in mediocrity exert little to no effort. Does striving for mediocrity count as effort in my eyes? I harbor no fear that my aspirations may be ridiculed if unfulfilled. Perhaps I may initially be mocked for my audacity, but ultimately, I hope to earn respect for my unwavering dedication. Moreover, I do not believe that an individual who earnestly seeks honor and advancement should be derided. It is those who are complacent and merely exist who deserve scorn. After approximately an hour, this interview finally reached its conclusion. Upon inquiring about their itinerary, I learned they would return the day after tomorrow, prompting me to gift them 2 tickets, inviting them to watch the Rockets face off against the Kings at our home ground the following day. They expressed immense gratitude for my generous offer, and after requesting my autograph and a photograph, they took their leave. Chapter 81. Greetings, Ron. December 2nd, 2007, Toyota Center, Houston. P.S. Originally, the setting was the Kings' home ground, but for narrative purposes, I made slight alterations. I hope the readers can overlook these minor details. Furthermore, I have adhered to Beijing time. Over an hour before the game commenced, Hebo and Liao Yongchang arrived early, both exhilarated by their first live NBA experience, finding everything to be remarkably novel. To be candid, since Chris Webber's departure to the East, the once glorious Kings, who fiercely battled the Lakers in a 7-game Western Conference showdown and nearly toppled the dynasty during their championship reign, have become a mere shadow of their former self. Presently, even the Kings' former head coach, Rick Adelman, now leads the current Rockets, a testament to the inexorable passage of time. At present, Ron Artest stands as the Kings' most prominent star, ranking among the top 5 small forwards in the league. His defensive prowess is formidable, having once been awarded the title of Best Defensive Player, a distinction achieved by only a select few perimeter players in the annals of the league's history. Had it not been for the infamous malice at the Palace incident, Artest would have undoubtedly attained even greater accomplishments and held a more esteemed position today. Regrettably, his volatile temperament precipitated the incident, tarnishing the efforts of the team that season and nearly derailing his professional career. As for the Kings' leading scorer, Kevin Martin, he epitomizes a pure scorer. I recall in my previous life he later played several seasons with the Rockets, averaging around 20 points per game, making him the most renowned scoring leader before Harden's rise. Greetings, Ron. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Quan Xiao, this year's 3rd overall pick. I greatly admire your defensive capabilities. Tenacious, yet impeccably clean. That is the essence of true defense. Hello, rookie. There's no need for introductions. I am well aware of who you are. It is likely that few in the league do not recognize you. I have watched your games, and your three-point shooting is indeed impressive, but that is only because you have yet to encounter me. Today, I will demonstrate to you what defense truly entails. Haha. I eagerly anticipate your performance shortly. Quan Xiao deliberately greeted Arteist, not as a provocation or a challenge, but rather out of admiration for his defensive prowess. He sought to test his own abilities against Arteist's formidable defense in this match. The Houston Rockets starting lineup consisted of center Yao Ming, power forward Josh Smith, small forward Shane Battier, shooting guard Quan Xiao, and point guard Rafer Alston. On the other side, the Sacramento Kings fielded a starting lineup featuring center Brad Miller, power forward Mickey Moore, small forward Ron Arteist, shooting guard Kevin Martin, and point guard Bino Udrih. Yao Ming won the jump ball, allowing the Rockets to initiate the offense, with Arteist immediately targeting Quan Xiao. The Kings coach was well aware of his players' capabilities. Assigning Martin to defend Quan Xiao would be akin to inviting an automatic scoring machine. Thus, he opted for his strongest defensive player, Arteist, to guard Quan Xiao. Josh Smith made a cut to the basket, and Alston delivered a lob pass. With Yao Ming effectively occupying the defenders, Smith effortlessly completed an alley-oop. As the Kings launched their offensive, Brad Miller missed his shot, and Battier secured the defensive rebound. However, his passing intentions were too apparent, leading to a steal by Arteist. Fortunately for the Kings, their offensive attempt failed, as Mickey Moore followed Miller's lead with a missed shot, allowing Quan Xiao to rush in and claim the rebound. In a remarkable display, Quan Xiao chose not to pass the ball to Alston, but instead carried it himself across half-court. Underneath the basket, Yao Ming positioned himself against Miller, reaching out for the ball. Without hesitation, Quan Xiao delivered the ball into Yao's hands. Upon receiving it, Yao executed a swift turn, finding himself face-to-face with the hoop. Scoring in such a position was a mere formality for him, and thus the Rockets added 2 more points to their tally. As the Kings initiated their offense, Arteist found himself thwarted by Quan Xiao's defense, failing to score, and Yao secured the rebound. Quan Xiao's feint did not deceive Arteist, resulting in a hurried shot that clanged off the rim. Martin drew a foul from Battier, converting both free throws to register the Kings' first points. Remarkably, in the 8th minute of the first quarter, Quan Xiao was substituted by Adelman, a first for him to be pulled so early, as he usually played the entire first quarter before taking a brief rest in the second with the rotation lineup. However, Arteist's defense was proving to be a significant challenge for Quan Xiao. His speed and strength were comparable, and though slightly less agile, his extensive experience compensated for any physical shortcomings, rendering Quan Xiao's performance somewhat laborious. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao was not at a loss. He simply needed to expend more energy and effort. Fortunately, his teammates were performing admirably in the first quarter, alleviating the need for him to exert himself offensively. Consequently, Quan Xiao redirected his focus towards defense and playmaking, which yielded positive results. Despite only scoring 3 points on 1 of 3 attempts, Arteist similarly managed just 2 points on 1 of 3 shots. Moreover, Quan Xiao provided 3 assists, collaborating with Alston to orchestrate the team's offense. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Rockets led the Kings 28-23. Following Quan Xiao's exit, Arteist thrived, scoring 10 points on 4 attempts. In the second quarter, Quan Xiao led the rotation lineup for 4.5 minutes while Arteist rested on the sidelines. During this brief span, Quan Xiao nearly dismantled the Kings bench, as no one could effectively defend against him. With an array of explosive dunks, long-range three-pointers, low-post moves, and sudden jump shots, Quan Xiao showcased his offensive prowess, going 5 for 5 and accumulating 11 points, extending the lead into double digits and prompting the Kings to call a timeout and make substitutions. After Arteist re-entered the game, Quan Xiao's offensive efficiency waned. The primary reason was that Arteist's defensive capabilities far surpassed those of the Kings bench, coupled with the Rockets gradually integrating their starting lineup, making it impractical for Quan Xiao to dominate the offensive opportunities unless his teammates were collectively off their game. Furthermore, Quan Xiao did not play the entirety of the second quarter, as Adelman permitted him a 3-minute respite, leading the Rockets to an 11-point advantage at halftime. As the third quarter commenced, Quan Xiao remained on the bench until the 4th minute when the Kings narrowed the gap to 7 points. It was then that Adelman decided to reinsert him into the game. Upon his return, Quan Xiao swiftly sank a 3-pointer, re-establishing a double-digit lead and demonstrating the immediate impact of Adelman's substitution. Once again, they delivered a decisive blow to the Kings as the score tightened, even with Arteist's defense proving less effective than at the outset. Ultimately, The Rockets triumphed at home with a score of 105-96, extending their winning streak to 7 games. In a remarkable 32 minutes on the court, Quan Xiao achieved an impressive record of 32 points, shooting 11 out of 19 from the field, including 4 out of 7 from three-point range, and converting all 6 of his free throw attempts. Additionally, he provided 14 assists, marking a new career high. After the match, Quan Xiao engaged in a brief conversation with Artist, extending his goodwill. Should fate allow, Artist's arrival at the Rockets would undoubtedly bolster Quan Xiao's performance. However, it remains uncertain whether this timeline holds a similar destiny for him with the Rockets. Chapter 82. Controversy and dinner. Following an interview with sideline reporters, Quan Xiao returned to the locker room to freshen up before attending the post-game press conference alongside Smith. Smith delivered a commendable performance, contributing 25 points, 9 rebounds, and 2 blocks, making him one of the key figures in the Rockets' victory over the Kings. Originally, Yao Ming was scheduled to attend the press conference. However, he declined due to feeling unwell, prompting Quan Xiao to ask Li Zixun to assist Yao with a massage for relief. The reporters, seemingly indifferent, posed a few questions to Adelman and Smith, directing the majority towards Quan Xiao. His stellar performance had garnered considerable attention, and there were numerous topics surrounding him. Quan, I recall you expressing admiration for Artist. I noticed you sought him out for a chat before the game today. Are you not aware of his past actions at the Palace of Auburn Hills? Yes. I have previously mentioned my appreciation for his defensive skills. I spoke with him today out of mutual respect for another defensive virtuoso, as I am passionate about defense. I am aware of his past actions, and while I do not condone them, I believe that since he has faced his consequences and sought redemption, he should not be judged through a distorted lens. There is an old saying in China, to err is human, and another, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a great virtue. It underscores that everyone makes mistakes, and the ability to acknowledge and amend them is the highest form of kindness. Quan, with the Rockets currently boasting the best record and your performance standing out, do you deem the Rockets as the most formidable team? Are you the strongest player on the team? Our current record is commendable, thanks to the efforts of the coaching staff and my teammates. The Rockets are undoubtedly a strong team. However, I believe we cannot claim the title of the strongest. Teams like the Spurs, Hornets, Mavericks, and Suns in the West are formidable opponents, and the Celtics in the East, with their trio of stars, might very well be the strongest. As for my individual performance, it is a result of the excellent strategies set forth by the coaching staff and the substantial support from my teammates. Without their contributions, my current performance would not be possible. Quan, you topped the MVP rankings released yesterday, surpassing numerous stars in the league, including your teammate Yao Ming. Do you believe your experience warrants your position at the top? What does the term MVP specifically signify? Most valuable player. How is this value measured? Is it based on seniority? If it were merely a matter of seniority, then our esteemed veteran, Uncle Mu, would undoubtedly be the most qualified. If not seniority, does it rely on salary? Surely. There are dozens, if not hundreds, of players more deserving than I in that regard. Setting aside seniority and salary, solely considering performance and contributions to the team, I firmly believe that my current performance and contributions surpass those of anyone else in the league. Do you consider your ranking to be justified? That is a question best directed at the league and the voters. I did not place myself at the top. I must interject that I believe Quan Xiao is entirely deserving of that position. Although he is a rookie, his performance far exceeds that of a typical newcomer, and his importance to the team is indisputable. Without allowing the reporters to probe further, Coach Adelman interjected as soon as Quan Xiao finished speaking. Indeed, I concur that Quan is worthy of the top spot. Can you name any player from last month who performed better than Quan? Josh Smith chimed in. Though Quan Xiao is merely a rookie, the talent and prowess he has displayed during practices and games have already won over the coaching staff and players of the Rockets. Josh Smith, himself a remarkably gifted player, after all. He was selected by the Hawks in the first round as the 17th pick while still in high school, acknowledged that Quan Xiao's exhibited talent far exceeds his own, and his skills surpass those of Smith. Furthermore, playing alongside Quan Xiao enhances Smith's own performance, as he often receives passes from him that lead to spectacular dunks. Presently, Smith ranks as the third leading scorer on the Rockets, following Quan Xiao and Yao Ming, averaging 13, 2 attempts and accruing 18, 5 points per game, marking the best performance of his career thus far. After Coach Adelman and Smith expressed their support, the reporters ceased to press Quan Xiao on this matter and shifted to a few questions related to the current game, finally concluding the press conference. Coach, Josh, Thank you both for speaking on my behalf. Quan Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude to the two. Do not concern yourself with those reporters. They merely create topics for the sake of clicks. We all recognize your performance and importance to the team, Adelman responded gently. Exactly, Quan. Do not pay heed to what those tabloid journalists say. We understand your strength and value. The game is determined by our performance, not by the words of those journalists. Josh, you are right. By the way, remember to come over for dinner the day after tomorrow. Coach, would you like to join us? I think I will pass. If I go, you want to enjoy yourselves fully. After some consideration, Adelman politely declined. Quan Xiao did not press the matter further. Indeed, if the coach were to attend, it would undoubtedly create a sense of discomfort among the players, as anticipated, fueled by certain media outlets. A wave of controversy erupted regarding Quan Xiao's position at the top of the MVP rankings. The predominant viewpoint asserted that Quan Xiao, as a rookie, lacked sufficient experience and required more games for validation. A mere month of competition appeared inadequate to substantiate his claim. Only with an ample sample size could one establish a compelling argument. Conversely, there were supporters of Quan Xiao who contended that the title of most valuable player should not be determined by tenure, as Quan Xiao eloquently articulated at the press conference. In terms of experience, how many in the league could rival Mutombo? Yet, even during his peak, Mutombo had never secured the MVP title, let alone in the present day. Furthermore, Quan Xiao's performance in November, which earned him the title of Western Conference Player of the Month, served as validation. It indicated that no player in the Western region had surpassed his achievements. How did the Eastern Conference Player of the Month's performance in November compare to Quan Xiao's? Upon comparison, the dissenting voices against Quan Xiao gradually faded. Nevertheless, these debates did not perturb him. He continued to train diligently, absorbing knowledge and honing his skills like a sponge. On the evening of the 4th, the entire Rockets team gathered for a dinner at Quan Xiao's home, relishing the meticulously prepared Chinese cuisine by him and his sister, creating an atmosphere of unbridled joy. As the night progressed, around 9 o'clock, the satiated Rockets players bid farewell to Quan Xiao and his siblings, each one content and full. In Chapter 83, the prospects of being a starter in the All-Star game emerged. The announcement of the weekly accolades on Monday heralded Quan Xiao's selection as the Western Conference Player of the Week once again. The Rockets had played 4 games the previous week, emerging victorious in all, with Quan Xiao's performance standing out prominently, thus earning him the honor just 2 days after receiving the Player of the Month award. Additionally, on November 17th, the league commenced voting for the 2008 New Orleans All-Star Game. The preliminary results indicated that Quan Xiao had garnered a commendable number of votes, ranking 3rd among guards, trailing only behind the illustrious Kobe and Iverson. While he still lacked the depth of experience compared to these renowned stars, the support from Chinese fans could greatly influence the outcome if all votes were counted. Certainly, based on his performance, Quan Xiao was deserving of this recognition. He could confidently assert that the votes were rightfully his, earned through his own prowess rather than opportunistically leveraging the vast Chinese market. For Quan Xiao, the All-Star Game represented not only a splendid platform but also a testament to the admiration and affection of fans, as well as an excellent opportunity for enhancing a player's commercial value. However, being classified in the guard category posed a significant challenge for Quan Xiao in securing one of the 2 starting positions. Without mentioning the 2 among the 4 distinguished guards, we are left with Steve Nash and Chris Paul, both of whom are superstars possessing both prowess and popularity. One is a 2-time regular season MVP and the leader who spearheaded the small ball revolution, while the other stands as a representative of the new generation of point guards and is also the host of this All-Star Game. Although the current leader is ahead of them, the margin is not substantial, leaving room for a potential overtaking at any moment. Fortunately, the gap to the legends Kobe and Iverson is also not overly daunting, presenting opportunities for surpassing them as well. Undoubtedly, they cannot compete with the legacy of these icons, who have amassed popularity over many years, something that a rookie cannot hope to rival. Thus, they must rely on their performances to vie for the votes of neutral fans. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the current leader will undoubtedly make an appearance in this year's All-Star Game. Even if he ultimately does not have the chance to participate in the main event, he still has the Rising Stars Challenge to look forward to. And the league has extended an invitation for him to partake in the 3-point contest, to which he has already agreed. In the Rising Stars Challenge, his objective is clear: to secure victory and earn the MVP title. Although the second-year players have the advantage of an additional year of experience, the talent of the 2007 draft class far surpasses that of the 2006 class. Moreover, The first-year players boast the fierce competitor currently leading the MVP rankings. Initially, he contemplated participating in the dunk contest, as the league had invited him, but ultimately he decided against it. He wished to avoid unnecessary fatigue and was reluctant to invest time in brainstorming and practicing creative dunks. While creativity can be borrowed from others, it still requires time to perfect, does it not? Instead of squandering time on this, he prefers to devote his efforts to honing other valuable skills, such as low-post play, fadeaway jump shots, and driving to the basket. Perhaps in a couple of years, once his skills have significantly improved, he may reconsider participating in the dunk contest for fun. For now, it is best not to expend energy on that endeavor. On December 6, 2007, Beijing time, the game commenced at the Toyota Center in Houston, where the Rockets faced off against the Grizzlies. The home team's starting lineup included Yao Ming, Josh Smith, Shane Battier, the current leader, and Rafer Alston. The visiting team featured Pau Gasol, Amare Stoudemire, Rudy Gay, Mike Miller, and Juan Carlos Navarro. To be frank, this match was devoid of much excitement, unfolding rather uneventfully. With both teams performing at their usual levels, the Grizzlies failed to pose any significant threat to the Rockets, trailing in every quarter. The scores for the 4 quarters were 25, 21, 27, 23, 31, 26, and 28, 26, culminating in the Rockets' victory with a score of 111-96 on home turf. In this game, the current leader played for 33 minutes, achieving 29 points on 10 of 18 shooting, while Yao Ming recorded 22 points and 9 rebounds in 29 minutes. Performing adequately, the Rockets' substantial 15-point victory over the Grizzlies was largely attributed to the explosive performance of Bonzi Wells. In this match, he played for 30 minutes, making 11 out of 14 attempts, securing 24 points and 7 rebounds, thus emerging as the X factor of the game. 2 days later, the Houston Rockets faced off against the New Jersey Nets, led by the triumvirate of Jason Kidd, Vince Carter, and Richard Jefferson. This marked the first encounter between Quan Xiao and Carter, who took the initiative to converse with Quan Xiao before the game. The reason was, of course, that Quan Xiao had injured Bowen. And in Carter's eyes, anyone capable of putting Bowen in a difficult position was a friend of his. However, friends aside, both players left no room for leniency on the court. Throughout the game, Carter amassed 30 points, though it took him 28 attempts to achieve this, reflecting a less than stellar efficiency due to Quan Xiao's vigorous defense. Although Richard Jefferson, part of the triumvirate, delivered an impressive performance with 29 points, the Nets ultimately succumbed at home. Quan Xiao, who matched up against Carter, scored slightly fewer points, 27, but did so with remarkable efficiency, needing only 15 attempts and hitting 11, achieving a shooting percentage exceeding 70%. Additionally, Yao Ming contributed a double-double with 25 points and 11 rebounds, while Alston, Battier, and Smith added 14, 12, and 17 points respectively, ensuring all 5 starters for the Rockets scored in double figures. This collective performance was pivotal for the Rockets, enabling them to triumph over the Nets with a score of 105-93, despite a lackluster showing from the bench. Well played, keep up the hard work, and you will soon become a superstar in this league, Carter remarked after the game. Throughout this match, the two had numerous confrontations, allowing Carter to experience firsthand the rookie's commendable prowess on both ends of the court. Moreover, he was astonished by Quan Xiao's mature and composed handling of the ball, a stark contrast to the typical impulsiveness of most rookies. By the end of the game, Carter understood the reason behind Quan Xiao's performance and sensed that a spot on the list of future league superstars was destined for him. Furthermore, owing to Bowen's incident, Carter developed a favorable impression of Quan Xiao, prompting him to extend another gesture of goodwill post-game. As it stood, Quan Xiao had faced 3 of the top shooting guards and emerged victorious against each. The only one he had yet to confront was Tracy McGrady, who previously played 3 seasons with the Rockets before being traded for Quan Xiao. They would not meet until February of the following year, leaving them with 2 months to wait. The tournament continues, and Quan Xiao's performance remains consistently impressive. His display has garnered him an increasing number of votes from fans, allowing him to gradually widen the gap between himself and the defenders trailing behind him. What remains is the pursuit of Kobe and Iverson, a task that presents considerable challenges. It is likely that Quan Xiao will need to unleash several more explosive performances to have even a glimmer of hope. On December 10th, in an away game, they narrowly triumphed over the Raptors with a score of 100-96, where Quan Xiao achieved 28 points with a shooting accuracy of 50%. With Alston absent, Quan Xiao occasionally took on the role of point guard, resulting in an impressive tally of 10 assists, thus achieving a double-double. on December 11th. In a back-to-back matchup against the 76ers, Yao Ming struggled, which briefly placed the Rockets in a precarious position. Fortunately, Bonzi Wells rose to the occasion. Despite Yao Ming's meager contribution of only 12 points and 9 rebounds, Wells delivered a commendable performance with 24 points and 10 rebounds on 8 of 14 shooting. Together with Quan Xiao, they amassed 63 points, leading the Rockets to a comeback victory of 105-100. In an extraordinary display, Quan Xiao graced the court for 42 minutes, executing 14 out of 20 attempts, including 5 of 9 from beyond the arc, and flawlessly converting all 6 of his free throws, amassing an impressive triple-double with 39 points, 11 rebounds, and 12 assists. His remarkable performance was pivotal in securing victory for the team. The intensity of the match nearly exhausted him, rendering him unable to engage in post-game interviews, necessitating assistance from Li Zixiong to return to the locker room for recovery. Consequently, he was absent from the subsequent press conference. Fortunately, this game garnered him renewed support from fans, reigniting hopes for his all-star starting position. Chapter 84. Clash with the Pistons following their victory against the 76ers. The Houston Rockets achieved an astounding 11 consecutive wins, boasting an overall record of 21 wins and only 1 loss, with a remarkable win rate exceeding 95%. This unforeseen success left many pre-game skeptics astounded. Few could have anticipated such a sensational start for the Rockets. If this momentum continues, they may well surpass the Bulls' legendary record of 72 wins and 10 losses. On paper, the Rockets should rank as a second-tier team in the Western Conference. Yet their tenacity has positioned them among the league's elite. In the past, the Rockets often found themselves evenly matched against any opponent, capable of defeating strong teams, but occasionally faltering against weaker ones. However, this season, they have exhibited remarkable resilience. With the previously common occurrences of second-half collapses now a thing of the past, against formidable rivals such as the Spurs and Mavericks, they have demonstrated a commendable back-and-forth play, ultimately emerging victorious, while decisively overcoming weaker opponents. Numerous experts speculate that the change in coaching has invigorated the team's offensive capabilities, as Edelman's arrival has enhanced their performance, while the defensive framework established during Van Gundy's tenure remains intact. With key players like Yao Ming and Battier still active, and Quan Xiao seamlessly filling the void left by McGrady, the Rockets have achieved a harmonious balance between offense and defense, making a striking impact in the new season. Moreover, the relatively lenient schedule has contributed to the Rockets' impressive performance. However, as the calendar becomes denser, the limitations of their roster depth may become apparent, potentially leading to fluctuations in their performance. During this period, the Rockets have dominated media headlines, as their current form is undeniably captivating. Fans are eager to witness how long their winning streak can continue and which team will emerge as the next Suns. In light of this, prior to the Rockets' upcoming match against the Pistons, numerous media outlets began to sensationalize the event, with the league itself amplifying the hype by adjusting the broadcast schedule to feature this game nationwide. Although the Pistons have lost the formidable defender Ben Wallace this season, the other 4 starters from their championship-winning team remain, solidifying their status as a powerhouse in the Eastern Conference. Under the guidance of coach Flip Saunders, the Pistons currently hold a record of 15 wins and 6 losses, ranking 3rd in the East, trailing only the Celtics at 17 wins and 2 losses and the Magic at 16 wins and 6 losses. In terms of roster strength, the Pistons possess a slight edge, featuring all-stars such as Rasheed Wallace, Richard Hamilton, and Chauncey Billups, along with the defensive stalwart Tayshaun Prince, who has also been recognized for his defensive prowess. Crucially, all these players have experienced the finals and triumphed over the formidable Lakers, showcasing a level of experience and synergy that far exceeds that of the Rockets. The Rockets, in contrast, rely solely on Yao Ming as their lone all-star, while emerging rookie Rafer Alston has shown promise. Yet the likes of Alston and Battier pale in comparison to the prowess of Billups and Prince. On December 13, 2007, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the game between the Rockets and the Pistons commenced with the sound of the referee's whistle. After missing 2 games, Alston returned to the starting lineup, with Coach Edelman maintaining the season's most frequently utilized starting 5. The Pistons fielded a starting lineup of Billups, Hamilton, Prince, Wallace, and McDyess. TNT broadcasted the match, with Mike Breen as the host, alongside the outspoken Charles Barkley and Rockets legend Kenny Smith providing commentary. "Charles, which team do you favor to win this matchup?" asked Breen. "Kenny, does that question even need to be posed? Of course, it's the Rockets facing off against the Pistons today. Barkley replied, his expression one of disbelief. Do you honestly believe the Pistons can triumph? The Pistons certainly have a chance to win. Are you confident the Rockets can secure victory without a doubt? Absolutely. I have two compelling reasons to support my stance. Oh, you have reasons? Pray tell. Breen interjected. Very well, allow the illustrious Sir Charles to enlighten you, Barkley continued. Firstly, the Rockets are on a winning streak, brimming with confidence and strong chemistry. Secondly, this is the Pistons' second game of a back-to-back, which puts them at a physical disadvantage. While the Rockets are well-rested and enjoying the benefits of home court advantage. Admittedly, your 2 points are indeed factual. Yet the outcome of the game will ultimately be determined on the court, Smith concluded. Kenneth, feeling somewhat aggrieved, remarked that he indeed held a favorable view of the Rockets. Given his association with the franchise as a former player, the Pistons initiated the offense, but Wallace's first shot failed to find the mark. The rebound was seized by Yao Ming, leading to Badier scoring the first points for the Rockets with a three-pointer from the corner after receiving an assist from T-Mac. The Pistons' Hamilton committed a turnover, which T-Mac capitalized on with a steal, allowing Yao Ming to score effortlessly under the basket, establishing a 5-0 lead. As the Pistons pressed forward, McDyess missed a jumper, yet Prince secured the offensive rebound. Alston fouled Billups, who proceeded to the free-throw line and converted both attempts. Rocket Smith and Alston both struggled to find their rhythm, missing consecutive shots, but the Pistons adhered to the principle of reciprocity, with Wallace and McDyess responding with 2 successful shots of their own. Subsequently, both teams exhibited intense defensive efforts, which severely hampered their offensive efficiency, resulting in a cacophony of missed shots that threatened to lull the viewers into slumber. The two teams approached the game as if it were a playoff clash. With a notable emphasis on defense, the referees adopted a lenient stance in their officiating, leading to a low-scoring first quarter, with the Rockets momentarily leading 20-16. The Pistons maintained a deliberate pace, making it challenging to score high against them. They were adept at drawing opponents into their rhythm, gradually wearing them down. It was likely that the Spurs preferred to engage the Pistons in a similarly methodical manner, as both teams shared a defensive-first philosophy. Therefore, when these two squads clashed, the excitement of the game was inevitably diminished. The contest seemed to unfold along a predetermined trajectory, devoid of anticipation or novelty for the spectators. Well, I hope the Rockets can find their rhythm and avoid conforming to the Pistons' pace, or I might just doze off in the commentary booth, Barkley lamented. His frustration was understandable, as the first quarter had proven to be rather lackluster, with the incessant clamor of missed shots dampening the viewers' desire to watch. Not only the viewers at home, but even the fans present at the venue seemed to lack enthusiasm, were it not for the Houston Rockets' considerable allure. With spectators eager to witness whether they could extend their winning streak, many would have likely switched off their televisions long ago. As it stands, their continued viewing is merely a quest for immediate results. One can only hope that the upcoming matches will showcase a performance that meets the minimal expectations of the audience. Chapter 85. A streak of 12 victories. Perhaps the audience's silent prayers were heard, or perhaps the Rockets themselves could no longer endure the Pistons' tempo. In the second quarter, the Rockets finally regained their form, beginning to play at their customary pace. Initially, the rotation lineup, under the guidance of Quan Xiao, began to accelerate. Fortunately, Quan Xiao is renowned for his exceptional stamina. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to keep up with Hamilton throughout the first quarter and still maintain such a fast pace for an extended period. With this newfound rhythm, Hayde commenced his three-point exhibition, Scola danced the Argentine tango, and the venerable big fella executed a long-awaited dunk, momentarily transporting fans back to the glory days of previous seasons. At last, the game bore semblance to what it ought to be. Had it continued as in the first quarter, they might as well have replaced the hoop. This is the performance the Rockets should embody. Competing at the Pistons' tempo is hardly ideal. Charles, do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the rotation lineup, not the starting five. Once the starters return, the game could revert to its prior state. However, I do not believe the Rockets would be so foolish as to continue playing to the Pistons' rhythm, having found their own. There is no reason not to persist. Yet, the Pistons will attempt to draw the Rockets into their tempo. The question remains which team can exert greater influence over the other. Nonetheless, at least for these few minutes before the starters return, the Rockets can revel in playing at their own pace, as the Pistons' rotation lineup lacks the means to assert dominance. This is the impact of Quan Xiao. He consistently aids the team in establishing an advantage during rotation periods. The Rockets are indeed fortunate. With a little reinforcement, they could contend for the championship. Do you truly believe that the current Rockets are unworthy of vying for the title, Charles? They are presently the league leaders, having lost only a single match thus far. Does that not suffice for championship aspirations? Indeed, I perceive their roster as lacking depth. While this may not pose significant issues during the regular season, such shortcomings will be magnified in the playoffs. In our time with the Rockets, our starting lineup could triumph over any team, yet our rotation often fell short, allowing opponents to widen the gap. Moreover, we frequently observe the Rockets deploying Quan Xiao at the point guard position, indicating a deficiency in that role. Alston clearly cannot shoulder the responsibilities of a championship-caliber starting point guard. However, I believe that utilizing Quan Xiao at the point is a squander of his offensive talents. He is best suited to the shooting guard or small forward positions. Smith carefully reflected on the Rockets' game and recognized, as Barkley pointed out, that when Quan Xiao played the point guard position, he was noticeably less dazzling than when he occupied the shooting guard or small forward roles. In the role of point guard, he seemed to be preoccupied with orchestrating the team's offense, which inadvertently masked his offensive brilliance. Additionally, his playing style did not align entirely with traditional point guard thinking, creating a sense of contradiction and causing the Rockets to lose their sharpest weapon. However, when he played as a shooting guard or small forward, he no longer had to concern himself with organization and could fully unleash his offensive prowess, thereby using his ability to draw defenders to create excellent opportunities for his teammates. Of course, while his performance at point guard may not have been as impressive as in the other positions, it still fell within the league's average range, perhaps even bordering on exceptional. Charles, I believe Quan Xiao is quite adept at the point guard position. His height affords him excellent court vision, enabling him to effectively observe the positioning of both teammates and opponents. His fundamental skills are solid, and his passing ability is strong, though his basketball IQ may leave something to be desired. Indeed, Kenny, that encapsulates Quan Xiao's talent. Even in areas where he is not as proficient, he can still excel, making him a formidable player. He reminds me of Michael. When they choose to, they can accomplish anything on the court, be it offense, defense, or orchestrating the team's attack, as long as they desire it and the team requires it. All right, Charles, you might be overstating it a bit. After all, Quan Xiao has yet to prove himself at this level. I admire him too, but I do not believe he has earned such lavish praise from you just yet. Barkley chuckled, choosing not to pursue the matter further, yet he remained convinced that Quan Xiao's future held limitless potential, as he saw qualities in him reminiscent of those he once observed in Jordan. As both teams gradually introduced their starting lineups, the Rockets opted to substitute Wells for Quan Xiao. As expected, the Rockets did not alter their strategy despite the Pistons starters returning. Although the pace slowed somewhat, given Yao Ming's unsuitability for such a rapid tempo, they did not simply follow the Pistons' lead as they had in the first quarter. The second quarter saw both teams enhance their offensive play, resulting in a final score of 28-25, with the Rockets gaining a 3-point advantage in this segment. As the second half commenced, the Rockets fielded a lineup consisting of Yao Ming, Battier, Quan Xiao, Head, and Alston. Aside from Yao Ming, all four players were capable of shooting three-pointers, with even Alston maintaining a three-point shooting percentage above 36. Upon observing this lineup, everyone grasped Edelman's strategy. One star surrounded by four shooters, a tactic frequently employed by the Magic due to their assurance in rebounding with Howard. While Yao Ming's rebounding may not rival Howard's, he too could average double-digit rebounds, making the Rockets' execution of this strategy entirely feasible. Moreover, the shooting lineup of the Rockets vastly surpasses that of the Magic, particularly in terms of efficiency. Naturally, should the perimeter shooters experience a slump, they could become targets for the opposing team. However, once their rhythm is established, they could swiftly overpower their adversaries. To ensure stability, Quan Xiao is positioned at the power forward spot, leveraging his speed and strength to secure rebounds, thereby preventing the Rockets from being outmatched on the boards. Offensively, Quan Xiao primarily operates at the high post or even beyond the three-point line, effectively drawing some of the Pistons' interior defense away, thus creating opportunities for Yao Ming. Fortunately, the Rockets' sharpshooters exhibited commendable form today, sinking 7 three-pointers in the third quarter, while Yao capitalized on 2 second-chance opportunities. Coupled with Quan Xiao's occasional assists following defensive draws, the Rockets achieved a harmonious blend of interior and exterior play, fulfilling Edelman's tactical vision. The Pistons' defense against the Rockets' three-point shooting faltered during this quarter, allowing the Rockets to extend their lead significantly. One cannot blame them, as the Rockets possess an abundance of sharpshooters, and given their current form, Any team would struggle in such circumstances. Indeed, a team rich in shooters can be exceedingly difficult to defend when they are in rhythm. However, relying solely on shooting prowess is not a dependable strategy. Historically, no team has clinched a championship solely through successful shooting. A solitary shooter cannot lead a team to victory. Yet who knows? Perhaps in a few years, a shooting-centric team will claim the title. As the commentators exchanged banter, the fourth quarter commenced. Within a mere 5 minutes, the Rockets surged with a 13-5 run, widening the gap to 17 points, prompting the Pistons head coach to withdraw his starters and surrender. Given the Pistons' offensive capabilities, recovering 17 points in the remaining 7 minutes proved a daunting challenge. The Rockets subsequently substituted all their starters, concluding the game amidst a practice-like atmosphere. 12 consecutive victories achieved. Chapter 86. Truly melodious, yet I remain skeptical. Big Yao. With today's victory over the Pistons, you have now secured 12 consecutive wins, marking yet another streak of 10 or more, an unparalleled feat in the league. Do you consider the current Rockets a contender for the championship? One could posit that, although our roster is not yet flawless, every individual is fiercely committed to achieving victory. We are a united team, free from power struggles, which enables us to perform at our best as we remain focused on the court and strive to showcase our utmost capabilities. This season, your playing time appears to be slightly reduced compared to previous seasons. Do you believe the coaching staff's decisions will impact your statistics? Indeed. Although I may have lost a few minutes, I perceive this as a boon, allowing me to mitigate fatigue and reduce the risk of injury. While my playing time has diminished slightly, a closer examination reveals that my efficiency has markedly improved, as I am no longer compelled to remain on the court despite physical exhaustion as I once was. It appears that this is indeed the case. What do you think the reason might be? One factor lies in the commendable tactical design by the coaching staff, while another is the commendable performance of my teammates. Consequently, I find the game considerably easier, and my efficiency has consequently risen. Are you satisfied with the current state of the team? Do you believe there is a need for further strengthening? I must admit, the achievements we have attained thus far have surpassed my expectations. Strengthening is essential for any team whenever the opportunity arises. If our aim is the championship, we must indeed fortify our ranks. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao was interviewed by Mr. Greg Sager, the esteemed commentator. Hey, Quan, congratulations on your 12th consecutive victory. Your team has performed remarkably. Thank you. I am delighted to receive your praise, Mr. Sager. Is there more? I wish to hear more, for your words are so melodious that they uplift my spirits and dispel my fatigue. Haha, if that is the case, I might consider charging you for my services. But seriously, your performance has been extraordinary. I have lost count of how many times I have been astounded by your abilities. Do you believe I have the qualifications to contend for the MVP? Certainly, if you can maintain your performance and assist the Rockets in achieving a commendable record. Sager expressed his opinion, then inquired, what do you think are the chances of your team breaking out of the Western Conference? What is your perspective on the current season's dynamics? To be frank, it is difficult to say at this juncture, as I am uncertain whether any team might surge in the second half of the season due to a trade. Moreover, the competition in the West has been intensely fierce, even brutal, in recent years. This year, the Western Conference remains highly competitive, with at least 8 or 9 teams possessing similar levels of strength. Thus, it is conceivable that the gap in records between the first and 8th seeds may not exceed 10 games. In the Eastern Conference, the Celtics are undoubtedly in a league of their own, while the Magic, Cavaliers, and Pistons form the second tier, with other teams lacking competitiveness. Even achieving 40 victories may suffice to secure a playoff berth. Who do you believe has the best chance of breaking through in the West? What are the Rockets' prospects? That is truly uncertain, as the situation in the West is quite chaotic, unlike the East, where it is clear which teams are more likely to advance further. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say the Spurs, the Lakers, and our team. The Lakers? Do you believe they possess that level of strength? Currently, they hold a record of only 12 wins and 8 losses, placing them 8th in the West. Indeed, I believe the Lakers have potential. First and foremost, they have Kobe, which ensures they possess a certain level of competitiveness. Moreover, their management possesses formidable capabilities. Perhaps a well-timed trade during the season could significantly enhance the Lakers' strength, such as acquiring Gasol from the Grizzlies. Being situated in the vibrant city of Los Angeles, the Lakers hold immense allure for any player. Furthermore, Mr. Buss is willing to invest, making it relatively uncomplicated for the Lakers to attract star players. Currently, the Suns and the Hornets rank 3rd and 4th in the Western Conference, Why is there skepticism regarding these two teams? It is not a matter of doubt, but rather a preference for the teams previously mentioned. Of course, anything is possible. The chances of an upset exist, as the disparity in strength among teams vying for playoff spots in the West is minimal. Thank you for accepting my interview, and I wish you the best of luck. I hope your team achieves remarkable success this season. After returning to the locker room for a refresh and changing into clean clothes, he was escorted by the press officer to the press conference venue. There was no choice. After nearly every game, he was required to attend the post-game press conference, given his outstanding performance. Nevertheless, he willingly complied with the team's and the league's requests, unless he was truly exhausted and disinclined to move. The following day, major media outlets continued to extol the Rockets, making it seem as though the championship was already within their grasp. Sports Illustrated proclaimed, after halting a 10-game winning streak, the Rockets have now embarked on a 12-game winning streak. The Rockets are soaring. Initially, it was assumed that after the end of their 10-game winning streak, the Rockets would be brought back down to earth, aligning with preseason expectations. However, contrary to expectations, the Rockets merely paused momentarily. It appeared they had replenished their energy, and the Rockets once again commenced their winning journey, achieving an even more impressive 12-game streak, rendering them seemingly unstoppable. Dunk, who will be the next dragon-slaying Warriors? Since the season commenced, the Rockets have emerged as the greatest surprise, advancing triumphantly until they were thwarted by the Suns after their 10-game winning streak. However, the Suns' success did not assist other teams. The Rockets surged forth with even greater momentum, attaining 12 consecutive victories. Thus, who will become the next dragon-slaying Warriors after the Suns? ESPN, the Rockets have launched. When will they touch down? Can you believe that with a record of 22 wins and 1 loss, it is neither the defending champion Spurs nor the Celtics with their formidable trio, but rather the Rockets? I certainly did not foresee this, yet the Rockets have accomplished it. With the impressive performance of the rookie, all while being led by Yao Ming, the premier center in the league, they delivered astounding results. The New York Times, the Rockets ascend, and the rookie soars. If someone had told me before the season that the Rockets would soar in the new season and their rookie would exhibit phenomenal performance, I would have deemed that individual misguided. However, a month and a half into the season, what once seemed inconceivable has become a reality. The Rocket has ascended, and their rookie has risen to fame, showcasing remarkable talent. Meanwhile, our Knicks remain mired in struggle, uncertain of when this ordeal will conclude. Such flattering words are easy to utter, but how could our Quan Xiao fall prey to the sugary allure of capitalism? Chapter 87 indeed feels like a bitter pill. Even major media outlets are extolling the Rockets, not to mention the local Texas and Houston press, who spare no effort in lauding the team, the coaching staff, and the players, particularly the outstanding Yao Ming and Quan Xiao. Were it not for his rebirth and the experiences of his past life, Quan Xiao might have succumbed to the tide of adulation, especially at his tender age of under 20, a time when vanity often reigns supreme. Fortunately, his dual existence has bestowed upon him a mature mindset, enabling him to discern the true nature of the media. Despite their current extravagant praise, he knows that a single poor performance would swiftly turn their admiration into scorn, reducing one to mere folly. In his previous life, Quan Xiao has witnessed enough of this theatrical spectacle as an onlooker. The Rockets' next match features an intra-Texas showdown against the Mavericks. Before the game has even commenced, the media has begun to dissect the matchup, with the overwhelming majority predicting a victory for the Rockets, citing numerous compelling reasons that suggest an impending triumph. Perhaps the media's praise has taken root in the hearts of many, or perhaps a string of victories has led to a sense of unwarranted confidence. Regardless, during these 2 days of preparation, Quan Xiao has observed that many of his teammates have grown overly relaxed, seemingly underestimating the Mavericks. In light of this situation, Quan Xiao finds it difficult to voice his concerns, as this demeanor could be interpreted as self-assurance, albeit perhaps slightly excessive. As for the outcome, until the final whistle blows, no one can definitively predict it. Some individuals flourish under relaxed circumstances, while others thrive under pressure. The grander the stage, the more pivotal the moment, the better they tend to perform. Although Quan Xiao is a newcomer and the youngest player on the team, his psychological resilience is arguably unparalleled within the squad. Having experienced the phenomenon of rebirth, what could possibly intimidate him? Thus, he maintains his customary training and preparation rhythm, neither overly relaxed nor excessively tense, executing actions as they should be, achieving an admirable state of tranquility. Some may argue that this demeanor is somewhat mature, lacking the exuberance typically associated with youth. However, when on the court, Quan Xiao is anything but monotonous. He is vibrant and spirited, fully aware of when to employ various tactics to invigorate his teammates and engage the audience. Consequently, one can frequently spot him among the highlights of the game. On December 16, 2007, a Sunday, at the Toyota Center in Houston, greetings to our viewers. I am your host, Yao, and it is my pleasure to welcome Master Su Kun to commentate on today's match. Hello, everyone. I am Su Kun. It is delightful to have the opportunity to watch and discuss the game with you once again. Master Su, what are your thoughts on today's match? Both teams are playoff contenders, and at present, the Rockets have a somewhat superior record compared to the Mavericks. The Rockets boast 22 wins and 1 loss, currently riding a 12-game winning streak, securing the top position in the Western Conference and the entire league. The Mavericks have 13 wins and 9 losses, placing 7th in the West. The two teams have faced each other once before, with the Rockets emerging victorious. However, it is difficult to predict today's outcome, as I believe the teams are closely matched, contrary to what their records may suggest. The Rockets' recent victories have included many fortuitous factors, with several games nearly slipping away. Personally, I hope for a Rockets victory. Thank you, Master Su, for your analysis. The game has commenced. So let us first take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. The Rockets' starting lineup features Yao Ming, Josh Smith, Battier, Quan Xiao, and Francis. Alston is reportedly dealing with a minor injury and has missed the previous 2 games. The Mavericks starters, familiar to most fans, include Dampier, Nowitzki, Josh Howard, Jason Terry, and Devin Harris. Prior to the game, the majority of American media expressed a preference for the Rockets, highlighting that this match is hosted in Houston, and the team is currently on a winning streak, which boosts their morale. These are the reasons for their optimism. The Rockets initiate the attack. Battier attempts a 3-pointer but overshoots. Josh Smith secures the offensive rebound and misses again. Nowitzki grabs the rebound, and the Mavericks transition to offense. Harris passes to Josh Howard, whose 3-pointer also misses, but Harris retrieves the offensive rebound. Nowitzki attempts a mid-range shot, but it is unsuccessful. He retrieves his own rebound and tries again. This shot is blocked, with Yao delivering a spectacular rejection, yet Nowitzki retains control of the ball and continues his pursuit, but to no avail. However, Dampier secures the offensive rebound. Both teams initially struggled with offensive efficiency. However, the Mavericks showcased their prowess in rebounding, securing 3 consecutive offensive boards. Dampier passed the ball to Jason Terry beyond the arc, who finally sank a 3-pointer. This sequence highlighted the Rockets' momentary lapse in focus, allowing the Mavericks to capitalize on 3 offensive rebounds. They must tighten their grip and not allow their opponents to seize possession so easily. Indeed, the 3-day break may have left their mindset unprepared for the intensity of the game. It became evident that the Rockets were playing below their capability, trailing the Mavericks 21-25 by the end of the first quarter. Scoring only 21 points in the first quarter was notably low, as they typically average 26 to 27 points per quarter. It remains to be seen how they will respond in the subsequent quarters and whether they can elevate their intensity. The second quarter proved even less fruitful, with the Rockets scoring 1 point less than in the first. Fortunately for them, the Mavericks fared even worse, managing only 13 points in that quarter, which allowed the Rockets to regain the lead. Despite the lack of offensive rhythm, the Rockets relied heavily on Quan Xiao's individual brilliance to score. Their defensive performance shone, stifling the Mavericks' offense and enabling them to secure a halftime lead. As the second half commenced, the tides shifted dramatically. Devin Harris of the Mavericks erupted, scoring 12 points on 5 of 6 shooting in the third quarter, leading his team to 33 points for the period. While the Rockets improved slightly compared to the first half, they still fell short in this quarter, losing by 8 points and relinquishing their earlier advantage. In the final quarter, the Rockets not only approached the game with seriousness but also with a fierce determination. Albeit it was too late, they managed to restore their offensive rhythm, scoring 32 points, yet the Mavericks matched their efforts with 29 points in the fourth quarter. Ultimately, the Rockets suffered a narrow defeat at home, losing 98-100, as the Mavericks, following the Suns, successfully halted the Rockets' winning streak. The predictions from various media outlets turned out to be a bitter pill for the Rockets, who willingly swallowed this toxic brew. Chapter 88. Consecutive defeats. The game concluded with the Rockets regrettably witnessing their winning streak end at the hands of the Mavericks. They indeed had opportunities in this match, with the final score margin being a mere 2 points, just a single basket. Unfortunately, Quan Xiao's last-second 3-pointer failed to find its mark, marking the Rockets' second defeat of the season. However, it would be unjust to place the blame solely on Quan Xiao, whose performance remained commendable. The deeper issues stemmed from the Rockets' earlier missteps. And when they attempted to close the gap, the Mavericks stepped up their game. Observers of the match can fairly assert that the loss cannot be attributed to Quan Xiao or Yao Ming. A look at their statistics will speak volumes. Today, Yao played for 38 minutes, achieving an impressive record of 28 points and 14 rebounds, complemented by 3 assists and 3 blocks, showcasing an outstanding performance. Quan Xiao, on the other hand, logged 42 minutes on the court, scoring 45 points with a shooting accuracy of 15 out of 24 attempts, including 6 out of 9 from three-point range, along with 7 rebounds, 7 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, demonstrating remarkable effort on both offensive and defensive ends. Examining the performances of other starters, Battier managed to score 4 out of 10, which is reasonably acceptable. Josh Smith's performance was lackluster, hitting only 4 of 12 attempts, while Francis struggled significantly with just 1 out of 8. Among the primary rotation players, Scola hit 1 of 4, and Haid made 2 out of 6. It is evident that had even 1 or 2 of the other Rockets players displayed a slightly higher efficiency, the team could have secured victory. Alas, there is no room for what-ifs. At the onset of the match, the Rockets players appeared overly relaxed, resembling a practice scrimmage rather than a competitive game. Perhaps a consequence of their previous winning streak leading to complacency, resulting in a lesson from the Mavericks. As 2 individuals reflected on the game, Quan Xiao participated in an interview. What do you believe was the cause of your team's loss? Who should bear the responsibility for this defeat? He was asked. The outcome of a game is determined by numerous factors, not by a single individual. Therefore, it is inaccurate to attribute responsibility to one person. We did not perform to our potential, and given the Mavericks' inherent strength, their superior performance today rightfully earned them the victory. How do you think the interruption of your winning streak will affect team morale? Of course, the end of our winning streak is disheartening and may affect morale to some extent. However, I believe it will not pose a significant problem for the team. Quite the contrary, it may serve to awaken us, allowing us to let go of pressure, approach the game with a fresh mindset, and focus solely on the match itself. If your last shot had gone in, victory would have been yours. What are your thoughts on that shot? Are you concerned about potential criticism from fans? I regret that the final shot did not find its mark, but beyond that, I have no further thoughts. No one can guarantee success in such situations. A game-winning shot is inherently a low-probability event, which is why it elicits such excitement and awe. As for how fans perceive it, I can accept their opinions, as they are viewing it from their own perspective. After the interview concluded and upon returning to the locker room, the atmosphere felt somewhat somber, clearly affected by the defeat and the interruption of the winning streak, dampening spirits. Hey guys, it was just a single inconsequential regular season loss. There's no need to act as if we've lost the championship, he reassured them. Of course, if you're worried about fan backlash, I cannot assist with that, as I seldom experience such scrutiny, so I must admit to feeling a bit envious of you. Hey, young brother, what do you think? Yao Ming gazed at Quan Xiao's somewhat mischievous demeanor and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Hey, Quan, your words have inflicted the slightest bit of harm upon me. How do you intend to compensate for this? Josh Smith, playing the role of the comic relief, chimed in, Oh, Josh, surely no mosquito has ever dared to bite your face. His incredulous expression mirrored that of a perplexed onlooker. If mosquitoes cannot pierce your skin, it indicates your skin is excessively thick. With Quan Xiao's playful banter, the atmosphere in the locker room grew lively once more, and everyone ceased to dwell on the recent defeat. After freshening up, Quan Xiao reluctantly prepared to attend the post-game press conference. After all, he had been the standout performer. Rick, having lost the game at home and interrupted your winning streak, who do you think is to blame for this defeat? The first question was directed at the coach and was rather unfriendly. Frankly, Quan Xiao could not comprehend why everyone was so eager to find someone to blame for the loss. Was it merely to identify a scapegoat? Or perhaps to establish a target for the fans to vent their frustrations upon? I sincerely apologize for the defeat. It is regrettable, and I too feel discomfort. As the head coach, I bear the greatest responsibility for this loss. My tactical arrangements and in-game adjustments were inadequate. The players performed admirably, but the primary accountability lies with our coaching staff. Quan, what are your thoughts on today's opponent, the Mavericks? The Mavericks are a formidable adversary, boasting numerous talented players. Our encounters have resulted in 1 win and 1 loss, clearly indicating that they are not inferior to us. They are indeed a challenging opponent. Coach Rick, why was the final shot not entrusted to Yao but given to Quan instead? Has Quan become the Rockets' primary option? There are no convoluted reasons. It simply boiled down to the fact that Quan's shooting touch was exceptional today. It is as straightforward as that. Upon concluding the press conference, Quan Xiao exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated that a mere regular season defeat could elicit such fervor from the media, with questions becoming ever sharper and more challenging. The next game would also be at home, facing the Magic led by the formidable Dwight Howard, with a 3-day interval before the match. It left one wondering what the league officials were thinking regarding the scheduling, either spacing games 3 or 4 days apart or arranging back-to-back contests. Could they not schedule games on consecutive days? In his 4th year, Howard had matured significantly and was even emerging as a contender for the title of the league's top center. It was believed that in a year or two, as Shaquille O'Neal aged further, the title of the league's premier center would likely be contested between him and Yao Ming. On December 20th, 2007, Beijing time, at the Toyota Center in Houston, the Rockets prepared to face the challenge posed by the Magic. Prior to this match, the Magic had suffered defeats against the Grizzlies and the Mavericks, currently on a 2-game losing streak, while the Rockets had their own winning streak halted by the Mavericks. Both teams had compelling reasons to strive for victory. One aimed to end a losing streak, while the other sought to rekindle a winning momentum. As the first quarter concluded, the Rockets appeared promising, having limited the Magic to a mere 15 points, although they themselves managed only 22, which was far from impressive. However, the second quarter proved to be a setback, as they were overwhelmed by the Magic, who outscored them 29-18. The third quarter showed little improvement, with the Rockets trailing by another 5 points. The final quarter saw a slight resurgence, as they triumphed over the Magic by 4 points, yet ultimately fell short, losing by 5 on their home turf. Chapter 89. Brother Yao, the time has come. When the final buzzer sounded, Quan Xiao glanced up at the large screen at center court, which starkly conveyed the brutal truth: they had lost the game. This marked their first consecutive defeats of the season, stirring emotions within Quan Xiao for the first time due to a regular season loss. In this match, Quan Xiao maintained his steady performance, playing for 43 minutes, taking 21 shots, and hitting 13 of them, 4 out of 8 from three-point range. He was flawless from the free throw line, making all 10 attempts, accumulating 40 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, and delivering an impressive 11 assists, along with 3 blocks and 3 steals. Yao Ming played for 42 minutes, shooting 11 out of 18, making 7 of 8 free throws for a total of 29 points, along with 13 rebounds and 2 blocks. Aside from the two of them, the next highest scorer was Smith with only 11 points, while the rest of the team failed to reach double digits. In contrast, the Magic had 6 players scoring in double figures, showcasing a well-rounded offensive effort that overpowered the Rockets. Their victory was not attributed to superior performances from their star players. Indeed, Howard was once again subdued by Yao Ming. Their success stemmed entirely from the exceptional contributions of their role players. Quan Xiao's 11 assists were a result of his need to direct the team's offense today, a role he preferred not to assume. His ideal style revolved around scoring and defending, with a secondary focus on playmaking. However, given the current state of the Rockets' backcourt, Adelman had no choice but to assign Quan Xiao some organizational responsibilities, even though he recognized that this was not the most comfortable role for him. The alternative would have likely resulted in an even poorer performance from the team. In the post-game interviews and press conference, Quan Xiao was rather perfunctory, employing language even more formal than the officials, leaving the journalists at a loss. He was well aware of their expectations, yet he lacked the inclination to engage with them today. Merely responding was already a significant concession. Brother Yao, I believe the time is ripe to advocate for reinforcements, he suggested. What do you think? I concur that the opportunity has indeed arrived. These consecutive losses may serve to dismantle some unrealistic notions held by certain individuals. The previous victories have masked numerous issues, and without addressing these, our chances of advancing far are slim. Brother Yao, I think our combined efforts to press the management would yield better results. I believe I hold a certain weight within the team at present, and I trust that the management will take my thoughts into consideration. No need to worry, Quan. Just focus on playing well. Leave the other issues to me. Your brother Yao? However, this is my perspective. I should bear the weight of external opinions, and truthfully, I do not mind them much. As long as we can strengthen the team and I have the opportunity to advance further, a little criticism cannot sway me. Young brother, I understand your feelings, But have you considered that if I were to distance myself from the situation and you approach the management with demands, how would the fans and media perceive that? After all, I have been here a few years longer than you, and you are merely a rookie. While you may disregard media commentary, it is vital to consider the sentiments of the fans. I comprehend your intentions and fully support your thoughts. I do not question your motives, yet fans unaware of the context might view you as seeking power and authority, which could hinder the unity of the team. It is my oversight, and I am grateful for your reminder, Brother Yao. For now, I will allow you to bear this burden. But I assure you that if the team is reinforced, I will give my utmost to help us achieve greater heights. All right, Brother Yao. I recognize your ambition as a player, and I hope you continue to pursue it. Leave the rest to me. You need not dwell on this and should concentrate on your game. Thank you, Brother Yao. I shall take my leave now and get some rest. See you tomorrow. Watching Quan Xiao depart, Yao Ming smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps to outsiders, Quan Xiao's formidable rise might threaten his own standing, even usurping the captaincy. Yet, Yao Ming had never considered this notion. The stronger Quan Xiao became, the happier he felt, for it meant the team's strength would also increase, and he would have the opportunity to achieve breakthroughs in performance. Furthermore, next year marks the Olympics at our doorstep, and a more powerful Quan Xiao would undoubtedly be the best asset for the national team's success. Upon returning home, Yao Ming took out his phone and called his agent, a conversation that lasted over 10 minutes. I hope you can be more generous, Alexander. Otherwise, I may have to resort to drastic measures. Yao Ming murmured to himself after concluding his call with the agent. Meanwhile, Quan Xiao also communicated with his economic team to discuss subsequent actions. The next day, media headlines were again dominated by the Rockets, but this time not with praise, but with ridicule. Open Air Tribune. The fuel has run out. The Rockets plummet. After losing to the Mavericks, the Rockets suffered another defeat at home against the Magic, marking their first consecutive losses of the season. Observing the performance in these two games, it is evident that the Rockets have lost their former magic and have returned to their true form. Perhaps this is the Rockets' genuine strength. Their fuel has been depleted, and the Rockets are destined to land. Sports Illustrated. No longer miraculous. The Rockets face a losing streak. Since the start of the season, the biggest dark horse, the Rockets, succumbed to the Magic at home, bitterly swallowing 2 consecutive defeats. At this point, the extraordinary aura surrounding them has finally faded, and they may soon be returned to their rightful place. ESPN ranks them 12th, which is indeed more fitting for the Rockets. Prior to the season, Power Rankings placed the Rockets at 12th, yet since the season commenced, they have surged as if invigorated, claiming the top position in the league after a series of consecutive victories. As of now, they still hold the league's best record, but this does not accurately reflect their true capabilities. Yesterday, they suffered a defeat at home against the Magic, marking their second consecutive loss. As the season progresses, the Rockets are beginning to show signs of fatigue, and with a back-to-back match against the Nuggets tomorrow, they may well face a third consecutive defeat. Thus, it appears that the 12th spot is indeed the most appropriate designation for the Rockets. The league officials have refrained from making any comments, merely providing detailed statistics and insights on their official website. Media outlets from other teams have reported on the Rockets' failures, brimming with schadenfreude, particularly in San Antonio, home to the Spurs, where the mood is almost celebratory. The media in Dallas, while not as exaggerated as that of San Antonio, still exhibits a sense of superiority, as they were one of the teams responsible for handing the Rockets their 2 consecutive losses, providing them with ample reason to take pride. Local media in Houston, although somewhat disheartened, have expressed their support for the team. The Houston Chronicle published an article titled "Forget the Failures, the Rockets Shall Soar Again," encouraging the players to move past their recent defeats, unite, and embark once more on the path to victory. It also emphasized that if the Rockets wish to make an impact this season, they must strengthen their roster. Their performance thus far has demonstrated significant potential, and this is the opportune moment for breakthroughs. With a bit of reinforcement, they could undoubtedly advance further. On the morning of the game against the Nuggets, the Rockets management received a call from Yao Ming's agent. Chapter 90, Battle Against the Nuggets, a last-minute equalizer. Yao, I have already negotiated with your team's rather hefty individual. He has agreed to expedite a trade for reinforcements. The specifics remain unknown to me, but I have set a deadline, no later than the All-Star game. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Serving our clients is my duty. Is there anything else you need me to do? Please continue to monitor the situation and keep me informed of any developments. After hanging up, Yao Ming made it a point to inform his colleagues of the progress. The Denver Nuggets, led by the dynamic duo of Anthony and Iverson, complemented by the talents of Camby and Martin, possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. In the high-altitude city of Denver, the Rockets faced a challenging back-to-back matchup. However, the team was resolute in their determination to end their losing streak, exhibiting an even better mental state than in their previous two games. On December 21, 2007, in Denver, the Nuggets welcomed the Rockets, with Houston boasting an impressive record of 22 wins and 3 losses, placing them first in the league, while the Nuggets stood at 14 wins and 10 losses, ranking 7th in the Western Conference. Yet, as previously stated, the disparity in records does not accurately reflect the strength of the teams. The competition among the top 8 in the West is remarkably close. The Rockets' starting lineup featured Yao Ming, Josh Smith, Battier, T-Mac, and Alston, while the Nuggets fielded Camby, Kenyon Martin, Carmelo Anthony, Anthony Carter, and Iverson. Camby won the tip-off, initiating an offensive play for the Nuggets, with Iverson successfully executing a stop-and-pop jumper to open the scoring. Alston drove and dished the ball to Yao, who faked Camby and calmly made a 2-point shot. Despite Camby's reputation as a former Defensive Player of the Year, the Nuggets' defense was notably lacking. Many believe Camby does not truly deserve the accolade. His one-on-one defensive skills are not particularly strong, and he relies heavily on impressive block statistics without demonstrating true dominance on the defensive end. On the offensive front, Anthony is a veritable kaleidoscope of skills, possessing a vast array of scoring techniques. However, he is a defensive liability, often allowing opponents to score with ease. With his physical attributes, had he applied more effort and a proper mindset on defense, he could at least diminish the perception of being a defensive weakness. As for Iverson, he is not particularly fond of defense either. While he consistently averages over 2 steals per game, many of these come from high-risk gambles, successful when they pay off. But when they don't, he relies on teammates to clean up the mess. In the first quarter, Anthony struggled under Battier's defense, shooting a mere 1 for 8, resulting in a dismal shooting percentage of 12.5. The Nuggets trailed the Rockets by 7 points, with a score of 18-25. As the second quarter commenced, the Rockets faced 3 consecutive offensive failures, allowing the Nuggets to capitalize and recover 5 points. Once the starters returned, the Nuggets seized the momentum, launching a scoring surge to take the lead. Fortunately, the Rockets stabilized their performance, thanks to T-Mac's steady play and a brief outburst from Alston, ultimately concluding the first half in a deadlock at 51-51. Anthony's shooting continued to falter in the second quarter, where he managed only 1 for 9. Had it not been for strong support from his teammates and the Rockets' off-shooting night, the outcome could have been considerably different. Despite his scoring struggles, Anthony excelled in rebounding, claiming 9 boards, 7 of which were on the offensive end. The back-to-back games, compounded by the effects of high altitude, significantly impacted the Rockets' players. Particularly in the case of Yao Ming, the depletion of his physical stamina is quite severe, leading to the estimation that he would be unable to play for an extended duration, at most, around 15 minutes. Although he could push himself to continue playing, the effectiveness would be minimal, and it would only serve to heighten the risk of injury. While the halftime break offered some respite, it remained insufficient for a player of Yao Ming's stature. Endurance has consistently been a vulnerability for him, a reality that cannot be forcibly altered. Thus, after witnessing the athletic prowess of Qianlei, Yao Ming could not help but feel envious, both being of Asian descent and towering figures. He pondered why he did not possess such exceptional physical attributes. Fortunately, outsiders remain oblivious to Yao Ming's internal sentiments. Otherwise, they would likely roll their eyes at him. After all, he is already immensely talented. What more could one ask for than to endow him with an extraordinary physique? Would that not overshadow the efforts of others? Quan Xiao proactively volunteered to assume the role of primary attacker in the third quarter. After conferring with Yao Ming, he sought approval from the coaching staff, and ultimately, Adelman acquiesced, making slight tactical adjustments. As the second half commenced, Anthony suddenly rediscovered his shooting prowess, transforming instantaneously from an errant shooter into the sharpshooting sweet melon. In the third quarter, he was flawless, hitting all 8 of his attempts and scoring 16 points. However, Quan Xiao was even more formidable, exerting himself relentlessly. He took 12 shots, successfully landing 9, including 3 out of 4 from beyond the arc, and with free throws, he amassed 22 points in the quarter, propelling the Rockets to a 3-point lead. Quan Xiao's extraordinary performance afforded Yao Ming an entire quarter of much-needed respite. He fulfilled his promise, and though fatigued, he deemed the effort worthwhile. Quan Xiao's audacity stems from his acute awareness of his own physical prowess, which has consistently been his strong suit. When he does not exert himself to the fullest, he can leisurely navigate the game, and performing the entire match poses no challenge for him. What his teammates most envy is his astonishing recuperative ability. Without such formidable physical support, he would not endure lengthy additional training sessions each day, even during back-to-back games. He maintains a certain training regimen. In the fourth quarter, the Rockets fielded a lineup consisting of Yao Ming, Scola, Wells, Haid, and Alston. At the outset, Anthony faltered, allowing Wells to seize the opportunity for a steal, followed by Alston assisting Haid for a two-point score. While this lineup of the Rockets displayed a commendable offensive capability, their defensive strength significantly waned. Consequently, despite exerting pressure on the Nuggets offensively, they were repeatedly breached on the defensive end. After a respite in the third quarter, Yao Ming had regained considerable stamina, yet ultimately, he was unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught, and the Rockets gradually relinquished their lead. By the 7th minute of the match, they found themselves trailing by 5 points. Adelman opted to call a timeout, both to devise strategies and to adjust the lineup. The return of Yao Ming and Battier has finally curtailed the offensive momentum of the Denver Nuggets, allowing the Houston Rockets to gradually reclaim control of the game and engage in a fierce tug-of-war with their opponents. The match was intensely competitive, with both teams alternating in the lead. From the 9th minute, the Rockets surged ahead by a single point, only for Nawal to sink a three-pointer in the final 12 seconds, once again propelling the Nuggets ahead by 2 points after a staggering 7 lead changes. Nawal's three-pointer ignited the home crowd. As the tension of the match became nearly unbearable, those with weak hearts might have hesitated to watch the final moments. However, their joy was short-lived, as in the last offensive play, the Nuggets, overly focused on defending against the Rockets' three-point attempts, inadvertently allowed Yao Ming to seize an excellent opportunity beneath the basket. With just a fraction of a second remaining, he executed a simple one-handed dunk, tying the game. A dramatic equalizer. In the closing moments, Yao Ming provided the Rockets with a glimmer of hope, and after a brief respite, both teams prepared to determine the outcome in overtime. Chapter 91. Overtime, the final strike. Yao Ming's last-second equalizer brought a sigh of relief to the Rockets players, for they still had a chance to seize victory. Had they lost today, they could only imagine the scathing headlines that awaited them from the media. Their desire to win was palpable, and they recognized the challenge of this match, yet they had not anticipated such a thrilling finish. Even the players felt an exhilarating tension, akin to that of the fans. Yao Ming and Quan Xiao listened attentively to the coach's tactical instructions while hydrating with sports drinks, mindful of the energy they needed to replenish. The demands of the game were significant, as they were determined to end their losing streak and return to the path of triumph. Overtime commenced swiftly, with the Rockets fielding a lineup of Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, Quan Xiao, and Alston, while the Nuggets maintained their starting five. Quan Xiao leapt for the tip-off and, utilizing his impressive vertical leap and reflexes, triumphed over Camby. The Rockets initiated their offense, with Alston passing the ball to Quan Xiao, who was fouled by Anthony during his drive. The Rockets continued their offensive assault, and the ball found its way to Yao Ming. Faced with a double team, Yao opted not to force a shot, but skillfully shifted the ball to the open Battier, who struck a resounding three-pointer. In the ensuing transition, Iverson's mid-range shot clanged off the rim, yet Anthony once again snatched an offensive rebound, transforming into a rebounding beast with double digits in that category. Anthony attempted a three-pointer, which missed, but Camby secured the offensive rebound, aiming to make his own shot, only to be thwarted by a block from Yao Ming. Amid the chaos, the Nuggets managed to regain control of the basketball, with Iverson attempting a three-pointer that also failed to find its mark. However, the Nuggets retained possession of the rebounds, allowing them to shoot freely. Even in his prime season, Yao Ming's average rebounds never exceeded 11, a statistic that perhaps contributes to the doubts many hold regarding his stature as the premier center in the league. In comparison, Yao Ming's rebounding ability as a center can be deemed somewhat lacking. As for Scola, one cannot expect him to secure a significant number of rebounds. His forte lies primarily in scoring, and his rebounding skills are rather average. Regarding Hayes and Landry, their height limitations hinder their rebounding capabilities as well. Battier committed a defensive foul, sending Anthony to the free throw line. Seizing this opportunity, Nuggets coach Carl George substituted Atkins for Anthony Carter. Anthony converted both free throws, helping the Nuggets stay close in the score. The Rockets launched an offensive, but Scola's mid-range shot missed. The rebound was claimed by the Nuggets, with Marcus Camby utilizing his long arms to secure it. Iverson pushed the fast break, but the Rockets' defense was well-positioned, preventing the Nuggets from executing a swift counterattack. Ultimately, Iverson relied on his individual prowess to shake off his defender, Quan Xiao, and hit a mid-range jumper, taking the lead. For Quan Xiao, guarding a player of Iverson's stature, who possesses both speed and agility, proves to be a daunting task, as they can easily evade their defender with a mere moment's lapse in concentration. After struggling defensively, Quan Xiao sought to compensate on the offensive end. During the Rockets' offensive play, he utilized his explosive power to bulldoze through Atkins, driving into the Nuggets' paint, and without hesitation, delivered a thunderous dunk over Camby, transforming him into an unwilling backdrop and drawing a foul, thus earning an opportunity for an additional free throw. This play significantly dampened the Nuggets' momentum, serving as a tremendous morale booster for the Rockets. At this level of play, Quan Xiao's ability to execute such an electrifying dunk is a testament to his remarkable athleticism and talent. Free throws pose little challenge for Quan Xiao. Thus far, he has missed only one from the charity stripe, showcasing an astonishing consistency. Consequently, for him, free throws are akin to an easy test, regardless of the distractions posed by opposing fans. Perhaps aware of Quan Xiao's exceptional free throw prowess, opponents seldom foul him unless absolutely necessary. Although he has had ample opportunities to shoot and drive, his average free throw attempts remain relatively modest, hovering around 6 per game, a figure that places him in the upper mid-tier of the league. With a successful free throw, the Rockets regained a 2-point lead. In response, the Nuggets mounted an offense, with Anthony leveling the score with a mid-range jump shot. As the whole team executed a breakthrough, they drew the Denver Nuggets defense, passing the ball to Yao Ming beneath the basket. Yao Ming successfully overpowered Camby, allowing the Rockets to regain the lead. It was now the Nuggets' turn to attack, but Anthony faltered, losing the ball to Alston Steele. Alston then directed the ball back to Yao Ming, who faked a shot and assisted Scola for a mid-range score, extending the Rockets' lead to 4 points with 2 minutes remaining in the game. The Nuggets pressed forward, with Iverson pushing the pace and driving to the basket for a successful layup. On the return, Atkins fouled Alston, sending him to the free throw line, where he made the first attempt but missed the second, which Camby secured as a defensive rebound. Iverson continued his offensive assault, but was met with a block from the whole team. Atkins swiftly retrieved the deflected ball and assisted Anthony, who hit a three-pointer, tying the game once more. The Rockets, in possession, eventually found Yao Ming again. This time, Camby's defense was formidable. He grazed the ball with his fingertips, causing Yao Ming's shot to clang off the rim. Fortunately, Yao Ming retrieved the offensive rebound and scored on the putback. With a score of 110-108, the Rockets reclaimed the lead with 47 seconds remaining in overtime, thanks to Yao Ming's powerful inside play. At this moment, both teams were fiercely determined to win, exhibiting an intensity reminiscent of the finals. Iverson relentlessly attacked the Rockets' paint, while the whole team closely shadowed him. Despite being over 20 centimeters taller than Iverson, he managed to keep pace, showcasing his remarkable talent. This was partly due to the youth and stamina of the whole team, coupled with Iverson's inevitable decline due to age and injuries, which allowed him to maintain speed. With no opportunity to shoot, the whole team maintained tight coverage, denying Iverson any space. Forced to take a difficult shot, he attempted 2 fakes but could not shake off his defender. Changing tactics, Iverson pretended to drive, deceiving the defense for a fleeting opportunity to pass the ball to Anthony. Upon receiving the pass, Anthony made no further adjustments as time was of the essence. He launched a critical shot over Battier's contest, a shot that fulfilled the expectations of the Nuggets' home crowd as it swished through the net. Once again, the game was tied. With 32 seconds remaining, each team had one offensive chance. Without calling a timeout, Adelman entrusted the decision-making to his players. In this crucial moment, Iverson came through, successfully executing a gamble for a steal, leading to a critical error by Alston. The dynamic duo of Iverson and Anthony surged forward, while the whole team and Alston scrambled back. Despite the whole team's valiant effort, they could not contain the play, as Iverson capitalized on the distraction caused by Anthony to score. With 7 seconds left and trailing by 2 points, it all came down to the final possession. The Rockets called for a timeout, substituting Scola for Smith and Alston for Hade. Adelman ultimately decided to gamble on a three-pointer, aiming either to clinch victory or succumb to defeat. Yao Ming initiated the play, while the Nuggets employed a staunch defense. As the shot clock neared expiration, the ball found its way into Quan Xiao's hands. The Nuggets refrained from fouling, anticipating that the Rockets would opt for a three-point attempt, thus fortifying their defense against the three while conceding two. After the inbound pass, Yao positioned himself at the free throw line, with Haid and Battier stationed at the corners, while Smith made a cut towards the basket. As Quan Xiao meticulously controlled the ball, time slipped away, when his eyes caught the timer displaying a mere 3 seconds remaining. He feigned a drive towards the basket. Yao Ming stepped in to provide a critical screen, creating a fleeting opening. Without a moment's hesitation, Quan Xiao leaped and released the shot. Time had expired. The match concluded, yet the ball soared through the air. Just moments later, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone, freeing them from the grips of anxiety and exhilaration, for the outcome had been decided. A last-second victory, another stunning triumph for Quan Xiao. In Chapter 92, as 2007 drew to a close, they solidified their position at the pinnacle of the league. With the conclusion of the game and the validation of the last-second shot, the players of the Rockets erupted in jubilant celebration, their spirits soaring. The hard-fought victory felt exceptionally precious to them, even for someone as athletically gifted as Quan Xiao. Fatigue settled in, while Yao Ming, having missed the third quarter, fared somewhat better. However, Quan Xiao had only rested for a few minutes throughout the match, and with overtime included. His total playing time reached an impressive 46 minutes. Throughout the match, Quan Xiao attempted 25 shots, successfully landing 15 of them, including 6 out of 11 three-pointers and converting all 10 free throws, culminating in an impressive total of 46 points, the highest of the game. Yao Ming played for 37 minutes, achieving a commendable double-double with 25 points and 21 rebounds. However, with consecutive games exceeding 36 minutes and the challenge of back-to-back matches, this experience proved to be quite taxing for Yao Ming. Consequently, following a brief interview with sideline reporters, he retreated to the locker room to refresh himself. After his cleansing routine, Li Zihao would provide him with a massage to aid in his recovery and alleviate fatigue. Upon returning to his residence in Houston, the combination of Li Zihao's father's herbal bath proved remarkably effective. After several massage sessions with Li Zihao, Yao Ming was pleasantly surprised by the beneficial results. Subsequently, after discussions with Quan Xiao and Li Zihao, he decided to become a VIP client at an annual fee of 100,000. Currently, since Li Zihao only had Quan Xiao as a client, accommodating Yao Ming was quite feasible, thus the arrangement was finalized. As the season progressed, Yao Ming had not experienced even minor ailments, attributing this to the significant impact of Li Zihao's massage, acupuncture, and herbal baths. This filled him with immense excitement, as he had been plagued by various injuries in the past. Of course, this also correlates with his reduced playing time this season, a fact he was well aware of, as Quan Xiao's formidable rise had alleviated much of the pressure, allowing him to play more effortlessly and efficiently. The extended playing time in these past 2 games marked a first for this season, driven by his fervent desire to secure victories, which led to his vigorous performance. Hello, Quan Xiao, congratulations on your victory over the Nuggets tonight. Would you share your feelings with us? Thank you, Teacher Su, for your congratulations. I am feeling quite elated. We have finally put an end to that dreadful losing streak. Moreover, I am relieved to have made the decisive shot this time, unlike the previous game where I faltered. I believe my final three-pointer was particularly spectacular. You think so too, don't you, Teacher Su? Haha, indeed. I found it exceptionally impressive and quite commanding. What do you believe was the key to the Rockets' victory today? Well, this match was quite challenging. The Nuggets are a formidable team with 2 superstars, Iverson and Anthony. Anthony scored 37 points with 16 rebounds, while Iverson tallied 36 points and 9 assists. Their performances were outstanding, and we were fortunate in the end. Of course, my teammates excelled even further. Although Anthony scored 37 points, he required 32 attempts, largely thanks to Sean's excellent defense against him. Additionally, Haid made 4 critical three-pointers, playing a pivotal role in our victory. Most importantly, Brother Yao's equalizing shot saved our team. You played for 47 minutes in this match. Are you not concerned about potential injuries with such extensive playing time in back-to-back games? My physical condition is quite robust, allowing me to endure such lengthy play. Should I ever feel unable to continue, I would proactively request a break. I would never jeopardize my professional career. Primarily, my personal physician is quite remarkable, with his assistance. I am able to recover swiftly and avert the onset of various injuries. After addressing several inquiries, the interview concluded seamlessly. Upon returning to the locker room, I unexpectedly encountered a few fans seeking my autograph, notably those adorned in Allen Iverson jerseys, a rare sight indeed. However, I did not decline their requests. graciously signing for them and engaging in a brief conversation. The press conference, characterized by light-hearted banter, concluded promptly. The sensation of victory is undeniably different. Even when faced with reporters attempting to trip me up, I adeptly navigated their challenges with the finesse of Tai Chi, deflecting their inquiries. If the situation became untenable, I would resort to the official statement provided by the press officer, delivering responses so impeccably bland that they would leave no room for critique. To be candid, while I can manage these journalists with relative ease, I harbor a certain aversion to attending press conferences due to the exhaustion they entail, an exhaustion of the spirit, if you will. I must constantly ponder whether my words might grant them the opportunity to distort my intentions, misinterpret my statements, or quote me out of context. Truly, this is far more intricate and taxing than competing on the court. Nevertheless, at this very moment, the forums across the nation are abuzz with activity from Houston Rockets fans, particularly on platforms like Hoopu, where posts pertaining to the team abound. Major news portals are inundated with congratulatory comments from fans across various provinces, many of which are laced with humorous remarks. In his previous life, Quan Xiao had an affinity for browsing forums, relishing the insights and fervent expressions of the online luminaries as they articulated their perspectives on the world. However, he never contributed his own commentary, preferring instead to indulge in the displays of others. In this life, now a professional athlete, he found himself with less time to indulge in such pastimes. Yet he occasionally ventured online, seeking amusement in the remarks of netizens. The end of a losing streak was undoubtedly a boon for the team. The somber atmosphere on the bus dissipated, returning to a state of buoyancy, with an undeniable air of joy permeating the surroundings. After a day's respite, the journey continued to the United Center in Chicago, where the Rockets triumphed over the Bulls by a resounding 23 points, paying homage to the storied history of the Bulls and the league's greatest players. Due to the remarkable performances of his teammates, both Yao Ming and Quan Xiao played less than 30 minutes. Yao contributed 21 points and 8 rebounds in 28 minutes, while Quan excelled with a remarkable shooting percentage, netting 25 points in just 23 minutes. In a back-to-back match against the Pistons at the Palace of Auburn Hills, Quan Xiao once again rose to the occasion, scoring 39 points with a 60 shooting accuracy, leading the team to a narrow victory by 4 points, thus achieving a sweep over the Pistons. The fourth and final game of their road trip took the Rockets to the remote Memphis, where they faced the Grizzlies. In a display against his former team, Battier had a brief eruption, sinking 3 of 4 three-point attempts and finishing with a double-double of 18 points and 10 rebounds. Scola further embellished the score with 22 points in 23 minutes, while Brooks added 10 points, turning the Grizzlies into a training ground for the Rockets. As for Yao, he gracefully exited after 20 minutes to enjoy the game from the VIP seats, and Quan Xiao played for only 22 minutes, failing to surpass 20 points for the first time, scoring a modest 18 points. Thanks to the Grizzlies' efforts, Quan Xiao's scoring reached a new career low, which might become a noteworthy story post-game. After concluding their road trip, the Rockets finally returned to the Toyota Center in Houston, where they faced the visiting Raptors, dispatching them with ease. On the last day of 2007, they hosted the Warriors, a game in which the Rockets faltered, unable to match the Warriors' tempo, allowing them to gain momentum that proved insurmountable, ultimately succumbing at home with a score of 105-112. Note: previously, times were referenced in Beijing Standard Time, but awards and scheduling are based on local American time. Henceforth, American time will be used for synchronization, ensuring it does not affect the storyline. I hope the readers will understand and forgive this adjustment. By this point, the Houston Rockets have completed their December matches, achieving a commendable record of 11 wins and 3 losses. Although this is slightly less impressive than their November performance, they remain among the top teams in the league, boasting an overall record of 27 wins and 4 losses, placing them at the pinnacle of the league standings. Chapter 93. The Spotlight Battle as the year 2008 dawns. It holds particular significance for the Chinese populace, as it marks the first time China will host the Olympic Games, an event destined to leave an indelible mark on the hearts of generations. However, for Quan Xiao, beyond the Olympics, there lies another event that will become a source of enduring sorrow for the nation, a calamity known only to him, the time traveler. Currently, he finds himself at a loss on how to mitigate the impending disaster that will unfold in the coming months. Fortunately, he still has a few months to devise a plan, seeking no reward but merely the solace of his own conscience. Upon reviewing the schedule, it is clear that on the second day of the new year, the Rockets are set to engage in a highly anticipated match. The league's scheduling staff, prior to the season, could not have foreseen that the first game of the new year would feature such a captivating showdown. No one anticipated that the Rockets would emerge as the league leaders merely 2 months into the season. This match has been generating excitement for a week. And as the date approaches, anticipation has reached a fever pitch, with projections of millions tuning in. Indeed, this match, taking place on January 2nd, 2008, at the Boston Celtics home arena, pits the top 2 teams against each other, with the potential to determine the ultimate hierarchy. Currently, the Rockets hold the top position with a record of 27 wins and 4 losses, while the Celtics follow closely with 25 wins and 4 losses in the original timeline. They had 26 wins and 3 losses, but a slight alteration due to Quan Xiao's butterfly effect resulted in a loss to the Hawks, who acquired McGrady. A victory for the Rockets would solidify their lead, while a defeat would see them overtaken by the Celtics. The Celtics trio of stars represents the pinnacle of raw strength in the league, a level the Rockets cannot match. Yet, paper strength does not guarantee performance. Otherwise, the legendary Lakers' Fabulous Four would not have succumbed to the unassuming Pistons in their quest for the championship. The outcome of a game can be swayed by the players' on-court performance and the coach's tactical decisions. As the season progresses past the one-third mark, the Rockets' position atop the league standings is not merely a stroke of luck. Their prowess is the fundamental factor. The dual core of Yao Ming and Quan Xiao, one inside and one outside, serves as the foundation of the Rockets' success this season. At present, Yao Ming is at the pinnacle of his career. An indomitable force in the paint, a presence that no team dares to underestimate, provided he remains unscathed by injury. Meanwhile, the rookie Quan Xiao has already demonstrated formidable prowess, evidenced by his position atop the scoring charts. What is even more daunting is the vast potential he has yet to unleash. In due time, once he fully matures, he is destined to shake the very foundations of the league. On the first of the month, with no games scheduled across the league, the Houston Rockets players engaged in focused training under the guidance of their coaching staff. It was evident that everyone placed great importance on the upcoming match, perhaps seeking to affirm that the Rockets are indeed a formidable team, not merely beneficiaries of fortune that propelled them to the summit of the league standings. With his past experiences, Quan Xiao understands who the pivotal player is within this team. Although the Celtics ultimately claimed the championship with Paul Pierce earning the Finals MVP, it was Kevin Garnett who proved to be the irreplaceable cornerstone of the squad. The trio of offensive stars had to make certain concessions, as they were previously the leading figures and primary options for their respective teams, now compelled to temper their attempts to achieve an optimal balance within the same team. Garnett stands out as the only player among the trio who excels in both offense and defense, with his defensive capabilities being particularly vital. He is the soul of the Celtics' defensive framework. However, what left the deepest impression on Quan Xiao regarding Garnett was the incident where he nearly faced retribution for trash-talking Anthony, as well as his tendency to engage in a tactical retreat during play. As for trash talk, Quan Xiao remains largely unfazed. As long as it does not delve into racism or personal attacks, he seldom initiates such banter, preferring to vanquish his opponents through exquisite offense or defense. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Quan Xiao is expected to match up against Ray Allen, a player of noble character. In Quan Xiao's recollections, he has never seen Allen embroiled in conflicts, alleviating concerns about any untoward incidents. This match has been designated for nationwide broadcast, with both ESPN and TNT set to cover the event, underscoring the immense anticipation surrounding it. As the moment finally arrives on January 2nd, the highly anticipated clash unfolds at the Celtics' home ground. Director Zhang, what do you believe are the Rockets' chances of victory today? Asked Jia. After the customary greeting to the audience, before the game, it's a toss-up. I believe the Rockets' chances of winning are just as viable as the Celtics, depending on their performance on the day. Both teams possess their own strengths and weaknesses. It will come down to which coach can better exploit the other's vulnerabilities. And what do you perceive as the Rockets' advantages? Where do their shortcomings lie? The Rockets' most significant advantage today is undoubtedly Yao Ming. The Celtics have no one capable of containing him at the center position. All right, the game is about to commence. Let us first take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. The starting lineup for the Rockets features our illustrious Yao Ming at center, with Josh Smith occupying the power forward position, Battier as the small forward, the shooting guard being the agile Quan Xiao, and Alston as the point guard. The Celtics, on the other hand, boast their famed trio along with center Kendrick Perkins and point guard Rajon Rondo, as Garnett and Quan Xiao prepare for the tip-off. It is apparent that despite Quan Xiao's role as a guard, he stands confidently beside Garnett, not appearing diminutive at all. Officially listed at 203 centimeters. He may even be a tad taller. Lo and behold, Quan Xiao triumphs in the jump, showcasing his remarkable leaping ability. It is widely acknowledged that Garnett possesses extraordinary verticality and impressive wingspan, yet Quan Xiao surpasses him in both bounce and agility. Observing the rocket strategy. Alston passes to the towering U beneath the basket, attempting to take on Perkins. No success there. A rebound ensues, and splendidly, Quan Xiao executes a follow-up dunk. His zealous pursuit of the ball yields dividends, catching the Celtics off guard. As the Celtics initiate their offense, they direct the ball to Pierce. Battier defends admirably, leaving no opportunities, leading to a turnover as Pierce's pass is intercepted by Alston. Quan Xiao accelerates down the court, and with remarkable speed, Alston delivers a long pass, allowing Quan Xiao to soar into the paint for a thunderous dunk. In the opening phase, Quan Xiao plays with exuberance, utilizing his explosive energy to propel the Rockets forward. Now, let us see how the Celtics will respond. Pierce attempts a three-pointer. No good. Yao secures the rebound. Yao ventures for a basket, but misses. Nevertheless, he retrieves the offensive rebound. And with Garnett's defense complicating matters, he passes to Quan Xiao, who launches a three-pointer. Splendid. Quan Xiao's shot finds the net. He has delivered a 7-0 run against the Celtics, indicating that he is in remarkable form today, prompting a timeout from the Celtics. We shall observe how the Celtics adjust. Chapter 94. The Gentleman lay Quan Xiao's three-pointer. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics embark on their offensive strategy. Pierce drives and distributes the ball, allowing Garnett to hit a mid-range jumper, finally breaking their scoring drought. Quan Xiao promptly responded, breaking through and distributing the ball to Alston, who successfully netted a three-pointer. Utilizing his experience, Ray Allen evaded Quan Xiao, and Rondo delivered the ball to him at the earliest opportunity. The gentlemanly Ray seized the moment, decisively launching a shot from beyond the arc and scoring. Quan Xiao continued to advance, and Ray Allen was unable to impede his progress. The disparity in their physical prowess was quite pronounced. Garnett swiftly arrived to provide support. Yet Quan Xiao chose not to force the play, instead passing the ball to Yao Ming beneath the basket. Yao Ming successfully overpowered Perkins for the score. Ray Allen, positioned beyond the three-point line, initiated a drive, and it was rather careless of Quan Xiao to assume that Allen would attempt a three-pointer. This was a consequence of fixed thinking, as one tends to subconsciously regard Allen solely as a three-point shooter, neglecting the fact that his driving ability is equally formidable. Quan Xiao received a pass from Alston, and the Celtics did not double-team him. Faced with Ray Allen's defense, Quan Xiao executed a clean jump shot, his three-pointer hitting the target with astonishing precision, as if guided by an unseen force. Quan Xiao's three-pointer was successful. The back and forth between him and Ray Allen was nothing short of spectacular. As a member of the illustrious 1996 draft class, Ray Allen's prowess is beyond question, though not as widely recognized as the four prominent shooting guards. His skills are certainly on par. Renowned as a three-point sharpshooter, he ranks among the elite in the history of the game. Indeed, the question remains whether the Celtics will continue to allow Ray Allen to take the shots. Rondo passed to Garnett, who opted not to shoot himself, instead passing to Ray Allen while simultaneously blocking Quan Xiao. Ray Allen launched another three-pointer, and it was good, as the Rockets initiated their offense. Quan Xiao again took a jump shot from beyond the arc, and it was another success. This newcomer, Quan Xiao, is truly remarkable. His three-point shooting currently surpasses even that of Ray Allen, and his explosive scoring ability is commendable, showing great consistency. While his scoring techniques may not be as varied as those of top scorers, he has maximized the few skills he possesses. His three-point shooting is particularly impressive. Not counting today, he has played 31 games and made 133 pointers, averaging 4.2 successful attempts per game. Even more astonishing is his shooting percentage, which stands at an impressive 53.3. His ability to shoot accurately and frequently showcases his talent. Thus, despite seemingly limited scoring methods, his average points per game are currently the highest, with three-pointers being his sharpest weapon. Opponents attempt to defend against him, but they often struggle. Many times, he dominates his adversaries, as most defenders find themselves mismatched against him. Typical guards lack his height, while taller forwards often cannot match his speed and agility, granting him a distinct advantage against the majority of opponents. Indeed, there are few players in the league who possess such a combination of height, speed, and agility. Quan Xiao's college teammate, the Supersonics rookie Kevin Durant, bears a resemblance to him. Durant appears slightly taller, with comparable speed, though his frame is leaner and lacks Quan Xiao's strength. Furthermore, Durant's shooting ability pales in comparison. Despite averaging around 20 points per game, his efficiency is lacking, with a shooting percentage below 40. It remains uncertain whether the Supersonics regret selecting him over Quan Xiao. However, another team likely harbors regrets, the Hawks, who originally had the opportunity to acquire Quan Xiao but instead traded him away. This situation was unforeseen. After all, Tracy McGrady was still an all-star player, and the Hawks needed him at that moment. Yet, Quan Xiao represented the future, and they hesitated to gamble on his immediate impact. One can only say that the Rockets have struck gold, now possessing both present talent and future promise. Ray Allen's three-pointer. It's in. His rhythm is palpable. Once a shooter finds their groove, every shot seems destined to succeed. Let us see if the Rockets can respond. The Rockets entrusted the ball to Quan Xiao, awaiting his response. Ray Allen's defense was once again disregarded by Quan Xiao, who effortlessly sank another three-pointer. It seems that the Celtics will soon resort to double-teaming Quan Xiao, as Ray Allen alone cannot contain him. Nevertheless, Quan Xiao has not managed to stifle Allen either, resulting in a mutual offensive exchange between the two. However, while Allen requires his teammates screens, Quan Xiao boldly disregards defensive pressure to shoot directly. As the game reached an official timeout, the score stood at 21-13, with Quan Xiao personally contributing 16 points, including 4 three-pointers. Allen also made 3 three-pointers, tallying 11 points. Thus far, the first quarter has evolved into a contest between two sharpshooters. The game has been visually captivating, with both sides exchanging blows and maintaining high shooting percentages, resulting in a remarkably fluid pace. Coach Zhang, do you think both teams will shift their defensive focus outward? After all, both teams are currently enjoying high success rates from beyond the arc. That is certainly the case. Both the Rockets and the Celtics must devise strategies to disrupt their opponent's rhythm, if they continue to shoot at this rate. Allowing the opponent a few more open looks could complicate matters in the later stages of the game. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics substituted House for Rondo and James Posey for Garnett, indicating a shift in their defensive strategy towards the perimeter. The Rockets also made adjustments, resting Yao Ming and bringing in Mutombo, while Smith was replaced by Scola and Battier was substituted for Wells. Posey now guarded Quan Xiao, his defensive prowess far surpassing that of Allen. It would be intriguing to see how Quan Xiao handles this matchup. With a step-back three-pointer, Quan Xiao demonstrated his finesse. His shot seemed to find the net effortlessly, showcasing his intelligence and quick reflexes by employing varied tactics against different defenders. In response, Allen fired back with a three-pointer of his own, relying on his extensive experience and movement to create shooting space. The Rockets' offense continued, with Quan Xiao assisting Wells for a successful layup, opting for teamwork due to the Celtics' double team. Passing is an effective strategy against a double team, once trapped. The player can create a numerical advantage by swiftly distributing the ball. House committed a turnover, leading to a steal by Wells. Quan Xiao's three-pointer missed, but Wells secured the offensive rebound, passing it to Alston, who drove and dished it to Scola for a mid-range jumper, which found its mark. The Celtics responded offensively, with Pierce successfully backing down Wells for an additional 2 points. The current score is 28-18, with the Celtics trailing by 10 points, a rare occurrence. Since the formation of the Celtics' Big Three, they have seldom found themselves in such a deficit in the first quarter. This is primarily due to the Rockets' exceptional shooting, especially with Quan Xiao hitting 6 three-pointers and accumulating 19 points. Remarkably, he sank yet another 3, bringing his total to 6. He's on fire. Even Posey struggles to contain him. The Celtics must resolutely adopt a strategy of double-teaming. Relying on a single player will not suffice against the formidable performance of the entire Rockets team today. Ray Allen's three-point shooting has diminished, while Uncle Moose secures rebounds. With 15 seconds remaining, the Rockets are in no rush, as Alston deliberately runs down the clock. In the final 5 seconds, the ball is passed to the formidable player, with Posey and Pierce applying pressure. The formidable player then passes to Scola, who in turn feeds Wells, who finds himself unopposed beneath the basket and executes a thunderous dunk. The time has elapsed, concluding the first quarter with the Rockets leading by a substantial 15 points, 33-18. Chapter 95, The Iron-Willed Wolf King, The Moving Great Wall. Perhaps no one anticipated that what should have been a closely contested match between two evenly matched teams would devolve into such a one-sided affair. Is it that the Rockets possess far superior strength compared to the Celtics? Few would entertain such a notion. It can merely be stated that the Rockets enjoyed an exceptional shooting performance in the first quarter, an elusive quality that defies clear explanation. As the second quarter commences, the Celtics substitute Garnett while Pierce and Allen take a breather. The Rockets, meanwhile, continue with Yao Ming leading the rotation, allowing the formidable player to rest. In a Celtics offensive play, Rondo drives into the paint, but is met with a rejection courtesy of Yao Ming. However, Garnett secures the offensive rebound and adds 2 points for the Celtics with a tough jumper. While Yao Ming struggled with his shooting in the first quarter, he found his rhythm early in the second. Apart from Garnett, the Celtics' interior players pose little threat to him. It appears the second quarter has transformed into a duel between Garnett and Yao Ming, a scenario that favors the Rockets, as they currently maintain a double-digit lead. As long as someone can respond, they can afford to play freely. The greatest concern lies in a collective eruption from the opposing team, with no one on their side able to match it. Given the rotation, both Garnett and Yao Ming serve as their respective teams' absolute linchpins, each wielding the freedom to shoot at will. However, both are interior players, requiring their teammates to facilitate their scoring opportunities. Garnett holds an advantage over Yao Ming as he is capable of initiating offensive plays, possessing an all-encompassing skill set that allows him to operate from any position. Indeed, while it is true that having Garnett handle the ball is not the optimal choice, he possesses some organizational skills. But they are not his strongest asset. Playing him at the power forward position maximizes his capabilities, both offensively and defensively. Garnett scores again, marking his 4th consecutive basket, indicating that his shooting touch is indeed scorching. This is also due to the Rockets lacking anyone capable of defending against him. Scola, who has only recently begun playing in the NBA after previously competing in Europe, shows promise offensively but is limited defensively. The Rockets have placed him on the court to help Yao Ming create space in the paint, with the ball in Yao Ming's hands. Let us observe how he executes the play. Garnett approaches to double team, and Yao passes to Scola, who manages to make a jump shot before Garnett can recover. Garnett attempts again, but this shot is rejected by Yao Ming, and Rondo, seizing the rebound, goes for a shot only to be denied once more by Yao Ming. Wells secures the rebound. In a riveting display of offensive prowess, Brooks delivered the ball to Wells, who attempted to back down against James Posey, but to no avail. Yao Ming seized the opportunity with a powerful putback. In the second quarter, Yao contributed an impressive 6 points along with 3 blocks. With 4.5 minutes elapsed in the match, the Celtics called for a timeout, likely to implement substitutions and adjustments. They had performed commendably in recent minutes. Yet the Rockets were equally formidable, maintaining the scoring margin unchanged. Celtics head coach Doc Rivers utilized this timeout to inspire his players with motivational words, subsequently reintroducing Paul Pierce and Ray Allen, reuniting the Big Three. The Rockets countered by bringing in Shane Battier and Smith, while Brooks and Scola took a breather. Adelman seemed resolute in his strategy to dismantle the Celtics through offensive aggression. Pierce demanded the ball, which Rondo promptly delivered. The Truth executed a feint. Wells' defensive capabilities paled in comparison to Battier's, allowing Pierce to create space with a deceptive move, driving straight to the basket. Smith, having successfully defended against Garnett, did not press the attack but instead passed to Garnett, who was already in motion as Yao advanced to confront him. Garnett, receiving Pierce's pass, executed a jump shot, marking his 5th consecutive score, his shooting touch currently ablaze. The Rockets appeared to lack effective strategies against him. Perhaps they could attempt to sever his connections with teammates to prevent him from receiving the ball. However, this proved challenging, as Garnett possessed the ability to create his own shot from beyond the arc. It might be prudent to have Josh Smith closely shadow him while the other teammates work to disrupt his links with fellow Celtics players. Nonetheless, when the Rockets returned to the offensive end, they responded with vigor. After a breakthrough, Battier unexpectedly delivered the ball into Yao's hands, who, upon receiving it, executed a thunderous dunk over the hastily approaching Perkins. The Celtics may have Garnett, the Iron Wolf, but the Rockets boast Yao, the Great Wall of China. The contest unfolded in a back-and-forth manner, with the Celtics feeling the pressure. During the Celtics offensive, Pierce took matters into his own hands, launching a shot from beyond the arc. Though it did not find its target, Garnett, with his long reach, tipped the ball to Ray Allen, who quickly fired off another 3-pointer, hitting the mark. Smith made a swift cut, receiving an excellent pass from Battier, soaring comfortably along the trajectory of the ball before delivering a powerful dunk. As the back and forth continued, the second quarter concluded with the Celtics marginally improving their performance, scoring 27-25, thus reducing the deficit to 13 points at halftime. Following the intermission, the intensity of the match surged from the outset of the second half. Garnett, as ever, exuded passion and maintained a solid shooting rhythm. hitting 3 out of 4 attempts within 5 minutes, leading the Celtics on a mini-run of 12-8, closing the gap to within single digits. The Rockets promptly called for a timeout, reintroducing Yao to the fray. Indeed, at the onset of the third quarter, Yao Ming was momentarily benched by Adelman, only to re-enter the game when the Celtics had narrowed the score to single digits. His presence elevated both the offensive and defensive play of the Rockets, compelling the Celtics to reconsider their aggressive double-teaming strategies against the formidable player. This alleviated the pressure on the Rockets' other players, allowing them to engage the Celtics in a fierce contest. In the final minutes of the third quarter, the Celtics managed to claw back a point, entering the concluding period with an 8-point deficit. Yao had played merely 23 minutes in the first 3 quarters, preserving his stamina for a vigorous fourth quarter. To be frank, when Yao is at full strength, there exists no one in the current league capable of thwarting his prowess, not even the Celtics, bolstered by Garnett. Within 3 minutes, Yao scored flawlessly on all 4 attempts, complemented by 2 rebounds and a block, orchestrating an impressive 8-4 run that restored the Rockets' double-digit lead. The Celtics were compelled to call a timeout to stifle his momentum, yet this did little to disrupt his rhythm. A mere 3 minutes later, he netted 3 consecutive baskets, while also assisting a 3-pointer from his teammate, propelling the Rockets to a 9-6 surge and extending their advantage to 15 points. The Celtics, however, remained undeterred. Recovering 15 points within 6 minutes was not beyond the realm of possibility. Garnett roared in encouragement, while the venerable coach also dispensed motivational words to invigorate his players. Under their fervent inspiration, the Celtics managed to reclaim 4 points in just 2 minutes. Despite this, the Rockets were no longer the team prone to second-half collapses. Yao had imbued them with a renewed spirit. Just as Celtics players and fans sensed a glimmer of hope, Yao extinguished their aspirations with 2 decisive 3-pointers. In the final 3 minutes, trailing by 17 points, the Celtics were left to ponder whether to persist. Chapter 96. The impact of a resounding victory over the Celtics. The 2 3-pointers by Quan Xiao extinguished the last flicker of hope for the Celtics, rendering even Garnett devoid of his usual tenacity. Oldley, having simmered his long-prepared strategy, withdrew his starting lineup entirely, conceding defeat in this highly anticipated clash. The Rockets, in a show of respect, also removed their key players. However, the bench unit led by Scola and Wells exerted their dominance over the Celtics' reserves, concluding the final 3 minutes with a score of 10-4. Ultimately, the Rockets triumphed over the Celtics at their home ground with a resounding score of 113-90, leaving all spectators at a loss for words to articulate their sentiments. In a remarkable performance, Quan Xiao played for 37 minutes, achieving a remarkable 43 points with 21 attempts, sinking 15 of those shots. Including 9 out of 13 from beyond the arc, Yao Ming contributed significantly in his 31 minutes on the court, recording 26 points, 15 rebounds, and 6 blocks. The Celtics' Garnett shone brightly, scoring 28 points on 12 of 15 shooting, along with 14 rebounds, 5 assists, and 2 blocks. Ray Allen added 23 points, while Pierce contributed 18. As the game drew to a close, the atmosphere in the Celtics' home arena waned. It is disheartening for any home crowd to witness their team being dominated. Even the most fervent of fans could not muster their usual enthusiasm. The home commentary was lackluster, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy at the game's outset. Quan Xiao, congratulations on your victory over the Celtics, solidifying your position at the top of the league. What significance does this game hold for your team? Thank you. While this game may be categorized as merely a regular season match, it transcends simplicity. For our team, it serves as an exceptional opportunity to gauge our true capabilities. A victory here allows us to assert ourselves as a formidable team, one worthy of pursuing the championship. What is your assessment of the Celtics? Should you face them in the finals? How confident is the Rockets team? The Celtics are a formidable opponent. At present, they remain one of the most championship-capable teams. One cannot judge them solely based on a single game. In a series, I am aware that the current Rockets would face significant challenges. Yesterday, the league announced the second round of All-Star voting, where your tally places you second among Western guards, trailing only Kobe, thus presenting a promising chance for you to appear as a starter in the All-Star game. What are your thoughts on this? I am honored to receive the votes from fans, as it signifies that my performance has garnered their recognition. For a player, the acknowledgement and affection from fans is the greatest honor. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the domestic fans who support me. Your encouragement fuels my motivation. After concluding the interview with the CCTV reporter, Quan Xiao hurried back to the locker room to freshen up before joining Yao Ming for the post-game press conference. Yao, Congratulations on being named the Player of the Month for December and for today's victory over the Celtics. Do you believe your team is a contender for the championship at this point? Thank you. The Celtics are the best team in the league. Winning against such a formidable opponent serves as a significant motivator for us, greatly enhancing our confidence. It seems that contending for the championship should now be established as our ultimate goal for the season. Rick, as the coach, do you concur with Yao's statement? Yao is absolutely correct. It is time for us to treat the championship pursuit as our final objective. Moreover, we are currently the undisputed leaders of the league. Do you truly believe that the top team in the league is unworthy of being a championship contender? Quan, many believe that Yao overshadowed your claim to the Player of the Month for December. What is your perspective on this? How else can I view it but through my own eyes? Undeniably, I may have scored slightly more than Yao, yet he remains the cornerstone of our team. The irreplaceable core. Without my presence, the team could still advance to the playoffs with another capable shooting guard, but without Yao, we would likely be vying for the top draft pick. Do you believe you are more deserving of an all-star starting position than players like Iverson and Nash? This is not a matter of personal opinion. It hinges on how the fans choose. Both Allen and Steve are players of historic caliber in the league, and a mere all-star starting spot cannot encapsulate their stature. Furthermore, I do not believe my performance disqualifies me from being an all-star starter. If you were to secure a starting position in the end, would you consider relinquishing it? Absolutely not. I do not regard it as a commendable act to concede a starting role. It might even be seen as a lack of respect towards others. Every honor is something a player strives for with utmost effort, not something bestowed upon them by others. So, do you imply that when Carter conceded his starting spot to Michael, it was an act of charity? No, in truth. Michael had long surpassed the need for an all-star starting position to validate his greatness. The events of that time were largely fabricated by the media, who occupied a moral high ground to create sensational news. Fans were simply content to see Michael participate in the All-Star game, indifferent to whether he was a starter or a reserve. After the press conference, the team hurried back to the hotel for some rest. Some players would engage in video games at the hotel, while others, restless spirits, would sneak out to indulge in the nightlife. Recently, Quan Xiao celebrated his 20th birthday, an age that in many states of America still falls short of the legal drinking age. Consequently, he received no invitations from teammates to partake in revelry, nor did he possess any inclination to engage in such festivities. Securing a victory over the Celtics bears significant importance, as evidenced by the subsequent media coverage. ESPN proclaimed, "The Rockets dominate the Celtics, setting their sights on the championship." A resounding victory by 23 points against the Celtics was an outcome I could scarcely have anticipated. Prior to the match, the Celtics were favored by many, yet the Rockets commenced with fervor, establishing a formidable 15-point lead in the first quarter. The Celtics found themselves in a reactive position throughout, never once gaining the upper hand, as they were relentlessly overpowered by the Rockets. Perhaps it is time we earnestly acknowledge this Rockets team. They have emerged as formidable contenders for the championship. Sports Illustrated noted, "The Rockets embody the heart of a champion." The esteemed coach of the Rockets, Coach Tang, once remarked, "Never underestimate the heart of a champion."